In the 21st century, an engineering student unexpectedly finds himself transported back to ancient times, where he becomes a destitute scholar. His mind, however, is a treasure trove of knowledge, akin to a vast library filled with every conceivable piece of information. He is determined not to seek titles or accolades in this life. Chapter 1. The handsome youthly E awoke with a start, his eyelashes fluttering as he jolted out of a nightmare. The first thing he did upon sitting up was to inspect his own body. His arms were intact, his legs still there, everything essential was present, and he was relieved to find no missing parts. After a thorough examination, even glancing down at his lower garments, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that such a grand provincial library would have such a deficient fire safety system? In the sweltering heat of 37 or 38 degrees Celsius, he could hardly bear to stay at home. Lee merely intended to enjoy the air conditioning at the library while indulging in some reading to elevate his status. However, he unexpectedly dozed off, and when he was roused by the unbearable heat, he found himself utterly alone. All around him, flames danced wildly, with the fire already licking at the nearby bookshelves. Had he not been awakened in time, tomorrow's headlines might have read, "Provincial Library Accidentally Engulfed in Flames, Male Reader Perishes in Fiery Slumber." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lee instinctively scrambled to escape. Yet, as he leapt towards the fire escape, a massive bookshelf toppled over, plunging him into darkness as he lost consciousness. Miraculously, he had not perished, nor did he bear any injuries. Inwardly, he silently praised the firefighters for their efforts. So, this must be a hospital? Uncertain of its identity, he noted the hardness of the bed beneath him, which was uncomfortably rigid, and the faint musty odor lingering in the air suggested that the sheets had not been washed in quite some time. He resolved to leave a poor review for the hospital once discharged, as the user experience was dismal. Surveying his surroundings, he saw a rudimentary bed made of wooden planks, a dilapidated low table, and a few tattered books. There was no television in this decrepit establishment. What was that in the corner? An oil lamp? This certainly did not resemble a hospital. As Li's senses sharpened, he finally grasped the absurdity of his situation. How could a patient be treated in such a manner? A surge of indignation welled within him, prompting him to leap from the bed, not even bothering to put on his shoes, and ran barefoot outside. In moments, he found himself at the edge of a crystal-clear stream flowing past his home, his expression one of utter bewilderment. The water was pristine, reflecting the image of a youth, startling the fish that had been frolicking nearby. The young man in the water possessed striking features, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes, of fair complexion, clad in a moon-white scholar's robe, his hair elegantly tied up. He was indeed a dashing figure, the kind that would capture the hearts of many young maidens in this mundane world. Even Lee had to admit that the beauty before him was extraordinary. He stood there for half an hour, feeling an unsettling inclination towards this stunning visage. Yet, the crux of the matter was that he had no acquaintance with this exquisite young man. What was more alarming was the realization that this handsome figure was, in fact, his own reflection. Lee slapped his face, and the young man in the water mirrored his actions. Furrowing his brows, he noticed the reflection's brows knitted in confusion, mirroring his own bafflement. I understand. Now, this is a dream. I must be dreaming. Lee erupted in laughter, delivering a sharp slap to his own face, the sting bringing tears to his eyes. An elderly man with graying hair strolled by, his expression one of shock as he witnessed Lee laughing hysterically while slapping himself. Has that Lee family boy lost his mind from excessive studying? Lee, too astonished to notice the old man, continued to slap his face in a futile attempt to awaken from this dream. Eventually, he collapsed by the riverbank, his legs giving way beneath him. Soon, he sat at the water's edge, one hand propping up his chin, staring vacantly at the rippling surface. In that moment, he resembled a philosopher. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? A slew of complex and profound questions began to swirl in his mind, and just as he pondered the existential dilemma of to be or not to be, clarity finally returned to him. Hailing from the 21st century, and having consumed countless novels and dramas, he allowed himself a moment of contemplation, arriving at a hypothesis that he could hardly believe. However, before he could proceed, He needed to confirm his suspicions. Gazing once more into the water, the unfamiliar reflection that stared back at him, a visage he had observed for over 20 years, instilled in him an indescribable sense of strangeness. Bah, pretty boy. He spat disdainfully at the reflection in the water. The elderly man behind him, witnessing this spectacle, wore an expression of heightened concern. Having lived for decades, he had never before encountered someone laughing uproariously while slapping themselves, only to then spit at their own reflection. Is that Lee family boy truly mad? Just as Lee contemplated inquiring about his situation, he turned to see an elderly man with a shock of white hair standing on the path behind him, his eyes wide with terror. Lee's heart leaped with joy at the sight of a living person. Wearing a seemingly benevolent smile, he approached the older man and inquired, "Kind sir, may I ask what year it is and where I am?" Upon hearing Lee's voice, the old man's expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, it seemed that the Lee family boy had indeed lost his mind, unable to recognize even himself, and his words were mere nonsensical ramblings. The old man was utterly perplexed by what was being said. Lee, mistaking the old man's bewilderment for a hearing issue, prepared to speak again, but then paused, pondering for a moment before asking, "May I inquire, esteemed elder, what year and month it currently is, and where exactly are we?" At last, the old man comprehended Lee's words. With a long, sorrowful sigh, he regarded Lee with profound pity. It was truly unexpected that such a bright young man, possessing such striking beauty, had become so addled that he could forget even the simplest of things. The old man had once hoped that with diligence in his studies, the boy might achieve great things, bringing honor to the Lee family village, and even considered a match for his unwed granddaughter. But alas, what misfortune had befallen them? From a distance, he spotted two strong men approaching, each carrying a hoe. The old man waved them over, calling loudly, "De Zhuang, you two brothers, come quickly. This Lee family boy seems to have lost his mind. Make sure he doesn't wander off. Quickly, restrain him." Chapter 2. The Ferocity of Bandits. As the old man observed Lee's vacant expression, he took a cautious step back, his heart filled with unease. He had seen such a look on the face of Lu Guofu, the widow from the east side of the village, not long ago. After awakening from slumber, she had lost all sense of identity, sitting in her courtyard and laughing foolishly. Whenever someone approached, she would scream and lash out. Later, officials arrived, claiming that Lu Guofu had succumbed to madness, and they shackled her with iron chains, warning the villagers to keep a vigilant watch. Should she escape and harm anyone, they would bear shared responsibility. Lee observed the old man's face transform in an instant. Turning his head, he spotted two burly men approaching at a brisk pace. After a brief moment of surprise, without a hint of hesitation, Lee took off running. It was no jest, he had clearly heard the old man mention madness. If he were captured, he could easily be accused of harboring evil spirits and face a fiery demise tied to a post. Having already faced death once, Lee cherished his life more than anyone, and in that moment, he unleashed the fastest speed he had ever known. Behind him, the old man and the two sturdy men gaped in astonishment as Lee vanished into the distance, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. No one expected the frail, often weary family boy to sprint with such swiftness. It appears that those afflicted with madness cannot be judged by ordinary standards. The old man mused, stroking his long beard in astonishment. Breathing heavily, Lee felt as if he were on the verge of collapse. After such a frantic dash, he had nearly exhausted all his strength. If those two men were to pursue him now, he wouldn't even have the energy to stand and flee. He no longer needed to confirm anything. Lee was almost certain he had caught the wave of a time transition. Although he was oblivious to the current era or location, it was certainly preferable to being burned alive beneath a bookshelf. At the very least, he was still alive. After sitting on the ground to recuperate slightly, Lee found himself troubled once more. The only difference was where he would meet his end. Having just arrived in this world, Lee's foremost challenge was to secure his survival. Suddenly, he felt the ground tremble beneath him. "What is happening? An earthquake?" Lee lamented, recalling how he had narrowly escaped a fiery fate only to face an earthquake. Now, what sins had he committed in his previous life? However, he quickly realized this was not an earthquake. In the distance, a torrent of dust surged towards him, halting mere steps away. Cough! Cough! Caught off guard, Li inhaled a mouthful of PM2.5, choking and shedding tears. Once he regained his composure, intending to curse whoever lacked manners, he looked up and froze. On a magnificent steed, a breathtaking woman clad in white attire gazed down at him, her delicate brows slightly furrowed in contemplation. Gazing upon her exquisitely charming visage, Li felt his throat go dry. Before he could utter a word, she nodded slightly, a satisfied expression gracing her face. With a gentle wave of her hand, she commanded, "Bind him." In the midst of Li Yi's stunned gaze, the fierce bandits behind her dismounted and surged forward. "Heh, a scholar. Quite handsome. Fitting for our chieftain. I must say, the second miss has a good eye." Silence. He found his hands bound behind him, lying horizontally across the horse's back. Having previously felt dizzy on a bus in his past life, he was clearly unaccustomed to the mode of transportation of this era. He was jostled along the way, his consciousness gradually fading amidst the raucous laughter of the men. Eventually, he faintly heard a sharp reprimand, and then all sounds faded as he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke once more, the first thing he saw was a pink gauzy curtain. Li quickly scrambled out of bed, warily surveying his surroundings. The intricately carved bedposts emitted a faint fragrance, and beyond the girlish pink curtains lay a simple arrangement of wooden furniture, a table, chairs, and cabinets. Bandits! Could it be that the events he had just experienced were merely a dream? Suddenly, that fleeting thought emerged in his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Because it hurt. Li grimaced, clutching his abdomen where searing pain radiated from beneath his clothing, prompting involuntary gasps. Cursing those brutish men in his heart, he could only surmise that this discomfort stemmed from being pressed against the horse's back. He struggled with the layers of his attire, finally managing to peel them away, revealing the crimson stains across his midsection. At that moment, he could no longer afford to curse the bandits. He had to confront his current predicament. It appeared he had indeed been captured by those brigands. During his time on the horse, he had vaguely overheard them mention terms like chieftain and marriage. After allowing his imagination to wander, his expression suddenly shifted to one of sheer terror. Marriage. Glancing down again, he realized he was no longer clad in his mourning attire, but rather adorned in a bright red robe, embellished with a large crimson flower on his chest, exuding an aura of festivity. Adding to this, atop his head was a peculiar hat adorned with feathers. He could not discern their origin, but it was unmistakably the garb of a groom from historical drama. Fragments of memories flickered in his mind. He seemed to recall being helped to some location where he was made to kneel and be OW. As these disjointed images flashed through his mind, Li Yi's complexion turned pale. No, it was not merely a marriage. He was to be the bandit's husband. Chapter 3. The Captivating Groom. Before traversing into this new realm, Li Yi existed in a world where the concept of transmigration was exceedingly popular. Whether through novels or cinematic creations, this intriguing element was eagerly integrated, achieving such widespread recognition that even an 8-year-old child or an 80-year-old elder would undoubtedly comprehend the essence of transmigration. In the past, Li Yi had entertained thoughts of what it would be like to traverse into another world, if he were to find himself in a time of peace. He envisioned being born into an illustrious family, idly commanding a few sycophants to saunter through the streets, teasing virtuous women. Conversely, if he were to land in tumultuous times, he would rise in rebellion, seize a mountain stronghold, declare himself king, and, buoyed by ambition, descend with a band of followers to abduct a few charming brides. Reality, however, has a way of exacting its dues. Li Yi merely indulged in a fleeting daydream. Yet unexpectedly, fate had bestowed such a scenario upon him. Even more alarming was the implication, if he had not misheard, that the one to be wed was their chieftain. Contemplating a grotesque possibility, Li Yi felt his lips turn pale. Could it be that this so-called chieftain had a penchant for the same sex? He had long heard that in ancient times homosexuality, particularly male homosexuality, was quite prevalent, euphemistically termed Lonyang Ji Hao. For Li Yi, who steadfastly refused to bend, this was one of the hardest realities to accept. With a chill settling in his heart, Li took stock of his condition and found no discomfort in a certain area, allowing him to exhale in relief. Thankfully, his chastity remained intact. Examining his attire, he was momentarily stunned before descending into contemplation. The garments he wore were unmistakably bridal. Was it possible that this chieftain was a delicate submissive? If so, it might allow for some flexibility, but alas, he was an unwavering heterosexual. As a man of honor, he was meant to stand tall and unyielding. As Li Yi's thoughts drifted into uncertainty, the wooden door of the room creaked open with a soft sound before gently closing. To Li Yi, this sound resonated like a harbinger from the depths of hell, causing him to instinctively retreat further into the wooden bed. He dared not raise his gaze. His greatest fear was that upon looking up, he would be met with the sight of a burly, coarse man, replete with a hairy chest, bashfully uttering, "My dear, let us consummate our union." The mere thought sent a shiver down Li Yi's spine, compelling him to abandon any further imaginings. The footsteps approached lightly, growing nearer, and he could detect a faint, familiar fragrance reminiscent of his sheets. He resolved that if death awaited him, he would not allow this man to triumph. With a face full of indignation, Li Yi lifted his head, ready to speak, only to find himself frozen in place, his mouth agape, eyes wide, as what he saw before him rendered him speechless. Her skin was as creamy as jade, her gaze as clear as autumn waters, her nose delicately arched, and her lips lush and inviting, her teeth like polished jade. The ancients often employed such terms to describe beauty, and Li Yi had always regarded them as mere literary exaggerations, akin to boastful fabrications. Yet, as this woman stood before him, he found every word of praise wholly inadequate. She stood with an ethereal grace, clad in a flowing white gown, her hair cascading like clouds, her figure tall and slender. He estimated her height to be at least 7 meters, if not for his own physique, which, while somewhat frail, still approached 78 meters. He would have felt utterly dwarfed beneath her presence. "You have awakened," the woman stated softly, her voice reminiscent of a melody descending from the heavens, pure and enchanting. This was, of course, a rather superfluous remark. Li Yi yearned to retort, "Are you blind?" But the words died on his lips, stifled by the fear of retribution. Under the eaves of another, one must bow their head. A true man must be capable of bending and enduring, finding solace in self-reassurance. After a moment of humiliation, Li Yi reluctantly nodded. In that fleeting moment, he even harbored a wild impulse to knock this enchanting woman unconscious and flee. Though his body was frail, he felt confident in his ability to subdue a mere woman. Yet, he feared that any sign of resistance would summon a horde of bandits, much like they had earlier that day. The lingering pain in his abdomen still throbbed, and he had no desire to endure such torment once more. "You need not worry. I shall not harm you." The woman seemed to discern his trepidation, her lips parting as she spoke once more, her voice as melodious as before. If such words had issued from the lips of a fierce bandit, Li Yi might have felt a surge of relief. However, the assurance from a delicate woman only served to ignite a sense of indignity within him. How could a man tolerate such condescension? Ultimately, he resigned himself to the insult. It was preferable to confronting those bandits again. If harm were to come, he could endure that. Husband and wife are to address one another as such. Li Yi stood there, momentarily stunned, only now realizing he had fundamentally misunderstood the situation. Could it be that the chieftain they spoke of was none other than the exquisite beauty before him? In an instant, the image of a rugged brute that had occupied his mind began to fade, replaced by the vision of a strikingly beautiful woman. She bowed gracefully, her voice soft as she addressed him. "My dear, I humbly greet you." Clap, clap, clap. Do not let your imagination run wild. It was merely the sound of someone knocking at the door. Who is he? Observing Li Yi seated on the bed, his clothing disheveled, the young man's expression shifted dramatically as he blurted out his inquiry. Chapter 4. My wife is a bandit. Gazing at the young man who pointed at him with a countenance laden with grievance, as if Li Yi had plucked a cherished peach from his garden, Li Yi felt a surge of frustration. "Do we know each other? Must you adopt such a grave demeanor upon our first meeting? It seems we are not acquainted." The stunning woman paid no heed to the young man, instead turning to Li Yi. "My dear, allow me to introduce you. This is my second aunt." "My dear." Upon hearing the exquisite beauty's address, the young man's expression shifted abruptly, his eyes narrowing into a cold glare directed at Li Yi. A chill ran down Li Yi's spine as he sensed the intensity of the young man's gaze. "Yi, you cannot," the young man began, But as the woman named Rue E cast a frosty glance at him, she struck the ornately carved wooden table beside her with a resounding clap. What? Must I seek your permission for my actions? With a thunderous crack, the sturdy wooden table splintered into countless pieces, scattering debris across the floor. The porcelain cups and dishes atop, it shattered in unison. Witnessing this spectacle, Li's expression turned gradually blank, as if his worldview had been irrevocably altered. All that occupied his thoughts was a singular notion. Am I in the midst of a martial arts drama? Recalling his earlier impulse to subdue this woman and make an escape, Li shuddered, instinctively shifting backward toward the foot of the bed. He was not the only one to tremble. The robust woman beside him quaked as well. Rue E, with a pallid complexion, pointed at the woman who had just smashed the table, standing there as if nothing had happened. What was originally intended as a reprimand now faltered on her tongue, tangled in confusion. Might I inquire if there are any further instructions from the second aunt? The woman casually brushed off her hands, gazing at her with an indifferent demeanor, and remarked, "You, a young lady, how could you?" The words trailed off as the middle-aged woman's face flushed red. Noticing the woman's hand rise again, she shivered and hastily pulled the young man out of the room. A hand that could shatter a wooden table would surely be fatal if it fell upon her. The hurried footsteps faded, and silence enveloped the room. "Pray, what is your name, my lord?" "Li E," he replied, taking a deep breath. Moments later, a melodious yet devoid of emotion voice reached Li Yi's ears again. "It is late. My lord should retire early." The light footfalls gradually receded, and after hearing the door close, Li glanced up to see a faint shadow lingering outside for a few seconds before a voice drifted back. "I am Lu Rui." After the woman departed, the room fell into a profound silence, save for an unidentifiable insect's chirping. Li stared blankly at the shabby ceiling, and after a long sigh, he lay straight on the bed, his eyes wide open. Although fatigue weighed heavily upon him, his mind had not yet dulled to the point of oblivion after all that had transpired. The library fire, an inexplicable journey through time, nearly being captured and burned alive by a stranger and narrowly escaping, only to be seized by mountain bandits as their captive lord. What would tomorrow hold? Li mused that if his experiences could be penned into a book, it would surely become a bestseller. Yet at that moment, even with tenfold courage, he would not dare to write it down. The bizarre and fantastical thoughts swirling in his mind would not be met with admiration, but rather with ridicule, perhaps even leading to his own roasting. Thus, he resolved to cast aside such thoughts, feeling weary. The pressing matter at hand was to ascertain the dynasty and location of his surroundings before making further plans. His mind was a blank slate, devoid of any memories regarding these matters, and, aside from the body he inhabited, Li felt an overwhelming sense of resentment. However, one might argue that a time traveler ought to possess the aura of a protagonist, right? With a mind brimming with knowledge far surpassing this world's. He should not fear for his future. Securing an official position should be a straightforward endeavor. Once he achieved success, he could lead a life of leisure, surrounded by sycophants, teasing virtuous women on the streets. How delightful that would be! As he pondered, Li Yi's eyes grew misty. The imperial examination? As an engineering student, he could not compose the required essays, nor recite the 4 books and 5 classics. His academic background was misaligned, rendering the path of the imperial examination futile. Gunpowder? While the formula could be easily found online in the modern world, who would take the time to research such things? Utilizing advanced scientific knowledge? Even if Li understood astronomy, geography, and biological engineering, he could not explain them in this ancient context. Before his journey, he had yet to persuade his mother to abandon her matchmaking plans, let alone attempt to influence ancient peoples. The likelihood of becoming roasted meat himself seemed far more plausible. Li sadly realized that he seemed incapable of altering anything and was too afraid to attempt change. Just that morning, he had fretted over what he would eat, finding his home devoid of even a grain of rice. He truly lived in abject poverty. Perhaps it was due to his lack of appetite that he did not feel hunger now, but he would have to confront the issue of food scarcity eventually. Gazing up at the dilapidated ceiling, Li sighed deeply. Suddenly, he sprang from the bed as if jolted awake. "This is my residence?" he thought. Though it was simple, it was still a significant improvement over his previous living conditions. Food? What a trivial concern. Surely the bandits would not lack for provisions. Since that enchanting woman required his assistance, she would not let him starve. A wife? No more being pressured by his mother to marry, nor the burdens of purchasing a house or a car. Although he was technically a guest, his wife was a stunning beauty, surpassing even modern-day celebrities. In that light, being a captive lord did not seem so disadvantageous after all. As he considered this, a newfound clarity washed over him. What official ranks, titles, and accolades held little allure. He aspired to be the king of bandits. Chapter 5. A World Apart. Bang. The young man's fist struck the nearby willow tree, causing its trunk, thick as an adult's arm, to tremble violently, its leaves fluttering to the ground. How dare she treat me thus? Under the knight's cloak, the man's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, presenting a fearsome visage. Beside him, a middle-aged woman sighed and said, Rue has always been headstrong. Once she sets her mind on something, no one can change it. Tomorrow, I shall beseech second uncle to speak on this matter. His words should hold some weight. If that does not yield results, then we shall let it be. I see that Rue's friend, Rue, is also quite suitable, if you find her appealing. As the middle-aged woman spoke, the mention of this name seemed to evoke something unsettling within her, causing her complexion to shift. She cleared her throat and lapsed into silence. Hearing the name, Rue, the young man's mind conjured the image of a beauty rivaling that of the woman from earlier, stirring a fleeting impulse within him, though it quickly dissipated, leaving his expression pale as he dismissed the thought. Had he known, perhaps a more gradual approach would have been wise. Rue was not of an age to remain unwed. If they applied some pressure collectively, it might not be impossible to achieve their aims. The middle-aged woman's face was marred by frustration. Who could have predicted that in her haste, she would resort to such measures? Sending someone down the mountain to seize a captive lord? Such conduct is a disgrace to womanhood. The image of that disheveled youth lying on Rue's bed flashed through the young man's mind, darkening his expression as he vanished into the night. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the doorway, prompting the aspiring bandit king to furrow his brow and slowly open his eyes. Li had just emerged from a lengthy, vividly terrifying nightmare. Surveying his surroundings, he found the same ancient architecture and youthful decor, the familiar fragrance. This was no dream. A chilling breeze swept through, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The habit of sleeping naked and kicking off his blanket had its drawbacks, and he hastily donned a garment that resembled underwear, though it bore little distinction from simple cloth. But how was he to wear this robe? The vibrant red wedding attire, which had taken considerable effort to remove the night before, proved perplexing as he attempted to wrap himself in it that morning. A small head peeked through the door. A timid young girl, her hair styled in 2 buns, rushed in, her voice soft as she said, My lord, I am here to assist you with your dressing. It was then that Li noticed the maid, cradling a pile of clothing in her arms. He thought to himself that the enchanting woman had indeed been considerate, as wearing the ostentatious red wedding robe outside would be overly conspicuous. Upon further contemplation, it dawned upon Li that the startled exclamation he had heard earlier likely emanated from the young girl. As for the reason, a blush unwittingly crept across his weathered face. Being seen while sleeping in the nude was hardly something to boast about. Having accepted the reality of the situation, Li graciously stood up, extending his arms as the rosy-cheeked maiden assisted him in donning his robe. In this era, there were no dressing mirrors, nor even proper mirrors in the true sense. Li held a small copper mirror, examining himself several times. The moon-white long robe fit him perfectly, and although his hair was somewhat disheveled, his strikingly handsome visage, complemented by his fair skin and well-defined features, radiated a subtle, scholarly aura as he stood before the mirror. The 15 or 16-year-old girl stood beside him, her eyes casting furtive glances at the dashing son-in-law she had so recently claimed, her cheeks flushing even deeper. Indeed, the young man was remarkably handsome, far surpassing the looks of her second aunt's nephew. Just as Li was indulging in self-admiration, the little maid seemed to recall something and hurriedly dashed out. Moments later, she returned, cradling a hefty stack of books in her arms. Young master, Miss said that if you wish to read, you should inform me, she panted, having surveyed the room for a place to set down the books, ultimately placing them on a low stool. The sole wooden table in the room had met its untimely demise the previous night. Glancing at the topmost book, Li noted from the title alone that it was certainly not in simplified characters. This realization further solidified his resolve to avoid the detour of the imperial examination. After all, living comfortably at home without effort or struggle at the age of 17 was truly enviable. On pleasant days, he could meander about his estate, surveying his lands. What could be more delightful than that? Idly picking up a book and turning to the first page, Li Yi was suddenly struck by an overwhelming sensation, as if an explosion had reverberated in his mind, leaving him momentarily blank. His consciousness seemed to drift away, and the surroundings blurred. When clarity returned, he found himself no longer in the antiquated room, but surrounded by familiar bookshelves, rows of neatly numbered volumes before him. Am I in the provincial library? Li Yi murmured to himself. In the room, the little maid observed her young master engrossed in reading, admiration gleaming in her beautiful eyes as she quietly closed the door and slipped away. Jing Guizhi. Moments later, Li Yi stood in the room, the book titled Jing Guizhi in his hands, each character etched deeply into his mind, transforming what had once been obscure text into something strikingly familiar. What on earth was happening? Li Yi appeared dazed, the weighty book slipping from his grasp and landing on the floor. Fortunately, having encountered enough bizarre occurrences over the past few days, he did not collapse in shock. Once he confirmed that the contents of the book had indeed imprinted in his mind, a mere thought conjured the previous scene before his eyes once more. Standing beside the shelf where he had just been, a new row of books had appeared, with only one solitary volume resting upon it. A swift glance confirmed it was none other than Jing Guizhi. Jinghua. Although Li Yi was a man of science with a lamentable grasp of history, he was aware that among the 5,000 years of Chinese civilization, no such state as Jing existed. Where was this place? Why was the provincial library manifesting in his mind? What kind of world was this? Chapter 6. The mountain bandits have no provisions. No, this was not merely a deviation. It was akin to two carriages veering off in vastly different directions. It was as if history had been completely rewritten. Initially, he believed he could navigate the trajectories of historical development, perhaps even cling to a formidable ally to achieve prosperity. Now, all of that had crumbled into a mirage. The only solace he found was in the privileges of a transmigrator, for his mind now housed an entire provincial library's worth of knowledge. Although much of this knowledge bore little relevance in this world, one function pleased him immensely. Li Yi discovered that any book he touched would instantly appear in his mind, allowing him to grasp its contents swiftly and retain them with remarkable clarity. This meant that the written language of this world would pose no challenge to him. Though he had no intention of pursuing the imperial examination, he was equally disinclined to remain illiterate. Otherwise, he would truly squander his fair visage. At the very least, he could compose poetry or engage in wordplay to court the attention of young maidens. Yet, for the time being, such aspirations were mere daydreams, lest he meet a fate akin to that of the unfortunate wooden table from the previous night. At that moment, the cherubic face of the little maid reappeared before him. "Young master, it is time for dinner." Only then did Li Yi feel the pangs of hunger gnawing at his belly, having seemingly eaten little since the previous morning. As he glanced at the tray she held, he was taken aback. A solitary porcelain bowl sat atop it, containing a thin rice porridge, with just a few grains visible at the bottom, so watery that it reflected his handsome face. "Is this what you typically eat?" Li Yi inquired, his disbelief evident. The little maid nodded, shattering Li Yi's hopes entirely. He had envisioned a life of abundance, free from worries about sustenance. Yet it appeared even the mountain bandits were devoid of provisions. As it turned out, thin porridge was still porridge, and for Li Yi, who was starving, it was a matter of survival. Perhaps it was a trick of perception, but he found this to be the most delectable porridge he had ever tasted. After a mere 2 spoonfuls, the bowl was nearly empty, and he gazed longingly at the little maid. Embarrassed by his pleading expression, she took a step back, her voice soft and hesitant. "Young master, there's no more." Upon hearing this, Li Yi's expression shifted. Life here was not quite as he had envisioned. It seemed he would have to revise his aspirations of leisurely living. First and foremost, he needed to address his hunger. As a self-professed gourmand, subsisting on such thin porridge daily would surely drive him to madness. Having consumed a bowl of porridge, he felt less famished, and his spirits lifted slightly. However, upon seeing the girl before him, Li Yi's demeanor changed abruptly. He instinctively took a step back, eyeing her warily. "What do you want?" The girl was strikingly lovely, rivaling the breathtaking beauty he had encountered the previous night, dressed in a form-fitting white outfit that accentuated her delicate figure. She surveyed him with a hint of disdain in her gaze. Li Yi could never forget the moment when she had sat astride her horse, commanding the fearsome bandits with a mere wave of her hand, thus beginning the unfortunate chapter of his life. Even now, he felt a dull ache in his abdomen. Yet, despite his current circumstances, having shelter, thin porridge to eat, a beautiful wife, and a maid at his service, should he truly be grateful to this devilish girl? Reflecting on this, Li Yi found her presence to be somewhat less odious than before. Now, he only wishes to be a quiet youth, indulging in the pleasures of life. After resolving his concerns regarding food, he hopes to retire and enjoy a serene existence, living modestly on a few hills. While Li Yi was lost in delightful daydreams, he spotted a woman named Lu Rui, who was also his nominal wife, entering with a stooped, white-haired elder. The elder, dressed in plain garments, appeared frail, his face etched with deep wrinkles, yet he bore a kind demeanor and was squinting at Li Yi with curious eyes. Li Yi maintained a healthy skepticism towards the old man, believing that any seemingly benevolent elder might very well be a lunatic ready to summon others to seize him. Having narrowly escaped a previous encounter with a cunning old fool, this suspicion was unlikely to dissipate soon. After a lengthy appraisal, the elder's murky gaze finally revealed a look of satisfaction. He nodded and remarked, "Scholars are good, indeed. This handsome visage surpasses that distant relative of old heir's wife. We are in dire need of scholars in our village." The old man seemed quite pleased with his first impression of Li Yi, muttering, "What is the use of all this fighting and killing? It is crude and unrefined. Your ancestor was also a scholar, yet this unworthy generation has inherited none of his talents." The girl in white, with a proud smile, responded, "Of course, it is evident who made the choice." Good, good." The elder laughed heartily, waving his hand. "Mr. Cheen from the school broke his leg months ago and likely will not stand again. The little ones run rampant in the village, which is quite bothersome for an old man. Now, we shall have him teach at the school. It will save me from their incessant antics." "Listen, Uncle Heir," the girl, Lu Rui, said softly. Li Yi stood there in a daze, feeling utterly invisible, as if he were air. This matter concerned him, yet it was decided so hastily without a word of consultation. A teacher? He was prepared for retirement, not to engage in such tedious pursuits. Thus, the decision for Li Yi to become a teacher at the school in Luyizhai was made quite cheerfully. As a newcomer, unfamiliar with everything, he dared not voice any objections. Naturally, he had mulled over the existence of a school in a bandit village for quite some time. As a brigand, one would expect to learn the arts of fighting and robbery, not attend school. What could one possibly learn there that would aid in becoming a competent bandit? Did they hope to produce future scholars? It must be admitted that the educational concepts of ancient times were rather backward. While education should indeed begin in childhood, they were clearly on a wrong path. Furthermore, Li Yi had no idea how to teach. What could he impart? The self-cultivation of a brigand? The basic etiquette of highway robbery? The economic principles of distributing stolen goods? He himself was nearly illiterate. Li Yi felt utterly devoid of rights in this situation. After the old man had dictated a lengthy speech and finalized the decision for him to be the village schoolmaster, he strolled away leisurely, hands behind his back. His nominally beautiful wife merely nodded at him before departing as well. The devilish girl regarded Li Yi with a peculiar gaze for a long moment, then turned away haughtily, leaving only a cool silhouette fading into the distance. Even a village husband must have his dignity. Li Yi was left standing alone, a visage of sorrow. After a long while, he turned to the young maid standing nearby and, scratching his head, asked, "What is your name?" "You may call me Xiao Huan, my lord." The girl with twin hair buns replied, nervously fiddling with her clothing. Intrigued by the shyness of the maid, Li Yi studied her for a moment before inquiring, "Xiao Huan, where's the kitchen? Is there any food available?" For someone who had lost track of how long he had been hungry, a bowl of thin porridge would hardly suffice, and he felt his stomach growling once more. The young maid looked momentarily taken aback before shaking her head, saying, "There is not much food at home. We usually have only 2 meals a day. The young lady mentioned that you did not eat at all yesterday, so she instructed me to prepare some thin porridge for you this morning." Li Sikit. This truly was a world where even a bandit household lacked surplus provisions. The situation seemed more dire than he had imagined. "What does Xiao Huan usually do?" he asked, seeking conversation, as he pulled out 2 small stools and insisted that she sit outside with him. In all honesty, aside from appearing somewhat reserved, this nominal wife treated him quite well. A fact Li Yi had to acknowledge. Currently, he was still largely ignorant about his surroundings, and Xiao Huan had become his sole means of understanding this bandit village. As she gradually lowered her guard, Li learned more from her. She informed him that the place he found himself in was called Lu Yizhai. Conventionally, a locale named after a valley or village would not be a favorable one. In films and dramas, whenever a bandit village was mentioned, it was often referred to as Heifeng or Black Wind. Though Lu Yizhai lacked the imposing name of Heifeng Zhai, its nature was largely the same. Both were bandit strongholds. The rougher, more brutish ones were dubbed Heifeng Zhai, while those with a slightly more refined and elegant air were named Qingfeng Zhai or Lu Yizhai, hinting at some cultural depth. However, the circumstances of Lu Yizhai were somewhat unique. It was said that during the chaotic times in the early years of the Jing Kingdom, when warlords battled for supremacy and the populace suffered greatly, an ancestor of the Lu clan raised a banner of revolt, establishing a stronghold and becoming a dominant force in the Green Willow Mountains. Gathering a band of followers, they ostensibly operated under the guise of upholding justice, while in truth, they were mere bandits. Decades later, a great leader unified the Jing Kingdom, bringing an end to the chaos and allowing the common people to live in peace once more. After the various brigand factions were eradicated by military might, the Lu clan, wishing to preserve their lineage, sought a new path for survival. At that juncture, to continue masquerading as righteous bandits would have been utterly foolish. The astute head of the Lu clan wisely chose to lay low, swiftly transforming from brigands into respectable citizens. They established themselves in Lu Yizhai with a system of mutual cooperation, one farming while the other wove, one drawing water while the other tended the gardens, becoming model citizens. Yet, despite the Lu clan being the true rulers of Lu Yizhai, the internal unity had long since fractured. The direct lineage of the Lu clan had suffered losses, leaving only the sisters Lu Rui and Lu Rui. Though Lu Rui ostensibly held the title of village chief, several other branches of the Lu clan had long ceased to acknowledge her authority, secretly plotting to seize control of their resources. As the young maid recounted these events, her small mouth puffed up in indignation, and her pretty face was filled with a sense of grievance. At this moment, Li Yi comprehended that Lu Rui was his nominal wife, while Lu Rui was the devilish maiden who had captured him and taken him up the mountain yesterday. The reason he found himself bound and designated as the bandit husband was due to the relentless pressure exerted by the direct lineage on Lu Rui, compelling her to marry. Once she wed, the resources of the legitimate line would surely be divided among them. Thus, Li Yi became the first transaction in their return to the bandit trade. No wonder that young man had looked at him that night with such a gaze. He had indeed been robbed of his innocence. No, rather, he was the one who had been plundered. As the maid babbled on and departed, Li Yi gazed skyward, feeling a slight shadow of gloom in his heart. The situation was far from optimistic. Unbeknownst to him, he had already begun to identify with his current role. Chapter 8. Crafty Schemes, a Table with 4 Seats. Li Yi found himself facing the devilish sister-in-law Lu Rui, flanked by the maid Xiao Huan and the unattainable beauty, his wife Lu Rui. The table radiated splendor, adorned with 3 enchanting ladies, each more captivating than the last. Yet, Li Yi had no inclination to admire their beauty. He was lost in thought, staring at a bowl of plain noodles before him. Indeed, it was merely a bowl of plain noodles. Apart from the stark, white strands, there was not a hint of color. As he picked up his chopsticks and took a tentative bite, he found it utterly tasteless, leaving his mouth feeling as if it had been drained of flavor. This constituted their lunch. With a penchant for good food, Li Yi typically held high expectations for his meals. Yet, even with his hunger mounting, he could scarcely muster an appetite for the bowl before him. He glanced around at the 3 ladies at the table, who were savoring their food with great delight. The maid, with a beaming expression, seemed to find joy in simply filling her stomach. Xiao Huan, besides being Lu Rui's personal maid, also fulfilled the roles of caregiver, cook, and cleaner. In winter, she might even serve as a warm bed warmer. Observing her meager bowl of noodles, Li Yi decided to share half of his portion with her. At the tender age of 15 or 16, she was in her growth phase. How could she thrive on so little? Suddenly, as Li Yi snatched the bowl away, the maid was momentarily taken aback. Just as she had begun to utter the term room, Li Yi had already portioned the noodles and returned the bowl to her. "I'm not hungry. You should eat more," he encouraged, ruffling the maid's hair. However, at that moment, a peculiar sound emanated from his stomach. All 3 pairs of eyes turned towards him. and Li Yi felt his face flush. He quickly lifted his bowl and devoured the contents in a few swift motions. I am full. As Li Yi awkwardly departed, Lu Rui gazed after him, her beautiful eyes reflecting a newfound emotion. Beside her, Lu Rui pursed her lips, observing the maid who was on the verge of tears, her typically indifferent expression softening into a gentle curve. The maid named Xiao Huan, wide-eyed, watched as the groom dashed into the kitchen, uncertain of what he was up to. In her youthful mind, the groom was an educated man and should steer clear of the kitchen, a place deemed appropriate only for women. More importantly, she feared that he would waste food. Their household's grain supply was already meager and could not endure any waste. Fortunately, the maid, peeking through the door, saw no further mischief from the groom. Just as she felt a sense of relief, Li Yi emerged from the kitchen. He seated himself on a large stone at the entrance, propping his chin in one hand, staring blankly at the sky. He had not anticipated that such a large stronghold would be enduring such hardship. It was likely that the living conditions of others were similarly dire, if not worse. It was not surprising, considering they had abandoned their bandit ways to become law-abiding citizens. With little left to steal, they were compelled to fend for themselves. In these times, the ordinary folk, reliant solely on agriculture for survival, merely aspired to endure without starving. Just as Li Yi pondered ways to improve his current circumstances, at least to reach a level of comfort where food and clothing were no longer a concern, a glob of phlegm unexpectedly flew in from the side. Had he not reacted swiftly, this repulsive substance would have surely landed upon him. Turning sharply, he discovered the middle-aged woman he had encountered before, standing nearby with a disdainful expression, seemingly disappointed that he had evaded her earlier attack. With a huff, she merely passed by, her cylindrical form disappearing into the adjacent room. Watching her retreat, Li Yi's expression darkened. He had no fondness for this rotund woman who had designs on his wife. Now, seeing as he had not provoked her, her attempt to ambush him was an affront no man could tolerate. A loud crash rang out as the woman emerged from the house, hurling a handful of wheat grains into the yard while cursing vehemently. With last year's poor harvest, we have barely enough to eat. If you do not lay eggs soon, I shall have no choice but to slaughter you all. After the woman entered her home, Li Yi's gaze fell upon the chickens roaming freely in her yard, a sly smile creeping across his face. Xiao Huan, do we have any sewing thread at home? Bring me some. The maid hesitated for a moment before responding softly. Yes, we do. A quarter of an hour later, several domesticated hens were pecking clumsily at the ground, searching for scattered grains. Perhaps some of them were cursing their miserly owner, who expected them to lay eggs without providing any sustenance. Suddenly, a white dough ball flew out from a corner, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. Thus, one unfortunate hen from the ant's household, lured by the small dough ball, embarked on a fateful journey. In a secluded ravine behind a stronghold, Li Yi expertly dispatched the hen and plucked its feathers, unhindered by the passage of millennia. The only challenge was the lack of hot water, which prolonged the plucking process. Nevertheless, the overall procedure proceeded smoothly. After enduring 2 meals devoid of richness, he was finally able to indulge in some meat. Once the task was complete, and feeling somewhat unclean, Li Yi washed himself briefly at the creek. As dusk descended, he wrapped the prepared chicken in coarse cloth and strolled leisurely back toward the stronghold. Where have you been, my lord? Xiao Huan approached him eagerly as he entered the courtyard, her face filled with concern. I merely took a stroll, he replied nonchalantly. What is that? The maid inquired, pointing at the cloth bundle in his hand. Oh, I found a mountain chicken while walking, Li Yi replied dismissively. A mountain chicken? Curiosity sparked on the maid's face. The mountain chickens near the stronghold had long been hunted. The groom had not left the stronghold. So where could he have found it? In the kitchen. When Li Yi unveiled the cloth bundle, the maid was momentarily stunned. Is there a mountain chicken this plump? Moreover, not only had it been stripped of its feathers, but it had also been eviscerated. What kind of torment had this hen endured after its demise? Chapter 9. The mischievous children in the classroom, after soaking the chicken legs in water for an hour to thoroughly cleanse them of residual blood. Li Yi extracted the bones and cut the meat into small pieces. The dried shiitake mushrooms were placed in warm water to rehydrate, and after removing the stems, they were also diced. As Li Yi mentally flipped through a book titled The Complete Guide to Noodles, he began to prepare the ingredients for shiitake mushroom chicken noodles. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to create something more delectable. Rather, the meager supplies in the kitchen left much to be desired. Aside from a small bag of flour, the only other ingredients he could find were a few dried mushrooms tucked away in a corner. The flour itself bore little resemblance to what he was accustomed to in later times. It was coarser and contained a significant amount of bran, resulting in a rather unsatisfactory texture, a fact he had already come to realize during breakfast. Nonetheless, from a nutritional standpoint, consuming such whole grains was indeed beneficial for the body, though the more pressing issue was that he simply could not find a better substitute for the flour. The library, which had previously seemed like a useless repository, finally proved its worth as Li easily located a copy of the complete guide to noodles in the recipe section. He was now set to prepare the shiitake mushroom chicken noodles, known for their ability to invigorate and strengthen the spleen, providing substantial health benefits. Li chose this dish solely because he had no other ingredients aside from the mushrooms and flour. A book visible only to him floated before his eyes as he tore off 2 chicken legs and processed them according to the instructions. After dicing the shiitake mushrooms, he began to knead the dough. Little Huan had long been banished from the kitchen. After tasting the noodles she had prepared for lunch, Li decided that henceforth, she should not be involved in anything beyond boiling porridge. Kneading dough is indeed a skillful endeavor. The texture of the noodles depends on the elasticity of the dough, which begins with selecting quality flour, a point he could temporarily overlook, the amount of water added, the quality of salt, and the force and technique used in kneading all influence the final texture of the noodles. As for salt, he made no demands. If the flour was so inadequate, what could he expect from his salt in this world? The technical aspects posed no challenge. Everything he had studied was firmly etched in his mind. Outside the kitchen, a young maid stood on a stool, peering through the window to witness her master's adept kneading technique, her large, beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. This master seemed quite different from her preconceived notions of a scholar. The method for preparing shiitake mushroom chicken noodles was surprisingly simple. Just outside the kitchen lay a small vegetable garden, where Li found some fresh lettuce. After cooking, he sprinkled a handful of chopped scallions on top, and a rich aroma wafted through the air. Despite the limited ingredients, Li felt immense satisfaction with his creation. Concerned about wasting food on his first attempt, he only made a single serving. After washing his hands at the water tank, he turned to savor the long-awaited flavor, only to find the stove completely barren, causing his expression to shift abruptly. "Where are my noodles?" he exclaimed in horror within the kitchen. As night fell, his second aunt outside called out affectionately for the only hen that laid eggs, but soon her tender pleas turned into venomous curses. "Who the hell stole my chicken? If I catch you, I'll break your legs." Alas, it was a rare dinner time, and Li had no desire to eat while listening to that shrew's ranting. Lu Rui sat across from him, a beautiful expression of confusion gracing her exquisite face. The noodles were chewy, the meat tender, and the broth superb. In fact, upon first seeing the dinner, Lu Rui had questioned whether it was truly little Huan who had prepared it. After tasting a small bite, her beautiful eyes sparkled as she turned to the young maid and asked, "Little Huan, did you make this dinner?" The young maid, lost in the bliss of what she believed to be the best noodles she had ever tasted, suddenly looked up and replied, "No, it was the master." It was only then that she remembered her earlier agreement with him to keep this matter from the young lady, and her face shifted slightly as she raised her head to see the extreme surprise etched on Lu Rui's face. "Cough, cough," Li cleared his throat, discreetly glaring at the young maid. "I was living alone before, so I've grown accustomed to handling these affairs." Lu Rui still bore an expression of disbelief, clearly struggling to process the information. Her gaze drifted to the pieces of meat in her bowl. "This meat is from the mountain chicken I found on the road." After a long moment, Lu Rui nodded and said softly, "My husband is a scholar. Such mundane matters should be left to little Huan in the future." Li glanced at little Huan, who playfully stuck out her tongue and quickly lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. At the tender age of 15 or 16, she was in the bloom of youth, seemingly realizing that her master was unlike the men outside, and she began to relax her demeanor around him. "By the way, the school in the village will reopen tomorrow. My husband needs to prepare in advance." After dinner, as little Huan washed the dishes, Lu Rui suddenly spoke up, recalling something. Li felt no psychological burden in dealing with a few mischievous children. After awakening from slumber, he had yet to eat breakfast when little Huan informed him that it was time to go to school. Even now, Li found it difficult to comprehend why a school should exist in a bandit stronghold. Little Huan led him through most of the village until they arrived at a building that appeared slightly more spacious than the others. Before they even stepped inside, the sounds of raucous chatter and the laughter of unruly children filled the air. As Li Yi entered, the atmosphere abruptly silenced, and all eyes turned to scrutinize him, their curious yet dirty faces studying him from head to toe, many gazes laced with a hint of judgment. After a few moments of silence, a voice, young and filled with discontent, piped up, "Are you Rui G's husband?" Chapter 10, How to Handle Mischievous Children. The chubby boy, approximately 10 years old, gazed at Li Yi with an expression of defiance. In that moment, Li Yi realized that the boy's eyes reflected a hint of scrutiny. Such looks were not uncommon. Several other young boys surrounding him shared the same sentiment. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, Li Yi could not fathom what these mischievous children were thinking. After all, this was their first meeting, and he had never before crossed paths with them. "Why do you get to be Rui Jie's husband?" the sturdy boy exclaimed, tilting his head defiantly. "When I grow up, I want to marry Rui Jie." Li Yi was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. A child who hadn't even reached puberty was fantasizing about marrying someone. Glancing at the other boys who clearly shared the same sentiment, he finally understood the source of their subtle hostility towards him. It seemed he had underestimated the allure of his wife. Children speak without restraint, and the adults in the village would hardly hold such thoughts against them. Over time, such notions would only deepen in their minds, and they would remain oblivious to any impropriety. However, Li Yi's presence had delivered a crushing blow to these still maturing minds. Fortunately, they were merely innocent children. Had it been someone else, they might have brandished a kitchen knife and challenged him. The initial encounter with the mischievous children was not particularly harmonious, but Li Yi adeptly asserted a modicum of authority befitting a teacher. Having gained some understanding of the world around him, including the various customs and etiquette, he recognized that the prevailing ideology was akin to ancient China, where respect for teachers and the veneration of knowledge were still the prevailing thoughts. Under the strict discipline of corporal punishment, the unrefined populace adheres to the singular principle of educating their offspring. To safeguard their own interests, these mischievous children dare not misbehave too overtly in the classroom. Yet, despite being seated in their designated spots, their faces betray a haughty expression, with their clear, innocent eyes reflecting disdain. The thoughts of these children are straightforward, their emotions transparent, and as Li Yi cast a casual glance at them, he gently remarked, "This morning marks our first class. We shall not delve into anything else, but instead share a story to ease our minds." Upon hearing the word story, the faces of the children immediately transformed, revealing their piqued interest. Growing up in Li's eye, surrounded by uneducated adults, they were unaware of what storytelling entailed. When boredom struck, they would pester their second uncle to recount the legendary tales of their ancestors, but even that grew tiresome with repetition. Mr. Qin, the only literate person in the village, taught with a perpetually cold demeanor, instilling fear in the children, leaving them to dream of hearing anything remotely entertaining from his lips. Before the lesson had officially begun, Li Yi had successfully ignited the curiosity of the children. The stoutest boy, seated at the front, displayed a hint of anticipation in his eyes, but scoffed. "What is so great about a silly story?" Li Yi observed their expressions, a subtle smile curving his lips. He possessed countless methods to engage these naive children. "Today, I shall narrate the tale of a monkey." Before him, an ethereal book appeared, inscribed with the 3 characters Shiyuji. With a thought, he conjured a vernacular version of Journey to the West. In the primordial chaos, before the heavens and earth were separated, no one was present to witness the unfathomable expanse. Ever since Pangu shattered the void, clarity emerged from the chaos. Unbeknownst to Li Yi, the verses he recited resounded in the minds of the children like thunderclaps. Though they could not comprehend the words of their new teacher, they sensed an aura of significance. At that moment, Li Yi's magnetic voice reached their ears again. Legend has it that long ago, the world was divided into 4 continents: Dongsheng Shenzhou, Xinyo Hezhou, Nanjian Buzhou, and Beiju Luzhou. In the proud nation of Aolai, within Dongsheng Shenzhou, there lay a mountain known as Huaguoshan, upon which a celestial stone rested. One day, the stone cracked, and a stone monkey leaped forth, his eyes emitting beams of golden light. Seconds after Li Yi began to speak, the expressions of the children morphed, mouths agape, their eyes sparkling with disbelief. The Monkey King had emerged, seeking the tutelage of Bodhi, borrowing treasures from the Dragon Palace, and wreaking havoc in the heavenly realms. As Li eloquently unfolded the narrative, a fantastical new world gradually unfurled before the children. This was a realm they had never encountered, filled with deities and demons alike. They learned that thunder and lightning were the sounds of the thunder god, and the lightning mother striking gongs in the heavens. They discovered that after death, souls journeyed to a place known as the underworld, where the king of hell and the black and white impermanence resided. They became aware that some beings could soar through the skies and summon storms, and that above their heads, beyond the clouds, lay magnificent palaces. A golden-armored monkey materialized vividly in their minds, wielding a staff that could alter its size, stirring chaos in this universe. Within the classroom, the children were utterly absorbed in this enchanting world, each listening intently, silence enveloping them. Upon hearing that the monkey single-handedly confronted the 33 heavens, and that not even 100,000 heavenly soldiers could subdue him, the stout boy's chubby face flushed crimson, his breath quickening, eyes alight with unprecedented fervor. Chapter 11. The Unusual Children. As the children reveled in tales of the monkey's triumphs, battling against the 4 heavenly kings and the formidable deities, their hearts surged with excitement, yearning to transform into Sun Wukong and immerse themselves in that magical world, brandishing the golden staff to stir chaos in the heavens. However, just as the story reached its zenith, it abruptly ceased, leaving the children's faces flushed with anxiety, hearts aching with anticipation. Li, seemingly oblivious to their distress, strolled to a nearby sand table, inscribing the character Lu with his finger. He then declared, "When you return to class this afternoon, you must all be able to write this character. Once everyone has mastered it, I shall continue the story." With that, he strolled leisurely out of the classroom. As soon as he departed, a flurry of children rushed to the sand table. "The teacher says we must all learn this character. Is this the character, Lu? Clear the way. Let me see how to write it." At that moment, the children appeared to have forgotten their grievances against Li, their eyes fixated on the character in the sand, diligently committing it to memory. The children's pride was strong. They were determined not to lag behind. Moreover, the anticipation for the continuation of that extraordinary monkey's tale lingered in their hearts. "Remember this character well. If anyone fails to write it this afternoon, beware of my wrath," shouted the stout boy, his round face contorted into a fierce expression as he demonstrated the strokes of the character in the air, intimidating the other children. Just the thought of that monkey, who could traverse the heavens and earth and master 72 transformations, filled him with an uncontrollable excitement. Meanwhile, Li stood at his doorstep, observing a group of hens foraging on a small mound nearby, reminiscing about the fragrant mushroom chicken noodles from the previous day. Those children are quite mischievous, challenging to discipline. Is this how it feels to be a teacher on the first day? The astonishment lingered on Li Yi's face as he pondered how this woman could approach him so quietly and engage in conversation, leaving him somewhat flattered. Though they were ostensibly husband and wife, they felt more like strangers. Lu Rui used Li Yi to silence others, while Li Yi relied on her to survive. Without staying in the mountain village, he would likely face starvation or be bound to a post and burned alive. Finally composed, he spoke. "While they are indeed unruly, they still show respect towards their teacher, so there is no need for concern, my dear." Afterward, he recalled something. Looking up at Lu Rui, he inquired, "May I ask, my dear, what is the monthly salary for a teacher in the academy? And what are the customs regarding the initiation fee?" Li had previously familiarized himself with the academy's regulations, deeming the initiation rites and other formalities trivial. However, he presumed that tuition fees were inevitable. With their families struggling to make ends meet, without devising a solution, they would soon be reduced to eating chaff and wild vegetables. The initiation fee, or shuxiao, was a customary gift presented by students to their teacher to show reverence upon their first meeting. Li hoped that these fees might provide a slight improvement to their living conditions. Seemingly caught off guard by Li Yi's question, Lu Rui hesitated for a moment, then looked at him with a peculiar expression, shaking her head as she replied, "In the village academy, there is no monthly salary, nor is there an initiation fee." "What?" Li Yi, momentarily stunned and unable to process the information, stood there in disbelief. "No whiteys? No tuition fees? Was he to work for free?" Throughout history, such a thing was unheard of. Even the laborers at the Zhou family's estate received payment. Furthermore, Teaching is a most sacred profession, even in the absence of remuneration. It is only fitting that one receives a few gifts to enhance one's quality of life. Yet these bandits display a total disregard for the most fundamental courtesies of human interaction. Just yesterday, half a chicken remained, which I intended to prepare into a delightful dish to soothe my wounded spirit. For the majority of the inhabitants of Liu, today was quite an ordinary day. However, those from the Liu clan with children sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Consequently, the parents of the mischief makers grew increasingly anxious. In this era, where ignorance prevails, any deviation from the norm is often labeled as malevolent or possessed. Naturally, one's own child is a treasure, and they would not rashly subject them to punishment without cause. After observing his child for a considerable time, a middle-aged man could no longer contain himself and approached, delivering a kick to the backside of the unruly child. "You timid little rascal, what are you doing here?" Upon turning to see his father standing behind him, the child wiped his nose and proudly pointed to the ground where he had just scribbled a crooked character. "Father, this is the character for Liu, as taught by the teacher this morning. Surely, you do not recognize it?" The man glanced down and indeed saw the ground marked with lines scratched by a stick. To him, the character his child referred to was nothing more than a collection of nonsensical symbols. Watching the child beam with pride, seemingly mocking his own illiteracy, ignited an uncontainable fury within him. How dare this child ridicule me after only a few hours of lessons? Despite my lack of formal education, I am still your father. Meanwhile, Li Yi was in the kitchen, having just sliced the chicken into fine shreds to prepare a chicken porridge. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards the window, straining to listen for a moment before murmuring, "Whose child is wailing so unpleasantly?" Shaking his head, he resumed his tasks. "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you." At lunchtime, a middle-aged woman observed her child unusually shoveling rice into his mouth, neglecting his favorite dishes on the table, and confusion clouded her eyes. What could possibly be wrong with her child today? After hastily finishing his meal, the child hurled his bowl onto the table and dashed outside, as if the world beyond held an irresistible allure. "Where are you off to right after eating?" the woman exclaimed anxiously as she chased after him. "To the school." The woman stood there dumbfounded. This little rascal, who previously needed to be coaxed to attend school, had suddenly changed his tune. Similar occurrences unfolded in many households within Liu. On this particular afternoon, all the parents of the mischievous children were collectively bewildered. When Li Yi entered the school in the afternoon, he was greeted by a scene entirely different from the morning. "Greetings, teacher." All the mischievous children sat upright in their seats, their expressions grave as they bowed respectfully to him, their crisp voices a delight to the ears. In that moment, Li Yi experienced a profound sense of pride and fulfillment as a nurturer of the nation. "Have you all remembered the characters I taught you this morning?" Li Yi did not occupy the teacher's seat at the front, but casually settled beside one of the children and inquired. "Yes, we have." The children responded in unison. The child next to Li Yi appeared somewhat uneasy, yet sensed that this teacher was different from the stern Sheen. The latter always sat at the front with a serious demeanor, as if others owed him money, never mingling with them. "Very well, let us begin with a review. Who would like to be the first to come forward?" Li Yi asked the children. It takes considerable courage to be the first to take the plunge, and the children exchanged glances, none willing to step forward. "I will go first." Suddenly, a voice emerged from beside Li Yi, sounding as if the speaker had mustered great courage. Li Yi turned to see the child who had just told him that he wanted to marry Liu Rui when he grew up, standing eagerly from his seat. "Excellent. What is your name?" Li Yi asked with a smile. "Teacher, my name is Liu Xiaohu." It seemed that Li Yi's smile had a contagious effect, for the child's expression relaxed as he approached the sand table, retrieving a small stick from his sleeve to write upon it. Li Yi walked over and leaned down to observe. Although the child's handwriting was crooked and juvenile, it was evident that he had put forth effort. Nodding, Li Yi patted the child's head and remarked, "Very good. Everyone should learn from Xiaohu and be a bit braver." The child, filled with vanity, basked in the teacher's praise in front of his peers, his round face flushing with excitement as he returned to his seat with pride. With Liu Xiaohu setting the precedent, the subsequent events unfolded with much greater ease, as the mischievous children took turns coming up to be assessed. The results surprised Li Yi. He knew that the previous teacher, Qin, would only have the children rote memorize without truly understanding. Yet this time, everyone managed to correctly write the character Liu. Was the story of the Monkey King so profoundly captivating for them? The thoughts of children are often inscrutable, and Li Yi could hardly be bothered to decipher them. As long as they listened obediently, that was enough. Once they were all seated and appeared as obedient as little angels, Li Yi asked, "Where do we leave off this morning?" "Quickly go to the west and invite the Buddha." Recently, the peculiar behavior of the children from Liu Yezhai had caught the attention of all their parents. They would occasionally see their children brandishing sticks, relentlessly pursuing a black dog through the village, shouting, "Hound of Heaven, where do you run? Hound of Heaven, meet your end." Now, that black dog would yelp and flee at the sight of those children. This was merely the initial symptom. It later escalated to the children chanting incantations at spiders, centipedes, and scorpions, capturing these creatures and, after a prolonged incantation, crushing them underfoot while laughing heartily, claiming to be purging evil spirits. Some even managed to steal a gourd from somewhere, sneaking up behind others and shouting, "Lu, if I call your name, will you dare to respond?" Had anyone else behaved in such a manner, they would have been bound and roasted over a fire. Yet, when it is one's own child acting out, it is impossible to resort to such measures. The worry etched on the faces of certain parents has deepened in recent days. Naturally, the transformation of their previously illiterate children into individuals capable of inscribing their names in the dirt with sticks, casually uttering phrases that, though incomprehensible, sounded profound and elevated, left many parents utterly astonished. The root of all this change stemmed from the newly arrived teacher in the school. Some parents even feared that this scholar had cast some sort of enchantment upon their children, for scholars are often deemed enigmatic. Out of caution, they forbade their children from attending school. Yet, to their utter disbelief, the moment they uttered the prohibition, their children would throw themselves onto the ground, wailing and rolling about, tears and snot streaming down their faces, refusing to rise until permitted to return to school. Li Yi had not anticipated that the children would so rapidly and adeptly emulate the antics of the Monkey King as he cavorted in the heavenly palace. The novel approach left the inexperienced adults utterly at a loss. In a state of helplessness, the crowd reluctantly decided to unite and seek out the second uncle, urging the elderly gentleman to consider appointing another teacher. If this continued, they feared for the fate of their own children. "What are you all in such a fluster about? He is a scholar. Why should you instruct him on how to teach?" The elderly man, with his beard fully white, lay in the sun at the entrance, impatiently waving his hand to the crowd. "Go about your own business, you bunch of simpletons. Do not concern yourselves with this matter any further." Once the crowd departed in resignation, he stretched languidly and a contented smile graced his weathered face. He murmured to himself, "How delightful it is without these pesky little brats bothering me all day." Although there were many internal disagreements within the Lu clan in the village, aside from Lu Rui, the voice they most frequently heeded was that of this elder. As the oldest patriarch of the Lu family, the second uncle commanded absolute authority within the village. Chapter 13. The peculiar scholar at this moment, the well-regarded young scholar, esteemed by the parents of the mischievous children, was busy in the kitchen, donning an apron and humming a cheerful tune at a leisurely pace. Despite utilizing the same rice and flour, the dishes prepared by Li Yi were invariably more delectable than those made by Xiao Huan, a conclusion Lu Rui arrived at through comparison. What initially served merely to satiate hunger had unexpectedly become a source of anticipation. The ordinary porridge and noodles transformed into delightful variations under his care. Sometimes merely seeing or smelling the food would significantly whet one's appetite. When the reason for dining extended beyond mere sustenance, it seemed as if life itself blossomed into something beautiful. After several instances, Lu Rui refrained from ever mentioning the notion of a gentleman distancing himself from the kitchen. She often pondered why a scholar would exhibit such passion for culinary affairs, especially in an era where all else was deemed inferior and only scholarly pursuits held value. It was indeed unfathomable that a scholar would willingly lower himself to engage in the tasks of a cook. Where was his dignity as a man of letters? Lu Rui had encountered numerous scholars, and most had left her with an impression of arrogance and disdain, their noses held high above the common folk. Undoubtedly, her own husband did not conform to the archetype of a traditional scholar, yet he was distinctly different from others. Whether he possessed true talent remained unclear to her. Yet she suspected he was not devoid of merit. The unruly children, whom no one seemed able to manage, were unexpectedly obedient under his guidance. And within a mere few days, remarkable transformations occurred that astonished everyone, far exceeding Lu Rui's expectations. Of course, learning through Xiao Huan about the stories Li Yi shared with the children during lessons left Lu Rui quite surprised. How did he conceive such tales? She had anticipated some form of resistance or a desire to flee from him. Yet she could not have foreseen that he would exhibit not a hint of such inclinations and instead, at an astonishing pace, integrate himself into this environment. Although they saw each other daily, Lu Rui felt as though she had never truly seen through him. What an odd scholar he was indeed. Overall, he was relatively content with his current life. It was a leisure and joy he had never experienced in his previous life, mostly consisting of cooking and teaching the mischievous children tasks devoid of difficulty and exceedingly easy to bear. As for fleeing, why would he? After escaping, what would he eat? Where would he reside? And where could he find such a beautiful wife? He was not foolish, having achieved a lifestyle akin to early retirement. Why would he seek out hardships? He always considered himself an easily satisfied individual, and that was a virtue. Good morning, teacher. Upon entering the classroom, the mischievous children were already seated properly, displaying decorum and an expectant look upon their small faces. Before the previous day's conclusion, Li Yi had left the story at a tantalizing cliffhanger, and the children likely could hardly contain their excitement, as evidenced by the dark circles under their eyes, indicating a night of poor sleep. This observation satisfied a certain mischievous delight within Li Yi. Building rapport with the mischievous children proved remarkably simple. He merely shared stories with them daily while teaching them to write their names or other characters that intrigued them, such as Sun Wukong and the Jade Emperor, achieving surprisingly effective results. By now, each child had mastered at least a dozen characters. With over a decade of experience as a student, Li Yi understood better than anyone that interest was the best teacher. Passive instruction could never compare to active engagement. Although his methods might have raised eyebrows regarding their appropriateness for minors, the results were strikingly positive. At this time, the classroom had welcomed even more mischievous children, including a few girls. According to historical trends, the preference for sons over daughters should persist for centuries, and even in Luyi village, the idea of allowing girls to sit alongside boys in the classroom had never been considered. However, the allure of the monkey's tale was too great. Even the girls could not resist. Perhaps one of the mischievous boys had boasted about the story to peers who had never attended school, leading to small figures timidly standing outside the door or by the window, hesitant to enter when Li Yi began his lessons. Li Yi had not been indoctrinated with the notion of gender bias. Since the girls expressed interest, he welcomed them into the classroom to listen, a practice he had maintained for several days. Yet, this sometimes led to awkward situations. Every mischievous child harbored a dream of heroism, longing to become the all-powerful Sun Wukong. When Lu Xiaohu argued with a girl about who was truly Sun Wukong, lacking the words to counter her, he was struck by inspiration and, without hesitation, pulled down his pants, pointing to his developing anatomy, boldly declaring, "The teacher said that monkey is male and has one. I have one, and you do not. So I'm Sun Wukong." Lu Xiaohu's reasoning was so compelling that it left no room for rebuttal. Even Li Yi found himself speechless. The girl, taken aback, perhaps feeling sorrow for not being able to become Sun Wukong, burst into tears. When the girl's mother came to confront Lu Xiaohu upon hearing the story, Aunt Wu was immediately incensed, her palm striking Lu Xiaohu's backside like a fan. At that moment, Li Yi, merely a wall away, could only shake his head in resignation, mourning for the mischievous child burdened with such a mother, before returning to his own affairs. Speaking of which, Tang Sung and his companions arrived at the Kingdom of Women, inadvertently drinking from the Mother-Sun River, leading to all of them becoming quite rotund. Li Yi had a habit of first narrating stories to the mischievous children before teaching them anything, casually sitting among them as he continued the previous tale. Inside the classroom, the children perked up, listening intently, while outside, Lu Rui, arms crossed, leaned against the window, her face adorned with a look of keen interest. Chapter 14. Caught in the act at the behest of his second uncle, Li Yi had complete authority over all matters concerning the school. This arrangement greatly pleased him. In a sense, the old man was quite enlightened. Thus, whether to hold 2 days of classes followed by a day off or 1 day of classes followed by 2 days off was entirely at his discretion. The purpose of the Luyi village school was merely to prevent the mischievous children from running amok, saving the adults, particularly that old man, from exasperation. Rather than being a teacher, Li was better described as a caretaker, albeit a rather capricious one. Today, he whimsically decided to grant the children another day off. Did he need a reason for doing so? Yet, despite the additional day of rest, Li's mood was not particularly bright. Previously, Li, though not born into affluence, did not experience a life of hardship. Upon arriving in this world, despite his daily culinary innovations, he found himself struggling to create a nourishing meal without sufficient resources. His fare consisted primarily of thin gruel or noodles, which, over time, would wear on anyone's patience. In this regard, he felt that he could hardly compare to the three women around him, who, like Xiao Huan, seemed content with their modest meals, while he, a grown man, found himself overly particular. With a deep sigh, Li reminisced about the days when his mother pampered him at home, where food was served to him without effort, contrasting sharply with his current routine of bustling in the kitchen, where his long-dormant culinary skills were rapidly improving. After being missing for so long, he pondered how heartbroken his mother might be, and thoughts of his close friends darkened his mood. Next door, his second aunt, Wu Shi, was calling her son for dinner. Among the village's mischievous children, Lu Xiao, who was the most spirited, boasting a physique far sturdier than his peers, earning him the title of the village's ringleader. Andy, Xiao, who said not to wait for him at dinner. He is off to rescue a monkey trapped under the mountain, shouted Child, pointing to a distant peak that vaguely resembled a hand. Hearing this, Wu Shi's expression changed dramatically as she hurriedly locked the door and dashed toward the direction indicated by the child. Li stood at the entrance, astonished by the remarkable speed of the women from Luyi Zhai. Even Wu Shi's round figure propelled her forward with surprising agility. "Good day, teacher," exclaimed the child, who noticed Li at the door and promptly stood up to offer a respectful greeting. The children, while always polite in Li's presence, still held a degree of reverence for him. Li waved them off, and they scampered away. Although he was approachable during lessons, he retained the respect typically afforded to a teacher. Raising his gaze to the mountain peak, he recalled how Lu Xiao, who and his companions were secretly plotting to rescue a monkey from Wuji Mountain. Now realizing that with Wu Shi's current fervor, the monkey might remain unrescued, perhaps he should first consider his own well-being. A plump hen waddled past him, prompting Li to long for the fragrant mushroom chicken noodles he had enjoyed not long ago. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned to the direction Wu Shi had departed, deep in contemplation. With both Lu Xiao, who and Wu Shi absent, he made a decision. Tonight, he would indulge in an extra meal. Back at the familiar creek behind the village, Li retrieved a pair of scissors from cloth bag he had prepared earlier, skillfully dispatching the hen, plucking its feathers, and eviscerating it with practiced ease. However, his expression faltered as the scissors clattered to the ground. What a coincidence, he awkwardly greeted, realizing that being caught in the act of stealing a chicken was hardly a matter of pride, especially when the observer was his nominal sister-in-law. Despite Li's thick skin, he felt a flush of embarrassment. Lu Ru cast a sidelong glance at him, but said nothing. With a light step, she gracefully descended from the boulder, her figure quickly vanishing from his sight. Watching her retreat, Li exhaled a sigh of relief, sensing that this typically aloof sister-in-law had no intention of revealing a secret. Upon reflection, she had been part of the spoils last time. It made little sense for her to act against him. With that thought easing his mind, Li meticulously wrapped the prepared chicken and headed toward the village. As he approached his door, he heard Lu Xiao, whose heart-wrenching cries from the neighboring yard. It seemed Wu Shi was genuinely angry this time, intending to teach Lu Xiao a lesson he would never forget, as the child's wails echoed for twice the usual duration. What a pity! Li shook his head and stepped into his own yard. Xiao Huan was sitting at the kitchen door, daydreaming. Ever since Li forbade her from entering the kitchen, she had grown somewhat aimless during mealtimes. Upon hearing footsteps at the door, she looked up and was pleasantly surprised to see her husband entering with a familiar cloth bag. "Husband, have you found another mountain chicken?" she exclaimed. Compared to modern times, the diet in this era remained quite simple, primarily consisting of steaming and boiling. Li found himself yearning for the flavors of stir-fried dishes. However, at this time, vegetable oil was scarce. In the village, it was a luxury reserved for the wealthy. The thought of using lard for cooking was unappealing, as health concerns were not easily addressed in this place. Nonetheless, a simple bowl of chicken noodle soup, with minimal accompaniments, could still be quite satisfying. The only downside that dampened his spirits was Wu Shi, who stood at her door, hands on her hips, unleashing a torrent of curses upon the thief who had stolen her hen. Not only is your culinary skill impressive, but your luck is also remarkable. Every time you go out for a stroll, you manage to find mountain chickens, unlike my second aunt, who can't even keep her own chickens safe. Li Yi noted with keen observation. In recent days, he had sensed a shift in the atmosphere of the village. Lu Ru Yi, who typically preferred solitude, began frequently gathering with certain girls of her age from the village. Meanwhile, Xiao Huan, who rarely ventured far, also started coming and going with increased frequency, leaving Li Yi curious about their activities. Chapter 15. Qiqiao Festival. Although the historical timeline of this world had veered off course long ago, certain significant customs remained strikingly similar to those of ancient China in Li Yi's memory, unchanged through the ages. Within the village, there was a dedicated room for storing books. Though it was a bit misleading to call it collection, most of the books had been looted from when Lu Yizhai was still a genuine bandit stronghold. Countless volumes lay scattered within, and during his idle moments, Li Yi would peruse them, attempting to grasp the nature of this peculiar world. Qiqiao, as the name suggests, is a day when young girls and women beseech the weaving maiden for skillful artistry. According to legend, the weaving maiden was a beautiful and intelligent fairy, gifted with the ability to weave clouds and create the most exquisite satin in the world. As an exemplary figure in the textile industry, she served as a role model and object of admiration for women during the era of male farming and female weaving. Li Yi had always considered the notion of seeking the weaving maiden's blessing for a favorable marriage to be somewhat absurd. After all, she and the cowherd could only meet once a year, while his own marriage teetered on the brink of collapse, leaving no time for such considerations. In summary, if, in the days leading up to the Qixi festival, one noticed any peculiarities in the behaviors of their wives, sisters-in-law, or maids, there was no need for confusion or alarm. It was entirely normal. With these thoughts occupying his mind, Li Yi grew accustomed to their actions. Activities such as threading needles, invoking the spider for skill, testing needlework, and competing in creativity were traditions he had never encountered before, prompting him to marvel at the playful spirit of the women in the village. In many ways, Li Yi found a peculiar fondness for this backward yet conservative era. Observing Xiao Huan carrying 2 clay pots into the kitchen, he followed her inside, perplexed as he inquired, "What are these?" "This is sesame oil, and this is powdered sugar," Xiao Huan replied, placing the pots down and gesturing toward each. "Sesame oil? Powdered sugar?" Li Yi exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he leaned closer to inspect the pots. "Is this sesame oil? And could this possibly be white sugar?" Li Yi was unaware of what xiaoguo was and had no desire to know. He did not catch the words spoken by Xiao Huan. At this moment, his gaze was solely fixated on the 2 ceramic jars. More precisely, it was the contents within them that captivated him. Goodness, after being here for so long, he finally laid eyes on white sugar and cooking oil. In his mind, visions of succulent fried chicken and mouth-watering sweet and sour pork danced before him. Xiao Huan, noticing her master's eyes gleaming with excitement as he stared at the jars containing sesame oil and powdered sugar, seemed to have an epiphany. Her expression suddenly shifted, and she stepped in front of Li Yi, her petite face filled with concern. "Master, the sesame oil and powdered sugar are for making xiaoguo. The village has barely gathered enough. We cannot waste it." "What do you mean by waste? We are engaged in serious business here. If there is no pork tenderloin, let us fry some chicken first." Li playfully ruffled the little maid's hair and reached out toward the jar of sesame oil. "No," Xiao Huan exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she clutched his arm, preventing him from advancing. Li Yi was taken aback. The typically obedient and endearing maid was surprisingly resolute on this matter, creating an awkward atmosphere between them. Breaking the tension, Li Yi spoke, "All right, if Xiao Huan says it's not allowed, then I shall comply. You may release me." "Really?" Xiao Huan blinked her innocent eyes, skepticism evident in her voice. "Indeed," Li Yi nodded earnestly. The promise seemed to resonate with her youthful heart, and upon witnessing his sincere assurance, Xiao Huan reluctantly let go of his arm. Yet, as she did, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and she nervously fidgeted with her clothing, avoiding his gaze. "So now she knows how to feel shy?" Li Yi chuckled softly at the sight of the flustered maid, his mind suddenly racing. "Xiao Huan, how about we strike a deal?" "A deal for what?" She murmured, still focused on her clothing, her voice barely above a whisper. Li Yi had a knack for coaxing naive young girls, and before long, through a blend of persuasion and gentle insistence, Xiao Huan found herself agreeing to his proposal. After all, they had no clear idea of how much was truly needed. In previous years, none had been left over. Xiao Huan had no doubts about Li Yi's culinary skills. She merely provided him with a method for making xiaohua before bustling off to attend to other matters. As she departed, Li Yi could not help but smile at the sight of her charming figure. In addition to being consumed, some young women would thread colorful strings through xiaohua and toss them onto rooftops during the Qixi festival, allowing magpies to carry them and bridge the gap for the romantic meeting of the cowherd and the weaver girl. The process of making xiaohua was not particularly intricate. The primary ingredients were sesame oil, flour, and powdered sugar. Ideally, a touch of honey would enhance the flavor. Xiao Huan had just outlined the steps to Li Yi. First, melt the sugar in a pot to create syrup, then mix it with flour and sesame seeds. The dough would be shaped using molds and then fried until golden in sesame oil. After retrieving an empty ceramic jar from the kitchen, Li Yi folded a portion of the dough inside. Consuming too much sugar was detrimental, as it could lead to cavities. The jar of powdered sugar was already half empty. The flour appeared to be of good quality, and since each xiaohua would shrink slightly, it would save quite a bit, especially since they had run low on provisions. Li Yi set aside about 1/3 of the flour. Once all preparations were complete, Li Yi began kneading the dough. He had mastered this entire routine, and after forming the dough, he glanced at the unattractive xiaohua molds and decided against using them. With the extraordinary advantage of his mental faculties, he significantly reduced the time taken to transform theory into practice. In that moment, Li Yi resembled a seasoned pastry chef, his hands deftly crafting each piece of dough into lifelike forms within mere moments. As his skill flourished, a figurine of a woman in a palace dress gradually took shape in his hands, her gaze lifted toward the heavens, her ethereal gown billowing as if she might ascend to the skies at any moment. The figure was meticulously detailed. If one looked closely, they might discern a resemblance to Lu Rui. It was impossible for Li Yi to conjure an image of the weaver girl from thin air. Such creativity requires a reference point. The familiar faces he often encountered were Xiao Huan and Lu Rui, and of the two, Lu Rui's elegance aligned more closely with the image he sought to create. Master, how is there so little sesame oil left? Xiao Huan, having just entered the kitchen, gazed incredulously at the noticeably depleted pot of oil. Oil does not need to be abundant. It merely needs to suffice, Li Yi replied, finishing the last xiaohua. He patted his hands and playfully left a white print on Xiao Huan's cheek, grinning. All right, the next steps are up to you. Master, she protested, her voice trailing off in discontent. Sometimes her master's playful antics resembled those of a child. He often teased her about flour smudges on her face. As Xiao Huan prepared to wash her face, her eyes fell upon the freshly formed xiaohua, and she halted in surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, Xiao Huan, are the xiaohua ready?" A group of girls, similar in age, entered the kitchen, and soon after, exclamations of awe filled the air. These xiaohua are truly beautiful. I can hardly bear to fry them. Xiao Huan, did you create all of these? When did you learn how? This one is the jade rabbit, this one is Chang'e, and this must be the weaver girl and the coward. These are even more exquisite than what I saw at the market. Those xiaohua lacked any resemblance, and were priced at 5 coins each. The countertop was lined with an array of xiaohua, each uniquely styled, whether as animals or human figures, showcasing fresh designs. The animals were endearingly charming, precisely the kind that young girls adored. What astonished them even further were the remarkably lifelike human figures, adorned in diverse outfits. Each expression and demeanor captured with uncanny detail, a level of craftsmanship previously unseen. Overwhelmed by the compliments, Xiao Huan felt a mixture of pride and embarrassment. Although the xiaohua were not her creation, she remembered her mistress's instruction to keep their master's culinary talents a secret. Despite feeling bashful, she refrained from clarifying the matter. Her master was her master. Praising him was akin to praising Xiao Huan herself, and that thought filled her with sweetness. "Hey, Xiao Huan, is it your master over there?" Just as Xiao Huan was basking in the glow of admiration, a girl suddenly leaned in close, pointing toward the dashing young man in the corner of the yard, engrossed in a book. The other girls quickly gathered around as curiosity about Xiao Huan's prominent master surged within them. This was still an era where the value of scholarship reigned supreme, and scholars were as rare as protected species. One could traverse 10 miles without encountering many. Young women generally favored scholars, a timeless truth in ancient times. Even a poor scholar could attract a multitude of love-struck maidens willing to devote themselves. The present circumstances mattered little. They focused on the potential of a learned man. Should he achieve high honors and official status, a better life would inevitably follow, even if that prospect seemed exceedingly slim. It was enough to entice numerous young women to pursue him. However, the only scholar in Lyoya village, Mr. Chin, who had long surpassed his prime, was not within the realm of the girl's interest. Handsome and well-read, he exudes an air of refinement that starkly contrasts with the brutish men of the village. The captivating tales he shares with the children have long circulated within the circles of young maidens, igniting a flutter of excitement in their hearts at every exhilarating moment. For those who have never encountered a true scholar, Li Yi embodies nearly all of their fantasies. Within Lyoya Zhai, there are numerous women who admire him. However, none dare to covet the husband of the village leader. All they can do is hide in unseen corners, blushing as they steal glances at him. Achoo! Li, seemingly engrossed in a book yet lost in reverie, suddenly sneezed, scratching the back of his head in confusion. Is it already turning cool in July? He murmured. Chapter 17. Simple sketches. The midday sun shone perfectly, warm yet not oppressive, accompanied by a gentle breeze that brought a refreshing sensation, making it ideal to sit on a small stool at the door and doze off. Li Yi settled on the stool, half-closed eyes leaning against the wall, basking in the warm sunlight that enveloped him, a moment of utter contentment. The current body he inhabited had skin so fair that even women would envy it. A complete pretty boy. He resolved to tan a bit, not to the point of becoming bronze, but at least to appear somewhat manly. Unfortunately, the stool beneath him was too hard, making it uncomfortable to sit on. He pondered when he could craft a reclining chair to lie on during midday, basking in the sun, enhancing the quality of his life. Xiao Huan tidied the yard, laying down a clean coarse cloth to sun the books from Li Yi's room. It was customary for scholars to air their books on the 7th day of the 7th month to showcase their literary prowess. The more books one possessed, the more learned one appeared. Li Yi held such traditions in disdain. What was there to boast about merely possessing a few tattered books? His mind housed an entire library, with millions of books spanning all genres, far surpassing this world by hundreds or thousands of years. Why had he ever flaunted this? Opening his eyes, he noticed the lovely figure of Xiao Huan bustling in the yard. He pointed toward the corner of the room, saying, "Xiao Huan, there are still a few books there. Don't forget to bring them out for airing." "Got it, young master." The little maid replied with a smile, revealing her dimples as she dashed back inside. As Xiao Huan hurried past, a waft of fragrance brushed against Li Yi, making him inhale deeply, feeling as if the world had transformed into a more beautiful place. Life seemed to have slowed down dramatically. Reflecting on his previous busy days felt like a lifetime ago. Without nightlife, darkness truly signified the end of the day. Rising early and retiring early. Never had Li Yi imagined he would lead such a healthy and structured life. While he was lost in thought, a rustling sound suddenly broke the tranquility. He opened his eyes and turned his head to see the little maid squatting on the ground, tracing something with a twig. "What are you doing, Xiao Huan?" Li Yi inquired, curiosity piqued. She paused, looking up and replied, "I'm drawing." "Drawing?" Li Yi leaned in closer, vaguely identifying two plump ducks on the ground, furthering his confusion. "Why draw ducks?" "Young master, these are mandarin ducks." Xiao Huan's face flushed crimson at his comment, and she quickly stood up, erasing the marks on the ground, her cheeks reddening to the roots of her hair. If it had been any other girl, she might have vehemently contested the misidentification of her ducks, suppressing a laugh at the revelation that her ducks were actually intended to be mandarin ducks. Li Yi managed to maintain his composure and asked, "So, what is the purpose of drawing mandarin ducks?" With her face still blushing, Xiao Huan fidgeted with the hem of her clothes and softly explained, "It's for the Qitian lantern. We will release the lantern tonight, and everyone will draw on their lanterns to ensure their wishes come true." Li Yi pondered for a moment and waved his hand, saying, "Go fetch your Qitian lantern." Xiao Huan always complied with Li Yi's requests, nodding as she entered the house. Shortly after, she returned, holding an object in her hands. "Is this the Qitian lantern?" Li Yi examined the bamboo frame covered with a layer of white paper, resembling a Kongming lantern. However, Xiao Huan's version was far cruder than those of later generations. Go grind some ink, he instructed, taking the lantern from her. Reflecting on her earlier sketches, Li Yi understood her artistic abilities. Drawing 2 ducks on a lantern would surely invite ridicule, so he decided to assist her instead. As a scholar, creating poetry and art was undoubtedly within his capabilities, although certain sentiments were perhaps inappropriate for a servant to express. His actions aligned perfectly with Xiao Huan's unspoken wishes. Meanwhile, Li Yi's thoughts drifted to a section of the library in his mind, specifically to the drawing area. Chinese painting, oil painting, sketching, watercolor, three-dimensional art. Simple sketches. There were several rows of bookshelves filled with thousands of volumes that left Li Yi awestruck. After a thorough selection process, he focused his attention on the shelf dedicated to simple sketches. With minimal drawing experience and lacking the materials for more complex mediums like oil painting, traditional Chinese painting's emphasis on artistic conception wasn't something he could grasp in a short time. Simple sketches, however, were the most fitting choice. Inside the room, Xiao Huan stood at the table grinding ink, while Li Yi secured the lantern on the table. An image had already formed in his mind. He employed a fine brush, suitable for simple sketches. As Xiao Huan ground the ink, she rose on her toes, watching as delicate lines took shape beneath Li Yi's brush. In no time, a woman clad in palace attire emerged, ribbons flowing behind her, as if she were floating among the clouds. Soon, a man in coarse clothing appeared opposite her. With a few strokes, Li Yi depicted an endless river of stars, separating the two figures. Countless birds flew in from the distance, gathering at their feet to form an arched bridge, connecting the two together, an illustration of the Qixi festival meeting. Xiao Huan's grinding motion came to a halt, her crystalline eyes wide with astonishment. She could hardly fathom that without any colors, Li Yi had crafted such a vivid scene of the cowherd and weaver girls' rendezvous using merely simple lines. It was her first encounter with simple sketches, and the impact on her young heart was profound. Originally, she intended to draw merely 2 mandarin ducks, yet what Li Yi produced had indeed left her utterly astonished. Chapter 18. The startling revelation: the crux of simple sketches lies in composition, a matter Li Yi need not fret over. He merely had to transpose the images from his mind. The few simple sketch tutorials he had absorbed earlier provided ample resources. As an adept copier, Li Yi effortlessly brought his vision to life, and in no time, a complete simple sketch was born. Xiao Huan held her Qi-Tian lantern, gazing at it in disbelief, reluctant to tear her eyes away. When she looked up at Li Yi again, her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. "All right, you may return to your tasks." Li Yi waved her off, then lazily stepped outside, resuming his seat on the small stool, leaning against the wall, relishing the sunlit afternoon. Having absorbed such a plethora of information at once, my mind feels somewhat overwhelmed and in need of time to digest it all. With a beaming smile, Xiao Huan cradled the Kongming lantern crafted for her by Li Yi as she stepped outside, only to hear a familiar voice calling her from a distance. Turning her gaze, she spotted a modest platform being constructed in a nearby open space, where several young men were busily engaged in their labor. This was none other than the Qiqiao Tower, erected annually in the village during the Qixi festival. In previous years, the village's men would assist in its construction, and the voice that had called her belonged to a familiar sister. Although Xiao Huan held the status of servant, she had grown up in the Lu household, being slightly younger than Lu Rui, and the two often regarded her as an equal rather than a subordinate. Within the village, some still remembered the kindness of a late village chief and maintained close ties with the direct descendants, making Xiao Huan more closely associated with the daughters of these families. "Is your sky lantern finished? Do you need your sister's help?" approached a girl with an oval face, appearing a couple of years older than Xiao Huan. Had this been in the past, Xiao Huan would have eagerly accepted the offer. However, given that her lantern had already been adorned with exquisite designs by her fiancé, she felt no need for assistance. Just as she was about to respond, a mocking voice suddenly interrupted from his side. "Oh, isn't this Xiao Huan? What is the matter? Are you too ashamed to show your poorly painted lantern?" A woman of average beauty, with a sharp nose and thin lips, appeared in their line of sight, accompanied by several other girls who wore similar expressions of derision. Upon seeing this group, Xiao Huan's countenance shifted, while the oval-faced girl knitted her brows slightly. "Xiao Huan, let us go." Before Xiao Huan could utter a word, the girl stepped forward and grasped her hand, attempting to lead her away. What's the matter? Is it too ugly for you to present? The woman sneered. The rivalry between her group and the direct descendants had always been tense. While the conflicts among women were seldom fierce, such petty altercations were not uncommon. Xiao Huan was acutely aware of her painting skills, and the thought of being mocked by them was unbearable. Is there even a need to say? It's certainly because she is too embarrassed to reveal her work. With her talent, I could paint something better with my foot. It doesn't matter if it's ugly. Let us see it. Perhaps we can offer some guidance. How stingy. The girls around the woman cast disdainful glances at Xiao Huan, echoing her taunts. What do you want to see? Just then, a languid voice drifted from behind them. Second Mississippi Rui. Both Xiao Huan and the oval-faced girl brightened at the sight and hurried towards Lu Rui. Have they been bullying you again? Lu Rui inquired, her gaze dismissing the group of girls before her. At her glance, several among them turned pale, clearly harboring a sense of trepidation towards Lu Rui. They want to see my sky lantern. With Lu Rui as support, Xiao Huan felt emboldened. In fact, she had intended to showcase the beautiful design crafted by her fiancé to intimidate them. As she unfurled the bamboo strips, the simple lines formed a surprisingly intricate image, representing a novel artistic style that had yet to manifest in this world, captivating everyone before her. Although this was unlike any traditional artwork they had previously encountered, none could articulate what was lacking in this seemingly simple composition. In fact, upon their first encounter with such an image, they were left in sheer awe. Besides Xiao Huan, the oval-faced girl wore an expression of disbelief, while even Lu Rui could not conceal a hint of admiration upon witnessing the minimalist depiction of the meeting on the Magpie Bridge. Xiao Huan, holding her sky lantern with a sense of pride, relished their reactions. Let them mock me. It seems I have indeed frightened them. The sun shone particularly brightly today, with Li Yi reclining like a languorous cat, half-closed eyes basking in the warmth. Suddenly, the sun's rays were obscured, and Li Yi felt a shadow loom over him. He blinked awake, startled to see a figure towering above him, nearly causing him to topple from his small stool. Even now, he instinctively felt a twinge of fear towards the witch-like sister-in-law who had once dragged him up the mountain. What is it? Lu Rui, observing his languid demeanor, found it hard to reconcile this image with that of an erudite scholar. At times, she pondered how she had come to bind him in the first place. Apart from resembling a scholar in appearance, he seemed to squander his time idly, either watching the chickens at his second aunt's home or bustling about in the kitchen, hardly befitting the image of an intellectual. However, recalling her need for assistance, Lu Rui suppressed these thoughts. She handed him a sky lantern and said, "Please paint a design on this, identical to Xiao Huan's." Li Yi paused, quickly grasping that Xiao Huan must have taken her lantern to show off. Casting a glance at Lu Rui, he replied nonchalantly, "A fair trade, one drawing for 10 coins. He had not yet settled the score for being dragged up the mountain, and this opportunity was too fortuitous to let slip. If he simply agreed to paint for free, where would his dignity as a man lie? What did you just say? Lu Rui's eyes narrowed, her hand instinctively brushing the hilt of her sword in response. Noticing her movement, Li Yi's eyelids twitched, and he quickly stood up, taking the sky lantern from her hands with a serious expression. I was merely jesting. We're family after all. Discussing money can be so disheartening. By the way, besides what I just mentioned, do you have any other requests? Chapter 19. The first earnings. Do you now comprehend your mistake? Li Yi feigned anger as he looked at Xiao Huan, who stood with her head bowed. Initially, he had only whimsically painted a picture for the little maid. But after she flaunted it, Lu Rui insisted he replicate it, and yet she expected no payment. Even brothers keep accounts clear. Why should it be different with a sister-in-law? What if all the village girls come seeking my artistry? Although it wouldn't take much time, the thought of working for free unsettled him. The little maid gazed at her toes, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment, her face flushed and silent, an action she only displayed when she had erred. After a moment, a soft voice finally emerged. I understand my mistake, my lord. Li Yi raised an eyebrow. Very well. Tell me, what exactly was your fault? The little maid pondered for a moment before timidly replying, I should not have taken my lord's painting to show off. Though apologizing, she felt no anxiety. After spending ample time together, she knew her lord was not one to easily anger and treated her kindly, perhaps even better than he did Lu Rui and Lu Er. The only time she had felt fear was when she accidentally cut herself while helping him chop vegetables, and upon attempting to cover the wound with dirt, he had scolded her. Yet, she recalled that he had immediately taken care of her injury, fetching medicine from Lu Rui and boiling a piece of cloth to bandage her. Each time she reflected on these moments, warmth filled her heart. Although she did not understand why her son-in-law chose to act in such a manner, she was aware that it was ultimately for her benefit. Her son-in-law was a scholar, knowledgeable and wise, and thus his decisions could not be wrong. He was not genuinely angry. Upon seeing the little maid standing there, head bowed in acknowledgement of her mistake, he waved his hand and said, "Go on. Just be more careful in the future." Lu Rui was often preoccupied with her own affairs, and he could only catch a glimpse of her during meal times. As for Lu Rui, Li believed it would be better not to encounter her at all. In this small courtyard, it was usually just Li and Xiao Huan, and he was even more familiar with this little maid than with his nominal wife, naturally refraining from reprimanding her over such a trivial matter. "Understood," the little maid replied softly, and as she exited, Lu Rui happened to enter, carrying a bundle of items in her arms. Li observed her as she approached and, with a swift motion, placed her load on the table before him with a thud. "Draw the same pictures on these prayer lanterns." As he gazed at the thick stack of lanterns, Li's expression darkened. Did she truly think he was a free laborer? With another sharp sound, Lu Rui tossed a bag onto the table and coolly stated, 10 coins for each painting, not a penny less. Li was momentarily taken aback, but his frown gradually relaxed. Deal. After spending so much time in Luyijai, he had finally encountered someone who adhered to principles. It would have been better had he found her sooner. Lu Rui, disapproving of his mercantile demeanor, snorted coldly before turning to leave. What a brazen demand. 30 coins for a mere painting? They might as well rob someone instead. Regardless, what did it matter? Hadn't he already paid? Who was he to criticize? They were quicker to pay than he was. Underneath the nearly completed Qiqiao Tower, several women from the Lu clan awaited, their expressions rather grim, as if someone had stolen their 30 coins. Even in such trivial matters, they did not wish to be outdone by others. Xiao Huan and Lu Rui's prayer lanterns depicted the theme of the Magpie Bridge meeting, clearly more beautiful and fitting for Qixi than their own. Consequently, even before the wishing began, they felt at a disadvantage. If Xinu preferred Lu Rui's painting, would that not negate their chances entirely? Women could be quite superstitious, especially since these ladies had not been educated in atheism like Li Yi. What was there to believe in, if not superstition? In fact, Li Yi himself began to question the validity of atheism. If phenomena like time travel could occur, who was to say whether spirits existed in this world? Setting aside superstition, the inclination to compare oneself to others was universal. Since others had obtained it, even if they could not surpass them, they at least wanted to keep pace. Although they typically found Lu Rui and her close kin displeasing, it was not a deep-seated enmity, and they could set aside their pride to seek assistance from her. Unexpectedly, while Lu Rui agreed to help, she demanded 30 coins for each painting, refusing to negotiate. They noticed Lu Rui had not charged her close kin, which made them feel somewhat unjust, but 30 coins was not a large sum, and given that they were asking for her assistance, they ultimately paid without hesitation. Seeing Lu Rui approach from afar, the women hurried over to inquire. "At this time tomorrow, wait here, and I will deliver the paintings." With the desired confirmation from Lu Rui, they left feeling satisfied. Setting aside their grievances with Lu Rui, they actually admired the paintings and found spending 30 coins for them quite acceptable. After the group departed, Lu Rui retrieved her purse from her sleeve, weighing it in her hand, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Reflecting on Li Yi's mercantile demeanor, she found it less objectionable than before. Meanwhile, Li Yi had just finished counting the copper coins in his pouch. Regardless of the amount, this was his first taste of success in this world, and while modest, it was a promising omen. He set down the coin pouch and called out toward the door, "Xiao Huan, come in and grind the ink." The little maid outside responded promptly, and soon a lively figure rushed in. Chapter 20. Qixi lyrics. The women of the village had been preparing for many days, and finally, Qixi had arrived. Stepping outside, Li Yi immediately spotted the elevated platform known as Qiqiao Tower, which had been constructed not far ahead. Colorful ribbons adorned its corners, creating a festive atmosphere. The platform displayed an array of freshly made delicacies, such as fried xiaohua and various seasonal dishes. Li Yi had seen Xiao Huan retrieve needles, thread, and writing tools from home, suggesting that they would be used for the evening's festivities. They indeed took Qixi very seriously. The snacks laid out on the platform were likely more lavish than what they would enjoy during the new year. It is worth noting that the average living standards in Luyijai had not yet reached a comfortable level, outside of the Liu clan, most families merely scraped by without starving. Due to Qi Shi, Li Yi found an excuse to give the mischievous children a few days off. The children, tempted by the delicious xiaogua and other snacks, wandered near the Qi Qiao Tower, dreaming of sneaking a bite. However, as they approached, they were shooed away by their sisters or the young women setting up the tower. From a distance, Li Yi noticed Lu Xiaohu, brandishing a stick and exuding an air of confidence, drawing envious gazes from the surrounding children. The Liu clan had a strong martial tradition. Both men and women possessed some degree of combat skill. Not to mention Lu Rui and her sisters. Li Yi had witnessed his wife smash a solid wooden table and his sister-in-law cleave a tree trunk as thick as her arm with a sword. Consequently, he had learned to speak softly at home. Of course, he had only caught glimpses of these feats and had not had the opportunity to witness them in action. Nevertheless, Li Yi estimated that he would not stand a chance against any of them. As he deepened his understanding of this world, he began to realize that martial arts and the concept of the Jianghu truly existed here. While he was unsure if there were legendary figures capable of single-handedly taking on hundreds or thousands, the individual strength of martial artists far exceeded his expectations. In summary, this world was perilous, and caution was necessary when venturing outside. Li Yi felt it was wiser to remain within the confines of the village. Lu Xiaohu, the leader of the village children, had been practicing martial arts since childhood and was quite sturdy. Li Yi observed with interest from his side. "Good day, sir." Suddenly, one of the children spotted Li Yi behind him. After a moment of surprise, he immediately bowed respectfully and greeted him. Lu Xiaohu also dropped his stick, his face slightly flushed from exertion, breathing heavily but wearing a respectful expression. Among the children, he was the most enthusiastic listener of Li Yi's tales of journey to the west. Though he was typically mischievous, he transformed into a well-behaved child in Li Yi's presence. As for who was the most popular figure among the village children, none could rival Li Yi. Where else could they find a teacher who did not burden them with tedious memorization, who regaled them with stories and frequently granted them time off? The children believed that their current teacher was far superior to the previous old man. Li Yi nodded at the children and waved his hand, saying, "Go play." As the children scattered in a rush, eager to explore, a cold snort echoed in his ear. What's so special about him? He is just a mere enforcer of the village. The contemptuous gaze directed at him felt reminiscent of a dog spotting a bone, leaving Li Yi quite displeased. "Ah, Wu-Wing, you shouldn't say that. After all, he is a learned young man," a voice interjected beside him. The so-called scholars. Were they not merely a group of brutish men with simple minds? Beside the young man stood several others, who, after a few jeers, erupted into hearty laughter. Since ancient times, the literati and the martial have been at odds. Those who are learned view the warriors as mere brutes, strong in body, yet simple in intellect, relying solely on brute strength. Conversely, the martial practitioners disdain the scholars, believing them to be mere talkers without any genuine ability. Even if they can recite poetry or paint a few pictures, they're still considered to possess negligible combat prowess. Moreover, the direct lineage has historically held a certain disdain for the legitimate heirs, and at present, Li Yi bore a conspicuous label of direct descent. "What are you doing here?" A melodious voice rang out from nearby as several young women descended from the pavilion. Upon seeing Li Yi, their faces instantly brightened with smiles. The leading lady approached, performed a graceful bow, and said, "Brother-in-law has arrived just in time. There is indeed a matter requiring your assistance." The young woman before him was named Lu Yu, daughter of a former chieftain's trusted subordinate, and of similar age to Lu Rui. They often referred to each other as sisters, and after growing familiar, she began addressing Li Yi as brother-in-law. Although Li Yi had encountered this young woman before, he had never known her name or greeted her. Later, for reasons unknown, her demeanor became markedly more cordial during their subsequent meetings. Not only she, but even the other young ladies beside her greeted him with smiles. Curious, Li Yi inquired with Xiao Huan, who revealed that they were fond of the paintings he had created on the Tiandeng sky lanterns. The reason being, while he sold those paintings to the direct lineage for 30 coins each, he had given them to the young women free of charge, earning their goodwill. When Xiao Huan shared this, Li Yi was left bewildered, unable to comprehend her words. He only registered that Lu Rui paid him 10 coins for each painting, which he sold for 30 coins. At that moment, he felt rather foolish. The young men, Witnessing the young ladies treating them as if they were invisible while warmly welcoming Li Yi felt quite disgruntled. The young man named Wu Ying let out a cold snort and remarked, "What can a scholar do? If Miss Liu has any requests, feel free to command us." Though they belonged to opposing factions, Wu treated the fairer sex with a warmth absent in his treatment of Li Yi, eagerly boasting about his capabilities. Upon hearing this, Wu's face stiffened, shifting from pale to flushed, a sight to behold. Compose a poem? He can barely recognize big characters. How could he possibly understand poetry? Had he known Lu Yu sought someone to craft a qixi poem, he would not have pretended to be knowledgeable. Chapter 21. Xiao Xiao Xian. One must remain modest. Do not pursue women who are not your kin, nor pretend to be someone you are not. Observing Wu's face alternating between colors, nearly succumbing to embarrassment, Li Yi felt a surge of satisfaction. Unable to even compose a single qixi poem, yet daring to act superior? While Li Yi himself couldn't create one, he could certainly copy. Having spent considerable time here, he had nearly exhausted the village's collection of books. Though the Lu Yizhai inhabitants lacked formal education, their plundered books were diverse enough to provide him with a comprehensive understanding of this world. Poetry certainly existed in this realm, although it was nowhere near as flourishing as in his former world. The great literary figures of the past, such as Li Bai, Du Fu, Su Shi, and Lu Yong, were absent here, allowing Li Yi to confidently assume the role of a plagiarist without fear of exposure. A qixi poem? While he might not recall many, one particular timeless masterpiece remained vividly etched in his memory. Moreover, with so many books in his mind yet to be utilized, he could easily extract a multitude of Song dynasty poems. It was likely that even a single qixi poem could astound. I humbly admit my lack of talent, and shall refrain from embarrassing myself. Wu's expression remained rigid, casting a glance at Li Yi before stating, "As for composing poems and verses, it seems the new son-in-law is quite adept." Li Yi cast a disinterested glance at Wu Ying, having no desire to engage with him. Lacking talent? To describe oneself in such a manner is truly shameless. If this fellow knew how to write his own name, Li Yi would consider him well-versed. Such a blatant pretense of intelligence from someone who was clearly illiterate was utterly distasteful. By chance, he had a fitting qixi poem in mind. "Do you have any writing materials?" Li Yi smiled at Lu Yu, gradually adapting to this refined manner of speech. With a scholarly tone, complimented by his handsome appearance, he indeed resembled a true scholar. This courteous demeanor was a stark contrast to the brutish men who knew only to brawl. The young women of the village, accustomed to more coarse company, found a refreshing charm in his presence. Several young ladies regarded him, contemplating how the disparity between individuals could be so vast when they were all birthed by the same parents. "There are writing materials on the upper floor," Lu Yu replied with a smile. Wu Ying and the others, unfortunately, played the role of mere background characters. Witnessing that detestable fellow ascend to the pavilion amidst the throng of young women, completely disregarding them and diminishing their presence to a mere shadow. "I am eager to see what he can produce." Wu Ying's countenance darkened as he strode forward. "Brother-in-law." Xiao Huan was arranging items on the pavilion when she noticed Li Yi's arrival and hurried over. Lu Yu surveyed the pavilion and frowned, saying, "We have ink and brush, but it seems we have run out of paper." The village seldom utilized paper, and the stock had largely been consumed for the crafting of tiandeng. It was only upon Lu Yu's arrival that she realized this. "Brother-in-law, write on this." Xiao Huan, aware that Lu Yu had just sought assistance for a qixi poem, had brought along her own tiandeng as she approached. "That clever girl," Lu Yu remarked with a smile as she witnessed Xiao Huan eagerly present her tiandeng. Having had her intentions discerned, Xiao Huan blushed slightly, obediently accepting the ink and brush, while Li Yi prepared to write. The tiandeng bore Li Yi's painted depiction of the Magpie Bridge meeting. He turned it to the blank side, contemplated for a moment, and finally set pen to paper. "Xiao Xian." Upon seeing Li Yi inscribe these three characters, Xiao Huan's expression shifted. The other young ladies, standing a little farther away, exchanged incredulous glances, their lips moving silently, ultimately refraining from uttering a word. This was not due to Li Yi's literary prowess or his ability to produce breathtaking lines. Rather, it was because the distinctiveness of his calligraphy had captivated them. Although they knew few characters, they could discern the beauty of well-written words from poorly executed ones. As Li Yi wrote steadily, the young women found their minds occupied with other thoughts. with such striking looks and the ability to create such artwork? How could his writing be? There's an ancient saying that gold cannot be entirely pure, and no person is without flaws. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive us. At that moment, the one with the most complex feelings was undoubtedly Xiao Huan. Originally harboring hopes that her brother-in-law would compose poetry on her Tian Ding, she could only watch in despair as he penned a few crooked characters. Having completed the final line, Li Yi set down his brush and reviewed his work, ensuring there were no mistakes before nodding in satisfaction. Although writing on the stretched Tian Ding was somewhat uncomfortable, it posed no significant issue. After all, he had never mastered calligraphy, compared to ordinary scholars. His characters may have been slightly unrefined, but they were still legible. His mind brimmed with numerous calligraphy books, yet mastering the art would take time. It was impossible to leap from novice to mastery instantaneously, as his identity, body, and even the world around him transformed into something unrecognizable. The familiar strokes of handwriting always provided a sense of belonging for his soul. Thus, what appeared unattractive to others was, in the eyes of Ly, remarkably pleasing. Turning to glance, he noticed the little maid's expression had fallen, and the other young ladies regarded him with peculiar gazes, prompting him to inquire curiously, "What is the matter?" At that moment, a delicate young girl, who had been standing behind Ly, stepped forward, ignoring Ly's dog-like handwriting. She looked at the words on the QTND-ing with eyes that sparkled, and she couldn't help but recite aloud, "Xian Yun Nong Xiao, Fei Xing Chuan Hen, In Han Tiao Tiao," and pausing for a moment, she continued, "JNF ing Ly Xing Fing, BNSH NGQ RNG with feelings as fluid as water, and a meeting as dreamlike as a fantasy. She lamented the return journey of the Magpie Bridge. When she reached the lines, Li ing Q ing Ru SH GCH ing SH. A glimmer of astonishment appeared in her eyes, which soon turned dreamy. After a long silence, she finally articulated the next line, YUQZ ISHOMM. The girl, surnamed QN, was the granddaughter of Mr. QN, who had previously taught at the academy. Educated by him since childhood, she possessed considerable literary talent. As she began to recite the verses, the atmosphere fell silent. Although the other girls may not have understood poetry or even recognized characters, the ability to compose verses was, in their eyes, quite impressive. Moreover, while they may not comprehend, QN certainly did. The expression on her face suggested that Ly's she poem was indeed remarkable. Behind them, W, who had intended to wait for Ly to finish before offering disparaging remarks, struggled to find words. Observing QN's rapt expression and the reactions of the others, he could not help but snort disdainfully before turning and descending the Chi-O-L-U. Chapter 22. The Q-Shi poetry gathering the burning pine resin heated the air as the QTND-ing gently ascended, its flames gradually receding into the vast starry night. The young girl clasped her hands together, her lovely face radiating sincerity as she harbored beautiful wishes. Watching the lantern drift further away, Ly leaned against a large tree beneath the Chi-O-L-U, his gaze and thoughts soaring with the lantern into the distance. At that moment, he felt utterly out of place amidst the celebratory atmosphere. The loneliness of living in a foreign land had never been clearer. The more vibrant the surroundings became, the more a certain emotion, long hidden within him, surfaced until he could no longer contain it. His mother's incessant nagging often annoyed him, and the antics of his eccentric friends made him lament his choice of companions. He frequently cursed the heartless boss who made him work overtime without extra pay and occasionally sighed over the chaos of his life. Yet, these were precisely the moments he now yearned for. Ly, typically not one to indulge in sentimentality, found himself weeping uncontrollably. On the Chi-O-L-U, a woman with arms crossed, holding a long sword, stood there, gazing at the figure not far away, revealing an unfamiliar side of herself, with a hint of surprise and astonishment gracing her lovely face. It was only then that she realized that the disheveled scholar she thought she had seen through was now shrouded in a veil of mystery. "Young master." A charming figure rushed over from afar, the little maid's face beaming with joy, her eyes crescent-shaped as she lifted her hem and proudly declared to Ly, "Young master, I stole some chia-gu from over there." Suddenly, as if she had discovered something, her voice turned frantic. "Young master, Why are you crying? Ly flicked his sleeve, discreetly wiping away his tears, and replied with a smile, It's nothing, just some sand got in my eyes. Then take these chiagu, and I'll help you blow them. The girl said cautiously, blowing gently. Amongst her delicate breaths, the first QT and D-ing to rise into the sky began to waver and slowly drift downwards. As the resin neared its end, in the night, the starlight cast a colossal shadow, revealing a grand city amidst the flickering lights. Towering walls separated the inner and outer worlds. Outside, a desolate stillness prevailed, while the atmosphere within was almost boiling. The sounds of vendors and calls mixed with the deafening clang of drums and firecrackers. For those living in this city, the nightlife had only just begun. On the main thoroughfare, before darkness fell, carriages and horses had already begun to stream by. Beyond the lofty walls of some affluent families, glimpses of colorful buildings could be seen, and along the bustling marketplace, various items were displayed at the doors, showcasing extravagant competitions. The shimmering waters reflected the flickering lights, with numerous painted boats gliding along, where songs and laughter lingered above the river, rising and falling like the ebb and flow of the tide. At that moment, aboard a slowly gliding two-story painted boat, a small poetry gathering had reached its climax. Brother S., your talent is remarkable. I, your foolish younger brother, cannot compare. I have merely gained a little. I dare not claim the top spot, and I still need everyone's critiques. Brother S is too modest. In terms of Q-shi poetry, no one present can surpass you. It seemed a young scholar had composed an excellent poem, garnering admiration from those around him. After a few humble remarks, a proud expression was unavoidable on the face of the S surname youth. Although tonight was merely a small poetry gathering, attended by a few lesser-known poetry societies, and even if his work were to win first place, it would only circulate within a limited circle. By the following day, it would likely be submerged in a vast ocean of literary works. However, at this moment, the praise from those around him was immensely gratifying, and if a singer were to later perform his work, his vanity would be greatly satisfied. Claiming victory before the gathering has concluded, is that not a bit premature? Amidst the chorus of accolades, a sudden cold snort pierced through, jarring to the ears. The crowd turned, faces frowning in anger, as several figures approached. Is the BIL Poetry Society. Upon seeing their demeanor, the crowd's brows furrowed slightly, clearly not favoring the newcomers. This was not surprising historically. Literary figures held disdain for one another, belonging to different poetry societies and often looking down upon each other, especially in a competitive context like this, particularly after the latter had made a disrespectful remark. Oh, I wonder what Brother Effing has to advise. The young man of the S surname raised an eyebrow and inquired. Advice is too grand a term. I just happened to compose a Q-shi poem as well. Would you care to critique it, esteemed friends of the D-ing-L Poetry Society? The foremost young man, clad in a blue long robe, replied nonchalantly. I'm all ears. F-ing took no offense. There were brushes and ink readily available on the table, and without hesitation, he picked up a brush. Pondering for a moment before inscribing on the blank paper, all eyes naturally fell upon the table, and, as F-ing wrote halfway, the expressions of S's group shifted, their faces growing somewhat unnatural. The tone is poignant, borrowing from the cowherd and weaver girl, reflecting the joys and sorrows of human life. A splendid piece. I fear SWNTN may still fall short of F-ing ZHU. Those who could attend such a gathering possessed some literary background. And at this moment, upon comparing the verses written by F-ing with the earlier work of SWNTN, it was evident that the former excelled in both diction and thematic depth. Such is the nature of poetry gatherings. Even the rarest of fine verses can be overshadowed, and it is not uncommon for an unknown poet to gain fame and fortune through a single exquisite piece. This is the allure of poetry. Defeated by a poem from his rival, the young man with the surname Su departed from the Dongli poetry gathering in a dejected manner, while the victorious Bailu poetry gathering reveled in the accolades of the crowd. At this moment, no one noticed that a recently finished songstress had exited the boat hall and ascended to the deck. The songstress gazed upward, a faint smile gracing her face, and climbed the staircase to the top level, reaching the intricately carved railing beside a lady leaning against it, and remarked with a smile, "What brings you here alone? A few moments ago, there were several impressive verses presented. Shall we venture down to see?" The lady turned her head slightly, revealing an exquisite visage, and replied with a smile, "There is no need to look." Though the words differ, they mostly dwell on fleeting joys and sorrows, lamenting in a mournful manner, devoid of any novelty. My ears are nearly calloused from hearing them. The songstress let out a rueful laugh. I wonder how those talented gentlemen downstairs would feel if they knew that Miss One described their works in such a manner. As the beautiful lady was about to respond, her gaze suddenly lifted towards the sky. The songstress sensed something amiss and looked up to see a faint flicker of light. Suddenly, a white shadow fell from the heavens, landing at their feet. Chapter 23. Poems from the sky. A foreign object had unexpectedly descended from the sky, startling the beautiful lady initially. As she discerned what lay at her feet, a flicker of realization crossed her charming face. She bent down to pick up the object and spoke. "This must be a celestial lantern that has burned out, having fallen from the heavens. Let us see what is inscribed upon it." After a brief moment of contemplation, the songstress cast a glance at the celestial lantern in the lady's hand, her face illuminating with interest as she remarked, "Young maidens in Jingwa often release celestial lanterns on the Qixi festival, inscribing their wishes upon them, typically longing for a favorable partner or seeking blessings for harmonious love. Curiosity is inherent in all, especially among women, and even secrets of an unfamiliar lady pique their interest. This is likely not the work of a gentleman." The beautiful lady mused hesitantly. "We are but young maidens, after all, not gentlemen," the songstress replied with a light laugh, taking the lantern from the lady's grasp. As she looked closer, she first noticed a drawing. At first glance, the songstress was uncertain if it could be classified as a painting. It was merely simple lines without any color, unlike any art form she was familiar with. Yet these unembellished lines vividly depicted the enchanting scene of the Magpie Bridge meeting. Having never encountered such an unusual piece of art, the songstress found herself momentarily captivated. As the beautiful lady leaned in closer, her face also reflected astonishment. She murmured, "What a splendid depiction of the Magpie Bridge meeting. I have never seen such a painting style. Though somewhat simplistic, it possesses a certain charm." The songstress's gaze lingered on the artwork for a moment before she remarked, "There are words here as well." With a hint of regret, she continued, "What a pity for this artwork." Just as she was about to cast the lantern aside, the beautiful lady suddenly shifted her expression and said, "Wait." She reached for the celestial lantern and scrutinized the inscription above, "Xiao Xiao Xian." As the beautiful lady pronounced these three characters, the songstress's expression shifted, exclaiming, "Is it a Qixi poem?" As a songstress, she frequently sang renowned poetry, and being invited to the Qixi poetry gathering, she would certainly perform any exquisite verses that emerged. She was thoroughly familiar with these poetic titles. The beautiful lady nodded, ignoring the uneven handwriting, and continued to read aloud. "Delicate clouds weave tricks, shooting stars convey longing. The silver river flows secretly." The songstress nodded, her face brightening with admiration. "What a new poem. The craftsmanship of the words is exquisite, certainly. The first line could not be crafted by those talented gentlemen downstairs. However, while the wording is brilliant, the intent lacks depth. The shooting stars conveying longing ultimately cannot escape the sorrowful tone typical of Qixi poetry. For these songstresses, perhaps they could not compose a magnificent poem, but years of reciting poetry made them connoisseurs of evaluating poetic quality. Her assessment of the first line was fair, yet at that moment, the songstress did not notice that the beautiful lady's expression gradually brightened as her gaze swept downwards. "Delicate clouds weave tricks, shooting stars convey longing. The silver river flows secretly. When the golden wind and jade do meet, it surpasses countless encounters in the mortal realm." After reciting the first stanza, before the songstress could speak, the beautiful lady could not help but critique. The sudden turn of peaks transforms sorrow into affection. What a line. When the golden wind and jade do meet, it surpasses countless encounters in the mortal realm. Just this one line surpasses thousands of others. In truth, at this juncture, the intent and outline of the poem had already emerged. This poem distinctly diverged from the traditional sorrowful tone of Qixi poetry, presenting a fresh perspective, embodying both elegance and profound resonance. For ages, Qixi poetry had been a favored theme among literati, with countless verses penned throughout history. Yet, despite the diverse wording, they mostly adhered to the conventional theme of fleeting joy and sorrow, characterized by a mournful tone. In contrast, this poem represented a remarkable shift, devoid of resentment or sorrow, elevating itself to a higher realm of intention. What about the second stanza? Please read it aloud. The songstress, fully captivated by the poem, urged eagerly. Without needing to be prompted, the beautiful lady's gaze had already shifted to the second stanza. This time, the songstress waited a long while without hearing any sound. When she turned to look, she discovered that the beautiful lady's expression had undergone a significant transformation, revealing a serious demeanor as she softly murmured a few phrases. Her countenance transitioning from formality to solemnity. Gentle affection flows like water. The cherished moment is but a dream. How can one bear to gaze back at the path of the Magpie Bridge? The songstress leaned forward, unable to recognize the lines, and softly recited, "If love is enduring, does it matter whether day or night?" As she reached the final line, her voice gradually diminished until it finally fell silent. On the boat, the two women gazed at the verses inscribed on the celestial lantern, momentarily entranced. However, when the phrase, "If love is enduring, does it matter whether day or night?" emerged, it caused the lady to waver in her concept of love. True love must withstand the test of prolonged separation, as long as both parties genuinely love one another. Even if they are worlds apart, it is far more precious than the mundane pleasures of day-to-day companionship. This represented a disparity of realms far surpassing all the Chishi poetry they had encountered. The beautiful lady's lips parted slightly, and she involuntarily sang this Qiao, Qiao Xian. It was a poetic form she was exceedingly familiar with, her voice light and ethereal, as if emanating from the heavens, drifting far across the river surface. A short distance behind them, two scholarly young men in blue garments stood at the staircase, their faces registering utter astonishment upon hearing the lady sung verses. Who would have thought that Miss Qing possesses such remarkable talent? One murmured softly, "What a splendid Qiao, Qiao Xian, both in wording and intent. We are truly unworthy." The other's face flushed with embarrassment as he tore apart a paper boat, inscribed with his own poetry. He was initially regarded as the foremost talent at the evening's Chishi poetry gathering, having intended to present his work for critique, but after hearing Qiao, Qiao Xian, he lost all desire to do so. Meanwhile, the two scholars quietly descended the stairs and entered the boat hall. In an instant, several people gathered around. Chapter 24. The influence spreads ultimately. One cannot easily part from their homeland. On Chishi night, while others busied themselves with courting and flirting, Li found himself overwhelmed with nostalgia for his hometown, tears streaming down his face. He recited, in the wind and rain, "What is this little pain? Wipe your tears. Do not fear, at least we still have dreams." As the stars filled the sky, time advanced towards midnight, and the lively atmosphere in Liuye village gradually dissipated. In a distant place, the sword-wielding maiden leaned against a thick willow tree, sensing the gradual stabilization of breaths emanating from a nearby room. With a slow exhalation of stale air, her figure vanished into the darkness. At that moment, Li Yi, who had already reunited with his homeland in a beautiful dream, remained blissfully unaware that his unintentional actions had stirred an invisible ripple elsewhere. When two young scholars entered the cabin, their expressions were somewhat dazed, as if they had suffered a significant blow in life. Meanwhile, a group had already gathered nearby. "Brother Fong, what happened? How did Miss Ruoqing evaluate your work?" This evening, during the Chishi poetry contest, Brother Fong surely must have made quite an impression before Miss Ruoqing. Needless to say, Brother Fong, your poem would be considered a masterpiece even at a grand poetry gathering, such as by Xin Zhaowen. After a fierce competition, the talented scholar named Fong Zhou secured the top spot with an exquisite Chishi poem, garnering much praise from the crowd. That poem was indeed a gem, and even at the most prominent poetry events of the evening, it would not go unnoticed. When tomorrow arrives, and someone compiles the most remarkable poems of the night into a volume, Fong Zhou's work may very well be included, potentially leading to a surge of fame. Had he heard the praises just moments ago, Fong Zhou would have reveled in them, but at this moment, he felt an inexplicable irony and bitterly smiled, saying, "Let us not speak of the top spot. My work does not deserve such accolades. Ah, Brother Fong, you are far too humble. No one here can rival your talent regarding Chishi poetry." Upon hearing this, the crowd chuckled, interpreting his words as modesty. Yet, Fong Zhou merely shook his head with a bitter smile, his embarrassment palpable. After a moment, the crowd began to notice his unusual demeanor, and the atmosphere shifted. Could it be, Brother Fong, that you have encountered an even finer piece? With a wry smile, the scholar nodded and stepped forward to a table, gently stating, just now, I heard Miss Ruoqing recite another Qixi poem. Please take a look. With a flick of his pen, 3 bold characters appeared on the white paper. Qiao, Qiao Xian. As the verses flowed from Feng Zhou's hand, the noise in the hall gradually faded, leaving only the deepening breaths of the gathered scholars. When the poem's concluding line fell, silence enveloped the surroundings, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Moments later, a tremendous uproar drowned the room. As Li Yi and the enchanting maiden descended the staircase, they murmured the name of the poem, suddenly turning to ask, Miss Ruoqing, do you know this talented scholar? The stunning maiden had been pondering this question as well. She shook her head and replied, I have never heard of him before. But since the Qitian lantern was found by us, he must be a nearby scholar. Yet, this name is indeed unfamiliar. A typical scholar's capabilities would hardly suffice to craft such exquisite poetry. Could he be one of those renowned few? A look of doubt crossed the singer's face as she mentioned several names. These individuals were all well-known scholars of Qing'an Prefecture, possessing profound expertise in poetry, each with several widely recited works. Dismissing the names as different, the maiden named Ruoqing shook her head, hesitating before finally stating, just the writing alone is not something an ordinary scholar could produce. She held back another thought, knowing from her own literary prowess that even those mentioned by the singer could not create such verses. Moments later, the two arrived at the entrance of the boat hall. As the singer pushed open the door, they stepped inside, only to feel an eerie atmosphere. Looking up, they found the hall unnaturally quiet, devoid of the prior lively discussions, with everyone regarding them with strange expressions. Both women felt a jolt of confusion, unsure of what had transpired. At that moment, the scholar named Feng stepped forward, offering a wry smile as he clasped his hands in salute to the stunning maiden. Miss Ruoqing, such talent. With your piece, Qiao Xian, we may no longer need to compose Qixi poems. I did not realize you were such a gifted woman. I am in awe. Despite the era's low regard for women, those with talents that rivaled or even surpassed their male counterparts earned the respect of learned men. At this point, the beautiful maiden began to understand their actions and quickly responded, you may have misunderstood. This poem, Qiao Xian, is not. Ah, Miss Ruoqing, there is no need for modesty. Both Brother Feng and Brother Wu heard it just now. Indeed, such verses are beyond our reach. No need to deflect any further. Seeing that the crowd seemed unconvinced by her explanation, a hint of bitter amusement crossed her features as she raised her hand to calm the room. Once the noise subsided, she spoke, if I were to say this poem fell from the heavens and I happened to find it, would you believe me? For a brief moment, the atmosphere fell silent before someone chuckled. Huh, the young lady jest. All gazes turned toward the beautiful maiden, wearing expressions that seemed to say she should not treat them as fools. Seeing this, she could only offer a rueful smile and produce the Qitian lantern she had found moments before. Before long, amidst the crossing of 2 painted boats on the river, a letter was passed along, transcribed and scattered like snowflakes. That night, a poem titled Qiao Xian spread across both banks of the Yuan River, inciting a considerable stir. Meanwhile, in Liuye village, Li Yi felt a chill in his sleep, instinctively furrowing his brow as he wrapped himself tighter in his quilt and turned over to continue his slumber. Chapter 25. The simple-minded giant Li Yi awoke to a bright sky, estimating it was nearly equivalent to 10 o'clock in the modern world. In the past, Xiao Huan would always wake him early, and after washing up, he would head to the school to teach the unruly children. Today marked the first day after Qixi, and under normal circumstances, Li Yi would be in the classroom recounting the tale of Sun Wukong's battle with the yellow wind monster. However, given his current waking time, he would arrive just as class was concluding. Dressed and just stepping out of bed, he saw Xiao Huan entering with a basin of water. Upon noticing Li Yi, she exclaimed, young master, you're awake. Why didn't you call for me this morning? Feeling slightly dizzy from oversleeping, Li Yi rubbed his throbbing head and asked, I was sleeping so soundly this morning. Why didn't you wake me? I saw you sleeping peacefully and didn't want to disturb you, Xiao Huan replied, placing the copper basin on a nearby stand. You should wash up first. I've already been to the school and told the children to come back tomorrow. In truth, Li Yi had little desire to teach the unruly children today. After splashing some water on his face, he casually wiped it with a piece of dry cloth. In this era, there existed a substance known as EZ, akin to modern soap, but it was a luxury reserved for the wealthy. Far beyond the reach of common folk, Li Yi had long contemplated how to create soap. As someone with a slight obsessive-compulsive tendency typical of an Aquarius, the inability to wash his face thoroughly every day was quite intolerable. After washing his face, he dipped a willow twig in a bit of salt to brush his teeth. Salt remained a precious commodity in this world. The impoverished rarely used it for oral hygiene. He preferred this over chewing on a willow twig, which tasted excessively bitter. Li Yi's room was in the front yard, while the back housed Xiao Huan and Lu Rui's quarters, a place he had never ventured into. Watching Lu Rui's silhouette disappear, he couldn't help but smile. Beauty often accompanies a thick skin, allowing one to remain unperturbed even after incurring a loss of several hundred won. At least, Li Yi was not capable of such nonchalance. Suddenly, a robust voice boomed from beside him, startling Li Yi. Turning around, he discovered a burly middle-aged man entering the courtyard. Upon seeing this man, Li Yi's demeanor shifted, his expression darkening instantly. This man was no stranger to him. He was an acquaintance from the past, when Lu Rui commanded. It was this very man who had dismounted and hoisted Li Yi onto his horse. The sight of that familiar face stirred a dull ache in Li Yi's lower abdomen. "Uncle Fong, what brings you here?" Xiao Huan greeted the man with warmth, her smile radiant. The burly man chuckled heartily, raising the items in his hands. "I just hunted these mountain chickens this morning. Take them to stew for the young lady to replenish her health." Only then did Li Yi notice that the man was holding two indistinct creatures. With golden feathered crowns and vividly colored plumage, their red bellies and long, flowing tails revealed them to be red-bellied pheasants. Li Yi cast a sidelong glance at the man, incredulous that he had hunted such protected species. In a future era, this would be deemed illegal. However, they were indeed chickens, and meat was meat. Moreover, wild mountain chickens would surely surpass the flavor of the domesticated hens raised in the Wu household. In an instant, as he regarded the man anew, Li found that what had once been a loathsome visage seemed considerably more agreeable. Last year's poor harvest had left every household in the village struggling. The Liu family fared better, being the main household, at least not facing starvation. Yet, many others meticulously calculated their daily meals, and this burly man belonged to that category, likely eating meat no more than twice a year. Accepting this mountain chicken would not only draw the young lady's ire, but would also leave Xiao Huan unable to extend her hand in gratitude. A gift from the elder, I dare not refuse." "Xiao Huan, do not be so impolite," Li Yi stated, striding over with a broad smile to accept the red-bellied pheasant from the man's hands. Uncle Fong, thank you." The man paused for a moment, then chuckled again. "I'm just a simple man, not versed in formalities. My family owes a debt of gratitude to the former village chief for providing us sustenance in our time of need. Otherwise, we would have starved long ago. One must not lack gratitude. We have little to offer, so please take these chickens." Li Yi's smile grew ever more radiant. Indeed, the simplicity of ancient people was charming. Xiao Huan tugged at the hem of Li Yi's garment, opening her mouth but ultimately refraining from speaking. The burly man sized up Li Yi, noticing his slender frame, and with a hearty laugh, he patted Li Yi's shoulder, saying, "You are so thin. You ought to nourish yourself properly." Suddenly, an overwhelming force pressed down on Li Yi's shoulder, nearly causing him to falter. The man, surprised, scratched his head sheepishly. "I apologize. I forget my strength. Not realizing you are a scholar and frail. Please do not take offense." Li Yi's face twitched slightly, doubting whether the man's simplicity was genuine. "Farewell, Uncle Fong," he called after the man's departing figure. Once the man had vanished from sight, Xiao Huan let out a long sigh. "Young master, you should not have accepted those mountain chickens." While rubbing his still sore shoulder, Li Yi inquired, "Why not?" Previously, the master had shown kindness to Uncle Fong's family. Now, with only two young ladies remaining in the household, Uncle Fong frequently brought gifts, as did other old friends of the master, who helped out when needed. The maid's delicate brows furrowed as she replied, "The young lady does not allow me to accept these gifts. Their circumstances are also difficult." Had the items in question been two hens from the Wu household, Li Yi would have felt no qualms about slaughtering them for a meal. However, upon hearing Xiao Huan's words, the weight of the mountain chickens in his hands suddenly felt much heavier. Accepting favors without reason felt inappropriate. After some contemplation, he proposed, "How about we prepare the mountain chickens and send some to them as a token of gratitude?" Xiao Huan's eyes sparkled at his suggestion. Yes, The dishes you prepare are so delicious. They will surely appreciate it. Li Yi smiled, placing the mountain chickens aside and gesturing grandly. Let us gather fresh mushrooms from the mountain. Today, we shall feast on chicken stew with mushrooms. In chapter 26, the simplicity of folk customs shines through. The young master was to cook a dish never before tasted, filling the girl with anticipation, her steps notably lighter. Li Yi trailed a few paces behind Xiao Huan, observing her lively silhouette and reflecting. Youth is indeed a splendid thing. The mushrooms growing in the mountains were pure and untainted, freshly picked and perfect for his culinary endeavors. As they walked, Xiao Huan's excited voice chimed in, "Young master, come see. This mushroom is beautiful." She dashed toward the tree, having spotted a mushroom adorned with a vibrant orange hue and white scales. "This mushroom is so lovely. It must taste delightful," she exclaimed, presenting it to Li Yi. Li Yi examined the mushroom carefully, quickly recalling its likeness from a field guide. With a smile, he shook his head. "This mushroom is inedible. Consuming it would cause stomach pain." "Why?" Xiao Huan queried, puzzled as to why such a beautiful mushroom could be harmful. "This is a fly agaric, also known as a toxic mushroom. Eating it could lead to headaches, stomach aches, and general malaise. Simply put, it is not to be consumed," Li Yi informed her, acting as her encyclopedia once more. Xiao Huan's eyes sparkled with admiration. "You are amazing, young master. You can cook, paint, write poetry, sing, and even identify poisonous mushrooms." This innocent girl was as naive as a blank slate, easily deceived. Li Yi often found it necessary to instill correct values in her to prevent future misfortunes. How could such a beautiful mushroom be poisonous? She mused, glancing at the mushroom in her hand. Suddenly recalling Li Yi's warning, she discarded it, muttering to herself, "The more beautiful it is, the more dangerous it must be." It's not the case for the eldest and second young ladies, who are both so lovely. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she quietly added, "Actually, Xiao Huan is quite pretty too." Looking up, she realized Li Yi had already walked a considerable distance ahead, prompting her to hastily chase after him. "Young master, wait for me." As they passed a certain household, a ragged child, around 7 or 8 years old, squatted at the doorstep, eating. Hearing footsteps, he looked up timidly and called out, "Sister Xiao Huan." Li noted that the child seemed unfamiliar, likely having never attended school, leading him to surmise that he was not a member of the Liu clan. In the Liu village, meals were typically consumed twice a day at irregular times. As Li passed, he peered into the child's bowl, which contained a dark, unidentifiable mass emitting an unpleasant odor, making it hard to fathom that this was food meant for human consumption. However, for the mischievous child, it appeared to be a delectable treat. Slurping it down with gusto while clutching a bun-like object in the other hand, equally dark in hue, which crunched audibly with each bite. Observing the child's efforts to chew through a mouthful, Li Yi felt an involuntary twitch at the corners of his mouth, faintly sensing a twinge of toothache. A robust figure emerged from the house, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Yi and Xiao Huan, but quickly broke into a hearty smile and greeted them. Li Yi was equally astonished. Was this not the same man who had gifted them 2 mountain chickens that morning? Glancing down once more at the contents of the child's bowl, he found it hard to believe that the man who had so generously provided them with meat was allowing his own child to consume such fare. The man stepped outside and lightly kicked the seated child, scolding, "Little rascal, what are you dawdling for? This is your lord. Hurry and greet him." "Greetings, my lord." The child stammered timidly, setting down the bowl and bun after being prodded by his father. Suddenly, a scruffy yellow dog dashed out from the house. Sensing the unfamiliar young man before it, the dog barked twice. Then, catching sight of the bun, its eyes gleamed with excitement. In an astonishing display of speed, it seized the bun and vanished from sight. The scene left the child, Xiao Huan, and Li Yi in stunned silence. The robust man was equally taken aback. But the next moment, Li Yi was startled by a thunderous roar from the man, who had already sprinted after the dog. "Hey, if you dare eat that bun, I swear I will butcher you for dinner." As he witnessed the figures of man and dog disappear, Li Yi's gaze fell upon the bowl of dark, foul-smelling food on the ground, and he lost all curiosity about why the yellow dog had such a formidable name. The man who had given them 2 mountain chickens was allowing his own child to eat such unappetizing food, which left Li Yi both astonished and pensive. In Liu Yizhai, the Liu family acted much like landlords, owning all the land. Although life was not particularly affluent, it was not unbearably harsh. However, many others were akin to the earlier mentioned man, living on the fringes of society as tenant farmers, barely managing to provide for their families, and during years of poor harvests. Even the most basic needs became unattainable. From Xiao Huan, Li Yi learned that the previous year had been a year of devastating crop failure, causing immense hardship for everyone in the village. To be fair, had it been Li Yi himself, he would never have acted as that man did under such circumstances. Perhaps this is what renders the people of this world most admirable. Li Yi could not help but feel moved by the simple heartedness of the robust man before him, or perhaps by the unpretentious spirit of the people in this world. Chapter 27. No grain at home. Using lettuce leaves, he prepared a dish of stir-fried greens. And the water celery from the river, blanched and then tossed with dressing, offered a unique flavor. The mountain chickens gifted by the man were transformed into a delightful chicken stew with mushrooms, complemented by a simple version of kung pao chicken and a savory mushroom soup. With 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and 1 soup, it may have seemed humble compared to the standards of later times. Yet it imbued Li Yi with a sense of festivity akin to that of the new year. For many living in Lu Yizhai, such a sumptuous feast might be unattainable during the new year. Xiao Huan, after tasting the last dish of mushroom soup, which was quite palatable, Li called out toward the door. The young maid rushed in like the wind, exclaiming, "My lord, what is it?" "I'll go right away." Just catching a whiff of the fragrant dishes made Xiao Huan nearly salivate. Swiftly, she retrieved a food box from the kitchen, washed it, and portioned out each dish. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated courtyard, the filthy child gazed longingly at the robust man, weakly stating, "Father, I'm hungry." A woman in coarse clothing lovingly patted her child as head, her eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing about white steamed buns, the child's eyes lit up with excitement, and he eagerly responded, "Father, I'm not hungry anymore. I want to go play." Watching his child suddenly brimming with energy, the man shook his head with a hint of resignation. For them, if the harvest was poor one year, the entire following year would be a torment. At that moment, the child, ready to dash outside, spotted a figure at the door, abruptly halting and softly calling out, "Sister Xiao Huan." The man turned to see Xiao Huan at the entrance and hurried over, asking, "Xiao Huan, what brings you here? Is there something from the young lady?" "It's nothing," Xiao Huan smiled, handing over the food box, saying, "This is for my lord." "What is this?" The man, puzzled, lifted the lid of the food box, and an aromatic scent wafted out. The child, catching the delightful aroma, sniffed eagerly, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth as his stomach grumbled. For those living at the bottom of society, food was paramount, as survival was the prerequisite for anything else. The man's household typically subsisted on a meager diet of bran mixed with a few grains of rice and some wild vegetables to last through the winter. This food box, containing both vegetables and meat, was a rare treasure, eliciting a mouth-watering response from the man. "Xiao Huan, Xiao Huan." The man called after her as she walked away, smiling helplessly when he turned back to find his child staring longingly at the food box, swallowing hard, unable to resist the culinary temptation any longer. The man also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The child tried to stifle a laugh, but turned beet red from the effort. "Little rascal." The man gently kicked the child behind, scolding him lightly as he handed the food box to the woman behind him, saying, "Don't eat it all at once. Save some for tomorrow." As the family gathered around the table, confronted with food they had never tasted before, nearly swallowing their tongues in anticipation, Li Yi sat at the dining table, facing 2 pairs of puzzled eyes directed at him. "Is today a special occasion?" After a long pause, it was Lu Rui who broke the silence. "No," Li Yi shook his head. "Then why is the meal so lavish?" Lu Rui's expression deepened with confusion. "Because of caprice?" This reasoning seemed hardly convincing, especially since he had not taught the mischievous child for several days. After taking a bite of the exquisite chicken, he nodded in satisfaction, thoroughly pleased. Truly, it was no wonder that it was a nationally protected species. Its flavor was incomparable to that of the hens raised by the Wu family. Lu Rui shot him a glance, but remained silent. After all, the daily fare had transformed drastically compared to before, and her concern over the food's origins waned. As for the Wu family losing a few chickens, it bore no relevance to her. The 2 dishes before her were entirely new experiences, and as their enticing aroma filled the air, Lu Rui's attention quickly shifted elsewhere. By the way, we are running low on grain. After the meal, as was customary, Xiao Huan began to clear the table, and as Lu Rui stepped outside, Li Jiasua lit a market, going down the mountain? At his words, Li Yi's eyes lit up. The location of LV Lu Mountain belonged to Jing was Qing in prefecture. After descending the mountain and walking along the official road for a while, one would reach the capital city. Li Yi had spent quite a considerable amount of time on this mountain. Although his purse contained over 100 copper coins, they were of no use in this remote area. He had longed to witness the splendor of the world below and to experience the opulence of ancient times. Chapter 28. Descent for Procurement. Anqingfu, located in the southwest of Jinghua, once served as a secondary capital and is exceedingly prosperous. Being the second largest city after Jingdua, several voices echoed as a group of robust men skillfully dismounted from their horses, the hooves creating a cacophony of sound upon the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Young master, we have arrived at the city," a burly man named Fong exclaimed, grasping Li Yi's arm as he jumped down. Li Yi looked up at the towering city walls, which stretched endlessly on either side, and felt his legs weaken, a wave of dizziness washing over him. He leaned against a willow tree by the moat and retched for a while, the intense discomfort gradually subsiding. His feelings were not born out of reverence for the towering walls, but rather a manifestation of the shock he felt. For someone who had never ridden a horse before, enduring the jarring ride along the Rocky Mountain path for over 10 miles only to still be standing here spoke volumes about Li Yi's physical constitution. His first visit to the city did not unfold as splendidly as he had envisioned. Even before entering the city gates, he felt utterly spent. "Young master, your physique is too frail. You must train harder," Fong remarked, unable to contain his observation of Li Yi's discomfort. It was quite evident that this new son-in-law was physically weak, a trait not typically associated with men. Li Yi shot a fierce glare at the man, disinterested in engaging him in conversation. Instead, he turned his gaze formally towards the bustling city. Streams of pedestrians flowed in and out of the city gates, with carts and horses mingling amidst the throngs, creating a scene that was both crowded yet orderly. As he peered into the city, he was met with a sea of heads, and the streets were lined with countless stalls. The calls of vendors echoed even outside the gates. As Li Yi, accompanied by Lu Rui and others, led his horse through the entrance, he finally experienced the vitality of this city firsthand. The streets beneath his feet were paved with square stones, and the eaves of buildings curled elegantly, adorned with intricate carvings, exuding an ancient charm. Passers-by dressed in traditional garb strolled by, further immersing Li Yi in the realization of the extraordinary world he found himself in. The horses they led were certainly not the property of Lu Yizhai. Jinghua was known for its scarcity of horses, largely relying on imports to meet demand. The price of a single horse hovered around 70 to 80 taels of silver, and during this period, one tael of silver was roughly equivalent to 1,000 copper coins. Li Yi estimated the cost of living in this era, equating a copper coin to roughly 50 cents in modern currency, thus calculating that a horse would cost an exorbitant amount in renminbi. If every household in Lu Yizhai possessed a horse, they would not need to subsist on meager rations, and their average living standards would undoubtedly surpass the average middle class. This echoed an ancient adage: those who ride fine horses are not always princes. They may also be horse breeders. Indeed, horse breeding was a secondary occupation for some residents of Lu Yizhai, including Fong. Most of these individuals descended from bandits, inheriting a lineage that valued equestrian skills. Despite their rugged appearance, they possessed remarkable horsemanship, using this talent to earn extra income to support their families. However, throughout history, those who labored for others often struggled to make ends meet. The exploitation in feudal society was severe, with their wages merely sufficient to prevent their families from starving. Each month, Fong and others would descend from the mountain to have their horses inspected and to collect their wages from the previous month. On the journey, Li Yi inquired about the monthly pay for horse care, which amounted to a meager 100 coins, barely enough to purchase a few pounds of rice. They could only afford to raise horses for about 4 months a year, leaving them to stretch their few hundred coins to last an entire year. Li Yi found this perplexing. Did they not fear someone taking the opportunity to escape? He spent 4 coins on 2 buns, biting into them to find the thin skin encasing a generous filling. After finishing both buns, his hunger dissipated entirely. Li Yi could not help but lament that the buns he had purchased outside were often devoid of filling. Those greedy merchants seemed eager to sell plain, steamed buns as if they were filled buns. In contrast, the honesty of people from ancient times was refreshing. Having spent 128 coins, he realized that he had already squandered 4, originally intending to indulge himself with this little sum. Yet the harsh reality struck him. After strolling through the streets, he discovered that he could only afford buns. Whether in modern times or ancient, he found himself impoverished, which stirred a pang of bitterness within him. Modern individuals possessed their own pride, especially since he had brought along an extraordinary tool for change. Living a life of deprivation was hardly befitting of someone who had traversed time. As he wandered, he casually purchased some vegetable seeds from a roadside stall and noticed hawthorn berries for sale at a neighboring stall, buying a few pounds. Having not used the sugar he had saved from before, he longed for the taste of candied hawthorn. Although Anqingfu could be deemed one of the most thriving cities in Jingwa, with its myriad of taverns and brothels, Li could only linger at the entrance of these places. After a tiring stroll, he sought refuge in a quieter corner. This particular street corner had a somewhat lower foot traffic. Nearby, a table and chair were set up, adorned with writing materials and a few paper tubes. A young scholar sat engrossed in a bound book. In those days, it was common for scholars in need of money to set up a stall on the street to sell paintings or writings. Li contemplated whether he might follow suit in the future should he find himself in need. Suddenly, a man clad in coarse clothing rushed over, breathless, and spoke hurriedly to the scholar before departing. Once the man left, the scholar's expression shifted to one of anxiety and urgency. He abruptly turned to Li, his eyes lighting up as he approached quickly. Chapter 29. A Path to Prosperity. In the midst of Li Yi's surprise, the scholar bowed respectfully and, with a slightly hurried tone, implored, "Brother, I have an urgent matter at home. Could you kindly watch over my stall for a moment? I shall return as soon as I can." It was evident that the scholar was indeed in a predicament. With nothing pressing on his own agenda, and with Lu Rui and Fong yet to arrive, Li Yi saw no harm in assisting the scholar. It would provide him with a place to rest, and thus he nodded in agreement to the scholar's request. "Thank you, brother." The scholar's face lit up with relief, and after expressing his gratitude, he hurriedly departed. Once the scholar was gone, Li Yi settled into the chair at the stall and picked up the scholar's book, leisurely flipping through its pages. However, within mere minutes, he shook his head and tossed the book aside. The text was filled with dry and tedious biographies, utterly lacking in interest. He could not fathom how the scholar had found it so engrossing. As a mere pretender to scholarship, sitting still and reading such material proved challenging. His gaze shifted to the table, where he spotted a completed painting depicting a woman of exquisite beauty, her face resembling a lotus flower, with a slender figure that was quite striking. Casually extracting a few nearby paper tubes to inspect, Li Yi discovered a collection of completed landscape and figure paintings. From the perspective of an outsider, the scholar's artistic skills were commendable, which was to be expected. In this era, literate individuals, even if not masters of poetry and painting, would surely possess some degree of proficiency. It would be quite embarrassing for anyone claiming to be a scholar without a modicum of talent. Observing the brushes, ink, and pigments nearby, Li Yi felt a twinge of excitement. In recent days, he had absorbed a considerable amount of knowledge regarding painting techniques and contemplated the possibility of setting up a street stall to sell his artwork should he find himself in dire straits. Convinced that he would not starve in such an endeavor, having yet to find an opportunity to practice since the Xian paper had run out, Li Yi set aside the scroll on the table and seized a blank piece of Xian paper. After a moment's contemplation, he dipped his brush in ink and began to sketch. Before long, the outline of a woman's face emerged on the paper. Although the features remained unrefined, it was evident that the subject was indeed Lu Rui. As this was his first attempt at rendering a three-dimensional figure, he decided to practice on her. Reflecting on Lu Rui's perpetually icy visage, a mischievous smile crept onto Li Yi's face as he began to detail her features and form. The notion of creating a three-dimensional painting seemed daunting and sophisticated, yet merely involved the manipulation of light and shadow, proportional differences, and compositional techniques. With a basic foundation in painting, mastering these concepts was not insurmountable. Despite this being his inaugural attempt at a three-dimensional character, he had mentally rehearsed it countless times, and his brush moved without hesitation. In a short while, a woman strikingly reminiscent of Lu Rui appeared on the Xian paper. Unlike typical paintings, The woman depicted not only bore an astonishingly lifelike expression, but also exuded a certain vitality, as if she were poised to step out of the canvas at any moment. Considering that such striking imagery might be challenging for the people of this era to accept, change must come gradually. This was merely Li Yi's first small experiment. After completing the painting, he scrutinized it closely and nodded in satisfaction with his work. Upon lifting his gaze, he was startled to meet the eyes of an unfamiliar face. Due to the abruptness of his movements, the others seemed momentarily taken aback, their noses mere centimeters apart. If they drew any closer, Li might well lose his first kiss since arriving in this world, particularly as the other was a man, albeit somewhat handsome. The thought of such an occurrence would likely leave Li Yi feeling queasy for at least a fortnight. "Who are you?" Li Yi stepped back 2 paces, casting a disdainful glance at the young man on the opposite side of the table, who was gazing at the portrait of Lu Rui with astonished admiration. The young man, dressed in fine attire and appearing to be of a similar age to Li Yi, continued to marvel at the painting, exclaiming how peculiarly lifelike the woman seemed, as if she might walk off the paper. Li Yi pursed his lips. Despite the young man's polished appearance, he was evidently a Na'vi bumpkin, astonished by what was merely a 3-dimensional painting. "This painting is indeed unique," the young man murmured, then turned his attention to Li Yi with keen interest, saying, "Create a portrait for me in this style." "I shall not," Li Yi replied lazily. "Why not?" The young man was taken aback by the refusal. "Forgive me, but my principle in painting is to depict only women, not men," Li Yi stated. The young man raised an eyebrow, evidently taken aback by the street artist's peculiar rule. After appraising Li Yi, he suddenly proposed 1 tael of silver. 1 tael of silver? Li Yi's interest was piqued. 1 tael of silver equated to about 1,000 copper coins, sufficient to purchase 2 stones of rice at current market prices. A stone of rice weighed approximately 150 jin, enough to sustain a family of 4 for quite some time. Observing the young man's attire, he did not appear to be impoverished. The jade pendant at his waist alone must be worth a considerable sum, suggesting he was not attempting to deceive him. However, a man of integrity could not bow down for a mere 2 stones of rice. Li shook his head decisively. "I shall not paint for 1 tael. 5 taels," the young man countered, noticing Li Yi's evident wavering. 5 taels? That equates to 10 stones of rice. Li Yi's expression turned conflicted, and after a long pause, he rasped, "I shall not paint for 5 taels. A man of honor cannot bow for 10 stones of rice." 10 taels, the young man stated calmly once more. As his words fell, Li Yi abruptly sprang to his feet, startling the young man. Witnessing this unexpected reaction, several figures resting nearby in a corner suddenly stood up, instinctively reaching for their waists. The scholar's demeanor had shifted dramatically, leaving the young man momentarily bewildered and unable to comprehend the transformation before him. After approximately half an hour, the young nobleman cast a glance at Li Yi, holding the freshly completed portrait with satisfaction. With a snap of his fingers, a passerby sorting through goods at a nearby stall immediately stood up, producing a silver ingot and tossing it onto the table before Li Yi. In a sense, this marked the first significant earnings Li Yi had made since arriving in this world. Do not underestimate this 10 taels of silver. At a rate of 1 tael, buying 2 stones of rice, it would suffice to sustain a family of 4 for several years. Touching the silver in his pocket, Li Yi could not help but marvel at the wealth of the city dwellers. If he could produce 1 such painting each day, he would soon find himself living a life of early retirement. Naturally, this was the most optimistic scenario, for apart from the seemingly well-mannered, yet somewhat eccentric young nobleman, few would likely spend 10 taels on a painting. This time, he did not have to wait long. The scholar hurried back to him. After exchanging pleasantries, the scholar, with a grateful expression, clasped Li Yi's hand, repeatedly thanking him until Li Yi noticed the change in the onlookers' gazes and hurriedly withdrew his hand, signaling his intent to take his leave. Before departing, he took the portrait of Lu Rui with him, to which the scholar made no objection, instead providing Li Yi with his address and inviting him to visit for further artistic discussions in the future. At this moment, Li Yi remained unaware that not far behind him, among the crowd, a young man with a sharp face was watching his departing figure, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. After glancing around furtively, the young man quickly vanished into a narrow alley. After Li Yi left, the scholar began to pack up his belongings. "Oh, why are you closing up so early today?" A crisp voice rang out from the front. The scholar looked up, and, Upon seeing the newcomer, smiled and said, "Ah, it is Miss Xiao Chui. I have some matters at home today, so I'm tidying up a bit earlier. Are you here to collect the painting?" The girl, approximately 15 or 16 years old, with her hair styled in twin buns and a slightly chubby face, nodded and said, "Is the painting finished? The lady sent me to collect it early this morning." The scholar smiled and nodded, handing her a scroll that had been resting on the table. "It is complete, Miss Xiao Chui. Please take a look, and if there is anything unsatisfactory, do not hesitate to point it out. I can modify it further." The young girl harbored no doubts regarding the artistic abilities of the scholar. Casually accepting the painting tube he offered, she hastily retrieved a few pieces of silver from her waist pouch, placed them on the table, and departed swiftly. The scholar, after organizing his belongings and storing them at the nearby tavern, soon followed suit. Meanwhile, Li Yi found himself in a rather precarious situation, observing several unfamiliar figures slowly approaching. He stood up, a look of wariness etched upon his face. His instincts warned him that trouble was imminent. Just as he contemplated slipping away, two individuals emerged from either side, their imposing physiques comparable to that of a burly man, clearly beyond Li Yi's capacity to handle. In an instant, Li Yi grasped the gravity of his predicament. It was likely that when he had displayed his silver earlier, certain individuals had taken notice. Surrounded on three sides with a narrow alleyway behind him, he instinctively fled into it. Not only did those pursuing him refrain from following, but they also wore expressions of mockery. Did the scholar truly possess silver? Upon reaching the alley's entrance, the leader, a fearsome-looking man with scars on his face, abruptly halted and turned to a sly-faced youth behind him, querying his curiosity. It was no wonder he was intrigued. The youth's attire suggested he was merely a destitute scholar, hardly resembling a wealthy individual. The young man, sensing the leader's interest, eagerly replied, "Brother, how could I dare deceive you? Just moments ago, I witnessed him produce an immense ingot of silver. It must be at least 10 taels," gesturing with his fist to emphasize his claim. The scarred leader licked his lips. 10 taels of silver, if not squandered in the city's notorious haunts, would afford him a leisurely existence for quite some time. "Let us go in," he commanded, prompting the group to venture into the alley. "Damn it." Li Yi cursed under his breath as he sprinted the length of the alley and confronted a high wall at its end, realizing, to his dismay, that was a dead end. Turning around, he found his pursuers had already entered. "Scholar, will you surrender the silver willingly, or shall we assist you in parting with it?" The scarred leader taunted, crossing his arms while looking down at Li Yi. This imposing figure, towering at nearly 2 meters, overshadowed Li Yi by a head. The others behind him regarded Li Yi with derision, akin to observing a lamb destined for slaughter. The silver, barely warmed in his possession, was now on the verge of being seized, leaving Li Yi overwhelmed with frustration. He had no intention of resisting. The fierce-looking leader and his companions were not adversaries he could hope to defeat, save for the lecherous young man, with no means to earn more silver, and the thought of losing his life was unbearable. Li Yi sighed internally. He raised his head, extending a hand toward his bosom to retrieve the ingot of silver. Observing Li Yi's gesture, the leader's expression brightened. "This scholar possesses some wit," he mused, but the moment that thought crossed his mind, his smile froze in place. "Scarred one, what did you just say?" "Repeat it for me," Li Yi replied, his hand emerging from his clothes, suddenly donning an expression of mockery and disdain as he gazed at the leader. Chapter 31. "Spare me, heroine." "Scarred one, what did you just say?" "Repeat it for me," echoed Li Yi's voice, clear and defiant, as he stood surrounded by the burly men in the narrow alley. The crowd behind the scarred leader wore expressions of disbelief. How could the scholar dare utter such words in the face of danger? Did he not fear for his life? It was well known that their leader abhorred any mention of the term scar. Stealing a glance at their leader's increasingly grim countenance, the group instinctively retreated a step, apprehensive of the impending violence. "What did you just say? Repeat it," the scarred leader demanded, his face darkening as a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. "To be ugly is one thing, but to have such an affliction as yours. What kind of conviction has sustained you thus far?" Li Yi cast a pitying gaze upon the scarred man, lamenting. "What conviction has sustained you?" The men behind the leader paused, momentarily puzzled by this question. In terms of insult, Li Yi, a youth of the 21st century, clearly outshone these individuals from another era. These ruffians, likely bereft of any formal education, took their time to comprehend the meaning behind Li Yi's words. Subsequently, their They regarded him with an odd mix of admiration. This scholar's tongue was remarkably sharp. Though these ancient ruffians were accustomed to crude curses, they typically resorted to simplistic terms such as fool or imbecile. Those with a modicum of education might resort to archaic insults, yet none had ever elevated the art of insult to such heights. What conviction has sustained you thus far was devoid of vulgarity, yet its depth surpassed that of all crude insults. This had elevated the art of insult to an entirely new level. Seeking death. The leader's face flushed crimson, Lee's words igniting a fury within him that craved to annihilate the scholar before him, wishing for him to vanish entirely from existence. As he roared, he swung his fist toward Lee's face. The towering giant, with arms as thick as Lee's thighs, unleashed a punch that whistled through the air with tremendous force. If that punch connected with Lee's face, he would surely face a most glorious reincarnation. However, the giant's fist ultimately did not strike its mark. A long sword, poised against his neck, doused the leader's rage like a bucket of cold water, halting his fist mid-air, beads of sweat cascading from his brow. Gasps rippled through the crowd as they instinctively recoiled, their expressions shifting to one of terror as they beheld a stunning woman, her sword glinting ominously, poised at their leader's throat. The cold blade gleamed menacingly, suggesting that a mere flick of her wrist would sever the leader's head from his body. Brother, when did she arrive? The henchmen, eager to rescue their leader, dared not act recklessly, paralyzed by fear as they stood rooted in place, wary of approaching the formidable woman. The most frightened among them was undoubtedly the scarred leader, feeling the icy steel against his skin, his body rigid with fear as he understood that any sudden movement could result in his demise. Spare me, heroine, spare me. At this moment, he could hardly concern himself with maintaining any semblance of dignity in front of his brothers. His eyes were filled with terror, and his face was pale as he stammered. What dignity, what face could possibly outweigh the value of one's life? Lee felt a sense of satisfaction at Lu Rui's timely arrival. Although this sister-in-law often proved unreliable and a source of trouble, she was surprisingly dependable in critical moments. Lu Rui, however, paid no heed to the pleas of the burly man. Instead, she regarded Lee with a peculiar look, as if she were meeting him for the first time, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Lee felt a twinge of unease under her gaze and hastily averted his eyes, only to encounter the scar man once more, a flicker of anger surfacing on his face as he kicked at the man's backside. Robbery? Mugging? This is what you get for being a scoundrel. The gang of ruffians behind the burly man glared at Lee, witnessing their leader being humiliated by a seemingly frail scholar, yet none dared to act. The scarred man, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of humiliation, longed to tear the scholar apart, but could only endure it, as the sword remained poised at his throat. Stop! Let us leave, Lee said, momentarily taken aback, retreating to Lu Rui's side, feeling a sense of dread wash over him. Earlier, he had felt secure with a hostage in hand, but now, without the long sword at the burly man's neck, could they really contend with such a multitude? Anxiety and fear danced across his features, quickly followed by rage as he pointed a finger at Lee and Lu Rui, baring his teeth in a menacing grin. Get them. Break the scholar's legs. But remember not to harm the lady. The ruffians rolled up their sleeves, their eyes glinting with malice as they eyed Lu Rui, a hint of greed flickering in their gazes. As the gang approached, Lu Rui's expression remained unperturbed, her eyes betraying a subtle mockery and disdain. Cousin, second miss. So you are here. A rough voice suddenly boomed from the alley's entrance. Chapter 32. A thorough beating of ruffians, just as Lee was filled with trepidation, worrying whether Lu Rui could handle the ruffians. The imposing figure of the man, surnamed Fong, appeared at the alley's mouth, accompanied by several others who had descended from the village with him. Clear out. This does not concern you. The scar man, seething with rage, turned to confront the newcomers, ready to personally break the legs of the scholar who had humiliated him before his brothers. Still not leaving? If you don't move, I'll take you on too. A nearby lackey, seeing his leader's fury, stormed toward the men at the alley's entrance. Outnumbering them by over 10 to 1, the ruffian approached fearlessly, pointing a finger at Fong and cursing, "What are you still doing standing here? Move." Although the situation was still unclear, it was evident that these oblivious ruffians were seeking trouble with the cousin and second miss. Fong had no intention of being courteous, He raised his foot and kicked forward. Suddenly, a figure flew from the alley, covering a distance of several meters, crashing into the crowd and toppling two men who struggled to rise. The abrupt turn of events left the scene in stunned silence. Li stared blankly as the young ruffian was sent flying by Fong, his mind momentarily fogged. To be honest, he had only witnessed such scenes in action films, but witnessing this cinematic spectacle in reality left him speechless with awe. This seemingly simple-minded man was remarkably formidable. Not only Li Yi was stunned, the scarred man and his band of ruffians were equally taken aback, watching in disbelief as their comrade was sent sprawling to the ground. After a brief moment of shock, their expressions morphed into fury. However, their wrath paled in comparison to the fury of Fong, who could no longer contain himself. With a roar, he charged forward like a bull. "You blind fools! How dare you bully us at Lu Yizhai? You dare to trouble the second miss and the cousin. You must be tired of living." Almost immediately, several men behind Fong surged forward, their faces alight with excitement, eager for a fight. As mountain bandits, they had always been the ones to bully others. When had they ever been bullied? Though they had reformed long ago, their inherent combative nature remained. Before the ruffians could react, Fong and his men were upon them. "Let us settle this." At that moment, Li Yi grasped the true meaning of the phrase as Fong and his companions descended upon the ruffians like tigers among sheep. With each strike, one of the ruffians fell to the ground, their movements bold and fluid, showcasing an elegance in their brutality. This was a complete display of power. And in mere moments, all the ruffians, including the scarred man, lay on the ground, nursing their arms and legs, wailing in despair. With a resounding thud, the scarred man, barely managing to rise, was swiftly kicked back down by Fong, who left him incapacitated. Spitting disdainfully, the men cast contemptuous glances at the fallen ruffians. Li Yi understood the message in their eyes. "With your pitiful fighting spirit, you do not even deserve to provoke us." Watching the normally jovial and straightforward men transform into fierce warriors, Li Yi began to question if they had some form of duality. However, such thoughts were momentarily irrelevant. As Fong and his men regarded him with puzzled expressions, Li Yi swiftly approached the fallen ruffians, skillfully extracting a few coins from their pockets. Realizing they intended to rob him of his silver, he believed they should pay a corresponding price. Such destitute fools, venturing out without sufficient funds, could not even cover his mental anguish. While Li Yi busied himself collecting compensation, he remained oblivious to the astonished gazes of Fong and his companions, who were taken aback by his adeptness. By heaven, what determination and skill! Who then is the true bandit? In no time, a crowd had gathered outside the alley. Throughout history, onlookers have always craved excitement. In this era of limited entertainment, even a mere brawl drew spectators, as they watched the unfamiliar men decisively subdue the notorious ruffians. The crowd was filled with shock and exhilaration, erupting in cheers. "Well done, brave warriors! What a sight to behold! These ruffians deserve this day." Just then, a voice called out, "What are you all doing here? Make way, make way! The officials are coming." Amidst a cacophony of sounds, several individuals clad in the attire of constables, armed and resolute, surged into the alley. Upon witnessing the scene within, they bellowed in unison and darted forward. "The officers have arrived. We must withdraw." The burly man, surnamed Fong, observing this, erupted into laughter, sprinting to the corner of the wall, where he leaped with agility, using his toes to gain purchase twice before one hand grasped the top of the tall wall. In mere moments, he vanished over the edge. "Second miss, I entrust the young master to you." The remaining individuals chuckled, mimicking the burly man's actions, scaling the wall with the grace of agile monkeys. Li Yi marveled at their wall-climbing prowess, contemplating that in modern times they would undoubtedly be exemplary neighbors. As he envied their agility, he suddenly felt a firm grip on his shoulder, and before he knew it, he was lifted effortlessly. Lu Rui had seized him, and with a gentle leap, they two stood atop the wall, whereupon they vanished from the crowd's sight with another deft push. A few constables stood agape, watching as Li Yi and the others scaled the wall, exchanging bewildered glances, unable to comprehend how they could pursue such agile figures. "There's no way we could climb such a high wall." Chapter 33. Extreme Admiration, Where Are They? As the constables pondered how to give chase, a voice emerged from behind them. Upon hearing it, they felt as though a great weight had been lifted, turning to point weakly at the towering wall, murmuring, "They've escaped. Why did you not pursue them?" A woman clad in constable garb, her sword at her waist, glared at the group, then gracefully leaped, using her toes to propel herself twice before landing atop the wall, ready to chase. The constables, startled, shouted in unison, "Captain, wait." One constable immediately interjected. "There are too many of them. It's too perilous for you to go alone. We should call upon a few more brothers to ensure we can capture them." "Indeed," another added, pointing at the ruffians still moaning on the ground. "What shall we do with these? Should we not take them to the infirmary first?" The woman cast a disdainful glance at the injured ruffians, her face betraying her disgust as she coldly replied, "They are no good either. Let us apprehend them first and interrogate them later." Upon hearing this, the constable's expression soured. Yet, despite their reluctance, they were compelled to obey her orders. Regardless of her position as captain, they were under her jurisdiction, and even the county magistrate treated her with respect, let alone them, mere constables. They were, after all, the victims in this scenario. Seeing the constable's unwavering compliance, they felt as though they had swallowed a bitter herb, their eyes filled with resentment as they regarded the officers. "You are abusing your power. This is a gross miscarriage of justice." While one party rejoiced, the ruffians were despondently taken away, and the crowd murmured in protest. Clearly, these individuals had endured their harassment for far too long. The intrepid female constable stood atop the wall, glancing in a particular direction before gracefully leaping down. Outside the city, at a roadside tea stall, Li Yi, gripped by Lu Rui and soaring over countless walls, finally understood the legendary art of wall scaling. Though slightly acrophobic, he felt a lingering thrill. Having finally exited the city and settled to compose himself, the familiar voice of the burly man surnamed Fong broke through the air. "Young master, how did those ruffians come after you?" To this day, he remained curious, as typically, those targeted by ruffians were either wealthy or attractive. If among them were those with a particular preference for men, then the recent events would make sense. While the young master possessed no wealth, even Fong could not deny that in the eyes of certain individuals with unique tastes, the young master might be considered an exquisite rarity. "What is so strange about it?" "They sought to rob me," Li Yi replied, casting a sidelong glance at Fong. The burly man and his companions initially stared in bewilderment before bursting into hearty laughter, their faces clearly exhibiting disbelief. Those ruffians surely have more serious matters to attend to. Would they really obstruct a road just for a few copper coins? It appeared that Fong was convinced of the second hypothesis. Even Lu Rui shot Li Yi a look tinged with mockery, further bruising his pride. Li Yi had grown accustomed to Lu Rui's skepticism, but it stung to be disdained even by these brutish men. Would he ever divulge that he earned 10 taels of silver with a mere wave of his hand? Pulling out a silver ingot, he placed it on the table with a resounding thud, ignoring the stunned expressions of Fong and the others as he nonchalantly sipped his tea. 10 taels of silver was a staggering sum for those present. Even Lu Rui's delicate features finally lit up with intrigue, her gaze drawn back to Li Yi. "Young master, that's silver. Surely you did not steal it?" After a considerable pause, Fong swallowed hard and inquired. Aside from theft, he simply could not fathom how Li Yi had acquired such wealth in such a short span. "Such a country bumpkin," Li Yi scoffed, dismissively glancing at Fong as he raised the scroll tube in his hand, saying coolly, "This is the payment I received for painting in the city earlier." "Painting?" Fong was utterly astonished. 10 taels for a single painting? That is not artistry. It is outright extortion, reflecting on their own arduous labor for mere copper coins. The others felt a pang of despair as they looked at Li Yi, their eyes transformed by admiration. Truly, a scholar is remarkable. The young master is indeed impressive. They mused. Forget 10 taels. Even a fraction of that would ease their burdens significantly, allowing them to indulge in meat more frequently. Though these men were simply brutes, being regarded with such reverence stirred a sense of pride within Li Yi. In moments of triumph, one often becomes slightly inflated with self-importance. Observing the awe in their eyes, Li Yi felt a surge of exhilaration and declared grandly, "Today, ST is on me." Chapter 34. Echoes of the Magpie Bridge for any family in Luyijai. 10 taels of silver represented a small fortune. Even Lu Rui had never encountered such wealth in her lifetime. Yet, in this moment as she gazed at Li Yi, her thoughts extended beyond mere monetary value. Days prior, on the Qixi festival, A poem titled Qiao Qiao Xian had circulated widely throughout Lu Yizhai. The village maidens, even those illiterate, could recite it in full. Lu Rui, lacking an understanding of poetry, had only heard Li Yi's verses through Huan, finding them pleasing to the ear and somewhat meaningful. Particularly, the final line, "If love endures, what matters the dawn and dusk," seemed to carry a hint of truth. Yet, she pondered deeper. If one lacked profound comprehension of romance, could they truly craft such verses? This bookish young man, with whom she shared daily moments, must have experienced something passionate in the past. Might he harbor a longing for someone he could not meet? However, from her observations, that did not seem to be the case. Recalling his habitual laziness, avarice, and the incident involving the theft of Aunt Heiress chicken, it was difficult to envision how such a person could compose anything of remarkable merit. However, these musings could only be kept within her heart, for she found it difficult to voice them. As for deeper notions, such as the quality of poetry or to what degree it might be esteemed, she possessed no clear concepts in her mind. Poetry was the domain of the educated. Surely, one could pluck a scholar from the street, and he could likely compose verses of a similar nature. Yet, after witnessing certain events, she gradually realized that matters may not be so straightforward. Just earlier, while purchasing some mundane items for women in the marketplace, she inadvertently overheard two ladies discussing a poem entitled Keiqiao Xian. The content was remarkably akin to one she had heard before, and as they spoke of the author, they expressed admiration for a talented gentleman named Li Yi. It was only at this moment that the image of this extraordinary talent began to coalesce with the languid figure that lingered in Lu Rui's mind. As she paid closer attention, she gleaned more information. For instance, this poem had reportedly emerged from a poetry gathering on the night of Qixi, where it was said that someone discovered a prayer lantern on a pleasure boat. This piece, which stirred considerable excitement among the literati of Anqing, was inscribed upon that very lantern. Regardless of its veracity, this rumor undoubtedly added an air of mystery to the entire affair. Yet, while most regarded it merely as a topic for idle chatter, there remained a select few who held no doubts regarding its authenticity. Lu Rui was among them. She had witnessed Xiao Huan release the prayer lantern herself, and it was unlikely that anyone in Lu Yizhai could have anticipated that what they believed to be an ordinary poem inscribed upon the lantern would cause such ripples elsewhere. It was said that the leading poet of the Qixi gathering, a renowned talent from Qingyan, upon encountering Keiqiao Xian, tore his own compositions to shreds, declaring that he would never again write verses for Qixi, leaving all present in astonishment and further fueling the fervor surrounding the event. Following the poetry gathering, a collection of Qixi poems, curated by appointed individuals, selected the finest works from that night, and this celestial poem boldly claimed the top position. Thus, a certain gentleman named Li Yi was suddenly known to the literati, singers, and many enamored women of Qingyan. Those chosen to compile such anthologies were undoubtedly of considerable merit, at least in terms of scholarship, for throughout history, there has never been a definitive ranking of literary works. Previous elections had always incited debate, yet this time, no one dared contest the placement of Keiqiao Xian at the forefront. Simultaneously, the line "if love between two is to endure, what import is there in day and night?" penned by Li Yi, won the hearts of countless maidens, and certainly, those women who had experienced the trials and tribulations of love felt an even deeper resonance with this phrase. Although his origins remained a mystery, this did not diminish the admiration felt by the ladies. Even Li Yi himself was unaware of this fact. However, Lu Rui was well aware, contemplating the entranced expressions of the two ladies during their conversation. She could hardly fathom their reaction if they were to discover that the extraordinary talent they admired was none other than the man before her. Moreover, she could scarcely imagine that a piece he had casually composed could be of such exceptional quality, surpassing all the talents in Qingyan. Lu Rui, still unable to comprehend how someone so casually acquired could possess such prowess, momentarily set these thoughts aside and glanced down at the paper tube on the table. Reaching for it, as she did, Li looked up and saw Lu Rui preparing to unveil the painting, causing his heart to leap. He rushed over, intending to snatch it away. If she were to see that he had painted her, he could only imagine her thoughts. Naturally, Li was too late to intercept her. She lightly raised her hand, and he missed his mark. "What is this?" Lu Rui arched an eyebrow, questioning his anxious demeanor. "Oh, it's nothing, merely a scribble." Li chuckled awkwardly. knowing he could not reveal the truth at this moment. If she were to believe he harbored any feelings for her, the scandal of a brother-in-law falling for his sister-in-law would sound rather titillating. Li quickly changed the subject, relieved. How should we spend this silver? He sought to avoid lingering on that matter. Of course, we must purchase grain. Almost in unison, everyone, including the burly Fong, exclaimed. For them, even possessing 100 taels of silver could not compare to the security of a full grain bin at home, living at the bottom of society. The significance of food and land in their hearts was irreplaceable. With their families already struggling to make ends meet, buying grain was essential. Even if they did not voice it, Li had already planned for this. With a wave of his hand, the group marched through the city gates. Chapter 35. The mix-up upon entering. One was greeted by a remarkably spacious hall, where numerous elegantly dressed women swayed their waists as they navigated through the crowd, occasionally reclining into the arms of a patron, prompting his hands to wander. The girl, clutching the painting, carefully evaded the throng, ascending the stairs along one side to the second floor. After a few steps, a door to her side suddenly swung open, and a rosy-cheeked gentleman emerged from within. The girl skillfully sidestepped him and proceeded to the innermost door. If love between two is to endure, what import is there in day and night? The melodious strains of song wafted from within, as the woman inside concluded a rendition of a recently famed poem, shaking her head and lamenting, after much practice, "My singing still falls short, ruining such a fine piece." A gentle woman opposite her smiled and replied, "You are too hard on yourself, Zuamo. Your voice just now surpasses that of even the most skilled sisters in the district." Yet even so, it could not compare to Sister Ruo Ching, the woman sighed, her tone tinged with helplessness. The gentle woman merely smiled at this, saying nothing. At that moment, a maid entered, carrying a painting. "It has been a long time since I last saw you. Xiao Chui, you have grown even more beautiful," the gentle woman remarked with a smile. The maid's cheeks flushed at the compliment, and just then, the woman opened the painting, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Who is she?" she inquired, gazing at the unfamiliar figure portrayed. This painting. In the next moment, she completely overlooked that the person depicted was not herself, utterly captivated by the artwork. As the head courtesan of Chuanyu Courtyard, she was well versed in the arts of writing, poetry, and painting, particularly skilled in the latter. Although this piece lacked intricate details, its fresh style was unlike anything she had ever encountered. It required no elaborate brushwork to depict the subject so vividly and lifelike. And the sensation of the figure almost leaping off the paper was enough to leave any viewer in awe. At that moment, the maid also caught sight of the woman in the painting, exclaiming in surprise before frowning, "Miss, I think I've taken the wrong painting. I'll go swap it right away." She regretted not having listened to the scholar's advice to take a look when she had the chance, thus avoiding this mix-up. "Wait," the woman interjected, shaking her head after a moment of contemplation. "Let this painting remain here. When you retrieve the correct one, inform the artist that we have purchased this one and ask him to create another." The maid nodded in agreement and exited the room. Upon stepping outside, I suddenly recalled that the scholarly gentleman had already closed his stall early today. To retrieve the painting, I would likely have to wait until tomorrow. "Oh, Xiao Kui, you truly are a fool." I silently berated myself a few times, pouting in disappointment as I descended the stairs. Inside the room, the woman's gaze remained fixated on the painting, her beautiful eyes occasionally flickering with astonishment. Filled with curiosity about this unfamiliar style of painting, her heart brimmed with intrigue. The gentle lady beside her, noticing her demeanor, leaned in with equal curiosity, exclaiming softly upon seeing the woman depicted in the artwork. The painting was indeed peculiar. Although it was on paper, the figure seemed almost ready to step out. The woman nodded and remarked, "This must surely be a novel technique. I wonder who conceived it. This artist's mastery in the realm of painting far surpasses my own." As she spoke, a look of reverence graced her face, and she resolved to seek out this esteemed painter. However, her expression abruptly shifted to one of anger as she glanced down at the area where a signature should have been. "Which mischievous child dares to deface this painting?" she exclaimed. Li, I shall ensure I cross paths with you." Having barely deciphered the name, her irritation intensified, and in her mind, that troublesome boy named Li was likely to receive a thorough reprimanding. At that moment, she failed to notice the gentle lady beside her, who, upon hearing the name Li Yi, froze momentarily before hastily directing her gaze to the lower left corner of the painting. Upon seeing the crooked handwriting reminiscent of a child's first attempts at writing, a radiant smile suddenly illuminated her exquisite face. Recognizing the familiar, unmistakable script, she grasped the hand of the woman beside her and eagerly exclaimed, "Zue Mo, who created this painting? Quickly, take me to meet him. Sister Ruqing, what is the matter?" The gentle lady, named Zue Mo, was taken aback as she had never witnessed such a display of emotion from her. Meanwhile, several robust men from the Fong clan emerged from a grain shop in Qing'an Prefecture, each shouldering 2 stones of grain. The shopkeeper stood in shock, wide-eyed, as these strong men effortlessly carried 2 bags of rice, striding forth with confidence, causing him to swallow hard. It was not uncommon for someone to purchase a significant quantity of grain, but the strength of these men genuinely astonished him. 10 stones of rice had cost 5 taels of silver, and in mere moments, half of Li Yi's fortune had been spent. Though slightly pained, he had no hesitation in spending what was necessary. The men, with their coarse cloth bags slung over their shoulders, strode through the village, easily attracting attention. However, it was the slab of pork one of the men carried that drew the most gazes. Many villagers could barely secure 2 meals a day and had long forgotten the taste of meat. Witnessing this scene was a considerable shock to their hearts. As they walked away, one individual suddenly bent down to pick up something from the ground. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a grain of rice. Seemingly connecting the dots, everyone's expression changed. Could it be that the bags had been filled with rice? The thought that they might have descended the mountain to rob was an absurd notion that crossed their minds. For most families in the village, their rice jars never held more than a dough of rice, and their daily meals primarily consisted of rice husks mixed with wild vegetables. The Liu family lived slightly more comfortably, but still only managed to sip on thin porridge. The idea that the men from the Fong clan could be carrying bags filled with rice was utterly beyond their imagination. It was well known that the combined households in Liu Yizhai probably couldn't team muster even a stone of rice. Yet these men were carrying at least 10 stones. As the villagers exchanged suspicious and astonished glances, the men from the Fong clan strode proudly through the village, their faces betraying no modesty as they looked toward the Liu family, with a sense of pride that could not be concealed. In these times, being able to fill one's belly was a source of pride. Those who consumed porridge could look down upon those who subsisted on wild greens, and those feasting on rice could certainly look down upon those who merely drank porridge. Walking through the village with rice and meat, their backs were straighter than ever. Xiao Huan was in the courtyard washing the clothes Li Yi had changed out of yesterday when the door swung open and the beaming men from the Fong clan entered, shouldering their bags. Uncle Fong noticed Li Yi and Lu Rui following behind them, prompting the little maid to spring up from her seat. "Young master, where shall we put this grain?" Upon entering the courtyard, the man from the Fong clan bellowed. Li Yi pointed toward the kitchen and replied, "Move it all there. Leave half the meat and 2 stones of grain. The rest can be divided among everyone." The man from the Fong clan hesitated, seemingly unable to believe his ears. Before urgently responding, "Young master, that is absolutely out of the question." Li Yi waved his hand, cutting him off. "How to divide these is my decision. This is settled." He then waved in front of the bewildered maid, who seemed lost as to what was happening. "Stop washing clothes for now. Go heat some water. We will need it for bathing." The maid's gaze lingered on the slab of pork the man from the Fong clan was carrying for quite some time. Hearing Li Yi call her, she quickly replied and set aside the clothes to fetch water. "Young master, wait, this truly cannot be." The man from the Fong clan set down his burden, preparing to pursue Li Yi, but a figure suddenly blocked his path. "Let us do as brother-in-law suggested. These things shall be divided among everyone. Don't forget the portions for Old Chin and Aunt Sunday," Lu Rui said, watching Li Yi's figure disappear into the house, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. The men from the Fong clan exchanged complex glances, their words caught in their throats. In these dire times, a few dough of grain could sustain a family, and the portion they were to receive would be enough to relieve them of food worries for several months. "Enough. I know everyone is facing hardships. We are all family. No need for such formality." A rare smile graced Lu Rui's typically cold visage. Li, clad only in a loincloth and reclining in a half-height wooden bathing tub, felt a wave of refreshing comfort wash over him, dispelling the fatigue accumulated throughout the day. The only slight drawback was the somewhat cramped space of the tub. He resolved to one day fashion a proper bathtub or perhaps even excavate a large bathing area at home, serving as both a hot spring and swimming pool. Xiao Huan entered, adding warm water to the tub. Upon glancing at it, her face flushed slightly as she recalled their first meeting, her cheeks resembling ripened apples. "Young master, shall I help you scrub your back?" The little maid offered softly, brandishing a towel. Her technique was quite skilled, applying just the right amount of pressure. As Li Yi leaned against the edge of the tub, relishing the maid's ministrations, he couldn't help but reflect on how extravagant life in ancient times seemed. Merely having a maid for oneself was already such a luxury. He could only imagine how opulent the lives of the wealthy must be. As a young man of the 21st century, how could he succumb to such decadence and be tainted by the lavish customs of feudal society? A true gentleman ought not to indulge in pleasure. With these thoughts in mind, he instructed the little maid, a bit to the left. Now a little more to the left. Yes, right there. After enduring a day of toil, nothing brings greater joy than indulging in a soothing hot bath under the attentive service of a lovely maid, followed by a peaceful sleep, undisturbed until dawn. Of course, if the enchanting maid could share the bed, it would undoubtedly enhance the experience. Yet, the thought of such intimacy with a 15 or 16-year-old girl, still considered a minor in later eras, had never crossed Li Yi's mind. He was not so beastly. He had never contemplated such matters regarding the innocent maid, especially since he feared that, upon waking, his wife or sister-in-law might take drastic measures against him. Moments later, the maid exited the room and, passing the kitchen, peeked inside. She was astonished to find a half-piece of pork and 2 stones of gleaming white rice on the table, her mouth agape, her expression a blend of surprise and delight. During previous outings for supplies, they could only afford a small bag of brown rice or flour, and it was her first time witnessing such an abundance of provisions. While washing herself, she suddenly remembered her master's instruction to securely lock a certain item in the cabinet, ensuring that the second miss did not see it. Hastily, she got up and grabbed a cylindrical painting tube from the table by the door. Just as she was about to lock it away, she paused, glancing into the bedroom to find Li Yi fast asleep. As she looked at the object in her hand, a hint of curiosity crossed her face. What could be so mysterious that it must be hidden from a second miss? Perhaps her master would not notice if she took a quick peek. Confirming that Li Yi remained undisturbed, the young maid, like a thief in the night, stealthily untied the thin string securing the tube. When an exquisite portrait of an unfamiliar woman emerged, she was momentarily taken aback, her mind blank. After a long pause, she finally stuck out her tongue and whispered, "If love endures, does it not matter whether day or night?" Could this be the lady my master spoke of? In chapter 37, the maid named Xiao Huan often pondered what kind of life her master had lived before ascending the mountain, who his family was, whether he was married, and if he had a beloved. As time passed, she gradually gleaned some insights into his life from the incidental information he shared, which dispelled certain fantasies but left many questions unanswered. On the night of Qixi, when Li Yi behaved unusually, Xiao Huan had already formed certain suspicions in her heart. The meaning of the phrase, "if love endures, does it not matter whether day or night?" was explained to her by Qin Jie, the only literate woman in the village, who remarked that her master was likely a man with stories to tell. Her gaze shifted back to the painting, and, as she admired the beauty of the woman depicted, her thoughts began to wander. Could this be her master's former love? A scholarly youth paired with a graceful beauty, a couple that should have been the envy of the world, sharing a life of mutual support. Alas, fate had dealt a cruel hand, with the scholar captured by bandits and the beauty left alone in her chamber, weeping in solitude. Though outwardly composed, her master must be suffering deeply. As this realization washed over her, an inexplicable emotion surged within the young maid, causing her eyes to brim with tears. "Xiao Huan, what troubles you?" A familiar voice suddenly broke the silence, startling her. Turning around, she saw Lu Rui standing behind her. "Ah, second miss." She quickly wiped her tears and replied, "It's nothing. I just accidentally closed my eyes for a moment." "What is this?" Lu Rui inquired, noticing the painting in her hand. After a restful sleep that alleviated his worries, Li Yi awoke the next day, nearing lunchtime. He had no time to teach the children, nor was there any salary to motivate him. Thankfully, attendance at the academy was entirely at his discretion, with no obligations to bind him. The courtyard was empty, likely because Lu Rui had gone out to practice, and he hadn't seen Lu Rui since the previous day. After a quick wash, he stepped outside and stretched, inhaling the fresh mountain air that invigorated his spirit. The untainted air held the essence of nature, refreshingly fragrant, and was tinged with a robust aroma of meat. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed he was not mistaken. The scent was indeed meat. It did not waft from his own kitchen, as he had instructed Xiao Huan to handle the meat himself. Wrinkling his nose, he followed the aroma's trail, spotting a boisterous child from the Fong family approaching with a large bowl in hand. The child timidly presented the bowl, saying, "Master, this is for my father." Seeing the generous portion of cooked meat, Li Yi smiled and ruffled the child's hair, accepting the offering. Although he had no need for it, he appreciated the sentiment and felt it would be rude to refuse. After fulfilling his father's task, the child dashed off home without even saying goodbye. The rich aroma of meat was not lost on Li Yi alone. That morning, countless villagers stood at their doorsteps, swallowing hard as they caught a whiff of the enticing scent. In a place where even rice was a luxury, many had not experienced the fragrance of meat in quite some time. When they saw several children wandering about with bowls of rice topped with succulent meat, chaos ensued. Not to mention the pork, even the plain white rice was a rarity. The wealthiest families in the village could not afford such extravagance. A group of landless tenants feasting on better food than those of the Liu clan left many in disbelief. 10 stones of rice. For them, this was an astronomical figure. Just as they were lamenting their lack of means to boast, the Fong family shared the story behind the bounty, leaving everyone in stunned silence. None among them had ever seen the value of 10 taels of silver, and the news that the impoverished old Fong family could now enjoy rice and meat was a staggering revelation. At that moment, those who had spent money on Li Yi's paintings during Qixi must have felt the sting of regret, realizing that the lanterns they released had been worth 10 taels. The extravagance of such an act was unparalleled in their lives. Meanwhile, those who once stood on equal footing with the Fong family, now reduced to mere spectators, could only harbor regrets for not supporting Lu Rui and Lu Rui during their time of need. Such thoughts were fleeting, for if every scholar possessed the means to earn wealth, the term poor scholar would be rendered meaningless. Regardless of the envy and jealousy felt by the direct lineage, it was undeniable that the Liu sisters had truly struck gold this time. In Chapter 38, Li Yi remained oblivious to his newfound status as a treasure in the hearts of some, as he busied himself counting the items he had procured during his descent from the mountain. In addition to grains and meat, as well as seeds for common vegetables, he had also acquired a variety of spices essential for cooking. Originally, one might assume that the ancients were significantly inferior to modernity in various aspects. However, to Li Yi's astonishment, the variety of condiments and auxiliary ingredients in this era surpassed even what he had encountered in the modern world, leaving him utterly dazzled. He decided to purchase a little of everything. After spending a substantial portion of his 10 taels of silver, he retained approximately 3 taels for unforeseen circumstances. Li Yi held no concerns for Lu Rui. Her ability to shatter a solid wooden table with a single palm strike marked her as a true hero, unlikely to face any real danger. Nevertheless, her frequent and silent disappearances were indeed a troubling habit. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on this matter, instead retrieving the hawthorn he had bought the previous day and entering the kitchen. He instructed the young maid to keep an eye on the fire, cautioning her not to let the syrup burn, then proceeded to wash the hawthorn clean. With care, he sliced each fruit in half, removing the seeds, while also smoothing down some prepared bamboo skewers to set aside for later use. The young maid sat by the stove, her large eyes occasionally glancing over, her mind filled with anticipation of the delicious treats that seemed imminent. Today, Li Yi intended to make tonghalu, a delicacy unknown in this world. In his previous life, it had been a wildly popular snack among children for millennia. Although modern variations of tonghalu had emerged, with refined ingredients, exquisite packaging, and the use of various fruits, the singular experience of its sweet and sour flavor remained irreplaceable. As a child in his rural hometown, he had eagerly awaited the arrival of a vendor carrying a wooden stick adorned with tonghalu, wandering from village to village. For just a few coins, he could savor the treat for hours. As he grew older, he had not tasted it again, and now, in this strange world, he found himself longing for that familiar flavor. Before long, as the syrup in the pot neared completion, Li Yi threaded each hawthorn onto the bamboo skewers and rolled them in the bubbling syrup. A glistening layer of sugar coated the fruits, and as he removed them from the pot, the syrup rapidly solidified. Thus, the first batch of candied hawthorn in this world was born. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Yi and Xiao Huan squatted at the door, each holding 2 skewers of tonghalu. With a gentle bite, a crisp sound echoed, followed by the delightful mingling of sweet and sour flavors in their mouths. For Xiao Huan, it was her first experience with tonghalu. Unlike Li Yi, she did not devour it in haste, but instead delicately licked the sugary coating, her eyes curving into crescent moons of delight. This scene was undeniably alluring. After a fleeting glance, Li Yi dared not linger. Even the innocent movements of the young girl could stir uncontrollable emotions. If she were to mature, what would become of him? Living amidst 3 beautiful women, he had somehow managed to remain virtuous, and he mused that even the legendary Lu Xiaoe would pale in comparison. "What is this?" he exclaimed, having swiftly consumed both skewers of tonghalu when a voice startled him from behind. Turning, he beheld Lu Rui approaching, a skewer of tonghalu in her hand, with the top hawthorn distinctly nibbled. "Oh, that S meant to poison rats. The syrup contains arsenic. You mustn't eat it," he declared with a serious expression, noticing the remnants of sugar on the corner of Lu Rui's mouth. Upon hearing his words, her face paled. "Young master, one of the tonghalu is missing," Xiao Huan remarked, approaching with 2 more skewers in hand, her brow furrowed in confusion. Li Yi's brow shot up. Having been accustomed to teasing Xiao Huan, he failed to recognize the gravity of the situation with the formidable Lu Rui. He stood abruptly and strode towards the door. "I just remembered. I need to go to the academy," he stated. Xiao Huan paused, then replied, "Young master, don't you recall? The academy is closed today. There is no need to go." Cough, cough. "Xiao Huan, you must have made a mistake," Li Yi coughed, yet his steps quickened. His offhand jest had clearly frightened Lu Rui, and the thought of her wrath was daunting. Suddenly, in his hasty retreat, he collided with someone soft, the familiar fragrance wafting to his senses. Lu Rui looked up, frowning. "Why are you in such a rush?" As he glanced up to respond, he noticed blood seeping from a spot where he had bumped into her. He was taken aback. Is it truly that severe? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he grasped her hand urgently, asking, "Are you injured?" "Miss, what happened?" Xiao Huan rushed out from the courtyard, her expression alarmed. Seeing Lu Rui standing unharmed eased his worry. Yet he inquired, "Are you all right?" He handed a small bag of grain to Xiao Huan, instructing, "Take this to the kitchen. After losing so much blood, how can you say it's nothing?" Li Yi frowned, discarding the grain bag as he grasped Lu Rui's hand, striding toward the house. "Xiao Huan, boil some water and also bring me that small box from my room." Quickly, a voice responded from within. Xiao Huan nodded vigorously and hurried to the kitchen. As Li Yi pulled Lu Rui into the house, she opened her mouth to speak but ultimately refrained. Inside, he took her arm and unwound the hastily bandaged cloth, revealing an over 2-inch gash that was still oozing blood. He gasped at the sight. How did this happen? Upon seeing the wound, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Lu Rui's beautiful eyes. Chapter 39. Wound disinfection at this moment. Addressing how Lu Rui was injured was secondary to the urgent need to treat the wound. In ancient times, without antibiotics, any infection could worsen, leaving one to languish in despair. The absence of any notion of sterilization meant countless lives were lost to infected wounds each year. The cloth bandage, while seemingly clean, was undoubtedly teeming with bacteria, and the wound had never been disinfected. Such carelessness regarding life was utterly unacceptable. "Young master, the water is ready." Before long, Xiao Huan entered with a clean copper basin. Given the harsh conditions, lacking alcohol or iodine for disinfection, Li Yi prepared a saline solution, instructing Xiao Huan to boil a clean towel in the water. With the saline, he carefully cleaned Lu Rui's wound. While saline was far less effective than alcohol for disinfection, it was certainly better than nothing, and fortunately, the wound was not deep. Otherwise, stitching would have been necessary before applying any ointment. Without medical bandages, he had to resort to the sterilized gauze he had prepared after Xiao Huan had cut her hand while chopping vegetables. This time, it proved fortuitous. Throughout the entire process, Lu Rui remained silent, merely observing. As a martial artist, she had endured countless minor injuries, yet her constitution allowed her to heal swiftly, rendering such trivial wounds inconsequential. However, Li Yi's earnest demeanor prevented her from voicing the objections she had initially intended to express. This method of treating a wound was entirely new to her. Although she did not understand why salt water was used for cleaning, and the bandaging seemed to have its own significance, Lu Rui found herself entirely convinced by Li Yi's approach. Moreover, the sensation of being cared for was something she had not experienced in a long while. Of course, had he not fashioned a butterfly knot with the gauze at the end, everything would have been even more perfect. In Li Yi's heart, he harbored some discontent regarding Lu Rui's decision to untie the painstakingly tied butterfly knot, replacing it with a rather unsightly one. Pleasing to the eye, and possesses a certain adorable quality. Little Huan was the most obedient. After tending to Lu Rui's wound, she ventured out to instruct the young maidens on how to tie butterfly knots. "Sister, from now on, do not assist the authorities in capturing those fugitives," Lu Rui said, sitting quietly before the bed, holding Lu Rui's hand. Lu Rui smiled and replied, "This time, I was somewhat careless, underestimating the opponent's strength. It won't happen again. Sister need not engage in such endeavors anymore." As if recalling something, a smile danced upon Lu Rui's delicate face as she remarked, "Our household will no longer lack for provisions." Lu Rui, not grasping her meaning, looked up at her in confusion. "That song Xue Qiao Xian, do you still remember it, sister?" A rare hint of teasing graced Lu Rui's face as she added, "Sister is fortunate to have a good husband." In the gentle whispers of the young girl, surprise finally graced Lu Rui's lovely countenance. The verses of Qixu were the pinnacle of poetic excellence, and a painting worth 10 taels of silver. It became evident that Li Yi's worries were entirely unfounded, for Lu Rui's wound healed at an astonishing rate, far surpassing his expectations. This led him to deeply ponder whether her physical constitution differed from that of others. An extensive gash could heal entirely, without a trace, in merely half a month. Was she even human? Naturally, their relationship had yet to reach a level where they could study each other's anatomy, making this peculiar marital dynamic in the village quite unique. Sitting upon a stone beneath the tree at the doorway, a group of mischievous children whizzed past him. As they ran by, they bowed and called out "sir" before dashing away. Teaching these rascals remained an integral part of Li Yi's daily life. The current crop of children had progressed beyond merely writing their names. Bored, he began instructing them on the writing of Arabic numerals. In just a few days, several of these youngsters had only grasped addition and subtraction within 10. Initially, their acceptance of this novel notation was sluggish. But after Li Yi offered a candied hawthorn as a reward to the fastest learner, all the children could hardly contain their excitement. The allure of the candied hawthorn began to manifest in this unfamiliar world. In the span of a single morning, all the children in the classroom learned to write the Arabic numerals from 1 to 10. Completely unlike in later times when they required mnemonic rhymes, such as 1 is like a pencil, slender and long, or 2 resembles a little duck gliding on water. For these children, delicious treats were undoubtedly the primary driving force. Consequently, that very afternoon, all the children in the classroom enjoyed candied hawthorns. Undoubtedly, Li Yi's status in the children's hearts had ascended to unprecedented heights. Amongst the elders' grievances, the children remained indifferent. They would remember the one who told them stories and shared sweets. Even the most mischievous child in the village would behave obediently before Li Yi, a feat envied by all the parents. They could look down upon a scholar with no martial prowess, but when that scholar could effortlessly trade a painting for 10 shung of rice, everything changed. It was evident that those who previously shared the same living conditions, if not worse, could now afford rice for every meal. Such a psychological disparity could not be bridged in a short span. Moreover, it was foreseeable that this was merely the beginning. It would not be long before a greater divide emerged within the village. Those seeking to seize the lands and resources belonging to the Lu sisters were motivated by a desire to improve their own lives. Yet, who would have imagined that such motivations would lead to enmity with the direct lineage, resulting in their own greater loss? In a moment, an increasing number of people began to weigh their gains and losses. The scholar responsible for this transformation sat leisurely beneath the tree at the entrance, fanning himself with a palm leaf. In early August, though autumn had arrived, the evenings remained sweltering, and staying indoors only heightened the discomfort. Thus, it was far more pleasant to enjoy the breeze outside. The sole drawback was the abundance of mosquitoes, as Li Yi had already been bitten several times within short span. While contemplating methods to repel these pests, a robust figure approached him from a distance. Chapter 40. The plan to strike gold had been quite some time since Li Yi arrived at Lu Yizhai. Initially, there was a minor discord between him and the burly man of the Fong surname, stemming from when he had been captured and thrown onto a horse, enduring considerable hardship along the way. However, as their acquaintance deepened, the initial discord dissipated like smoke. Old Fong was a man of simple character, though slightly dim-witted. His unwavering loyalty to the Lu sisters endeared him to Li Yi, who appreciated such sincerity. There were many others in the village as genuine as Old Fong. Had it not been for these individuals' support over the years, the Lu sisters might have been devoured by the covetous relatives long ago. Whoever treated his wife and sister-in-law kindly would earn his favor in return. Old Fong approached and plopped down beside Li Yi on the stone, appearing somewhat dejected. Old Fong, what troubles you so? Is it that the hay has once again snatched up the buns? After becoming familiar with him, Li Yi had grown more casual in addressing the burly man. Zhuzi was Old Fong's son, while the hay was their yellow mutt, known for its penchant for stealing buns from the children. Logically, Old Fong should not have been troubled lately, for the provisions distributed previously had allowed his family to momentarily ascend from the lowest tier of the village to a state of modest prosperity, alleviating their worries about food and sustenance for the foreseeable future. This perplexed Li Yi. Old Fong, at this moment, clearly had no reason for concern. Could it be that he was experiencing the peculiar days that occurred each month? Of course, it was also possible that last night's marital life had been discordant, leading to scorn from his wife in the morning, but given Old Fong's vigorous demeanor, that probability seemed slim. Alas, Old Fong sighed, turning to Li Yi and asking, "Do you think I am destined to merely remain with my wife, living such a mundane existence for the rest of my life?" As he spoke, a profound sense of discontent shadowed the honest man's face. In that moment, Li Yi discerned within his eyes a glimmer of defiance against fate. He was taken aback, realizing that Old Fong was, in fact, confiding in him about his aspirations in life. Until now, Li Yi had always assumed Old Fong was merely a dreamless soul, akin to most villagers, content with a home that provided shelter from the storm, a warm hearth with wife and children, and a life that passed quietly. Once a salted fish develops dreams, it ceases to be a salted fish and transforms into a fish with aspirations. From Old Fong's gaze, Li Yi perceived his dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs. Clearly, Old Fong was unlike the many simple-minded individuals who merely grew in stature without wisdom. "Could it be that you desire to take several concubines?" Li Yi inquired, astonished by Old Fong's unexpected yearning. Upon hearing this, Lao Fong shuddered, glancing around and finding no trace of his wife, which relieved him. He sighed and remarked, "The pillar has grown quite a bit. In a few years, it will be time to arrange a marriage for him. Yet, with our current circumstances, we cannot even afford a decent betrothal gift. Earning a few coins from horse trading is hardly sufficient, and we struggle to secure enough grain. I wonder if there might be some other livelihood I could pursue. You, my son-in-law, are a capable man. Could you perhaps offer me some advice?" Li was taken aback that Lao Fong was troubled by such matters. The child in Lao Fong's family could not be more than 10 years old, still running about in the village with a runny nose and bare bottom. It was surprising that Lao Fong was already contemplating his son's future marriage. While it is known that marriages occur much earlier in this era than in modern times, he found it difficult to envision that silly little boy embarking on the journey of matrimony. Nevertheless, one aspect has remained unchanged throughout the ages. Lao Fong's current dilemma mirrors the concerns of future generations, where parents fret over housing and vehicles before their children marry. Li had initially thought Lao Fong was weary of his wife and yearned for a second spring with a concubine. But it turned out he was making plans for his boisterous child. Ah, the universal heart of a parent. With an extraordinary cheat code in his mind, Li realized that in this profoundly backward feudal era, he possessed countless avenues to amass wealth. Simple alcohol distillation, crafting soap, producing perfume, or even selling paintings could lead to significant profits. The only reason he had yet to act was his own laziness. After experiencing life and death, he found his former life devoid of meaning, burdened by daily tasks he did not wish to perform. The monotony was exhausting. With 2 lives lived, painting for others felt no different than before. Life is not merely about existence. It should be about living well. He does not seek riches beyond measure, but rather a tranquil life where time passes softly and the present is secure. This is how he now perceives life. Of course, this necessitates a sufficient accumulation of wealth. Otherwise, he could only pursue peace amidst a meager existence. Lao Fang's aspirations and ideals were commendable, and coincidentally, Li Yi had recently conceived an idea of his own. Having been here for some time, it was time for him to contribute something to this world. High-concentration alcohol and soap were still not immediately feasible, as procuring raw materials would require a significant sum. Without dozens or hundreds of taels of silver, such thoughts were merely fanciful. The candied hawthorn, which had only appeared in Liaozhai, was ripe for introduction to the world, bringing joy to the village's children. The hawthorn required for making these treats, known as hongguo in this world, was virtually costless for those living in the mountains. A vast grove of hawthorn trees lay on a hillside, yielding an abundance of fresh fruit. The sugar needed to create the syrup could be purchased from the market below at a modest cost. Merely 2 taels of silver would suffice as the initial capital for this candied hawthorn venture. Let this be the first step in his plan to amass wealth in this world. Li Yi held absolute confidence in this time-honored delicacy that had captivated children for thousands of years. The reason he had not previously proposed it was his reluctance to bear the burden of selling it on the streets. However, upon seeing Lao Fang's troubled expression, a smile like a spring breeze graced Li Yi's face. As for the idea, indeed, he had one. Chapter 41. Candied hawthorn with his wooden-like head. Lao Fang could not comprehend the merits of those still unripe, sour red fruits from the back mountain. Nor did he understand why his son-in-law wanted him to pick them or chop bamboo. However, his confusion and bewilderment soon vanished as he considered the white rice and pork at home. All doubt was cast aside. His son-in-law was indeed capable, and, following him, promised a feast. In the days that followed, Lao Fang's life grew increasingly busy. In Liaozhai, there are no impenetrable walls. Every household is open to scrutiny. Soon, everyone knew that Lao Fang was busy concocting something called candied hawthorn, where hawthorn fruits strung together could fetch a price outside. For the villagers of Liaozhai, hawthorn was of little value. The back mountain held a vast grove of hawthorn trees, considered communal property, yet even when the fruits ripened annually, no one bothered to gather them. They were not filling, sour, and left one hungrier after consumption. Only greedy children would dare to pick a few each year to satisfy their cravings. Though some had contemplated selling hawthorn down the mountain, the fruit's commonality rendered it practically worthless, and the harvest season coincided with peak farming time. Abandoning fieldwork for such trivial pursuits would earn scorn from the entire village. Lao Fang had become the subject of their ridicule. What's so enticing about hawthorn? Only the ignorant children in the village find it appealing. In Qing'an Prefecture, there are far more delicious and entertaining things. Who would spend money on these hawthorn fruits? Horse trading was a splendid occupation, offering a monthly wage of 100 won, enough to buy a few pounds of rice. Why bother with such unorthodox means? However, it soon became apparent that Lao Fang's family seemed to lack even that modest amount of rice. Nonetheless, this did not lessen the villagers' mockery of Lao Fang. When everyone else was content to live a life of mediocrity, Lao Fang's ambition stood out, drawing attention. While they all drifted along like salted fish, why should he harbor dreams? Thus, Lao Fang's aspirations quickly became fodder for village gossip. Have you heard? Lao Fang seems to be selling candied hawthorn. What a ridiculous endeavor. He should know he is not cut out for such things. Huh, that sour scholar knows nothing. I hear he invested quite a bit into this venture. I can't wait to see how it all turns out. Such sentiments echoed throughout Liaozhai in the days that followed, and even Li Yi caught wind of them. Yet, he merely listened, smiled, and moved on, aware that numerous villagers were eager to witness his downfall. Sometimes, he would reflect on how Lu Rui had seemingly made enemies all around in the village. You know nothing. The candied hawthorn my son-in-law makes is delicious and will surely earn a fortune. Just wait and see. Since Li Yi's arrival, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. No longer did one need to worry daily about making ends meet. One could walk with head held high, for his son-in-law was indeed remarkable. No one in the village could compare, so why should they mock him? What Li Yi did not anticipate was that while the rumors held little sway over him, Lao Fang could no longer contain his anxiety. Son-in-law, is anyone really willing to buy this candied hawthorn? To this day, Lao Fang harbored doubts about the venture's feasibility. After all, it was merely ordinary hawthorn. Even if it was coated in sugar, it remained a hawthorn. Li Yi had entrusted him with all the silver, if it all went to waste. Even if Li Yi did not blame him, he would not be able to absolve himself of guilt. Observing the anxious expression on Lao Fang's face, Li Yi cast a glance at him and remarked, "If you feel uneasy, perhaps I should find someone else for this task." Lao Wu approached me this morning, expressing his desire to try his hand at it. Would you prefer to take a break and let him take over? Upon seeing the expression on Li Yi's face, Lao Fang's heart settled instantly. In the next moment, a signature, sincere smile spread across his face as he clasped Li Yi's shoulder, saying, "No need for that. Lao Wu is a simple-minded fellow, not suited for this endeavor. Besides, what kind of relationship do I have with my son-in-law? Let's not forget, I was the one who helped him get started." As the burly man from the Fang family jovially walked away, Li Yi couldn't help but feel a few lines of exasperation appear on his forehead. The preparation of sugar-coated hawthorns was remarkably simple, requiring minimal time for setup. Lao Fang had already purchased the sugar syrup from the foot of the mountain. The hawthorn berries in August were not yet fully ripe, but this had negligible impact on their taste. Under Li Yi's guidance, Lao Fang meticulously fashioned bamboo skewers from the bamboo he had cut down, ensuring they were of uniform size and had smooth edges. The thicker ends of the skewers were designed for easier handling. After removing the seeds from the hawthorn berries and coating them in syrup, he sprinkled a touch of sesame on top, adding a delightful contrast of colors that enhanced their appeal. He arranged all the sugar-coated hawthorns on a makeshift stand crafted from wooden sticks and a broom. Noticing a nearby child eagerly salivating, Lao Fang felt a flicker of confidence ignite within him. An hour later, on the bustling streets of Qing'an Prefecture, the earnest man stood hesitantly at the roadside, gripping a peculiar item. After much deliberation, a resolute expression appeared on his face, and moments later, a booming voice rang out, "Sugar-coated hawthorn." Instantly, several gazes turned towards him from the throng of people on the street. "What is this sugar-coated hawthorn? I don't know. I've never heard of it before. Let's go take a look." The term sugar-coated hawthorn was undoubtedly novel to the people of this world. Driven by curiosity, passers-by turned their attention towards the source of the voice. In a corner of the street, a burly man stood, holding a long stick densely adorned with something at its tip. Upon closer inspection, they realized those small, bead-sized items were none other than ordinary red fruits. Even though the fruits were coated in a glistening layer and sprinkled with sesame, it did not alter the fact that they were merely red berries. "Hey, good sir, how much for your icy hawthorn?" A young man clad in a long robe inquired. "5 for a skewer." "5." The young man was taken aback, then shook his head and walked away. Red berries were not a rare commodity. One could easily purchase several pounds for just 1 won. Only a fool would spend 5 for such a meager quantity. I thought it would be something special, but it's just a few red berries. 5 for a skewer, what audacity! There's nothing to see here. Let us go. Watching the crowd that had gathered around him disperse without a trace, the burly man's heart sank. His greatest fear had materialized. Just then, a voice broke through the disappointment. "Here, 5 I deal like a skewer." Turning to see a middle-aged scholar in a dark blue robe, the burly man felt a surge of joy as he quickly accepted the coins and handed over a skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn. The scholar accepted it and walked away, leaving the burly man feeling somewhat disheartened as he had hoped for some form of feedback. After all, he truly wished for the efforts of these past few days to not be in vain. Unbeknownst to the burly man, the middle-aged scholar took a bite of the sugar-coated hawthorn, his face lighting up with surprise as he looked down at the treat in his hand and murmured, "A delightful blend of sweet and sour, crisp and delectable. I never expected such a novel approach to red berries." Feeling a bit hungry, he had decided to indulge in this unfamiliar snack, which brought him unexpected delight. A smile crept onto his face, and his mood seemed to brighten as he continued on his way. Meanwhile, the burly man, having made his first sale, felt a flicker of hope rekindle within him. He lifted his head and called out, "Sugar-coated hawthorn. Delicious sugar-coated hawthorn. Sugar-coated hawthorn. If it's not sweet, you don't pay." Half an hour later, with a hoarse voice from shouting, the burly man leaned dejectedly against the wall, the flicker of hope extinguished. To this day, he and T managed to sell his second skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn. It must be said, the appearance of the sugar-coated hawthorn was indeed peculiar, drawing many to inquire. However, once they discovered that these so-called sugar-coated hawthorns were merely a few red berries strung together and priced at 5 their interest waned. "Should I try selling them for 1 a skewer?" Lao Fang muttered to himself in despair. but then recalled the warning from his son-in-law to never sell a skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn for less than 5 won, thus dismissing the thought. On the street, a little child, around 5 or 6 years old, was wailing while clutching a woman's leg. "No, I want to eat it now." The child was clearly not easily swayed, shaking his head vigorously. Glancing down, he noticed the child gazing longingly at something ahead, swallowing hard and pointing towards the street corner, saying, "Mother, I want that." Moments later, the child, having fulfilled his desire, happily licked his sugar-coated hawthorn, reveling in this newfound delicacy. After a full hour, having sold only 2 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn, Lao Fong sank into utter despair. Surely, his son-in-law would be disappointed this time. Surrounding Lao Fong was a group of eager children, the eldest not more than 10 years old, all gazing at the sugar-coated hawthorns with excitement. The child at the front, around 5 or 6, was the very one who had made his second sale. With one hand on his behind, still bearing traces of tears, he pointed at the skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn, declaring, "This is it. You'll see I'm not lying." With that, the child extended his small hand, revealing 5 copper coins in his palm, and exclaimed, "Uncle, I want a skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn." "Me too. I want one. I want 2. The children clamored excitedly, and Lao Fong, staring at the outstretched, clean hands, felt a bit dazed. On the street, a passing young girl looked curiously at the exuberant group of children rushing past, each holding a bamboo skewer of something sweet and delicious. When she turned her gaze forward, she spotted the burly man holding the peculiar stick. The power of the children was not to be underestimated. A significant portion of the sugar-coated hawthorns had vanished, replaced by a considerable amount of copper coins in their pockets. "Excuse me, how much are these?" Just as Lao Fong stood there in a daze, a melodious voice chimed in beside him. He turned to see a charming young lady standing next to him, causing his face to flush with embarrassment as he stammered, "5 won." "All right, I'll take one," she replied with a nod and a smile. Taking a delicate bite, the flavor of sweet and sour exploded in her mouth, and her eyes sparkled with delight. From her lovely purse, she pulled out a small piece of silver and pointed to the remaining sugar-coated hawthorns. "I'll take all of these." So many coins weighed heavily in his pocket, bringing a sense of reassurance to his heart. At that moment, Lao Fong felt a pang of shame for having doubted his son-in-law's advice. "Uncle, how is this candied hawthorn made?" The young girl walked ahead, holding a skewer of candied hawthorn, gently licking the sugary coating, speculating that it must be sugar glaze. Yet uncertain, she turned around and asked with curiosity, "My dear girl, I cannot disclose that to you," replied the elderly man, chuckling foolishly, showing no inclination to reveal the secrets of candied hawthorn simply because of her beauty. He was not so foolish as to divulge the method that could lead to his prosperity. The old man chuckled softly, remaining silent as they strolled past the bustling streets. At some point, the crowd began to thin, and the buildings on either side grew more opulent, adorned with rows of vermilion doors, each guarded by imposing stone lions. Exuding grandeur. It must cost a fortune to purchase a residence here, the old man mused inwardly, growing increasingly curious about the girl's identity. For those who dwelt here were either wealthy or noble, far removed from the lives of ordinary folk. "Here we are," he nodded, watching as the girl entered the towering gate, where 2 attendants bowed and exchanged words that he could not quite hear from a distance. Before long, the girl reappeared, followed by 4 others, each carrying a tray, and as they approached the stout man, the girl on the left inquired with intrigue, "Sister Yanji, what are these?" "Do not ask too many questions. I will explain later. First, let us take down all these candied hawthorns." The group of girls eyed the old man with puzzled expressions before shifting their focus to the enticing candied hawthorns. He could not discard the pole resting on his shoulder. But once the girls had removed all the candied hawthorns, his task would be complete. As he departed, he overheard one of the girls mutter, "Aren't these just red fruits? What is so special about them?" Meanwhile, in a lavish estate within Anqing Prefecture, in the rear garden, a girl licked her lips, savoring the unexpected deliciousness of the humble red fruit. She cast a sidelong glance at the girl named Yanji, who had just doubted her, and said, "It's all my fault." "Thank you, Sister Yanji." The girl playfully shook Yanji's arm, smiling brightly. It was indeed puzzling. How could something as ordinary as a red fruit taste so remarkably different? One girl voiced her confusion. It must be due to that layer of sugar glaze. Making candied hawthorn cannot be too difficult. I might try it myself in the future, mused the girl named Yanji, although she had not inquired about the method. It was easy to deduce that aside from the red fruit, the only other component was the sweet coating, likely a melted sugar glaze. Yinji, what are you all doing here? A gentle voice suddenly called from behind, prompting the girls to turn and see an exquisite woman approaching, supported by two maidservants. The woman possessed an enchanting beauty, though the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes betrayed her age, yet her grace remained undiminished, albeit her complexion appeared somewhat haggard and pale. Your Highness, the sight of the woman startled the girls, who stood up in alarm, feeling anxious. They were merely servants in the royal household, and their gathering could easily be misconstrued as idleness. No need to worry. It feels stifling to remain indoors. A stroll is a welcome change, the beautiful woman replied, shaking her head. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon a plate on the stone table, where a skewer of glistening red treats lay, and she approached with curiosity, asking, "What is this? Candied hawthorn?" She inquired further, "What purpose does this serve? Your Highness, this is a snack that Yinji just purchased on the street." The girl named Yinji stepped forward to explain. The woman nodded, picking up a skewer of candied hawthorn, examining it closely before saying, "It looks quite appealing." After taking a gentle bite, the sweet and sour flavor burst forth, prompting her to remark, "It is indeed delightful." As the woman finished the skewer, all the girls stared wide-eyed, especially the girl named Yinji, whose face lit up with surprise. As the personal maid of the princess, she was well aware of the princess's recent health troubles, where she could hardly eat anything, often quickly expelling whatever she managed to consume, leading to significant weight loss. Despite numerous doctors being summoned, even the imperial physician was at a loss, and this was the first time she had seen the princess eat so heartily. Why do I feel even hungrier after eating these treats? After finishing the candied hawthorn, a look of confusion crossed the woman's face as she instructed, "Yinji, tell the kitchen to prepare some meals to be sent to my room." "Yes, Your Highness. I will go right away." The girl, her face alight with joy, responded and hurried off. A moment later, in the study of the estate, a middle-aged man, engrossed in his reading, stood up abruptly upon receiving the servant's report, his face brimming with excitement. "What did you say? The princess can eat?" The girl nodded vigorously, proclaiming, "Yes, it was the princess who requested the kitchen to prepare food. Sister Yinji said the princess ate a lot tonight. Quick, take me to the princess." The middle-aged man laughed heartily, delighted that his beloved's ailment had lifted, and strode out of the room. At the same time, the old man strode into Li Yi's home. With a clatter, he dumped a large pile of copper coins onto the table, laughing boisterously, "Son-in-law, all the candied hawthorns have sold out." Previously, he had only made 100 copper coins in a month, but today, in just a short while, he had earned as much as his monthly income, filling him with immense joy. Now, he need not worry whether Zhuzi can find a wife. "This outcome was within my expectations," Li Yi said with a smile. The old man laughed heartily, his spirits soaring. "No more worries. If we earn money, we can live like the wealthy, reside in grand mansions, take a few concubines, and enjoy a comfortable life." The lavish estates he had seen today had evidently ignited a fervor within him, elevating his life goals significantly. Seemingly taken aback by the old man's lofty aspirations, Li Yi's smile froze momentarily. After a sigh, he stood up, patted the old man's shoulder, and wordlessly turned to leave. "Son-in-law, what is the matter?" However, at that moment, the familiar face bore an extremely somber expression. Who else could it be but his own wife? "Fool! What did you just say?" In an instant, a broom had been seized by Fang's wife. What a calamity! Li Yi stood in the courtyard, hearing the cries from within, and sighed deeply. Chapter 44. The Search. Li Yi truly could not fathom how the usually gentle demeanor of the old man's wife could transform into that of a fierce woman in a heartbeat. The broom in her hand swirled with formidable force, while the old man, despite his skills, found himself utterly helpless, scurrying away in a panic. Li Yi, standing in the courtyard, caught a glimpse of the fierce scene unfolding inside and could not help but reflect that not all families are alike. The old man's family likely possessed some extraordinary genes, allowing them to undergo magnificent transformations in an instant. Half an hour later, Li Yi sat leisurely in the shade beneath a tree, waving a fan, while opposite him, the bruised and battered old man wore a mournful expression. "Son-in-law, you are being unfair." Lao Fang had held back for quite some time before uttering a remark, clearly still brooding over the matter that Li Yi had neglected to remind him about. "Do not regard me with such eyes. I have said nothing." All of this is of your own making. Under the gaze of those large, copper-ringed eyes, Li Yi felt as if he were being scrutinized by a dog, and he hastily waved his hand in dismissal. It was evident that Lao Fong had brought this upon himself. He could not blame anyone else. Lao Fong opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for words. After reflecting on Li Yi's statement, he suddenly recognized the validity of his words. The decision to live in a grand residence was his own, as was the desire to take a concubine. Fortunately, he had not suggested abandoning his wife. Otherwise, he would hardly be standing here conversing with his son-in-law, likely only able to lament his past sorrows during his annual offerings. Setting aside the painful memories, Lao Fong suppressed his emotions and, upon realizing the immense popularity of Tong Hulu, felt an overwhelming joy surge within him. You are correct, son-in-law. This Tong Hulu truly is a lucrative venture, far superior to simply letting horses roam in the village. Li Yi cast a disdainful glance at Lao Fong, pondering how he still clung to the notion of horse trading while dreaming of acquiring a grand residence and marrying a concubine. It seemed highly unlikely that he would ever realize such aspirations, even in his next life. What shall we do next, son-in-law? Lao Fong eagerly inquired, recalling that Li Yi had previously mentioned that today was merely a small trial. The allure of profit necessitated more than just Lao Fong hawking Tong Hulu alone on the streets. Li Yi required additional manpower. Inquire among the others to see who else wishes to partake in this endeavor. We need more hands, he suggested. Li Yi intended for those who were close to Lu Rui to join in, for it would undoubtedly benefit them all, transforming their lives. While they might not amass wealth overnight, they would at least be free from hunger. However, he did not wish to coerce anyone. The choice should remain theirs to make. Is that even a question? A fool would shy away from a money-making opportunity. Lao Fong rolled his eyes and patted his chest, declaring, "Rest assured, son-in-law, this task is in my capable hands." In his view, anyone who refrained from seizing the chance to earn was a fool. With only a meager patch of land to tend, even filling their bellies was a challenge, let alone marrying a concubine or residing in a grand house. Lao Fong sought out familiar brothers, as it would be challenging to persuade farmers who had toiled in the fields all their lives to embrace something novel. In their eyes, only land and grain were tangible and substantial. Nevertheless, since the son-in-law had spoken, nearly everyone agreed without hesitation. After all, he was the man who could ensure that their families were well-fed. Such a favor was not to be taken lightly. They would undoubtedly stand by Li Yi when he needed them. Though a flicker of doubt and unease lingered in their hearts, everyone chose to trust him. This slight trepidation dissipated when Lao Fong showcased his first day's earnings, immediately vanishing like smoke. Earning 100 or so copper coins in a single day was undeniably appealing to them, akin to a windfall. That evening, everyone busied themselves. Several women worked tirelessly to wash hawthorn and prepare syrup, while Lao Fong and others strung hawthorn, coated it in syrup, and sprinkled it with roasted sesame seeds. At the crack of dawn, they hurried down the mountain. Such a noticeable stir could not escape the attention of others. Wu Shi, a portly woman, stood at her doorstep, watching as the burly Fong exited the village with peculiar sticks, scoffing and muttering, "A bunch of fools, they'll surely be led to ruin by that impoverished scholar." In the grand estate of Qing'an Prefecture, the atmosphere today was markedly different, filled with exuberance. The servants flitted about, each receiving double their usual wages, smiles gracing their faces. Their steps noticeably lighter. "Rower, is there anything you wish to eat today? I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare it," said a middle-aged man, dressed in splendid attire, smiling at the beautiful woman beside him. The woman looked at the bountiful spread before her and chuckled wryly. "There is no need for such trouble, my lord. This is more than sufficient. Rower has lost considerable weight these days. I shall send some nourishing supplements later." The middle-aged man gently stroked the beautiful woman's cheek, his heart aching for her. A faint blush appeared on her face as she glanced at the young man across from them, softly remarking, "Shinner is still here." The young man cleared his throat and interjected, "Father, mother, I've seen nothing." At his words, the beautiful woman let out a laugh, then seemed to recall something, saying, "While I have little appetite for the other dishes, I do long for the taste of that Tong Hulu from yesterday." The middle-aged man shot a glare at the young man, who was engrossed in his meal, and chided, "What are you still doing? Did you not hear your mother? Go and fetch that Tong Hulu." "Yes, father." The young man felt quite embarrassed watching his parents display their affection. He promptly stood up, saying, I will inquire with Yinji about where the Tong Halu is sold. Wait, the middle-aged man reconsidered. Since your mother enjoys it, why not invite the vendor to our estate and have him prepare it in the kitchen for us to enjoy it any time? Understood, the young man replied, leaving the hall, feeling joyful that his mother's melancholy was lifting. From a distance, he spotted a girl named Yinji approaching and waved her over. Chapter 45. Narrow encounters. Qing'an Prefecture was vast, and to spread the word of Tong Halu swiftly, a considerable number of hands were required. Relying solely on Lao Fong would be wholly insufficient. As they parted ways at the city gate, Li Yi followed Lao Fong, listening as he boasted about the adoration he received from the children the previous day. Upon reaching a certain street, Lao Fong's body tensed, and he gazed towards a familiar corner. A dozen children were clustered there, their faces etched with anxiety. What Tong Halu? Are you trying to deceive us? Yesterday, it truly existed. Why hasn't that uncle come today? Is there no Tong Halu today? The children paced frantically, having risen early that morning, roused all their friends, and begged their parents for a few copper coins, hastily arriving at this spot. However, to their dismay, the vendor from yesterday was nowhere to be found. The thought of never tasting that sweet and sour Tong Halu again filled the children with dread. Look, that uncle is coming, someone shouted, and, as they turned, they spotted the familiar figure standing in the street, the coveted Tong Halu in sight once more. With a clamor, the scene from the previous day repeated itself. Uncle, I want 2 skewers. I want 3. Here are 20 coins. Give me 4. The children clamored, each extending their small hands, thrusting copper coins into Lao Fong's embrace, fearing that if they were late, all the Tong Halu would be snatched away. As he watched the children leave, each one satisfied and with a significant portion of Tong Halu sold, Lao Fong's face radiated with joy. This brought him one step closer to realizing his dreams. However, in comparison to the exhilarating sensation of realizing one's dreams, another feeling arrived with greater urgency and swiftness. Before long, Lao Fong was clutching his stomach and bending over, addressing Li Yi, son-in-law. Please keep an eye on things here for a moment while I step away. Without waiting for Li Yi's acknowledgement, Lao Fong swiftly disappeared from sight. In just a short while, several skewers of Tong Halu were sold. Almost all the buyers were mischievous children or adults besieged by them. Occasionally, a well-dressed young lady would purchase a skewer or 2, but ordinary adults, upon seeing the commonplace red fruits, lost all desire to buy. Li Yi had anticipated this outcome. The primary consumers of Tong Halu have always been mischievous children. Whether in ancient or modern times, women and children are undeniably the main consumers, aligning perfectly with his initial positioning of Tong Halu. The remaining dozen skewers were sold out in no time, leaving a solitary skewer awkwardly perched, an eyesore that provoked discomfort. Li Yi frowned, removed the last skewer, and as he brought it to his lips, a sudden voice echoed from afar. Stop! Crack! The crisp sound rang out just as he bit into the first hawthorn fruit. To create delectable Tong Halu, mastering the cooking time of the syrup is crucial. This time, the syrup had been cooked a tad too long, slightly burnt. He made a mental note to remind them to be more attentive next time. Subsequently, Li Yi lifted his gaze to see a young man jogging towards him. After a moment of surprise, 2 exclamations simultaneously emerged. It's you! It's you! The young man across from him appeared equally astonished, having not expected the seller of Tong Halu to be the scholar he had encountered during the previous painting session. Naturally, Li Yi also recognized this individual immediately. After all, he had only met one wealthy patron willing to spend 10 taels of silver on a painting in this world. After a brief moment of astonishment, the young man's gaze shifted from Li Yi's face to the last skewer of Tong Halu in his hand, already bitten into.
You! He extended a finger towards Li Yi, barely uttering a word before becoming deflated, abruptly grabbing Li Yi's arm and declaring, Come with me. What for?
The young man, slender yet surprisingly strong, yanked Li Yi forward, causing him to stumble. Is this Tong Halu made by you? Let go of me. Is it you or not? And if it is, then it's settled. Life, much like a game, if one cannot resist, then one must learn to savor it. Moments later, Li Yi realized that his strength was far inferior to that of the young man. Continuing to struggle would only cause himself discomfort, so he relinquished his resistance and followed him forward. From the looks of it, it did not seem like this matter revolved around someone dying from eating Tong Halu. This fellow must be taking him to meet an official. As long as it was not that, he could manage. Meanwhile, not far ahead on the street, several burly men swaggered by, led by a scar-faced brute. He casually snatched 2 buns from a nearby stall, and though the vendor noticed he had not paid, he could only sigh in resignation, recognizing his misfortune, too intimidated to protest. "Big brother, look who that is." Suddenly, as if spotting something, one of the scar-faced man's companions trembled and pointed ahead. Upon hearing this, the scar-faced man raised his head and, upon recognizing a familiar figure, paused momentarily, his expression turning grim. How could he forget the day he was brutally beaten in the alley by several despicable thugs? The most lamentable part was being captured by the constables and spending several days in a cell, where he was fed moldy food and denied even a comfortable place to sleep. Each time he recalled those days, he would awaken in a cold sweat. The source of all this torment was that very individual he now despised with a passion, and that scholar, whom he wished to see eradicated, was now once again within his sight. Follow them. Despite their audacity, these ruffians dared not act too brazenly in public. With a darkened face, he issued the command, trailing the two from a distance. Lee still had no idea where the young man was hastily leading him or what he intended to do. Just as he was about to inquire again, a cacophony of footsteps erupted behind them, and they were instantly surrounded. "Who are you? What do you want?" The young man frowned and questioned, blocking their path. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, scram. This is none of your business." The scar-faced man glared at the young man before shifting his gaze to Li Yi, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Chapter 46. Ning Wang Fu. Upon seeing the scar-faced man again, Li Yi realized the situation was dire. Judging by the expression of hatred on his face and the fiery glare in his eyes, it was evident that this man bore a grudge. Last time, Lao Fong had been there to protect them, but now it was just the two of them, and the young man's combat prowess seemed rather lackluster. It appeared they were destined to be kneeling this time. They had now passed through the most bustling part of the street, and only a few pedestrians lingered on either side, clearly having conspired in advance to surround them. Get lost. Though the young man did not recognize the scar-faced brute, it was apparent he harbored ill intentions, and his expression darkened as he spoke coldly. In this evident scenario of strength versus weakness, the young man's defiance caught Li Yi's attention, prompting him to observe him more closely. Unafraid in the face of danger, he did not bow to the forces of evil. He bore a resemblance to the boldness of his youth. "What did you say?" The scar-faced man paused, scrutinizing Li Yi and the young man before him. "Can't you see how many of us there are?" The scar-faced man's expression soured further, recalling the previous scholar who had reacted similarly. "Kid, I was going to let you off today, but now you can't leave." The scar-faced man glared menacingly at the young man. With the absence of the previous twisted individuals, the scar-faced man felt no pressure. "You have 3 breaths to deal with them." At that moment, the young man's expression darkened as he seemingly addressed the air around him. The scar-faced man and his companions were momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by the young man's audacity. However, the next instant, they erupted into laughter. "Kid, have you lost your mind?" One of the burly men had just begun to speak when suddenly, a passerby erupted, delivering a punch that sent him flying. Without giving the scar-faced man and his cohorts any time to react, another man, crouched by a roadside stall, pushed off the ground with one hand and swept his leg, sending several more of the thugs tumbling down. Clang! The sound of a blade being unsheathed echoed. Everything unfolded so rapidly that not only the scar-faced man and his companions were caught off guard, but even Li Yi stood in astonishment. What in the world was happening? "Let us go." At that moment, the young man once again seized Li Yi's arm, leading him directly through the throng, as if nothing had transpired moments before. The scar-faced man stood there, frozen, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Once more, being held at knife point, he felt his worldview beginning to collapse. The gaze of that man bore no emotion, as though he were staring at a corpse. From merely the look in his eyes, the scar-faced man understood that this opponent was indeed willing to kill him. Until now, he remained perplexed as to why these passers-by possessed such remarkable skills and why they would heed the young man's words. In the distance, a cacophony of hurried footsteps suddenly erupted as several constables clad in dark attire approached at a brisk pace. The moment the scarred man caught sight of the constables, tears of excitement nearly spilled from his eyes. Although he had been reprimanded by these officers countless times, at this moment, their presence felt as comforting as that of family. "Family, come quickly to our rescue. What are you doing? Put down your weapons." In Anqing Prefecture, how could anyone dare to wield a knife in public? The leading constable bellowed, drawing his sword and pointing it at the group. The expression on the knife-wielding man's face remained unchanged. He merely fumbled at his waist and tossed a plaque in their direction. The constable caught it, glanced at it, and his countenance shifted dramatically. He hastily sheathed his sword and hurried over, saying, "My lord." It had taken a considerable effort for Lao Fong to find a privy to relieve himself, and he emerged from it with a look of satisfaction. As the young master reached a familiar street corner, Lao Fong called out, only to find the original spot empty, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Where's the young master?" Just as Fong, the burly man, was searching high and low for Li Yi found himself gazing blankly at a grand archway. The recent events on the street had cast doubts in his mind regarding the young man's background, and he now acutely realized that this wealthy individual was no ordinary person. Ning Wing Fu. Above the entrance, a broad plaque displayed these grand characters. Such a sign could not be casually affixed to just any residence. Could it be that this young man was, in fact, a member of the royal family of Jinghua? Before Li Yi could ponder this question further, the young man pulled him through the grand doors. "Little Prince." The two attendants at the entrance quickly bowed in respect. This royal residence was expansive, and, as the young man led Li Yi through a labyrinth of corridors, Li lost count of how many doors they passed before finally stopping in front of a particular room. The young man threw open the door, and upon seeing him, several individuals inside paused their work, bowing in unison and exclaiming, "Little Prince, quickly, prepare some candied hawthorn," the young man urged, waving his hand with urgency. Li Yi was momentarily taken aback. After all the commotion, the young man had brought him here simply to make candied hawthorn? This was the first time Li Yi encountered such a capricious, wealthy individual. Surveying the surroundings, he deduced that they were in a kitchen of sorts. On a nearby table lay some hawthorn and sugar, indicating they had attempted to prepare the treat themselves. Although the method for making candied hawthorn is relatively simple, boiling sugar until it reaches a syrupy consistency and coating pitted red fruits, achieving a delightful flavor requires precise ratios, timing, and technique honed through generations of trial and error. Without the benefit of countless ancestors' experiences, crafting delectable candied hawthorn is indeed no easy feat. As Li Yi examined the room, the others scrutinized him as well. Was the scholarly figure before them truly the one who had alleviated the princess's affliction? It must be said that this was quite a departure from their preconceived notions. "The technique for making candied hawthorn is straightforward," Li Yi remarked, "but I must apologize, as I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave." He had no intention of divulging the coarse secrets of the recipe to strangers, especially since he was unfamiliar with the young man and preferred to remain uninvolved with any royal matters. After speaking, he strode purposefully toward the exit. "Please wait." Just then, a melodious voice called from behind, as a girl named Yin Ji approached with haste. "You may not know, but despite having only hawthorn and sugar, our attempts have yielded unsatisfactory results. Surely there must be some secret ingredient. We kindly ask you to share." Li Yi paused momentarily before smiling and replying, "My dear lady, I fear you're overthinking it. I have shared all I know, and there is no hidden secret." His expression was earnest, and although the girl still harbored doubts, she began to trust him. She turned to the young man and said, "Little Prince, the vendor from whom we purchased candied hawthorn yesterday was not this gentleman. I believe we have mistaken him." "Indeed, indeed." Li Yi nodded, quickening his pace toward the door. 10 taels of silver." At that moment, the young man suddenly interjected. The girl froze, unsure of the young prince's intent. Meanwhile, as Li Yi's foot crossed the threshold, he abruptly halted. "I was indeed rude earlier. If I have offended you in any way, I hope you will not hold it against me. Yanji, please give this gentleman 10 taels of silver as a gesture of our apology." Li Yi turned to find a young man regarding him with a bemused expression. Their eyes met, and they shared a knowing smile, each understanding the unspoken meaning behind it. This young prince certainly had a sense of propriety. Li Yi's smile grew brighter as he said, "Though the method of preparation holds no secrets, given your graciousness, I will be delighted to try and recreate the flavor you desire." Although Li Yi could not fathom why he had suddenly changed his mind, the girl's face lit up with joy, and she exclaimed, "Thank you so much." The young man gestured for Li Yi to proceed, and moments later, all present, including the young man, watched in astonishment as Li Yi skillfully handled the hawthorn and prepared the syrup, his movements fluid and seamless. Due to the absence of bamboo skewers, Li Yi placed the finished candied hawthorn onto a plate. The girl picked one up with chopsticks and took a tentative bite, her eyes lighting up as she turned to the young man, exclaiming, "Little prince, this is just like yesterday's flavor. I must take some of my mother immediately." The young man beamed with delight as he took the plate from her and strode out. Li Yi, observing the scene, found it curious. It seemed that the one who adored candied hawthorn was none other than the princess. Could it be that this treat was truly addictive? "Thank you, sir. Thanks to your candied hawthorn, the princess's health has improved," the girl said, bowing to Li Yi after the young man departed. "The princess's ailment?" Li Yi inquired, somewhat bewildered. He had no idea that candied hawthorn possessed medicinal properties. "May I ask what illness the princess suffers from?" Li Yi was unfamiliar with the term Yujia Zhizhong, but he understood the girl's description. She spoke of lack of appetite, insomnia, fever, and increasing frailty. Wasn't that merely indigestion? Without a doubt, within the royal residence. The diet consisted of extravagant meats and dishes, so it was no wonder that someone with a slightly weaker constitution would struggle with digestion. Moreover, hawthorn is known for its ability to clear the lungs, aid digestion, and stimulate appetite, particularly effective for those who have overindulged in meat. The girl named Yanji gazed in astonishment at the scholar, whose eyes glistened with tears. She had merely mentioned the princess's condition, yet this gentleman was moved to tears. At this moment, the door to the kitchen was abruptly pushed open, and the young prince entered with an expression of exhilaration, instructing several chefs to prepare dishes that the princess typically enjoyed. To his astonishment, the tonghalu had such remarkable effects. The young man turned to Li Yi, his face aglow with wonder, exclaiming that a condition that had stumped even the imperial physician was showing signs of improvement due to such a trivial thing. His mother, who often exhibited extreme aversion to food, had even expressed a desire to eat after consuming those red fruits, a notion that was utterly unimaginable. At this juncture, Li Yi's mood had returned to normal. He smiled and remarked that while the red fruit was indeed beneficial for alleviating the symptoms of depression, it was not a fundamental cure. "Do you know how to treat depression?" The young man, upon hearing this, was suddenly taken aback, grasping Li Yi's arm as he inquired eagerly. "I know a thing or two," Li Yi replied with a smile. He felt a twinge of guilt about charging 10 taels of silver for a sugar-coated hawthorn, considering that they were regular customers, and he needed to ensure they felt that the expense was worthwhile. Had these words been uttered by anyone else, the young man and the girl would have surely doubted them. Yet when spoken by Li Yi, they believed them wholeheartedly, for he had already performed a miracle once. As expressions of jubilation spread across their faces, elsewhere in the city of Qingyan, a man from the Fong clan gazed anxiously at the darkening sky, his face etched with worry. During the Shaoxi era of the Southern Song dynasty, the beloved Huang Guifei, favored by Emperor Song Wangzong, fell ill with a strange affliction, becoming gaunt and losing her appetite. Despite the imperial physicians employing numerous precious medicines, none were effective. As the Guifei's condition worsened day by day, the emperor, at his wit's end, issued a public call for physicians. A wandering doctor stepped forth, and after diagnosing the Guifei, he recommended boiling hawthorn fruits with brown sugar and consuming 5 to 10 pieces before each meal. He assured that her illness would be cured within half a month. Following this regimen, the Guifei indeed recovered as promised. Chapter 48. The Young Master is Lost. Old Fong searched the entirety of Qingyan for Li Yi but found no trace of him. "Fong Lao-san, you fool, wasn't he the young master with you? How could you lose him?" Beside Old Fong, another man wore an equally anxious expression. He too found it incomprehensible how a grown man could simply vanish. "Do you think the young master might have run away?" At that moment, a flicker of hesitation crossed another man's face, and he cautiously spoke up. "Nonsense," the Fong man retorted, turning sharply to glare at him, as if he had stepped on a cat's tail. "The young master is not that kind of person. Old Fong," the man who had just scolded the Fong clan member began, speaking slowly. "What Old Wu said is not entirely implausible. After all, the young master." His words trailed off, yet everyone understood the implication. After all, the young master had been taken from them. Their lives had transformed dramatically since Li Yi's arrival, and no one wished to bring up that incident. Deep down, they had already accepted Li Yi as one of their own. Nevertheless, despite their reluctance to acknowledge it, all of them could not help but contemplate the worst-case scenario. "Let us split up and search again. The young master may be waiting for us somewhere." After a moment, a resolute expression appeared on the Fong man's face as he said firmly, The remaining individuals exchanged glances, sighed, and dispersed to commence another round of searching. Li Yi was not a medical practitioner, so if the princess suffered from any other ailment, he, having never read a medical book, would surely lack the authority to comment. However, when it came to treating gastrointestinal issues and indigestion, he could be considered somewhat of an expert. In his previous life, his mother had employed various methods to regulate his digestive health, which he had not taken seriously at the time. Now, those memories were etched vividly in his mind. Without delving into lengthy modern medical theories, he simply stated, in addition to preparing the tonghulu with red fruit and sugar, you can also grind corn and yam together. Boil them into porridge. This too will work wonders for the princess's condition. Both the sugar-coated hawthorn and yam porridge were staples at Li Yi's family table. In this world, there were no digestive aids. Hawthorn served as the only option to stimulate appetite, and a good appetite naturally led to better health. As Li Yi concluded, the young man hastily instructed the chefs. Did you all hear that? Eliminate the greasy dishes I mentioned earlier. That is all I know, Li Yi said, feeling a bit parched after speaking for so long. When he glanced outside, he realized it had grown completely dark. Yinji, did you remember everything I just said? The young man asked the girl. Upon hearing this, Yinji nodded, replying, Yes, Your Highness, I have noted it all down. Even the imperial physician had been at a loss, and this handsome scholar before them had become their sole hope. Had Li Yi prescribed any specific medicine, they would have meticulously considered it. However, he had primarily suggested dietary changes. Although they did not fully comprehend the reasoning behind it, he did not seem to be speaking without purpose. The hour is late. I have shared all that I know and shall not impose further. With 10 taels of silver securely tucked away, Li Yi tactfully offered his farewells. A moment later, Old Fong and the others would surely be frantic. Whether or not Li Yi's methods would prove effective remained uncertain to the young man. Yet the emergence of the tonghulu had indeed brought about some improvement in his mother's condition, which he must acknowledge. He threw an arm around Li Yi's shoulders, exclaiming, Brother, you have been an immense help. I cannot let you go without expressing my gratitude. How about a banquet at Chuanyu Courtyard tonight? We shall not cease until we are inebriated. There is no need for a banquet. I have urgent matters at home. Ah, brother, that is not fair. Do you look down upon me? I harbor no such intentions. Then come with me. The girl named Yinji watched the young prince and the scholar depart, arm in arm, and a smile graced her delicate features. Her young prince was admirable in many respects, yet he lacked the dignity that one would expect. He resembled a carefree dandy. She wondered what the kingdom might look like should he inherit the throne. This thought barely flickered in her mind before she hurriedly left the kitchen. Although she had memorized everything the scholar had said, it was wise to jot it down on paper lest she forget. Li Yi was hastily pulled out of the royal palace by the unconventionally carefree young prince. Outside Liuezhai, the Fong man wore a vacant expression, trudging into the village, followed by several men who also bore frowns of concern. On the other side of the village, a young maid was busy in the kitchen, humming a little tune that the young master had taught her. As she pondered something, the corners of her mouth turned upwards, and her brows formed a lovely arc. After glancing around, she noticed that apart from the Fong clan members, there was no sign of Li Yi. A hint of confusion crossed her pretty face as she inquired, Where's the young master? Old Fong looked up, his expression complex as he regarded Xiaohuan. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to speak, albeit with difficulty. The young master is lost. What? Chapter 49. A shocking revelation. Miss, it is entirely my fault. I should have remained by the young master's side. The Fong man spoke in a low voice, his head bowed, his face filled with regret. Lu Rui's expression remained unchanged. After a moment of silence, she nodded and said, I understand. Her emotions were inscrutable, and the Fong men opened their mouths, but ultimately refrained from saying anything further. As a few individuals sighed and exited, Lu Rui leaned against the door with her sword, gazing at the almost full moon in the sky, her delicate face maintaining its customary frostiness. After an indeterminate period, Lu Rui stepped into the room, looked at the woman inside, and inquired, Sister, do you need me to descend the mountain? Lu Ruyin, aware of her intentions, waved her hand before she could finish, saying, No need. As she spoke, there was a slight daze upon her face. Despite the absence of romantic feelings between them, they were, after all, a married couple in name, and thus it was inevitable to feel a pang of disappointment. Her initial plan was to allow Li Yi to leave after some time, Yet as days turned into weeks, her sentiments began to shift. Regardless, she would eventually have to marry. Previously consumed by the demands of life, she had never contemplated such matters. However, in recent days, that somewhat frail figure had effortlessly shouldered the burdens of their household. The concerns that had once occupied her thoughts were now alleviated. Occasionally, she mused that if he were unwilling to leave, perhaps it would not be so unacceptable for them to continue this way, even if it were mere pretense. Yet ultimately, such a possibility was no longer viable. Chuanyu Courtyard, a name that hardly exudes propriety. Just by hearing it, one could surmise its nature was akin to that of Yihong Courtyard or Quail Building. Li Yi harbored doubts whether tonight's encounter was merely a simple meal. The young prince's manner of conducting affairs was entirely contrary to Li Yi's expectations. He ventured out alone each time, accompanied by scarcely any sycophants, which was a gross misallocation of resources. However, recalling the scene he had witnessed earlier that day, Li Yi's understanding crystallized. Ostensibly, he appeared solitary, yet one could never know how many concealed protectors surrounded him. A seemingly ordinary passerby or a modest vendor at the street corner could instantaneously transform into his ultimate bodyguard. Remember, once we enter, do not call me Little Prince. Simply refer to me as Li Xiong, he said as they arrived at the entrance of Chuanyu Courtyard. Li Chuan, the young prince, suddenly threw an arm around Li Yi's shoulder and lowered his voice. Li Yi nodded, not surprised by this request. In the world of Jianghu, one must adopt aliases for self-preservation. Parading as a young prince in a brothel could lead to dire consequences from his royal father. By the way, I still do not know your name, Li Xian inquired after a few steps. Li Yi, he replied, glancing around curiously. It was his first visit to such an establishment, and he felt a flutter of excitement within. What a coincidence that you two share the surname Li. Li Xuan exclaimed, sumawet astunisha. Although the young prince was rather handsome, Li Yi preferred to distance himself from any notion of fate connecting them. As they stepped through the grand entrance of Chuanyu Courtyard, a woman in her 30s, heavily adorned with makeup, promptly approached them, forcing a smile and exclaiming, "Oh, isn't this young Master Li? It has been quite some time since your last visit." Li Yi was initially taken aback, but soon realized the matron was not addressing him. He cast a surprised glance at Li Xian, discovering that he was indeed a frequent visitor here. At that moment, doubts crept into Li Yi's mind. Was this fellow truly a young prince? Let's skip the pleasantries. Where is Zue Mo? Fetch her at once. Li Xian waved his hand dismissively, tossing a silver ingot to her with a hint of impatience. Li Yi turned to him, bewildered. Wasn't this supposed to be a dinner invitation? How had it morphed into a visit to a brothel? He could not simply surrender his virtue here. If this fellow were to propose anything lewd, he would resolutely refuse without hesitation. The matron caught the silver, her heart momentarily elated, yet she soon revealed a troubled expression. Young Master Li, you understand that Zue Mo is our head courtesan. Whether she receives guests is entirely up to her discretion, and I cannot compel her. Li Xian frowned at her words, discontent with the notion of paying for no service. Never mind, it was only meant for her to sing a song for our entertainment. Since she will be performing shortly, that saves us the trouble. The matron, silently pondering, found it peculiar that this young Master Li visited Chuanyu Courtyard without seeking companionship, seemingly only to hear Zue Mo sing. However, she dared not voice her thoughts, for he was her esteemed benefactor, and her countenance instantly brightened as she beckoned. Gentlemen, please follow me to the private chamber. Zue Mo will be here shortly. The private chamber, as described by the matron, was a spacious room adorned with a clean carpet, with a section partitioned by curtains. After seating Li Yi and Li Xian, the matron excused herself to attend to other matters. In front of them was a long, low table laden with an array of fruits and various dishes. Li Xian settled comfortably on the floor, casually plucking a grape from the table and popping it into his mouth, casting a triumphant glance at Li Yi. "What is this? You've never been to a place like this before?" Li Yi nodded in response. Indeed, this was his first visit to such an establishment. He had never had the money to indulge in such luxuries, nor had he ever envisioned what his sisters, Xiao Huan and Lu Ruyan, would think upon discovering his sojourn to a brothel. After all, he was a married man. After adopting the same seated posture as Li Xian, Li Yi surveyed the surroundings. Numerous figures occupied the low tables, engaged in hushed conversations. As he scanned the entrance, he suddenly noticed several women gracefully entering the gauzy enclosure. Zue Mo has arrived. A wave of murmurs swept through the room, and soon after, as music emanated from within the curtains, the previously boisterous crowd fell silent. Li Yi watched with keen interest as several enchanting figures began to dance within the curtains. Moments later, a melodious voice floated forth from behind the gauze. Delicate clouds weave artistry, flying stars convey love. The silver river stretches across the dark sky, meeting the golden wind and jade dew. A single encounter surpasses countless in the mortal realm. Upon hearing these lines, Li Yi's body jolted, his face betraying profound astonishment. He was certain that while poetry existed in this world, it bore only a superficial resemblance to that of his own. The great literary figures of his previous world, such as Li Bai, Du Fu, Su Shi, and Lu Yong, were absent here. Naturally, their works would not be found in this realm either. Suddenly hearing Qin Guan's Ke Qiao Xian, a piece that should not exist in this world, sent Li Yi into a state of shock followed by euphoria. Could it be that she, like him, had traversed into this realm? No one could fathom Li Yi's emotions, a solitary soul adrift in this world. Even the presence of one person, or even a dog, from his former world would provide him with immense solace. Meanwhile, Li Xian was engrossed in the performance, oblivious to Li Yi's escalating agitation. Suddenly, Li Yi sprang to his feet, taking swift strides toward the center of the stage. He brusquely parted the gauzy curtain, startling the woman singing, whose face was veiled by a light fabric. Her voice ceased abruptly as she gazed at the young scholar who had rushed forward, an expression of alarm crossing her delicate features. "Did you also traverse from Earth?" Li Yi grasped the woman's hand, urgently inquiring. As the scene unfolded, a cacophony erupted, and the onlookers immediately rose, their faces etched with outrage. "Stop! Release Zue Mo at once. Who dares to cause a ruckus in Chuanyu courtyard?" The young Prince Li Xian stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. "This fellow, how impatient and audacious he is. Release me at once." The woman, caught by Li Yi's grasp, was genuinely startled, remaining motionless until she regained her composure. Suddenly, she wrenched her hand free, her face flushed with indignation, and stepped back, glaring at him as she scolded. Li Yi stood there in a daze. The events seemed to diverge from his expectations. Observing the woman's reaction, he wondered if he had misjudged the situation. Just then, the madam of the establishment, accompanied by several burly men, hurried in, her voice filled with fury. "Who dares to cause trouble in Kunyu Yuan? Seize him at once." The muscular men quickly spotted Li Yi standing at the center of the stage, striding over to grip his shoulder firmly. Li allowed them to twist his arms behind his back, his gaze fixed intently on the woman. "That song, Ke Qiao Xian, where did you hear it?" Initially, she had no intention of engaging him, but upon witnessing the madness in his eyes, her heart trembled involuntarily, and she found herself explaining. "This poem has been well known for a month, said to be inscribed on a Qitian lantern, composed by a talented scholar named Li Yi. A month ago, Qitian lantern, Li Yi murmured to himself, a profound disappointment washing over his face. It must have been the Qitian lantern from Shaohuan. Throw him out at once." The madam, seeing the men still lingering, shouted in anger. "Stop!" At that moment, a voice resonated from the front as Li Xian, his expression grim, approached slowly. Standing before the burly men, he spoke coldly. "Release him." "Were you?" One man scoffed, but before he could finish, Li Xian's countenance darkened, and the man found himself sent flying with a kick. At that instant, Li Xian seemed transformed. Regardless of his usual demeanor, his identity as a young prince remained unchanged, and he would not allow himself to be insulted by someone from a brothel. Seeking death, the remaining men, their expressions turning grim, prepared to strike. But the madam rushed forward, ordering them to cease. Li Xian cast a casual glance at Li Yi, held captive by the two men, and the madam promptly understood. Glaring at the burly men, "Release him at once." Although the madam was unaware of Li Xian's identity, her kind was most adept at discerning whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Clearly, this young man belonged to the latter category. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Li Yi's heart ached inexpressibly. He had lost all desire to linger in the brothel, wordlessly making his way outside. The spot on his arm where he had been grabbed still throbbed faintly. The woman named Amo glanced back at the retreating figure, murmuring, "That scholar." As she contemplated various thoughts, the madam approached hurriedly, expressing concern. "Hey, Amo, are you all right?" The woman shook her head in response. The madam felt a wave of relief. Losing their top courtesan would be a tremendous blow to Kun Yuan. Throughout both past and present, Li Yi had always abstained from alcohol, yet at this moment, he yearned for oblivion. What is lost is eternally gone. One must always look ahead. The faces of Xiao Huan, Lu Rui, and even that foolish Lao Fong surfaced in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he strode toward a tavern on the street. Tavern keeper, bring me your strongest liquor. A plump tavern keeper approached, smiling. Young master, our strongest liquor is quite potent. Most people. Enough chatter. Do you doubt my ability to pay? With a resounding clap, Li Yi slammed a silver ingot onto the table. Very well, young master, one moment. Please, the liquor will be ready shortly. Upon seeing the silver ingot, the keeper's eyes sparkled, and he hurried to fetch the drink. Li Xian entered from outside, sitting across from Li Yi, sighing as he spoke. No matter how beautiful Zamo may be, she is but a courtesan. You, Li Yi, are a capable man. Why cling to a courtesan? Even with only 2 brief encounters, it was evident that the young prince had developed a considerable interest in Li Yi. Were it not for this, given his status, how could he demean himself to associate with an ordinary person? Your drink has arrived. Li Xian had clearly misunderstood, yet Li Yi chose not to clarify. When the tavern keeper placed the liquor on the table, he raised the jar and took a hearty swig. Thud! Just before collapsing onto the table, Li Yi finally understood why he had always abstained from alcohol. Li Xian, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. I never expected your tolerance to be so poor. Seizing the jar that Li Yi had just drunk from, he gulped down several mouthfuls. Thud! The 2 of them ended up sprawled across the table in identical postures. The tavern keeper, observing this scene from behind the counter, couldn't help but smirk. With such poor tolerance, how could one audaciously claim to desire the strongest liquor? Not far from the tavern, figures clad in coarse clothing, upon seeing the 2 drunken souls at the table, exchanged bittersweet smiles before stepping out from the shadows. Chapter 51. The Gratitude of the Ning Wang. As consciousness gradually returned, Li Yi felt a throbbing in his head, struggling for a while to open his eyes, only to hear a few voices nearby in fragmented snippets. The princess actually ate something this morning. She even specially drank a small bowl of yam and corn porridge. The prince was quite pleased and raised the allowance for all the kitchen staff. After considerable effort, he finally managed to open his eyes, only to be met with an exceptionally bitter taste in his mouth. He was extremely thirsty. At that moment, a clear voice rang out nearby. The young master has awakened. A warm towel was handed to him, and Li Yi hastily wiped his face, looking at the 2 maids in the room, his voice hoarse as he requested water. After a moment, he received a teacup from one of the maids and drained it in one go. Yet, he still felt parched, downing several cups before the thirst subsided significantly. At this point, a maid approached with a tray covered in red cloth, smiling as she said, Young master, this is a token of gratitude from the prince. Please accept it. Token of gratitude? What is this? Li Yi, still somewhat groggy from sleep, casually unveiled the red cloth, nearly blinded by the neatly arranged silver ingots on the tray. Please convey my thanks to the prince. With a broad smile, Li Yi accepted the tray from the maid, the remnants of sleep vanishing instantly, revitalizing his spirit. The maid was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Li Yi's prompt acceptance. The prince had specifically instructed her to persuade him to accept it if he was reluctant, and she had mentally prepared for that. However, the reality left her somewhat dumbfounded. Isn't it said that scholars regard money as dirt? This young master, it seems, is not quite of that mindset. Li Yi, carrying a small bundle on his back, exited the Ning Wang residence, waving goodbye to the woman named Yanji behind him as he strode away. After drinking just 1 cup of liquor last night, he had embarrassingly collapsed at the table, not waiting for the young prince to awaken before hastily leaving the residence. The small bundle on his back contained exactly 110 taels of silver. Although this amounts to roughly 50,000 yuan, it was indeed the first substantial sum Li Yi had acquired since arriving in this era. The son of a wealthy man surely possesses a wealthy father. Li Yi appreciated such a generous prince. Discussing feelings is too cumbersome. Why not speak directly of money? With his purse now heavier, his heart felt significantly fuller as well. It is difficult to fathom the anxiety that Lao Fong and his companions must feel upon not seeing her yesterday. Within Lu Yizhai, a young maid sat at the door, her eyes swollen and red. The once enchanting glimmer in her large eyes had faded, overshadowed by dark circles as she stared blankly ahead. The girl remained silent, biting her lip and shaking her head. This notion was conceived by the young master, and the sugar frosting was also procured by him. We merely contributed a modicum of effort. Holding the pouch in her hand felt unsteady. "So you should keep it safe," she said. Lao Fong placed the cloth bag at the girl's feet, ultimately refraining from saying more, and turned to depart slowly. The girl sat quietly in her familiar spot, as if a familiar figure were still beside her, recounting beautiful stories and teaching her how to prepare delicious meals. Those were indeed the most splendid moments of her life. The thought that this figure would never again appear made her nose tingle, and she struggled to suppress the tears that threatened to fall. Ultimately, as a mere girl of 15 or 16, she lost control of her tears, burying her small head between her legs, muffled sobs escaping her lips. "What is troubling Xiao Huan? Who has upset you?" A voice suddenly called out from the front, causing the girl to startle and raise her head abruptly, revealing a face that was achingly familiar. A flicker of brightness appeared in her eyes, but quickly dimmed. From yesterday until now, such scenes had occurred countless times, initial delight giving way to a desensitized numbness, for she understood that even the most vivid illusions were merely that, illusions. Observing the maid's tear-streaked face, Li Yi felt a pang in his heart and hurried over to wipe her tears away, gently asking, "Tell me, who has wronged you? The young master will seek justice for you." The girl gazed dumbfounded as Li Yi wiped her tears. The genuine sensation on her face made her realize this was no mere illusion. "Young master." Tears streamed from her beautiful eyes, and in an instant, Li Yi felt the weight of a delicate form in his embrace. The usually shy maid would never have acted so boldly. Now, with her tear-streaked face, she clung to him as if exerting all her strength, leaving Li Yi somewhat bewildered. At that moment, the courtyard door swung open, and Li Yi caught sight of Lu Rui, who pointed at the heartbroken maid and inquired, "What has happened to Xiao Huan?" Lu Rui stood at the door, sword in hand, gazing at Li Yi. Although her demeanor appeared unaffected, she seemed to have suddenly relaxed. Lu Rui's presence silenced Xiao Huan's sobs. Lowering her head, she stood beside Li Yi with her flushed face, clutching his garment tightly. "Young master." Lao Fong's booming voice resonated from behind, brimming with uncontainable excitement. As Lao Fong approached, looking as if he were about to give Li Yi a grand hug, Li Yi instinctively retreated a considerable distance. Having just relished the soft embrace of Xiao Huan, he was unwilling to allow Lao Fong to invade his personal space. "Where did you go last night?" Lao Fong, undeterred by the lack of a bare hug, gazed at Li Yi with a puzzled expression. From last night until today, Lao Fong had believed that if not for him, the young master would not have gone missing. Deeply ensnared in his own turmoil, spending a sleepless night, seeing Li Yi today, all feelings of guilt and regret dissipated, and he felt as though life had suddenly regained its brilliance. Xiao Huan reached out to grasp the small bundle, only to find it surprisingly heavier than expected. In her surprise, the bundle slipped from her hands and fell to the ground. With a clatter, the bundle burst open, and a cascade of silver ingots tumbled out, glistening in the sunlight, nearly dazzling Lao Fong's eyes. Xiao Huan gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, her lovely face reflecting sheer astonishment. Lu Rui's grip on her sword tightened, her expression revealing a flicker of emotion. Nearby, Wu Shi emerged from the house, having just disposed of a basin of dirty water, when she noticed something shimmering on the ground, turning her head in curiosity. With a clang, the copper basin fell from her hands, producing a crisp sound. Chapter 52. The Art of Soap Making. As a person who has known poverty and hunger, Lao Fong could not help but think of converting silver into grain upon seeing the money. This reaction had become instinctual. Yet, upon witnessing the numerous fist-sized ingots on the ground, Lao Fong found himself at a loss. The amount of grain that could be purchased with this silver was clearly beyond the capacity of his simple arithmetic skills. "Young master, what exactly did you do last night?" Forcing his gaze away from the enticing silver ingots, Lao Fong swallowed hard and looked at Li Yi. Li Yi shot a disapproving glance at the clumsy maid, bent down to gather the silver ingots one by one, placing them back into the pouch before raising his head to say, "I found them while lost last night." The tremor in Lao Fong's voice was palpable. Even if he made a profit of 100 won daily from selling sugar-coated hawthorns, It would take years of diligent saving to amass such wealth. As for the maid, the sparkle returned to her beautiful eyes. The young master has always had excellent fortune, always finding something whenever he ventures out. Although it has been a long time since he found a mountain chicken, this time he discovered so much silver. Even the heavens are aiding the young master. The girl's emotions swung from despair to elation overnight, her heart brimming with joy as she secretly gazed at Li Yi. Unable to look away, Wu Shi stood dazed in place, as if struck by lightning, still grappling with disbelief over what she had just witnessed. That was a substantial amount of silver. She felt she might never encounter such wealth again in her lifetime. For those still struggling to fill their bellies, a year's expenses would barely total 1 or 2 silver coins. This amount could sustain them for a lifetime. 100 taels of silver was no small sum. How to spend it remained a question. Naturally, Li Yi would not think of buying grain first like Lao Feng and the others. Given that he lacked for nothing at home, he needed to contemplate how to maximize the value of this money and how to transform 100 taels into even more silver. After all, one could not always expect to encounter wealthy patrons like the Ning Wang and his son. Silver may be abundant, but wealthy patrons are rare. To enjoy a comfortable retirement, one must rely on their own efforts. Initially, he had planned to gradually amass enough capital through selling sugar-coated hawthorns, but circumstances often unfold more swiftly than anticipated. Now, possessing a modest fortune, he could clearly bypass that step. However, the business of sugar-coated hawthorns must continue, as there remains substantial profit in the short term, particularly in a market with little competition. Moreover, a significant reason for this is that while this money may not mean much to him, it could profoundly alter the lives of Lao Feng and others. Li Yi did not aspire to lead the entire village out of poverty, but he could not indulge in luxuries while watching his companions suffer. As for the exact amount needed, it had yet to crystallize in his mind. The more, the better. With 100 taels as seed capital, Li Yi could now consider purifying high-concentration alcohol or producing soap to generate income. Before the advent of the distillation method for purification, the alcoholic beverages of this world were lamentably weak, predominantly comprising rice wine with an alcohol content of less than 10 degrees and at most reaching 20 degrees. It is under such conditions that the possibility of consuming 1,000 cups without intoxication arises. Were one to compare this with the potent spirits of 50 or 60 degrees that emerged in later times, those so-called connoisseurs of liquor would likely succumb to alcohol poisoning long before they could finish 1,000 cups. The wine presented by the innkeeper last night was presumably of low alcohol content as well. However, faced with someone like Li Yi, who would faint at the slightest whiff of alcohol, a few hearty gulps rendered him completely incapacitated. The culture of alcohol in this realm is indeed flourishing, with an elevated demand for higher-proof spirits, suggesting a lucrative avenue for commerce. Furthermore, the disinfection of wounds is also reliant on high concentrations of alcohol. Li, valuing his life, recognized that it would be a significant disgrace for a modern individual to succumb to an infection due to a wound. In addition to distilling alcohol, the production of soap must be prioritized. The legendary item known as EZ, used for bathing, is similarly scarce in this world. Li had previously sought it out in the markets of the capital city, but found no vendors. Upon inquiry, he learned that the method of making EZ is highly intricate, with the secret recipe held only by a select few in the royal family, rendering it a luxury item rarely seen in the market. Even when available, it is swiftly purchased at exorbitant prices. What is commonplace in later times transforms into a luxury in this world, which is, of course, advantageous for Li Yi. In the past, he had indulged in crafting handmade soap, a process that requires few materials and is not complicated. The method still lingers in his memory. Water, vegetable oil, and sodium hydroxide suffice for the simplest handmade soap. Such soap, devoid of additives, boasts strong cleansing properties and is gentle on the skin. Although sodium hydroxide is not readily available, it can easily be prepared from slaked lime and soda ash without much difficulty. After careful consideration, Li Yi resolved to commence with the production of handmade soap. The days of relying solely on manual scrubbing during baths had grown tiresome. As he contemplated the implementation of this plan, he unwittingly wandered into the inner courtyard, where an unexpected sound caught his attention. He looked up to see a graceful figure practicing in the yard, wielding a glimmering long sword that moved with the fluidity of a serpent. Watching Lu Rui execute a beautiful sword flourish, effortlessly leaping several yards. Li Yi felt a surge of envy. If only he possessed such skills. He would not fear being bullied. In the event of encountering that scar-faced man again, he could easily handle the situation alone. At that moment, with his remarkable abilities and handsome visage, he could transform into a well-rounded gentleman, effortlessly garnering a legion of admirers and ascending to the pinnacle of life. From a distance, Li Yi's face broke into a smile as Lu Rui sheathed her sword, suppressing the urge to strike him down. Chapter 53. The gamble in his youth, Li Yi, like many boys, harbored dreams of martial heroes. His fascination intensified after immersing himself in various martial arts novels and dramas. However, with the passage of time and the maturation of his thoughts, such fantasies gradually diminished. In the 21st century, where exists no realm of martial arts, any reasonably sane adult would not dwell on such ethereal notions as they did in childhood. Yet this world is different. Here, the realm of martial arts is tangible. While it is true that where there are people, there exists a community, the definition of this community is broad, embodying a true world of swords and valor, brimming with tales of chivalry. In this realm, personal prowess is magnified to an extreme. Even a small faction like Lu Yi Village can be deemed a place of hidden talents. Those like Old Fong, appearing merely as simple country folk, reveal themselves to be formidable fighters when provoked, often taking on 10 opponents single-handedly. Even his wife and sister-in-law are exceptional martial artists. Li Yi witnesses their training daily, and their casual displays of skill leave him astounded. The ability to cleave wooden tables with bare hands is merely a trifle. He believes Lu Rui could effortlessly crush stones against her chest without issue. Yet, he reflects that such training may not suit her. Her figure is already quite slender, and further pressure could leave her with nothing. Li Yi should feel fortunate that Lu Rui cannot hear his inner thoughts. Otherwise, she might have already drawn her sword against him. Upon further reflection, he sadly realizes that, in terms of combat prowess, he can only best Xiaohuan. As a man, is there any greater embarrassment? This cannot be. The household is already skewed towards femininity. If he does not assert himself more forcefully, he shall forever be suppressed. Rui, Li Yi said with a smile, attempting to soften his tone. Lu Rui had never encountered such an attitude from him, and her vigilance heightened immediately, as she regarded him from a distance, adopting a defensive posture. Seeing her reaction, Li Yi felt a wave of frustration, were it not for his need. He would have turned away. What is it? Lu Rui asked crisply, looking at him. Martial training? Lu Rui's expression shifted upon hearing this. Why? Li Yi hesitated, then candidly replied, I simply wish to practice martial arts. I have admired martial practitioners since childhood, but have never had the opportunity. No. To Li Yi's surprise, Lu Rui promptly shook her head. Why? This time, it was his turn to be puzzled. Your aptitude is too poor, Lu Rui stated bluntly. Taken aback, Li Yi felt a surge of indignation. After all, he was a traveler, endowed with the protagonist's halo, destined to alter this world. He should succeed in every endeavor. Now, merely desiring to train in martial arts, he was deemed lacking? This was entirely contrary to the protagonist's narrative. However, surrendering was out of the question. A thought crossed his mind as he looked at Lu Rui. How about we make a wager? I don't gamble. Lu Rui's refusal was swift, cutting off Li Yi's words. Irritated, Li Yi glared at her. Why must she always deviate from the expected script? Could they not engage in a pleasant conversation? If I lose, I'll give you 50 taels of silver. If you lose, you must teach me martial arts. He disregarded her refusal, confident that Lu Rui could not resist the allure of 50 taels of silver. Indeed, upon hearing Li Yi's wager, Lu Rui's eyebrows arched slightly, revealing a flicker of interest. 50 taels of silver was no trifling sum for her. It could procure many desired items. Throughout her life, she had never possessed such a considerable amount of money at her disposal. Yet, she understood that since Li Yi proposed such a wager, he must possess a reliable advantage. She knew him well enough to recognize that he would not embark on an endeavor without certainty of success. Li Yi discerned her thoughts with a glance. Smiling as he reassured her, rest assured, I will not ask you to compose poetry or paint, nor will I impose any other burdensome tasks. Upon finishing his words, he rose and picked up 2 stones of varying sizes from the corner of the courtyard, holding them in his hands. He raised both arms to the same height, gazing at Lu Rui, and said, You merely need to guess which stone will hit the ground first when I release my grip. Should you guess correctly, I shall concede and present you with 50 taels of silver. Conversely, if you are mistaken, you must fulfill your promise and teach me martial arts. This wager was quite straightforward. However, after Li Yi's proposal, Lu Rui felt a tinge of skepticism. It wasn't doubt in her own abilities, but rather in Li Yi's intellect. It was universally acknowledged that when two stones fall from the same height, the heavier one inevitably reaches the ground first. Was there truly a need for a bet? This wager was essentially a guaranteed victory for her. If not for the enigmatic smile on Li Yi's face, Lu Rui might have questioned his sanity, wondering if he genuinely intended to bestow 50 taels of silver upon her without cause. She had no concerns about any trickery on his part at such a close distance. No action of his could escape her notice. What say you? Do you dare to wager? Li provocative invited. What is there to fear? Lu Rui replied with a dismissive glance. There was no way she could lose this bet. She had no intention of turning away from silver. Let's swear with a clap, Li declared, setting down the stones and raising his palm. With a frown, Lu Rui extended her hand to meet his in a clap. Let us begin. I wager your left stone will fall first, she stated, referring to the larger stone. Hold on, Li Yi said, his expression serious. I must fetch Xiao Huan to bear witness. Otherwise, should you later renege, whom shall I seek for justice? Lu Rui felt her impulse to strike him with her sword surging again. Moments later, the young maid stood beside them, glancing from Li Yi to Lu Rui, saying, Young master, second miss, you may commence. With that, she directed her full attention to Li Yi's hands, sighing inwardly, fearing that young master's 50 taels of silver were now at risk. Even Xiao Huan understood that the larger stone should land first. How could Lu Rui possibly be mistaken? Observe closely, Li Yi commanded, lifting his arms to the same height, a barely perceptible smile on his lips. He released his grip, and the two stones plummeted towards the ground. Thud! The stone struck the bluestone slab, producing a singular sound. How can this be? Lu Rui exclaimed, her face displaying profound astonishment. This cannot be. Her beautiful eyes widened, her previously calm demeanor evaporating, as she shook her head in disbelief. The young maid beside her, equally astonished, gaped, sharing Lu Rui's incredulity. It was an ingrained belief that heavier objects must fall faster than lighter ones, yet the two stones, differing in size, had clearly landed simultaneously. You must have cheated, Lu Rui accused, looking up at Li Yi with certainty. I anticipated you would say that, Li Yi shrugged nonchalantly. If you do not believe, you may test it yourself. Were the law of free fall to yield differing results from Lu Rui's hands, what would it matter if he lost 50 taels of silver? In another realm, Aristotle had once confidently asserted that heavier objects fall faster, dominating Western academia for nearly 2 millennia. Centuries later, Galileo ascended the Leaning Tower of Pisa, dropping 2 iron balls of unequal weight, thereby proving the law of free fall. Similarly, in this world, a principle so simple to comprehend through a minor experiment had gone unnoticed due to the dogmas of antiquity. Lu Rui picked up 2 stones to conduct her experiment, and upon witnessing them fall simultaneously from her hands, she stood frozen in disbelief. Gritting her teeth, she declared, Xiao Huan, you try? The very essence of a law is its unwavering consistency, unaffected by external conditions. Lu Rui was destined to face defeat in her challenge against the natural order. Why? Why does this happen? Observing Lu Rui, who appeared bewildered, muttering those words, as if her long-held worldview began to crumble, Li Yi felt a flicker of guilt. Was it too contemptible to deceive a frail maiden in such a manner? No. His sister-in-law was no delicate flower. If such women were deemed weak, the world would have long since been ruled by women. Having wagered, you must concede. Now, you can teach me martial arts. Li Yi approached Lu Rui and said with a smile. Why? She inquired, looking up at him, her teeth clenched. Why did the stones fall simultaneously? At this moment, winning or losing mattered little to her. What was crucial was the upheaval of her long-held beliefs, and she sought to understand the reasoning behind this revelation. Xiao Huan, eyes wide with curiosity, gazed at Li Yi, eager for answers. Explaining the origins of the law of free fall posed a challenge, for foundational physics had yet to be established in this world, and elucidating concepts involving acceleration would complicate matters further. After some contemplation, he responded, You may understand it as follows. The speed at which a stone falls bears no relation to its weight, regardless of how much the weights differ. Two stones dropped from the same height will always land simultaneously. This explanation was, in essence, as good as none. You only grasp part of it, do you not? Lu Rui regarded him with disdain after hearing his explanation. As a well-educated young man, how could he be scorned by a woman of such futile ignorance? Li Yasket, do you know where the river flows from the back mountain? Of course, it flows down the mountain. Lu Rui retorted without hesitation. Why? Li Yi pressed further. Why does the river always flow downwards rather than upwards? Lu Rui instinctively began to explain, but upon uttering two words, she fell silent. Water naturally flows from higher to lower ground. Does it require justification? Yet Li Yi's inquiries did not cease. Why do leaves from trees always fall to the ground instead of soaring into the sky? Why can one see their reflection in water? Why do the colors of a rainbow always follow the order of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet from outside to inside? A barrage of questions erupted from Li Yi's lips, leaving Lu Rui momentarily speechless, her mouth opening and closing in astonishment. The falling leaves in autumn, reflections in water, and the sequence of rainbow colors all seemed self-evident. Did they require explanation? Yet why? Standing in the courtyard, Lu Rui and Xiao Huan were engulfed in a sea of questions, Li Yi's words appearing to unlock the door to a new realm of understanding for them. It turned out that the seemingly trivial aspects of their daily lives were not as straightforward as they seemed. Even in the smallest matters, profound knowledge lay concealed. And in this world, not every question had a readily available answer. Li Yi felt a sense of accomplishment, having unwittingly provided them with a primer in natural science. Young master, why is it so? The young maid asked, her expression dazed as she looked up at Li Yi. Having wagered, you must concede. Lu Ermis's character is indeed worthy of trust. In the inner courtyard, Li Yi sat on a stone bench, gazing at the visibly displeased Lu Rui across from him. With excitement, he inquired, are you familiar with the dragon subduing 18 palms? What is the dragon subduing 18 palms? Lu Rui asked, her brow furrowed. It is the most formidable palm technique in the world, accompanied by the roar of a dragon upon execution. Its intricacies are unparalleled, Li Yi explained, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I have never heard of it, Lu Rui replied coolly. What about the 6 Meridians divine sword? It channels one's vital energy to the fingertips, enabling distant strikes to incapacitate foes or injure them from afar. It is among the finest sword techniques known. I have not heard of that either. How about the Lingbo Weibu? Have you heard of it? Once mastered, one moves as lightly as a swallow, capable of walking on walls and gliding over water. I have not heard of that either. Surely you must have heard of Tai Chi. It embodies the principle of overcoming strength with softness, harmonizing hardness and softness, utilizing force against force, achieving great feats with minimal effort. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Lu Rui furrowed her brow and remarked, the remarkable skills you speak of. I have never encountered anyone in the martial world who has mastered them. The dragon subduing 18 palms, the 6 Meridians divine sword, Tai Chi, if what you claim is true, even mastering one of these would be sufficient to dominate the martial realm. Yet there is not a single person in the Jianghu who can accomplish what you described. To speak of externalizing vital energy, even the most adept masters cannot achieve such feats. None of these exist. A look of undeniable disappointment crossed Li Yi's face. After all this, he realized that the so-called martial experts in this world were worlds apart from the grandmasters of the martial arts realm he had known. What did you hear about these martial arts? Lu Rui looked up at him, a trace of confusion flickering in her beautiful eyes. This is a long story. Please, do share. All right. Li Yi pondered for a moment before speaking. It is said that during the Southern Song dynasty, in the waning years of the previous dynasty, there were 5 supreme masters in the Jianghu who, in pursuit of the world's foremost martial arts tome, the Nine Manual, agreed to duel atop Mount Hua. That battle raged for 7 days and nights, blotting out the sun and dimming the heavens. As he recounted the tale, the exquisite maiden across from him, initially indifferent, gradually became engrossed in the captivating narrative. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, she had always held an interest in the affairs of the martial world. However, having grown up in a remote village, she had little opportunity to engage with it, only catching snippets of stories from others, which led her to believe that the so-called Jianghu was rather mundane. Yet, at that moment, a true representation of the Jianghu, aligned with her aspirations, began to take shape in her mind, gradually unfolding before her. At a certain point, a youthful girl with a doll-like face emerged from a nearby room. She glanced over and murmured, "What are the son-in-law and second young lady discussing?" Her face displayed a look of curiosity as she approached. In the realm of the Jianghu, one cannot have too many skills. Even an ethereal beauty like Lu Rui could be captivated by the stories spun by Li Yi, bolstering his confidence just a touch. Although Li Yi was not the creator of these tales, merely a conveyor of them, who could say? The exquisite martial arts and the names of legendary masters he spoke of were entirely unfamiliar to Lu Rui. Though the previous dynasty had passed decades ago, Lu Rui was not entirely ignorant of its historical context. The state of the world during that era contrasted sharply with what Li Yi had revealed, leading her to ponder whether he had fabricated these stories. Nevertheless, despite her lack of understanding of martial arts, certain insights he shared had clearly attained a profound level of understanding, even inspiring her, igniting a spark of enlightenment that hinted at a potential advancement in her martial prowess. "Let us pause here for today. When will you teach me martial arts?" she asked. The tale of the legend of the Condor heroes cannot be recounted in a day. Even if he were to recite the original from memory, fatigue would eventually set in. "You." Li Yi stared blankly at her retreating figure, bemused that she would hear the story and then leave. Had they not made a wager? Crossing the river and dismantling the bridge, abandoning the donkey after it has carried the load. What sort of person is this? Ultimately, Lu Rui did not neglect Li Yi entirely. She tossed him a book on the fundamentals of martial arts for him to study and practice on his own. Stuck with such a careless sister-in-law, Li Yi felt helpless. Fortunately, he had the ability to absorb knowledge from real-world texts into his mind, and after assimilating the foundational martial arts from the book, he could quickly comprehend the techniques, albeit only in form, lacking substance. The efficacy of these techniques required a proprietary mental discipline to manifest, along with a robust inner strength as a foundation. Mere techniques without vital energy were mere facades. Against even moderately skilled opponents, such meager abilities would prove inadequate. Unfortunately, cultivating vital energy was not an overnight endeavor. It required prolonged accumulation, rendering Li Yi's aspirations of becoming an unparalleled master within a short time a mere fantasy. Yet even so, his learning capabilities astonished Lu Rui. She remembered how long it took her to fully grasp those basic techniques. An entire month, while Li Yi, in stark contrast, required less than a day. Moreover, his mastery appeared more refined than her own at that time. The disparity between a day and a month was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. This revelation struck Lu Rui hard, sowing seeds of doubt in her mind. Was he truly a once-in-a-century martial prodigy? While she excelled in poetry and painting, she found solace in the fact that Li Yi was a novice in martial arts, a rare opportunity for her to feel confident. Yet now, even that small confidence began to wane. If Li Yi were to discover Lu Rui's thoughts, he might revel in triumph. However, at that moment, he could not muster any sense of pride. The reason was simple. As autumn arrived, the mosquitoes in the room multiplied. Unless he remained ensconced within the mosquito netting, exposed skin would soon be covered in itchy welts. Though being bitten by mosquitoes was not uncommon, he had experienced it before. This body he now inhabited seemed to have a peculiar constitution. While others might develop a small red dot or bump, Li Yi's response was immediate and severe, with large, itchy welts appearing almost instantaneously, making it unbearable. By evening, he dared not re-enter the room. Instead, he sat on a stone just outside the door, where the breeze kept the mosquitoes at bay. In this backward era, mosquito coils had yet to be invented, and the common method for repelling them was to hang sachets filled with herbs like patchouli, mint, perilla, calamus, and lemongrass within the room. Li Yi had tried this approach, but the results were less than satisfactory, and he found the scent intolerable. He feared that rather than driving away the mosquitoes, he would be overwhelmed by the fragrance himself. How he longed for a bottle of Lushun flower dew. At that moment, he deeply missed the mosquito-repelling marvels of his previous life. People often realize the value of what they have lost, and a simple box of mosquito coils or a bottle of flour dew could free him from this torment. Yet that modest desire seemed an unattainable luxury. Wait, if there is nothing readily available, I can create it myself. After a moment's reflection, Li Yi slapped his forehead, realization dawning upon him. His mind was filled with the knowledge of an entire provincial library. How could he not find a formula for mosquito repellent? After an unknown duration, Li Yi suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "I've found it." Just then, he heard footsteps approaching. Looking up, he was greeted by the familiar face of Lao Fong. "How is it that you have once again faced the wrath of your wife?" Noticing the unmistakable sorrow etched upon the face of Lao Fong, Li momentarily set aside his concerns about mosquitoes and inquired. Chapter 56. The son-in-law is not a good person. The matron of a Lao Fong family can indeed be regarded as an extraordinary woman. To the casual observer, she appears to be merely a simple rural housewife. However, when it comes to reprimanding Lao Fong, she transforms into a formidable heroine, exuding a palpable aura of menace that Li Yi could sense from afar. Although Lao Fong bore a troubled expression today, his visage was free from any bruises, suggesting that his worries did not stem from his formidable spouse. Lao Fong shook his head, indicating that he had enjoyed a harmonious day with his wife. Before plopping down next to Li Yi, the source of his distress was the troubles surrounding their candied hawthorn business. Li Yi swatted a mosquito that had just landed on his arm and remarked, "Is it that our iced sugar hawthorn has been imitated by many on the street? How could the son-in-law know?" Lao Fong exclaimed, springing up in astonishment, his expression akin to that of a ghost seeing a spirit. Li Yi flicked the dead mosquito off his hand, gesturing ahead. Following his gesture, Lao Fong's gaze fell upon a few individuals carrying hawthorn racks who passed by. Casting glances at Li Yi and Lao Fong, their faces radiating a sense of pride. "Huh!" Lao Fong spat contemptuously at their retreating figures, cursing, "Shameless rascals." This idea was clearly conceived by the son-in-law. What right do they have to sell candied hawthorn? If patents existed in this world, Lao Fong would have likely stormed to the authorities to lodge a complaint against them. These individuals were affiliated with the Liu family. Initially, they had looked down upon Lao Fong and his companions for their unorthodox pursuits, scornfully selling candied hawthorn. But as they observed the prosperous lives of Lao Fong's household, even noting the robust growth of his children after only a few days' absence, they eventually recognized that Lao Fong's endeavors indeed bore fruit. No one can resist the allure of wealth. Those who had once secretly derided Lao Fong soon began to emulate him, entering the candied hawthorn trade themselves. The method of preparing candied hawthorn is straightforward. A mere glance suffices to grasp the process. Consequently, overnight, several candied hawthorn workshops sprang up within the village. Though they may not have mastered Li Yi's unique techniques, the slight difference in taste would not significantly impact their sales. Lao Fong felt a deep resentment toward their shameless imitation. Yet, he was left with nothing but indignation, as no law in Jinghua explicitly forbade them from selling candied hawthorn, which only added to Lao Fong's frustrations. "Surely, it is not just us who have been imitated?" Li inquired once more. Lao Fong regarded him with astonishment, increasingly impressed by his uncanny ability to discern the world from a distance. Nodding, he replied, "For the past few days, the number of candied hawthorn vendors has suddenly surged. Where we once sold out our stock in less than an hour, today, after shouting all day, we still have half of our inventory left." The candied hawthorn business harbored Lao Fong's grand aspirations, beautiful wives, and spacious residences. Now, just as his hopes began to bloom, they were mercilessly extinguished, a heart-wrenching sensation that words fail to capture. Such circumstances did not surprise Li Yi. Rather, they fell well within his expectations. One must never underestimate humanity's capacity for imitation, especially concerning something as easily replicated as candied hawthorn. Upon recognizing the business opportunity, it was hardly surprising that so many would follow suit. Although Li Yi had never intended to make the candied hawthorn trade a lifelong pursuit, he acknowledged that there was still considerable profit to be reaped. Looking up at the robust man, he sighed, "Lao Fong, how many times must I reiterate? One cannot act recklessly in business. One must employ their intellect. If you continue this way, not only will you fail to acquire a beautiful concubine, but you shall also never purchase a grand residence." Lao Fong's face flushed crimson as he scanned the surroundings for his wife, glaring and retorting, "Who desires a concubine? My wife is sufficient." It seems that expecting Lao Fong to think of a solution was futile. Li Yi, feeling somewhat exasperated, beckoned him closer, saying, "Come here. This is what you must do next." Lao Fong's face lit up with joy as he eagerly leaned in to listen. "Moments latte." He gazed at Li Yi in a daze, struggling to articulate a response. After glancing between Li Yi and himself, Lao Feng's mind began to churn with a question. Why is it that despite sharing the same parentage, the disparity between individuals can be so vast? I believe the son-in-law is not a good person, he thought, recalling Li Yi's earlier words, and with a newfound admiration, he gave Li Yi a thumbs up. Get lost, Li Yi retorted, giving Lao Feng a playful kick in the rear. This fellow was indeed peculiar in his manner of complimenting others. In the ensuing days, many within the village had adopted the sale of candied hawthorn as their primary occupation. However, after several days, they all discovered that the business of candied hawthorn became increasingly challenging. The reason was simple. The number of hawthorn vendors swelled with each passing day. The streets of Qing'an Prefecture were filled with their presence, and in such fierce competition, coupled with their lackluster offerings, business inevitably dwindled, culminating in them selling only a handful of skewers each day. Eventually, it became evident that, unbeknownst to them, the vendors selling candied hawthorn suddenly decreased at an astonishing rate, as they could no longer procure hawthorn fruit. Upon inquiring with the vendors of hawthorn, they learned that just a few days prior, all the hawthorn in Qing'an Prefecture had been bought at a low price, meaning they would be unable to find hawthorn to make candied hawthorn for the foreseeable future. This situation did not persist long. Just 2 days later, several vendors with ample supplies of hawthorn appeared in the city, quickly inciting a frenzy among buyers. Although the prices of these hawthorn fruits were more than triple the previous cost, turning them into candied hawthorn still yielded a decent profit. While they cursed the seemingly simple-minded men who hoarded supplies and then raised prices, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and purchase. After all, this had become the only place in the city to buy hawthorn. However, this development intensified competition among them. Once the first vendor began lowering prices to sell more, the prices of candied hawthorn plummeted, eventually reaching a point where one could purchase a skewer for a mere coin, resulting in the business's profit margins hitting rock bottom. It was at this juncture that a new variant of candied hawthorn emerged, sparking yet another buying frenzy. This new candied hawthorn was made not with hawthorn, but with fresh seasonal fruits, cut into small pieces, coated in sugar, and skewered, proving to be even more delectable than the traditional hawthorn version. This Liu family's candied hawthorn quickly carved out a niche in Qing'an Prefecture, and observant individuals noted that the earliest versions of candied hawthorn in the city also originated from these vendors. Their candied hawthorn surpassed that of other vendors in flavor. This brand effect meant that even as others attempted to imitate the new style of candied hawthorn, they could hardly pose a threat to Liu's candied hawthorn, as the honest faces of the vendors seemed to have become synonymous with authentic candied hawthorn in Qing'an Prefecture. Chapter 57. The regretful Liu family. Lao Feng first dragged a large bag from behind him before speaking. Son-in-law, this is the money we have earned from selling red fruits and candied hawthorn over the past few days. As we initially agreed, we shall split it in half. This is your share. One must commend Lao Feng and his companions for their unwavering honesty. Although it is true that the arduous task of selling candied hawthorns is borne by them, the invention of Bingtangyulu belongs to Li Yi. Initially, it was he who provided the funds, and even when various challenges arose later, he was the one who assisted in resolving them. Without Li Yi, their current situation would not exist. They're all aware of this. The master could very well have undertaken these endeavors without their involvement. Yet due to his relationship with the young lady, he has extended them considerable favors, and all of this is etched in the hearts of old Feng and the others. When they first heard that the master intended to share half of the profits with them, they were initially astonished, followed by a sense of trepidation. They had merely exerted some effort. What right did they have to claim such a substantial amount? Nevertheless, their insistence on accepting only 10% of the profits was ultimately rejected by Li Yi. Old Feng could never have imagined that the catalyst for changing Li Yi's impression of him was simply due to those 2 mountain chickens. Perhaps it is those 2 mountain chickens that they should all be grateful for. In the courtyard, when Xiao Huan and Lu Rui saw Old Feng open the bag to reveal the copper coins within, their expressions momentarily turned dazed. They were aware that Old Feng and his companions had been working on the Bingtangyulu business at Li Yi's suggestion, and though they were slightly curious, they did not dwell on it. The last time Old Feng delivered a small bag of copper coins to Xiao Huan, claiming it was the profit from selling Bingtangyulu, it amounted to several hundred coins. At that moment, Xiao Huan felt that the master had found a way for Uncle Feng and the others to earn money, and that their lives would no longer be so arduous, which brought her great joy. However, little did she know that in just a few days, They had earned such a considerable sum. Had they continued to sell only the hawthorn Bing Tangilu, they would not have made nearly as much profit. What Xiao Huan and Lu Rui were unaware of was that Old Fong and his companions had been engaged in more than just this endeavor. First, following Li Yi's advice, they purchased a large quantity of hawthorn, nearly depleting the supply in Qing'an Prefecture. Days later, they sold it at several times the price, making a significant profit. Not only that, but they also harvested the still unripe hawthorn fruits from the back mountain, capitalizing on the momentum to sell them off quickly. A large portion of the copper coins before them was actually derived from the profits of selling hawthorn fruit. Furthermore, when the price of the hawthorn Bing Tangilu plummeted to the point where there was little profit to be had, they decisively introduced a new variety of fruit Bing Tangilu, which received rave reviews. Before other vendors could react, they had amassed considerable wealth. All of this, of course, was Li Yi's idea. Now, although many imitations of the new style Bing Tangilu have emerged, those who had early established the Lu brand of Bing Tangilu enjoy a natural advantage, and their business continues to thrive. Each day, their goods are sold out. To this day, there is a steady influx of silver, ensuring the longevity of this business and promising a brighter future for them. With ample meat at every meal and sufficient rice, their household savings have gradually increased. In a short span, they have ascended from the bottom tier of the impoverished in Lu Yizhai to a level of moderate prosperity, not to mention those who previously shared their plight. Even the slightly more affluent members of the Lu clan cannot compare to them now. Who could have imagined such a life before? As a result, these individuals are filled with gratitude towards Li Yi. Without him, they might still be living in hardship, serving others and enduring a life of uncertainty. Niu Huangbo, Jinin Hua, spices and alcohol have all been purchased. I will deliver them to the master shortly, Old Fong said, nodding vigorously. While still curious about the purpose of the items Li Yi instructed him to buy, Old Fong has developed a profound respect for him. The more cerebral tasks are to be handled by the master. As for the rest, he can manage them himself. By the way, there is one more matter, Li Yi said, looking at Old Fong and the others. The Bing Tangula business will henceforth be handled by your wives. If you have trustworthy relatives, you may involve them as well. Old Fong was momentarily taken aback and asked, then what will we do? The others were expressions of confusion as well. Do not worry. You will not be left idle, Li Yi replied with a smile. Having Old Fong and his companions selling Bing Tangilu on the streets would be a waste of their talents, and the tasks that Li Yi is about to undertake will truly require their capabilities. The others had no objections to this. This strong execution born out of trust left Lu Rui in quiet astonishment. She turned to look at Li Yi with wide eyes, surprised that he had completely won over these individuals in such a short time since his arrival in the village. Before long, Old Fong and his companions exited the courtyard. As they walked through the village, many members of the Lu clan cast them unfriendly glances. The reason was simple. Their Bing Tangula business had gone bankrupt. Now, a typical Bing Tangilu could only fetch a meager price of 1 far lower than before, and even at that price they sold very few in a day. In present-day Qing'an Prefecture, Old Fong and his companions' faces have become the sole markers of authentic Bing Tangilu, while the Lu's Bing Tangilu remains ever popular. Of course, compared to others, their Bing Tangilu offers a wider variety and superior flavor, which is why it continues to enjoy immense popularity. The Lu Bing Tangilu is not a title that just any Lu family member can claim. Even if they wish to imitate it, the taste they produce falls short. It is only at this moment that everyone realizes that this seemingly simple Bing Tangilu likely contains certain unique secrets unknown to them. If they wish to prosper from Bing Tangilu, they would need to obtain Old Fong and the other secret recipe. However, the direct line and collateral branches of the family have always been at odds, and it is unlikely that the former would willingly share their secrets. Watching individuals whom they previously dismissed walk a life they themselves envy has led many members of the Lu clan to regret their past actions. If they had not been so antagonistic towards the Lu sisters, would the current situation have arisen? In the past, they had gone to great lengths for trivial profits, making things difficult for the Lu sisters, and now they have lost a rare opportunity to gain wealth. Only the Lu clan can truly understand the bitterness of this experience. At this moment, memories of the scholar they once held in disdain flooded their minds, leaving them with complicated feelings. Chapter 58, Distilling Alcohol Master. Take a look and see if I've forgotten anything, Old Fong said as he entered carrying a large bag, pulling out its contents and placing them before Li Yi. Niu Huang, Bo, Jinin Hua, spices, and several large jars of alcohol Old Fong had purchased from the city were all laid out before Li Yi. He counted them and nodded, confirming that Old Fong had handled the task excellently, missing nothing that he had instructed him to procure. As autumn deepened, the mosquitoes grew increasingly rampant at night. For this body with its unique constitution, every evening became a trial for Li Yi. Now that the Bingtanghulu business has been set on the right track, Old Fong and his companions can manage it without further concern from Li Yi, allowing him to finally dedicate time to resolving the pressing issue that has been troubling him the most. No, Li Yi replied decisively. The alcohol was intended for making mosquito-repellent floral water, and he could not allow Old Fong to squander it. Old Fong's expression froze for a moment as he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Ignoring Old Fong's gaze, which was slowly becoming mournful, Li Yi continued. Go find a few iron pots and some empty bamboo tubes. We are about to start working. The reason is simple. In order to create a mosquito-repelling floral water, high concentrations of alcohol are indispensable. Lao Fong's efficiency was remarkable, and he quickly procured a cast iron pot. Under Li Yi's guidance, after toiling for most of the day, they successfully constructed the alcohol distillation apparatus. Distilling alcohol is not merely a matter of heating it in a pot. Such high temperatures would cause both alcohol and water to evaporate together, resulting in a low concentration of alcohol upon condensation, failing to achieve the desired purification. This rudimentary distillation apparatus heats water to evaporate the alcohol, allowing the alcohol vapor to condense above, travel through a bamboo tube, and flow out as purified alcohol. Li easily found the schematic for the distillation apparatus in a book, yet the glass flasks and tubes required were currently unattainable. Reluctantly, they resorted to using the makeshift materials at hand, knowing that while the efficacy would undoubtedly be diminished, achieving an alcohol concentration of over 75% would suffice for their purposes. Once all preparations were complete, Li Yi ignited the flame beneath the pot, leaving them with nothing to do but wait. Lao Fong scratched his head, alternating his gaze between Li Yi and the peculiar contraption he was instructed to assemble, his mind a muddled mass. As droplets of liquid began to flow from the hollow bamboo tube, the kitchen gradually filled with a rich aroma of alcohol. Gulping, Lao Fong swallowed hard. Li Yi glanced at him, prompting Lao Fong to wipe his mouth and feign nonchalance, diverting his gaze from the bowl beneath the tube. When the flow of liquid from the bamboo tube slowed to a trickle, Li Yi understood that the alcohol in the pot had nearly completed distillation. He dipped a chopstick into the bowl to taste the liquid, only to furrow his brow slightly. Although the alcohol's strength had increased significantly from the initial distillation, it still fell short of his expectations. Clearly, the distillation apparatus was too rudimentary, should he wish to scale up production and enhance efficiency in the future. Improvements to the distillation apparatus would be essential. Muttering to himself, he poured the distilled alcohol into an empty jar and prepared for a second distillation with fresh liquid. The intoxicating scent wafting through the air made Lao Fong's throat twitch with desire, yearning to seize the nearby jar and indulge. Yet he restrained himself, understanding that this alcohol would serve a greater purpose. The concentration of alcohol from the first distillation was far from adequate, and with the makeshift apparatus, Li Yi repeated the distillation process multiple times, each cycle yielding a slightly higher concentration of alcohol. The book indicated that using this method, one could achieve a maximum concentration of around 95%. However, with his rudimentary pot, Li Yi knew such a concentration was unattainable. Yet attaining around 80% would be sufficient for his needs. After several rounds of distillation, he realized that further attempts yielded negligible improvements in alcohol concentration, prompting him to cease. Lao Fong gulped again, and unable to bear the sight any longer. Li poured a small bowl of the distilled alcohol and handed it to him, saying, "All right, stop drooling, taste this and see how it fares." Lao Fong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly accepted the bowl and drank it down in one go. Li watched in astonishment as Lao Fong's face transformed from a deep hue to a rosy glow, emitting a satisfied groan, exclaiming, "What a fine drink!" However, after uttering those words, Lao Fong swayed a few times before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Observing Lao Fong sprawled on the floor, snoring loudly, Li Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain. Despite his robust appearance, it seemed he was merely a decorative pillow, collapsing after just one sip. Hardly superior to Li Yi himself, Bringing the distilled alcohol to his nose, he inhaled the sharp scent that rushed to his lungs, and in an instant, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He hastily moved the bowl away, realizing that he was dealing with alcohol exceeding 75% concentration. In his previous world, the sale of alcohol exceeding 60 degrees was supposedly prohibited. Glancing down at Lao Fong, Li Yi couldn't help but smirk. At his age, how could he succumb to temptation so easily? After a moment of light-hearted mockery towards Lao Fong, Li Yi soon began to regret his actions. He had foolishly encouraged Lao Fong to consume such potent alcohol, and there was a good chance he wouldn't wake until morning. If he remained unconscious, Li Yi would be left to manage the subsequent tasks alone. Niu Huang, mint, honeysuckle, and spices were to be ground into powder, combined with the distilled alcohol in a porcelain bottle, and shaken vigorously to ensure thorough mixing. Niu Huang and honeysuckle possess detoxifying properties, providing a cooling effect, while mint primarily serves to repel mosquitoes. The spices, of course, were intended to enhance the fragrance of the floral water. This was a simplified method of preparing floral water that Li Yi had discovered in a book. Although it would not compare to the efficacy of renowned brands, such as Lu Shun or Long Li Qi, Li Yi's expectations were modest. He merely hoped for a reasonable mosquito-repelling effect. Following the instructions, he combined the 75% alcohol with the ground powders of Niu Huang, honeysuckle, and mint, shaking them together for half an hour until they were thoroughly mixed. Afterward, he filtered out the residue, successfully creating a rudimentary floral water. When the young maid entered the kitchen, she was greeted by the sight of her master, holding a porcelain bottle and shaking it as if entranced. "Master, are you all right?" The maid rushed over, concern evident in her eyes. If her master truly had lost his senses, what would they do? As Li Yi began to feel lightheaded, Xiao Huan's timely appearance was a relief. "Xiao Huan, come quickly and help me shake this bottle." With Xiao Huan's assistance, Li Yi finally had a moment to rest. Observing the young maid who stood there, still oblivious to the situation, he thought to himself that when it came time for mass production of floral water, a more reliable method would need to be devised to ensure thorough integration. Shaking the bottle each time was not a sustainable solution. They alternated efforts for nearly half an hour, and Li Yi estimated it was time to stop. Removing the cork, he poured the liquid through a clean gauze to filter out any undissolved residue, resulting in a semi-transparent liquid. Simultaneously, a familiar fragrance began to waft through the room. "Master, what is this? It smells wonderful," the maid exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Realizing he might have added too many spices, Li Yi muttered to himself, bottling the first successful batch of floral water into a new porcelain vessel. This initial attempt at creating floral water was relatively successful, although it had its minor flaws. With further experimentation, Li Yi was confident he could discover the perfect formula. Eager to test the efficacy of his homemade floral water, he called Xiao Huan, "Hurry and boil some water. I want to take a bath." "Understood, master." The maid, glancing curiously at the peculiar assembly of large pots in the kitchen, watched Li Yi's delighted departure, her heart filled with curiosity. What new concoction has the son-in-law devised this time? After pouring a bit of flower dew into the bathing tub, he indulged in a comforting soak that left him feeling rejuvenated, his body emanating a subtle fragrance. In order to validate its mosquito-repelling efficacy, Li Yi lingered in the corner of the room, where mosquitoes were most abundant, and indeed, the number of mosquitoes willing to approach him had significantly diminished. Success. Witnessing the effectiveness of the flower dew against mosquitoes, a smile graced Li Yi's face. This indicated that the method of using flower dew as a repellent was feasible. Next time, he could incorporate more herbs like mint for a more potent formula. Similarly, with a few adjustments to the recipe and some creativity in the fragrance aspect, could he not ultimately create a perfume? This was truly a double-edged sword. However, regarding the promotion of flower dew and perfume in this world, Li Yi felt a twinge of uncertainty. Having read many time travel novels where protagonists leveraged knowledge centuries ahead of their time to invent various modern items that garnered immense admiration and wealth in ancient settings, he understood deeply from his own experiences that reality was often far more daunting than ideals. Some tasks appeared deceptively simple in thought, yet when set into motion, an array of challenges would invariably ensue. What he needed to do now was to improve the alcohol purification apparatus. If every distillation yielded results as dismal as the first, it would be utterly unfeasible. Furthermore, He needed to construct a dedicated workshop, as it was impractical to continue using his kitchen for every endeavor. Moreover, as production scaled up, the cramped kitchen would no longer suffice. The location of the workshop, the construction process, and its subsequent operation all required careful consideration before decisions could be made. These matters were beyond Li Yi's solitary capabilities, which was why he urged Lao Fong and the others to swiftly extricate themselves from the sugar-coated hawthorn business. Relying solely on selling a few skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn would delay Lao Fong's dreams of marrying a concubine and acquiring a village until the next lifetime. Li felt as if he was destined to toil endlessly. He was managing the household well, enjoying daily sustenance and the company of maidservants, living in utmost comfort. Yet he felt compelled to seek out additional challenges, dragging Lao Fong and his companions along in pursuit of a better life. Although he yearned for a life of leisure, he ended up exhausting himself in the process. It was all of his own making. As he stepped out of the room, he spotted a young maid sitting in the courtyard, pouting as she scratched at the welts left by mosquito bites on her arm. Hearing the son-in-law call her from the entrance, she hurriedly stood up and turned to ask, "Son-in-law, what is it?" "Come here," he beckoned, bringing her into the house. He poured some flour dew onto his hand and applied it to the spots where she had been bitten, asking, "How does it feel? Is it still itchy?" "No, it's not itchy anymore." The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, illuminating the room as the young maid rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair arms. She lowered her head, shyly speaking with a flushed face, exuding an unparalleled beauty. Chapter 60. Ru Ilu currently. This freshly concocted flour dew could not be immediately launched into the market. As Li Yi exited the room, he pondered possible improvements. Passing by the kitchen, he suddenly paused, feeling as if he had overlooked something. Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the kitchen. Lu Ruyi's face was flushed, her eyes hazy, and she swayed as she walked. Even from a distance, Li Yi could detect a strong scent of alcohol. His expression shifted slightly as he rushed into the kitchen, and upon seeing the empty porcelain bottle on the table, he was instantly filled with exasperation. He wondered how she could still be standing after consuming such a potent drink, especially since even Lao Fong could barely handle it. As he contemplated this, he looked up just in time to see her wobble before collapsing. Moments later, gazing at Lu Ruyi, who had slumped into a soft heap in his arms, he could not help but twitch his lips in annoyance. "Xiao Huan." The next moment, his voice rang out through the kitchen, prompting the young maid to hurriedly dash from the room. Entering the kitchen, she was taken aback by the scene before her. "Son-in-law, what happened to the second miss? What are you waiting for? Hurry and help." Li Yi shot a glance at Xiao Huan, his tone impatient. He truly had no experience caring for a drunken woman and felt powerless. After all, if Lu Ruyi woke up and misinterpreted the situation, she might very well take up a sword against him. "Oh," Xiao Huan responded, still puzzled but quickly moved to assist. The flour dew had been successfully formulated. Yet before it could be officially sold, it needed a catchy name. Let us call it flour dew, he thought, but deemed it a bit too mundane. As a cultured individual, he immediately dismissed this notion. How about Lu Shun? Upon hearing this name, Lao Fong, Lu Ruyi, and Xiao Huan all wore expressions of surprise. "Lu Shun? What is that? What? Is there a problem?" Li Yi furrowed his brow at the three of them. What's wrong with Lu Shun? How could they look down upon such a name? It was, after all, the most renowned brand of flour dew in later generations. In his previous world, Lu Shun was a name known by all. "Ahem, son-in-law, may I speak freely?" After a moment, Lao Fong finally broke the silence. "Then don't," Li Yi replied, casting him a sidelong glance. It was absurd for a rough man like Lao Fong, who could barely read, to suddenly wax poetic. "Lao Fong, what do you think?" Li Yi turned to him. Lao Fong, usually compliant, had a furrowed brow. He believed that even naming it Lao Fong's flour dew would be 1,000 times better than Lu Shun. "Xiao Huan, what do you think?" Li Yi asked the young maid. Lao Fong was becoming increasingly untrustworthy and could learn a thing or two from Xiao Huan, who never opposed his opinions. I also think it sounds bad," Xiao Huan murmured, fiddling with her clothing. "I think it would be better named Ru Ilu." Lu Ruyi suddenly interjected. "That's a wonderful name," Lao Fong exclaimed, nodding vigorously in agreement. "I think that name is good too," Xiao Huan chimed in. Truth be told, when Lu Ruyi suggested that name, Li Yi also felt a spark of inspiration. The flour dew possessed numerous benefits, repelling mosquitoes, alleviating itching, providing cool relief, and serving as a disinfectant. Its capabilities made it an essential remedy in daily life. Calling it Ru Ilu was perfectly fitting. However, upon glancing at Lu Ru E's expectant expression, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion. Ru Ilu. Did she truly have no ulterior motives when she thought of this name? Everything pertaining to the flower dew was his achievement. Why should it bear her name? Was beauty a privilege? Given his contributions to the flower dew in this world, a name like Li Ilu would be far more appropriate. Among the 4 individuals, the opinions of 3 have reached a consensus, while Li currently finds himself trailing significantly with a score of 1-3. What about calling it Lu Shan Rui Lu? He ventured, glancing at the 3 others, testing the waters. Noticing Xiao Huan's peculiar expression and the disdainful faces of Lu Ru, Yi, and Lao Fong, Li Yi pondered for a moment before suggesting again. Or perhaps Ru Ilu Shen Lu would suffice. Thus, the name for the floral water was joyfully established. As a youth well-educated in modern ideals, Li Yi ultimately chose to abide by the principles of democracy, relinquishing his steadfastness regarding Lu Shan, and decided to name the upcoming floral water product Ru Ilu. Naturally, he also subtly expressed his discontent over Lao Fong's defection. Li Yi was uncertain whether Lao Fong had eaten that day. However, he observed that in the days that followed, Lao Fong walked somewhat awkwardly, leaving him to wonder if it was due to prolonged kneeling on a washboard. Initially, he intended to educate the young maid further, but when he saw her standing before him, head bowed and pitifully twisting her garment, he found himself at a loss for words. In the ensuing days, Li Yi granted the mischievous youngsters another extended holiday, dedicating nearly all his efforts to improving the distillation apparatus and refining the floral water formula. After perusing a vast array of materials and literature in the library, he made significant progress in both distillation efficiency and formula enhancement. Chapter 61. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches yet now, he had learned to conceal his emotions deep within, ensuring they were not easily discernible to others. With a steady influx of silver, indulging in daily rice and meat posed no psychological burden. Upon reviewing the items delivered to him the previous day, he was pleasantly surprised to find mooncakes among them, while they were merely dough with filling. Taking a bite evoked memories of the 5-nut mooncakes from the future. Walking alongside Xiao Huan on the broad streets of Qing'an Prefecture, her curious eyes darting about, Li Yi's mind was occupied with other matters. He had employed various methods over the past few days to enhance the distillation apparatus for alcohol and made substantial improvements to the floral water formula. Soon, they would officially commence production. Unlike candied hawthorn, Li Yi envisioned the floral water as a high-end product from the outset. After all, the cost of distilling alcohol was considerable, with several jars of liquor required to produce a small bottle of floral water. If priced too low, he would face ruin after selling merely a few bottles. This led to a new dilemma. Given the decision to present the floral water with an image of sophistication, it could not be marketed like candied hawthorn. Li imagined Lao Fong on the street, holding 2 bottles of floral water, attempting to entice passers-by with a mysterious, "Good sir, would you care for some Ruilu?" This scenario felt reminiscent of selling adult materials or exotic oils. Clearly, a roadside stall would not suffice for the desired level of prestige. If the floral water business were to endure, it would be essential to incorporate strong alcohol, perfumes, and soaps, necessitating a shop in the bustling district of the prefecture. However, renting a shop in the prosperous area of Qing'an Prefecture was as challenging as establishing a store in a major urban center in the future. For some, merely the yearly rent was exorbitantly high. Li Yi inquired and discovered that even in less bustling areas, annual rent started at 70 to 80 taels of silver. And after minor renovations, securing a shop would easily demand 100 taels. This posed a significant dilemma for Li Yi. His entire fortune amounted to but 100 taels. If he rented a shop, he would deplete his funds for purchasing alcohol and materials for producing floral water. Conversely, without a shop, how would he sell the floral water? Lao Fong and the others would not contemplate such issues. If Li Yi remained silent, he feared they would market the floral water as if it were merely candied hawthorn. Oblivious to the essential differences between the two, Xiao Huan clutched 2 pieces of fabric for new clothes that her master had purchased, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Previously, her family could hardly afford fabric. Most of her garments were hand-me-downs from Lu Ru Yi. Lu Ru Yi was notably tall, making her clothing ill-fitting for Xiao Huan. Although Lu Ru Yi was slightly taller, the difference was not vast, and with minor alterations, Xiao Huan could wear them. This practice was common among ordinary families, where clothing was often shared. Li noted that Xiao Huan wore patched clothes, and today he had deliberately brought her out. Upon learning of these circumstances, Li felt a flicker of interest. Would opening a ready-to-wear shop here be immensely profitable? Yet, at present, he could only entertain the thought, as he had numerous pressing matters demanding his attention. As noon approached, he and Xiao Huan stopped at a roadside stall for a modest meal. Surprisingly, although the food appeared unpretentious, it was quite delicious and reasonably priced. Unlike in later times, there was no concern about inferior ingredients, and he felt assured eating from roadside vendors. Perhaps due to his appearance, he noticed that the vendors served him and Xiao Huan larger portions than the other patrons nearby, which brought him a small sense of satisfaction, as he had never imagined that one day he might benefit from his looks. After their meal, they strolled a bit longer, purchasing some items. Due to the impending mid-autumn festival, the streets were bustling with more people than usual. One must admit that the beauty of ancient times was remarkable. In an era devoid of cosmetic enhancements, all the beauties were entirely natural, adorned with only light makeup. Throughout their walk, Li encountered numerous stunning women who, even without changing garments, could effortlessly carry an ancient drama. Of course, his own young Mei could also be considered a little beauty, although still young and possessing a hint of baby fat. In a few years, she would undoubtedly blossom into a captivating figure. Li Yi's resistance to beauty had notably strengthened compared to his previous life. With 3 beautiful women constantly around him, his immunity to allure had significantly increased. Even when spotting an attractive woman on the street, he merely cast a glance of appreciation before turning his attention to others. 100 taels? That is rather generous. He overheard 2 voices discussing as he passed by the edge of a gathering, halting his steps abruptly. Chapter 62. Lantern Riddles. Li suddenly stopped, and Xiao Huan, who had been aiming to catch up, inadvertently bumped into him. 100 taels? He murmured, having caught the mention of this figure from the 2 conversing at the crowd's periphery. For Li, anything pertaining to money was a sensitive topic. Even from several paces away, he could not let such words slip past him unnoticed. Initially intending to avoid the commotion, he quickly approached the gathering. May I inquire, esteemed gentlemen, what transpires here? Why is everyone assembled? Li first offered a respectful gesture to the 2 speakers before smiling and posing his question. With his scholarly attire, Li presented a learned appearance, which likely contributed to the warm reception from the 2 men clad in scholarly robes. He had little interest in poetry clubs or gatherings, and after the gentleman spoke at length without addressing the core issue, Li decided to gently prompt him toward the point. A smile graced his face as he casually inquired, "Gentlemen, regarding the 100 taels of silver you mentioned earlier, that sum is the prize for this poetry contest, which will ultimately be awarded to the victor." One of the men paused momentarily, then proceeded to elucidate. For scholars like them, the focus should lie within the realm of this literary competition. Wealth is but a trivial matter, and the 100 taels of silver are not their primary concern. A true scholar ought to regard money as mere refuse. However, as a faux scholar, Li found this sum to be of paramount importance. 100 taels of silver. If he were to win, he could take it home, which would certainly help with the rent for his shop. This 100 taels seemed tailor-made for him. "Thank you, esteemed gentlemen," Li said with a smile, bowing slightly, then glanced at the young maid standing behind him. "Xiao Huan, let us proceed." Xiao Huan nodded, trailing closely behind him, embodying the notion that where her master went, she would follow. "Please wait." Just as Li took a couple steps forward, a voice called out from behind. "Might I inquire if you have an invitation?" "An invitation?" Li's expression faltered. "What invitation?" The young scholar explained. "Zue Xiang Lu has been reserved today. Only those with invitations may enter, which is why we were turned away." "So, we cannot enter?" Li said, disappointment evident in his voice. It was as if the 100 taels of silver he had envisioned in his grasp had suddenly slipped away. "Not necessarily." The scholar pointed ahead and continued. "One can enter without an invitation, but one must solve the riddles presented on the lanterns." Observing the young man's slow manner of speaking, Li felt a twinge of irritation. He seemed overly verbose, taking too long to convey his thoughts. "In that case, let us solve the riddles before entering." Li had played riddle games since childhood, far exceeding the experience of these ancient scholars, and he felt no need to resort to cheating. Whether he could solve them would soon be revealed. With a smile, he took Xiao Huan's hand and moved to the forefront of the crowd. At the front, A throng gathered around several large red lanterns, debating fervently. White cloth strips hung from the bottoms of the lanterns, displaying the riddles. A white snake crossing the river. Beneath a round red sun. Li's expression remained unchanged while his mind raged inwardly. What a ludicrous riddle. There were no hints, nor did it specify whether it was a word puzzle or something else entirely. How was one to guess? Was this not an intentional difficulty? Some bystanders guessed the answer to be a boat, while others suggested an egg, but the attendants standing by remained unresponsive, clearly indicating that none of their guesses were correct. Li had initially hoped to rely on his cleverness to solve the riddle, but now he realized that honest cheating was the only viable path. A thought crossed his mind, conjuring an extensive compendium of riddles from ancient and modern times. He was determined to find this riddle within the thick tome of riddles. After a mere few seconds, a smile broke across Li's face as he beckoned to one of the attendants. As the attendant approached, Li cheerfully declared, "For the riddle, a white snake crossing the river, beneath a round red sun. The answer is an oil lamp." The surrounding crowd first fell silent, then erupted in disbelief. An oil lamp? Even a blind guess should yield something closer. Some voices grew increasingly rude. Having struggled for so long without success, while this newcomer dared to indulge in the fun. "Young master, your talent is remarkable. The answer to this riddle is indeed an oil lamp," the attendant said, momentarily taken aback, then bowed respectfully. "What? You guessed correctly. How is an oil lamp? I see now. The wick is the white snake, and the flame represents the red sun." The riddle's premise was rather ordinary, yet without hints, the range was too broad, making it difficult to arrive at the answer without a stroke of inspiration. Once Li revealed the solution, many quickly realized the simplicity of the answer, lamenting their own oversight, while others expressed envy at the scholar's luck. The two scholars who had conversed with Li earlier looked on in astonishment, unable to fathom how he had truly guessed it. "May I enter now?" Li asked the attendant. "Please, young master." The attendant gestured invitingly. Li waved to the young maid behind him. "Xiao Huan, let's go inside." Xiao Huan nodded eagerly, thinking her master was truly impressive, having solved a riddle that so many others could not. Just as she was about to follow Li inside, the attendant hurriedly caught up, blocking their path with a troubled expression. "Young master, you may enter alone." "Why?" Li frowned at him. Xiao Huan, hearing this, anxiously clutched the hem of Li's garment. She did not wish to part from her master. "Because you have only solved one riddle, according to our rules. Only you may enter," the attendant patiently explained. The system here was one person per ticket. If Li wished to bring Xiao Huan inside, he would need to solve another riddle. The matter of silver was crucial, and he certainly did not want to violate their regulations. An oolong on the wall, clad in myriad golden stars. Aside from this line, there were no further explanations, and the crowd pondered for quite some time without arriving at an answer. At this moment, nearly all eyes turned to Li, many of whom held a sense of amusement, wondering if his initial success was merely coincidence. Would he be fortunate enough to repeat his prior luck? After a brief pause, Li spoke again. "The answer to this riddle is a balance scale. With the compendium of riddles in hand, what riddle could possibly elude him? Congratulations, young master. Now you may bring this young lady inside." The attendant's actions confirmed that Li's answer was indeed correct. Upon hearing Li's words, a few in the crowd displayed expressions of confusion, quickly shifting to realization. "I see. The scale's beam is the oolong, while the weights represent the myriad stars." They felt embarrassed, having prided themselves on their literary knowledge, yet failing to discern even two simple riddles. In truth, solving riddles often depended more on a moment of insight than on one's literary prowess or depth of knowledge. It merely required a flash of brilliance or, as in Li's case, an extraordinary advantage. As the crowd's perception of Li began to shift, guessing one riddle might have been a stroke of luck, but solving a second with such ease diminished the likelihood of mere chance. This could only imply that the handsome scholar before them possessed genuine talent. Soon, Li would demonstrate just how accurate their assumptions had been. Having planned to enter with Xiao Huan, he noticed the two scholars who had warmly introduced him earlier and felt it would be impolite to leave without extending an invitation. Approaching them with a smile, he said, "Gentlemen, why not join me inside?" As soon as these words were uttered, everyone gazed at him with the same bewilderment one might reserve for a monster. How could anyone deduce that this was a character representing a bear? There is absolutely no correlation whatsoever. Yet, Li Yi remained unfazed by the collective astonishment of the crowd. His eyes set on the final lantern. Before long, he spoke once more. 2 rows of distant trees stand beside the mountains. A lone boat drifts horizontally. This, too, was a riddle, the answer being the character Hui. Silence enveloped the surroundings, and peculiar looks began to manifest in the eyes of those around him. Undeniably, he had deciphered the first 2 riddles, but what on earth were the latter 2? Did the line about the moon half concealed by clouds and fallen flowers before the horse's hooves have any connection to the character for Bear? And how on earth did he arrive at the conclusion that the distant trees and the lone boat represented Hui? However, as the crowd stole a glance at the young servant standing there in a daze, his face akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost, the expressions of the onlookers began to shift. Could it be that he truly guessed correctly? A few of them thought to themselves. He was acutely aware that these riddles were mere gimmicks concocted by others to attract attention, and without any hints, no one could possibly solve them. Yet, the reality was that this seemingly ordinary scholar had effortlessly solved them all. It was one thing to crack a single riddle, but he had managed to unravel all of them, which was clearly disruptive. Nevertheless, with so many eyes upon him, he could hardly retract his statements. Even though he was internally astonished beyond measure, he still respectfully invited Li Yi and the others inside. Meanwhile, those who had labored for so long over the riddles were at a loss for words, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions coursing through them. He had indeed solved every single one. Each riddle had required only a few moments of contemplation. In contrast, what had they accomplished during that lengthy period? Moreover, for an ordinary person, guessing 1 would be sufficient, perhaps even 2 could be forgiven, but what was the purpose of solving so many, monopolizing all the slots, leaving no opportunity for others? As the 4 scholars entered the tavern, the crowd glanced at the lanterns that the young servant had removed, signaling that they were now bereft of any chance to enter, leaving them in despair. At that moment, Li Yi, Xiao Huan, and the 2 scholars, still in a state of disbelief, stepped into the tavern. "Thank you, my friend." Within the tavern today, aside from the few poetic societies participating in the contest, other like-minded individuals had also been invited. After all, literature has no definitive hierarchy. If only those from the poetic societies were present, no one would concede superiority. And by tomorrow, they would still be embroiled in debates over who excelled. The invited guests would critique the poetry created today to determine the victor. Had it not been for Li Yi, the 2 scholars would not have even qualified to enter. These scholars, forever exchanging pleasantries, seemed rather tedious to Li Yi. He waved his hand dismissively and began to survey his surroundings. The tavern's interior was far more spacious than he had anticipated. The ground floor alone could accommodate dozens of people, while the upper level was bustling with activity, somehow managing to seem quite roomy despite the crowd. On a nearby table, an assortment of delicacies, including fruits and pastries, was displayed, appearing quite exquisite and suitable for a post-meal dessert. Just as Li Yi was about to sample a piece of fruit, a stunning young woman a few steps away unfolded her handkerchief and began distributing the delicate pastries to the ladies beside her. Li Yi, catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, was suddenly drawn to her. The service here was remarkably attentive. The maidens were all exceptionally beautiful, and the pastries she held appeared quite delectable. Intrigued, Li Yi quickened his pace towards the charming maid. The pastries had been scarce, and with the few remaining pieces being divided among the ladies, only 2 remained. Fearing he might be too late to secure them, he hastened his steps until he stood before the enchanting maid, extending his hand like the other ladies had. The maid, taken aback by the sudden appearance of his long, fair hand, looked up at Li Yi, her expression one of confusion. Simultaneously, the ladies around her wore looks of astonishment. "That gentleman knows Miss Wan?" One of the 2 scholars Li Yi had brought with him murmured to the other, exchanging bewildered glances. "Are you asking for this?" The beautiful maid gazed at Li Yi with a puzzled expression. After a moment's pause, she pointed at the pastries in her hand and tentatively inquired. Her voice was soft and melodious, a delight to the ears. Li Yi was only interested in the pastries exuding such a fragrant aroma, and seeing her distribute them effortlessly to the other ladies, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at her apparent reluctance to offer him one. Could it be that this lovely maid harbored a preference for women over men? Observing her, he nodded resolutely, thinking that if she rejected him, he would certainly lodge a complaint against her superior for her feudal mindset. The maid, momentarily lost in thought, looked up at the scholar again, and seeing that he was not joking, She indeed extended her handkerchief towards him. Xiao Huan, come try this, Li Yi called out as he took 2 steps back, then turned to express his gratitude to the maid before continuing on his way. The maid stared at Li Yi's retreating figure, her confusion deepening. Rewatching. Do you know that scholar? One of the ladies beside her queried, her astonishment still evident. The young woman addressed, as Rewatching shook her head and replied, I have never seen him before. What? The other ladies gasped in disbelief. Then why did he? That scholar is quite peculiar. Indeed, I have never encountered someone like him. However, if they were complete strangers, his bold request for the osmanthus cake seemed rather inscrutable. In this era, the etiquette between men and women had developed quite thoroughly. Even familiar men would stand upright and bow upon seeing her, maintaining proper decorum. As for extending a hand to request a cake, such an act would be utterly unthinkable. Therefore, when that unfamiliar scholar reached out to her, Wan Watching found herself utterly perplexed and at a loss. And even now, she could not fathom why she had, without thinking, extended her hand earlier. Ah, Wan Ruqing, the stunning maiden, let out a soft gasp, her fair cheeks flushed with regret. At this moment, all eyes turned toward the scholar who was laughing and chatting with the charming young woman not far away, their expressions a mix of incredulity. Li Yi remained blissfully unaware that in the eyes of these unfamiliar ladies, he had completely lost his gentlemanly demeanor, perhaps even earning the label of shamelessness. The delightful flavor of the unnamed pastry had caught his attention, and he resolved to inquire with the maid about where it could be purchased. Li Yi was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Although the pastry was indeed delicious, did they truly care for it so much? Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts and turned to Xiao Huan, smiling as he asked, So what do you think? Is the pastry tasty? The little maid's eyes had transformed into crescent moons, for to her, the greatest joy was enjoying such pastries daily. It turns out that my friend is acquainted with Miss Wan and several talented women from the Yunying Society. I beg your pardon. At that moment, the 2 scholars who had entered with Li Yi approached him, their expressions filled with envy. Who is Miss Wan? Li Yi asked, momentarily taken aback before expressing his confusion. What the young lady Wan from the Yunying Society? He had never even heard of her. The 2 men looked at Li Yi with peculiar expressions and said, Do not jest, my friend. Before Li Yi could respond, one of them continued, Though Lady Wan is an entertainer, her literary talent is so extraordinary that we can only admire her from afar. Even those renowned scholars would not belittle her because of her profession. Having a connection with Lady Wan is nothing to be ashamed of. Why hide it? Li Yi was utterly bewildered. Despite their lengthy discourse, he could not comprehend their meaning. He truly did not know this so-called Lady Wan. As for any disdain towards entertainers, such an idea was unfounded. In ancient times, entertainers were akin to modern-day actors, yet the disparity in status was vast. The latter often basked in the limelight, while the former occupied a lower echelon, regarded as outcasts even among the common folk. There's an old saying, prostitutes are heartless. Actors are unprincipled, which reveals the disdain held by ancient society for this profession. But what did this have to do with him? He was a well-educated young man of the new era, with a righteous worldview that championed equality. Why would he look down upon entertainers? In the future, they would be stars, after all. Who exactly is this lady one you speak of? Li Yi asked the 2 with a sincere expression. This time, the 2 men appeared perplexed, pointing to a beautiful maiden not far away and saying, That lady is Lady Wan. What? Li Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Isn't she a maid from the Zue, Xianglu? How could Lady Wan possibly be a maid? Moreover, the women beside her were none other than the talented ladies of the Yunying Society. One scholar looked at Li Yi, somewhat astonished, and said, Are you saying that the lady, just now, was not a maid here? And that the pastries were not from the tavern's buffet, but rather brought by her? No wonder she and the surrounding ladies had looked at him with such peculiar expressions. It turned out they were all acquainted. In an instant, Li Yi felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. Even in the future, he would never be brazen enough to ask a stranger for snacks on the street. Yet he had just done precisely that. And to his surprise, she had actually obliged. Unconsciously, he glanced in that direction, and fortuitously, the lady's gaze met his. In that fleeting moment, their eyes locked, and Li Yi's expression turned exceedingly awkward. At that moment, even a matter of the 100 taels of silver was temporarily cast aside. Such a blunder could not be blamed on anyone but himself for failing to curb his impulsive tongue. In his past life, Li Yi was an avid foodie. possessing a great passion for culinary delights. He had savored various delicacies, but upon arriving here, amidst a stark shortage of appetizing food compared to his former life, he could hardly contain his excitement upon encountering a pastry that piqued his appetite, and thus he had made a fool of himself. After all, today, a small poetry gathering, which bore a competitive nature, was of utmost importance to them. The outcome of today would directly determine their eligibility to participate in tomorrow's mid-autumn poetry meeting. For the numerous scholars and literati of Qing'an Prefecture, this represented an acknowledgement of their abilities and status. Though they were women, they aspired to compete with the men. Today, with Ruo Qing present, we need not worry about the other poetry societies, but we must not underestimate the Dongli and Bailu societies. Su Wentian and Feng Zhou excel in mid-autumn poetry, so we must be cautious, remarked an elder woman, her tone somewhat serious as she surveyed the other two poetry societies. Su Wentian is one thing, but Feng Zhou's poetic talent is remarkable. His piece from the Qixi Festival even made it to the top 10. Had it not been for Sister Ruo Qing, he would have claimed the title at the poetry meeting, chimed a girl with an oval face. Ruo Qing smiled gently and replied, "What does that have to do with me?" "How can not?" the girl retorted playfully. "If it weren't for Sister Ruo Qing presenting that poem Chiwechiao Xian, the title would have gone to that man named Feng." "We should not underestimate Su Wentian," the elder woman cautioned, shaking her head. While Su Wentian may not match Feng Zhou in Qixi poetry, the styles of Qixi and mid-autumn poetry differ greatly. Just because he excels in Qixi does not guarantee superiority in mid-autumn. Last year's mid-autumn poetry meeting, he lost to Su Wentian. What is there to fear? We have Sister Ruo Qing, the girl said dismissively. Sister Ruo Qing, why don't you go check outside to see if any Qi Tian lanterns have fallen? Perhaps you might find another poem to astonish them. The other women laughed helplessly at her comment. Such caliber of poetry was already sufficient to be passed down through the ages. It was not something one could simply stumble upon. At this moment, as if recalling something, the girl suddenly asked, "Do you think the talented man who wrote Chiwechiao Xian will attend tomorrow's poetry meeting?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Ruo Qing's eyes. "Unlikely," the elder woman replied, shaking her head. Once Chiwechiao Xian was released, there were no more Qixi poems. The first scholar of Qing'an Prefecture, who had excelled in Qixi poetry, tore up his own poem in anger, vowing never to write Qixi poems again. Since that night, countless people have sought the talented man named Li Yi, yet no one has ever seen him. Could it be that this poem was truly composed by a celestial being? The girl mused, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "Silly girl, stop daydreaming. There are no celestial beings in this world." A woman beside her gently tapped her on the head, chiding her lightly. "By the way, Ruo Qing, didn't you have some news about that talented man named Li Yi? Whatever happened to him?" The elder woman suddenly turned to Ruo Qing, her expression curious. Ruo Qing shook her head and said, "I once asked the scholar who painted for her about it. He said that painting was not his work. He only met that person once." The elder woman nodded, remarking, "I have seen that painting too. It is truly hard to imagine that a painting could reach such heights. The so-called penetrating the wood 3 inches pales in comparison. That talented man named Li Yi is indeed a master of both poetry and painting. To meet him would be a significant fulfillment in this lifetime." Ruo Qing smiled and said, "Zhu Amo has been immersed in that painting these days, making some small breakthroughs, and is likely looking forward to meeting him tomorrow." Unbeknownst to Li Yi, a single poem Chiwechiao Xian had captured the hearts of many women, and he had already amassed a considerable following in this world. Many had come to regard him as their soulmate, believing that with just a word from him, countless young ladies would willingly offer themselves to him. In this realm, one should not underestimate the allure that talented men hold over women. The renowned scholars were akin to the idolized figures in the hearts of infatuated fans, and Li Yi was among the most sought after, his influence evident. Of course, Li Yi remained oblivious to all of this. The earlier blunder had dampened his spirits, and if not for the reluctance to part with the 100 taels of silver, he might have already left in embarrassment with the little maid. He had never experienced such humiliation in either of his lives. It was mortifying. "Wait a moment." Li shook his head, saying, "Having already lost face, I urgently need the 100 taels of silver to soothe my pride. Thus, even though seeing those ladies is awkward, I have no intention of leaving just yet. What a ridiculous poetry gathering. Why has it not yet commenced?" Li Yi pondered with some annoyance, rising to seek someone for clarification. As he approached the entrance, two figures strode in from outside. The elegant young woman in the lead, upon crossing the threshold, immediately set her gaze upon a scholarly youth emerging from within. Her steps abruptly halted, and her fair visage momentarily froze, swiftly replaced by a surge of indignation. "It's you." A voice, laced with suppressed fury, pierced the air. The girl, merely 15 or 16, stood behind her, bewildered and unsure of what could have provoked such ire from her mistress. Li found himself momentarily taken aback. He raised his eyes to the unfamiliar woman, feeling a twinge of confusion. Was she addressing him? Yet, he had no acquaintance with her. "Letcher," the lady exclaimed, extending a slender finger in his direction, her face alight with rage. Li, now thoroughly bewildered, questioned the nature of her accusation. What did she mean by Letcher? Did they know one another? The term seemed to parallel the modern-day connotations of a rogue or scoundrel. To hurl such an insult upon a first meeting, was she not a sound mind? Chapter 66. Enemies converging. The beautiful woman's eyes widened as she vehemently accused Li of being a lecher, her expression one of righteous indignation, akin to that of a wronged maiden. Uninformed onlookers might genuinely believe Li had committed some unspeakable act against her. The two scholars standing beside Li were likewise struck dumb, as if struck by lightning, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Though their acquaintance with Li was brief, his earlier display of wit in deciphering riddles had left an indelible impression. His demeanor suggested a gentleman of high virtue, and their invitation to this gathering was only made possible through his assistance. Thus, he hardly resembled the lecherous figure she painted. Yet, their astonishment was eclipsed by their curiosity regarding the lady's identity. The esteemed courtesan of Chuanyu Courtyard, coveted by many yet accessible to none, was now seemingly wronged? If the aspiring poets who held her in high regard were to learn of this, the ramifications could be dire. Their mouths agape, they felt a dryness in their throats. Their gazes towards Li now tinged with envy, for he had accomplished what many men could only dream of. Meanwhile, Xiao Huan, standing behind Li and equally puzzled by the unfolding drama, pondered the meaning of Letcher. Strangely, the beautiful lady before her evoked a sense of familiarity. Despite her efforts, she could not recall where she had seen her before, deepening her confusion. At that moment, Li began to sense the gravity of the situation. A rational woman would not point an accusing finger at a stranger and lash out with such vitriol. The woman's demeanor suggested she was not of unsound mind. Yet he could not shake the feeling that he had encountered her somewhere before. This striking visage, had he truly seen it previously? His time in this realm had been brief, spent largely within the confines of the stronghold, with little interaction with the outside world, especially women. The only prior encounter that came to mind was a lengthy negotiation with a vendor in the market, but that hardly counted. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his thoughts. Could it be that she recognized the former occupant of this body? The lady's expression of indignation mirrored that of a wronged woman, leading Li to speculate that the previous owner of this body had wronged her without recompense. The more he contemplated this possibility, the more convinced he became, inwardly cursing the scoundrel. He had indulged himself, leaving a mess for the current inhabitant to untangle. Now confronted by this aggrieved lady, what was he to do? Li, a naive young man with little experience in matters of the heart, found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, the commotion had drawn the attention of several individuals within the hall. Is that not the renowned Zue Mo? Someone mused. Her presence here was not particularly surprising, given her amicable rapport with the Yunying Poetry Society. Yet, who was this scholar? He had appeared to converse with the lady earlier, suggesting he was a man of some renown, yet he seemed unfamiliar. As they stood at a distance, the onlookers were unaware of the specifics of the exchange. Yet their curiosity regarding the identity of the unknown scholar was piqued. After all, Zue Mo was known for her aloofness, rarely engaging with men. Yet the current circumstances suggested a deeper connection with the newcomer. What has transpired, Zue Mo? A melodious voice drifted from behind. Li turned to see the beautiful Wan girl and several members of the Yunying Poetry Society hastening toward them, positioning themselves beside the irate lady. As the women scrutinized Mo's expression, their gazes turned increasingly hostile towards Li. Sui Montak, the young prince, Li Xian, had once lauded her beauty as unparalleled. Yet due to her veil, Li had not discerned her features. At that time, His mind had been consumed by the exhilaration of hearing Kei Xiaoxian, leaving little room for thoughts of her appearance. He had initially believed there were others in this world who shared his plight, only to find it a fleeting hope. Disappointed, he had departed without even offering an apology for startling her during their first encounter. Now, reflecting on the incident, he realized he owed Zue Mo an apology for inadvertently grasping her hand in his excitement. It was no wonder she had mistaken him for a lecher. Upon hearing her name, the context of the situation became clear to Li Yi. His heart eased. Let her call him a lecher if she wished, as long as he had not wronged her in any other way. Xiao Huan, let us depart. He waved before the bewildered young maid and took her hand, guiding her away. This incident, though a misunderstanding rooted in his own misstep, could be resolved with a simple apology upon their next encounter. However, her aggressive demeanor rendered him disinclined to further engage. Regardless of her status as Zue Mo or the esteemed courtesan of Chuanyu Courtyard, he saw little relevance to his own life. His aspirations lay in fulfilling the duties of a bandit leader, ensuring the prosperity of Liyue's stronghold, amassing wealth before the age of 20, and retiring to enjoy a tranquil life thereafter. Should the monotony of stronghold life become overwhelming, he might take Xiao Rui and Xiao Huan down the mountain for leisure, perhaps to Chuanyu Courtyard for a song or two. Yet he would remain indifferent to Zue Mo's business. The title of the esteemed courtesan held no sway over him. Chapter 67. The Troubled Young Lady Yu. As she watched the scholar depart with an air of calm, holding the young maid's hand, Zue Mo's anger intensified. Yet, with many eyes now upon her, she hesitated, giving a dismissive snort rather than pursuing him. That night on stage, when the scholar had seized her hand in a frenzy, she had genuinely been frightened, instinctively regarding him as a lecher. In recent days, a troubling matter has occupied her mind, leaving her in a state of discomfort. Upon encountering that ill-mannered scholar once more, all the pent-up anger within her erupted. She had hoped that if he sincerely explained himself and offered a heartfelt apology, this incident could easily be overlooked. However, to her dismay, he blatantly disregarded her, showing not even a hint of remorse. This infuriated her greatly. After gently patting her chest a few times, she felt a minor alleviation of her distress. Zue Mo, what on earth transpired? Observing her distress, the other women exchanged glances, perplexed. Wan Ruoqing stepped forward, her brow furrowed in curiosity. We shall discuss this later, Wan Ruoqing, but what about the osmanthus cake I asked you to bring me? Zue Mo shook her head, suppressing her irritation, and attempted to divert her attention with something more cheerful. Indulging in food when feeling down had always been her habit. Wan Ruoqing's expression faltered, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto her delicate features. Surely you haven't forgotten? Noticing her expression, Zue Mo's face contorted in disappointment. Ahem, Zue Mo, why don't you tell us what happened just now? An older woman coughed gently, prompting Zue Mo to respond with a sharp glare at the departing figure of Li Yi. He is merely a scoundrel. What is there to discuss? She emphasized the term scoundrel with a clenched jaw. Young master, what is a scoundrel? A curious little maid scratched her head and looked up at Li Yi. The beautiful elder sister just called the young master a scoundrel, and she seemed quite angry. What does that mean? Xiao Huan was still perplexed. Little girls should refrain from asking such questions, Li Yi replied, ruffling her hair. Little girls? The maid's face reflected confusion, but this time she seemed to grasp Li Yi's meaning, mumbling softly as she fidgeted with her clothing. Xiao Huan is already 15. I am no longer a child. Just as she was about to inquire further, Li Yi swiftly offered her a piece of cake, urging her to taste it. By the way, I feel as though I've seen that beautiful elder sister somewhere before. The young girl rested her chin in one hand, gazing off into the distance toward Zue Mo, her expression momentarily frozen. Upon catching a glimpse of Zue Mo's profile, her eyes widened in astonishment, as if a memory had suddenly resurfaced. The figure of the beautiful elder sister finally merged with a shadow from her recollections, the woman depicted in the painting that the young master had locked away in the cabinet. Wasn't she the very same? In that instant, the maid felt as though she had unearthed a significant truth, waves of realization surging within her. She had previously speculated that the young master must hold a fondness for the woman in the painting, which is why he had carefully stored it away. Many questions lingered in her mind, but she dared not voice them. Instead, she pondered the nature of the young master's relationship with that beautiful lady. Yet, whenever these thoughts crossed her mind, a twinge of sadness would grip her heart. Fortunately, Aside from the hidden painting, the young master remained unchanged, and with time, her heart had gradually settled. However, after encountering the woman from the painting today, her heart began to race. Although she did not comprehend what the beautiful sister had said, it was evident that they were acquainted. Was her anger possibly due to the miss taking the young master away? The maid wished to avoid the worst-case scenario, but her worries led her to ponder what would happen if the young master abandoned Xiao Huan to join that beautiful sister. If the young master departed, both the miss and the second miss would surely be heartbroken, yet it was Xiao Huan who would suffer the most. What if the young master was willing to take Xiao Huan along? In that case, she would be overjoyed. No, Xiao Huan cannot leave. If she did, only the two young ladies would remain, and their sorrow would deepen. The best outcome would be for the young master to stay, allowing them all to remain together as before. This was the finest conclusion that the maid could envision. Unbeknownst to her, the poetry gathering commenced, seemingly well prepared. As soon as several verses were recited, and individuals gathered upstairs and downstairs to critique them. At that moment, however, Li Yi overheard an unfavorable piece of news amidst the chatter. Today's competition was strictly confined to a handful of poetry gatherings. Even if others produced commendable verses, they would not be included in the competition and would merely receive a few compliments. In other words, the poetry gatherings were the main event, while he and the remaining attendees were merely there to offer opinions on the works presented. Yet for Li Yi, the concern was not the poetry or the qualification to participate in the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering. If he lacked the qualification for the literary examination, then, no matter how exquisite his verses, they would be of no use in obtaining the promised 100 taels of silver. At that moment, he felt a tinge of regret, wishing he had checked the almanac before venturing out, where it surely would have advised against travel and encouraged staying home. Not only had he lost face in front of those women, but encountering that Zue Mo girl was also a stroke of misfortune. And now even the last remnants of solace in his heart had vanished. He had initially intended to leave with Xiao Huan, but the exquisite fruit pastries were simply too delectable. Having made such an effort to enter, it would be unwise to depart empty-handed. Thus, he resolved to indulge before making his exit. As he contemplated this, he turned to see the little maid resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought, her expression shifting from sorrow to a smile, and for a fleeting moment, he noticed a glimmer of tears in her eyes. Just as Li Yi was intrigued by the drama unfolding in the maid's heart, a voice of astonishment from Zue Mo echoed nearby. What? My osmanthus cake was eaten by that scoundrel. Upon learning of the recent events, Zue Mo's brows furrowed in anger, her gaze sharpening as she fixed it on a particular direction. Li Yi felt a sudden awareness, and as their eyes met in midair, sparks seemed to fly between them, both emitting a cold snort before turning away. Chapter 68. Exchange of Maids? The scholar did not appear to be a scoundrel. There must have been some misunderstanding, remarked an older woman from the Uniying Poetry Society after a moment of contemplation. Zue Mo now understood that the scholar likely had no ill intentions. Yet his previous disregard had left her feeling incensed. Although her view of him as a scoundrel had softened somewhat, her anger remained unresolved. Meanwhile, a woman named Wan Ruoqing observed Mo's expression with mild surprise. How could such a mild-mannered scholar provoke such ire in her? She glanced down at her attire, wondering if she resembled a maid today. Whether due to this incident or Zue Mo, she felt a flicker of curiosity toward the scholar. As she raised her gaze toward him, she caught sight of him picking up a piece of dried fruit, counting for a moment, then reaching for a piece of cake, counting again, sipping tea, and then taking another piece of fruit. It seemed that, rather than being drawn to the poetry crafted by the talented, he was more engrossed in the food before him. One odd scholar. Watching the scholar focused solely on the delectable treats, Wan Ruoqing thought to herself. Before long, new verses emerged from the gathering, eliciting a chorus of applause, prompting several women to rise from their seats and move toward the source of the excitement. Li Yi sat there, occasionally catching snippets of the verses recited by the so-called talented individuals, followed by a flurry of praise from the crowd. Listening to those individuals extol the poems as if they were timeless masterpieces, Li could not help but curl the corner of his mouth in disdain. What exquisite poetry and marvelous verses! The so-called exquisite mid-autumn poems were merely a few individuals gazing at the moon, lost in their own musings. When one thinks of mid-autumn poetry, one should recall lines such as I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower to think of my hometown, or I invite the bright moon to share a cup, and with my shadow, we become three. These lines, cherished through generations, stand in stark contrast to the frivolous praises of the current moment. The slight smirk of derision on Li Yi's lips was keenly observed by Zheng Zuamo, who had been glaring at him from a distance. Uncertain of his own poetic capabilities, Zheng Zuamo silently labeled Li Yi as a boastful individual lacking true talent. Suddenly, a startled exclamation from Xiao Huan reached Li Yi's ears, prompting him to turn swiftly. He discovered the young maid clutching her head, while a young man opposite her was pressed against his chest, his garments soaked. "My lord, I am so sorry. My apologies." The young maid's face was flushed with panic as she bowed her head in apology. The young man, evidently ill-tempered, was about to rebuke her for spilling tea all over him, but halted upon noticing the delicate beauty before him, his expression shifting to one of surprise and intrigue. Not a problem, not a problem," he chuckled, extending a hand to assist her, just as a figure interposed himself before him. The young man furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Who are you?" "My lord." Xiao Huan stood behind Li Yi like a child caught in mischief. "My lord?" The young man scrutinized Li Yi with suspicion, asking, "Is this young lady your maid?" "She lacks understanding and has caused you trouble," Li Yi replied, inclining his head slightly in a gesture of apology. "It is but a trivial matter," the young man noted, casting a glance at Xiao Huan, his eyes revealing a flicker of interest. He then turned to Li Yi with a smile, inquiring, "You seem unfamiliar. Might you be the talent from Qinghai Prefecture?" Li Yi noticed the young man's lingering gaze on Xiao Huan and sensed his intent to forge a connection, causing him to frown slightly as he responded with vague pleasantries. Just as impatience began to take root within him, the young man abruptly shifted the conversation, gesturing towards the two maidens standing behind him. "Pray tell, what do you think of my two maidens?" Li Yi glanced at them, puzzled by the young man's insinuation. The two maidens appear to be around 17 or 18, an age typically characterized by youthful exuberance. Yet their faces bore signs of fatigue, their eyes dim and devoid of the vivacity exhibited by Xiao Huan. The young man smiled faintly, confessing, "To be frank, I have taken quite a liking to your maid. Should you be willing to part with her, I would gladly offer these two in exchange." Upon hearing this, the two maidens exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting as a glimmer of hope sparked in their eyes. Xiao Huan, upon hearing the young man's words, paled and grasped Li Yi's sleeve tightly, terrified that he might acquiesce to the exchange. "I speak sincerely. Why must you reject my offer?" The young man continued, maintaining his smile. "To be candid, my father is the magistrate of Anxi County. Should you ever require assistance, I may be of help." Seeing Li Yi's lack of agreement, the young man remained unperturbed, continuing to smile. The city of Qinghai lies within the jurisdiction of Anxi County. While many could easily overshadow the magistrate, the title still held weight in the eyes of the public. The underlying implication of the young man's words was clear. "I have set my sights on this maiden. Whether you agree or not is of little consequence. For I am the son of the magistrate, and the decision rests with you." However, the title of magistrate's son held no sway over Li Yi. Having spent nights in the royal palace and mingled with the sons of nobility, he dismissed the significance of a mere county magistrate's offspring. The young man's words were not cloaked in subtlety. Among literati, the exchange of maids or concubines had been a long-established norm, and many had gathered nearby, chuckling and offering idle commentary in support of the young man. "That Liu fellow is no good. Once that young girl falls into his hands, she will surely be mistreated. I wonder if that scholar will truly make the trade. The Liu family has a magistrate as its patriarch. I fear the scholar might." Nearby, several women from the Uniying Poetry Society sighed, their expressions troubled. Being women themselves, they were naturally averse to the notion of exchanging individuals as if they were mere commodities. Surely this fellow will not acquiesce? Though she harbored resentment towards Li Yi, Zheng Zuamo found herself inexplicably confident in him. After all, it is just a maid. A gentleman should facilitate the happiness of others. If you were to part with her, it might become a delightful anecdote from today's poetry gathering. At that moment, a seemingly notable young man approached with a smile, addressing Li Yi. "I am Su Wentian, president of the Dongli Poetry Society. Liu is my friend. I kindly ask you to consider my request." Li Yi responded with a radiant smile. "Go sell your mother." In an instant, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, as Zheng Zuamo, having just taken a sip of tea, sputtered it out in shock. Flustered, she hurriedly attempted to wipe the stains from her garment, her face a picture of astonishment. At that moment, She questioned whether she had misheard. How could a scholar utter such a crude remark? However, upon turning to see the expressions of one watching and the other women, mirroring her own shock, she realized that indeed, the scholar had spoken those 4 words. Her mouth slightly agape, she regarded the scholar standing before Xiao Huan, her gaze undergoing a transformation. How could this gentleman, Wan Ruoqing's lips parted slightly, her expression a mixture of disbelief. Scholars are expected to uphold decorum. She had never encountered one who would speak so coarsely. Having always held disdain for such behavior, she found herself inexplicably devoid of any animosity towards the scholar at that moment. Had he succumbed to the young man's intimidation, she would have felt genuine disappointment. To her astonishment, not only had he refused, but he had done so in such a striking manner. The women from the Union Poetry Society, each with a slight smile tugging at their lips, struggled to suppress their laughter, lest they compromise their poise. Yet, as they regarded the scholar anew, they found him far more agreeable. Go sell your mother. The young man, named Su Wentian, initially taken aback by the scholar's bold retort, soon flushed crimson, pointing at Li Yi with a trembling finger, utterly speechless. Having been a scholar himself, he typically interacted with peers of similar standing. As a celebrated talent from Qing'an Prefecture, he engaged in witty banter with fellow intellectuals. Yet who among them would resort to such vulgar language? All are esteemed scholars. Could we not engage in civilized discourse? For a man who has studied the classics his entire life, to compete in a verbal battle with someone from the 21st century is indeed a formidable challenge. You base individual. Such foul language is intolerable, an affront to our scholarly integrity. You are a disgrace to your station. Surrounding Su Wentian, several talented individuals from the Dongli Poetry Society were momentarily taken aback, but soon their expressions shifted dramatically as they turned to chastise Li Yi. All of them were educated individuals. Even if one disagreed, a gentle persuasion would suffice to reach a consensus without resorting to insults. In the face of their accusations, Li Yi remained unperturbed. After all, compared to the contemporary insults that often revolved around one's mother and ancestral lineage, which were used as primary weapons in a verbal assault, such derisive phrases were beneath him and bore no weight. He had already exercised considerable restraint, fearing that succumbing to anger might lead to dire consequences, including potential legal repercussions. Moreover, he found it hardly worth his while to engage with these individuals. While they presented themselves as refined scholars, their true natures revealed a sordid existence, engaging in activities that were far from honorable, some of which were even brazenly paraded as normal transactions, especially when Su Wentian, with a smiling demeanor, sought to gain a favor from him. Li Yi felt compelled to dismiss him with a pithy phrase that would be most fitting. The Dongli Poetry Society was the talk of the town, capturing the attention of many. Before long, the unusual scene had drawn numerous onlookers, and a few figures descended from the upper floor. Su Wentian, valuing his reputation, recognized that whatever the outcome of the day's affair, it would not bode well for him. With a cold huff, he turned away in silence. Beside him, a few members of the Bailu Poetry Society shot Li Yi disdainful glares, expressing their contempt for his company. I shall remember you, said a young man claiming to be the son of the county magistrate, casting a dark glance at Li Yi before uttering his words coldly. Behind him, 2 young maidens exchanged glances filled with envy as they regarded the small maid standing behind Li Yi, before quietly following the young man out. My lord, it's all Xiaohuan's fault, the maid sobbed, tugging at Li Yi's sleeve as tears glistened in her eyes. It's all right. This matter is not Xiaohuan's fault, Li Yi replied with a gentle smile, ruffling her hair soothingly. But they all said unkind things about you, my lord. The maid looked up, tears rolling from her gem-like eyes, as she expressed her distress over their harsh words. Before she could finish, Li Yi deftly placed a piece of pastry in her mouth to silence her. That scholar's words were indeed satisfying, remarked a girl of 16 or 17, covering her mouth as laughter threatened to spill forth. The expression of Su Wentian and his companions as they departed was a source of amusement for the women. As fellow women, they could not abide the sight of men treating maidservants and concubines as mere commodities to be exchanged. The scholar's actions won him significant favor in their hearts. Drunk in ink, I do not believe that gentleman to be a rogue. Otherwise, he would have already exchanged those 2 maidens. One lady remarked to Zuamo, her gaze fixed upon her. Do you harbor any misunderstandings about him? Even if he is not a rogue, he is certainly no virtuous man, Say, Mo retorted disdainfully, unable to forgive his earlier demeanor. As the group continued their banter, a sudden commotion erupted from upstairs, prompting them to look up and see a crowd gathering around a table. What could be happening? Was another exquisite piece of work being unveiled? Intrigued, the elder woman ascended the stairs, and moments later, she descended with a sheet of paper in hand, her expression troubled. What is it? The women inquired as she approached, and the elder woman sighed, handing over the paper. This poem was just composed by Su Wentian. You all should take a look. One of the women took the paper and began to read aloud. Although all present were women of talent in the city of Qing'an, they recognized the quality of the poem after just a few lines, which surpassed that of the average person. What is the matter? Is the poem truly exceptional? Zhu Amo, lacking deep knowledge in poetry, asked. Unless it was a widely recognized classic like Qiao Qiao Xian, she could not discern the subtleties of ordinary poetry. Indeed, Su Wentian's Mid-Autumn poem surpasses many from Fangzhou, the woman remarked, her expression growing complex as she slowly continued. Having heard Su Wentian's previous work, she had not anticipated this year's would elevate to such heights, fearing it would shine brilliantly at tomorrow's poetry gathering. Yuqing, can your poem surpass Su Wentian's? Zhu Mo inquired, deeply invested in the outcome, as today's contest would determine their eligibility for the genuine Mid-Autumn poetry gathering. If they succeeded, she too could join and perhaps meet the talented Li Yi. I did not expect Su Wentian to have achieved such skill in Mid-Autumn poetry. I fear I do not measure up, Yuqing responded with a shake of her head, a wry smile gracing her lips. With this poem, Su Wentian has already secured victory in today's contest, the elder woman from the Yunying Poetry Society sighed. Though reluctant to admit it, it had always been the case that women were overshadowed by men in the realm of poetry throughout history. Upon hearing this, Zhu Mo's face fell, for without victory, they would not qualify for the Mid-Autumn gathering, and thus she would have no chance to meet the talented Li Yi. The questions regarding that intriguing style of painting would remain locked within her heart. He seemed to have appeared out of thin air and then vanished just as quietly, leaving no trace behind, and no matter how hard others searched, they could uncover no news of him. Zhu Mo could only place her hopes upon tomorrow's poetry gathering, believing he would not miss such an event due to his talents. Understanding her thoughts, Yuqing turned to her and said, even if we can participate in tomorrow's gathering, there is no guarantee we will encounter the person we wish to see. Zhu Mo comprehended Yuqing's words, yet this was still a flicker of hope. Without today's success, even that hope would be extinguished. Turning away, she happened to see the scholar holding a sheet of paper, and, after glancing at it, a smile crept across her face, a reflection of the expression she had previously witnessed. This expression resembled the one she had seen when observing the works of those who lacked artistic skill. Casually tossing the paper onto a table, she spoke to the small maidservant before both made their way toward the exit. With a determined resolve, she approached the spot where the scholar had stood earlier and picked up the paper he had discarded, directing her gaze upon it. The paper bore the very poem that had garnered widespread praise from the crowd. In an instant, Zhu Mo's expression transformed, becoming complex, yet soon solidified into determination as she chased after the scholar's retreating figure. Sui Montak, Yuqing called after her, but when she seemingly did not hear, a look of confusion crossed her face as she set aside Su Wentian's poem and followed. Miss Zhu Mo, as she walked, a gentleman bowed to her, but Zhu Mo ignored him, hastening her steps. The man's smile froze as he watched her retreating figure, seeing the scholar and maidservant reach the door. Wait! A voice called out from behind as she reached the threshold. This woman is relentless. Li Yi furrowed his brow, instinctively believing that this woman had come to cause trouble. Xiaohuan, let's leave quickly. A true man does not engage with a woman of questionable sanity. Just as Li Yi grasped Xiaohuan's hand, Zhang Mo dashed a few steps forward and stood in their path. Xiaohuan regarded the beautiful woman before her with a wary expression, unconsciously inching closer to Li Yi. What do you want? Li Yi inquired with a frown, his displeasure evident. If you assist me with a favor, our past grievances can be wiped clean, Zhu Mo stated, locking eyes with Li Yi, her teeth clenched. I will not help, Li Yi replied curtly, continuing to pull Xiaohuan away. He truly cared little for the so-called grievances. Whether they would meet again was uncertain, so why should he invite trouble? Moreover, whatever matter compelled this woman to lower herself and seek his assistance could not be trivial. They were not well acquainted, and they shared some minor enmity. Why should he aid her? Stop right there. Zhang Zhe-mo pointed at him, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. In all her past encounters, no man had ever disregarded her so blatantly. This man, how could he lack the demeanor of a learned scholar? However, recalling how he had boldly uttered those 4 words in front of so many people, any sense of propriety had long since vanished. Never before had she felt such a deep sense of grievance. Tears welled in her eyes, and she fought to keep them from spilling. "Young master, please wait." Just as Li Yi and Xiao Huan reached the threshold, a gentle voice called out from behind them. One should not take advantage of others' kindness. Having just shamelessly asked for 2 pastries, it would be ungracious to appear too callous now. The woman named Wan Ruoqing approached, first giving a respectful bow to Li Yi, then apologetically saying, "Zhe-mo can be quite headstrong. If she has offended you in any way, I, Ruoqing, sincerely apologize. Please do not hold it against her." Li Yi regarded this one girl, then glanced at Zhe-mo, who was still glaring at him with her large eyes. And he could not help but ponder the stark contrast in demeanor between these 2 women. The young maid beside him wore an expression of deep concern. She was already struggling to manage one beautiful sister, and now another had appeared. "Miss, where are you?" Xiao Huan can barely keep up with the young master. "Miss Wan, you are too courteous. This matter is of no concern to me," Li Yi responded, his tone warm and inviting, as if basking in the gentle spring breeze. What is of no concern has clearly been taken to heart, Zhe-mo thought, feeling a pang of bitterness as she observed the scholar's cold demeanor toward her. Contrasting sharply with the warmth he displayed to Ruoqing, she felt an overwhelming urge to lash out, but managed to suppress it. "If you do not mind, you may simply call me Ruoqing," Wan Ruoqing said, looking up at him with a beaming smile. Li Yi cast another significant glance at Zhang Zhe-mo, conveying a silent message. "You see how gentle, polite, and likable she is," his gaze seemed to say, "and then look at yourself. As women, do you not feel any shame?" Li Yi nodded and continued, "If Miss Ruoqing has no further matters, I shall take my leave." The stunning woman across from him appeared to hesitate, weighing her words before finally speaking. "To be honest, I do have a request. I would like to ask for your assistance with something." Li Yi's expression faltered, clearly taken aback by Wan Ruoqing's unexpected proposition. His earlier remark had merely been a polite dismissal, and it was customary for one to bid farewell at such moments. Why did this Miss Ruoqing not adhere to social niceties? "Please, do not hesitate to ask," he replied with a smile, curiosity piqued. He felt a genuine fondness for her. What should an ancient woman truly embody? Li Yi had often envisioned them as virtuous, graceful, and refined. However, upon entering this world, he discovered a stark divergence from his imaginings. Only upon meeting Wan Ruoqing did the image of an ideal ancient woman crystallize in his mind, like a figure stepping out of a painting. She greeted him with a smile and a gentle voice. This humble girl has met the young master. This was the vision Li Yi had always held of ancient women. For this reason alone, he was willing to hear her out. Moreover, having previously accepted her pastries, it would be rather impolite to refuse her outright before she had finished speaking. Wan Ruoqing, aware that her request might be somewhat forward, nonetheless asked, "Might you compose a poem for our Yun-ing Poetry Society for the Mid-Autumn Festival? I will be immensely grateful." A poem for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Li Yi was momentarily taken aback. Wan Ruoqing's request was indeed unexpected. Surely, she ought to seek out renowned poets of Qing and Prefecture, rather than a nameless individual like himself. Why had she singled him out? Beside him, Zhang Zhe-mo was also slightly astonished. Could it be that Wan Ruoqing had discerned something extraordinary about this scholar? While others had been critiquing Su Wentian's poetry, he had been exchanging playful banter with the young maid. As Wan Ruoqing passed by, she had observed him casually discarding a piece of paper inscribed with Su Wentian's verses, and she had faintly caught him murmuring, "Raise a cup to invite the bright moon. And with my shadow, we become 3. That solitary line had conjured vivid imagery in her mind. A solitary drinker beneath the moon, faced only with the moon and his own shadow. In that moment, the essence of the scene unfolded before her. Wan Ruoqing's poetic talents were already well established. Merely from a fragment of a poem, she could surmise that this scholar was not only unconventional in his actions, but was likely a poet of extraordinary caliber, far surpassing Su Wentian. Yet, given her personality, she would never actively solicit help. Losing was simply losing, a reflection of her own inadequacy. It was only after witnessing Zheng Zueimo's interaction with him that she realized there was more to this scholar than met the eye. After careful consideration, she decided to make this uncharacteristic request. After all, the poetry gathering tomorrow was not simply an event of interest to Zheng Zueimo. The previous Qi Shi poetry gathering, marked by the descent of the sky lantern, had been one she had personally collected, and the poem inscribed upon it, Kate Xiao Xian, had also been disseminated by her. Even now, many believe that the poem had originated from her pen. Over these days, the public had forged an inseparable connection between her and that poem. Yet, Wan Ruoqing understood that she could never write such a piece herself. She harbored the same admiration and envy for the talented individual named Li Yi as many other women did. If only she could meet him, it would fulfill a lifelong wish. Are you preparing for tomorrow's mid-autumn poetry gathering? Li Yi asked, puzzled. Wan Ruoqing smiled brightly and replied, to be candid, the Yuning Poetry Society aims to win today's competition because there is someone we wish to see at tomorrow's gathering. Li Yi was taken aback to witness the expression of a fan's admiration for an idol manifesting on Wan Ruoqing's stunning face. Could it be that Wan Ruoqing, Zheng Zueimo, and those women from the Yuning Poetry Society are all gathering to meet some renowned literary talent at the poetry gathering? Upon contemplating this possibility, Li felt a deep sense of envy towards that unknown individual. Wan Ruoqing, with her stunning beauty and amiable disposition, seemed to possess considerable literary flair. As for Zheng Zueimo, despite her unpleasant temperament, she was no less striking in appearance and figure than Wan Ruoqing. Adding to that were the ladies of the Yuning Poetry Society. In this era, is it truly the case that literary talents are so alluring? Even these gifted women are captivated. One wonders how many Na'vi young ladies are also fans of that fellow. Li had always believed that being a protector of the household was a promising vocation, surrounded by beautiful sisters and occasionally leading lovely maidservants on outings. Yet, in comparison, he felt as if he were worlds apart from that individual. Alas, how blind fate can be! What is so remarkable about merely composing a few verses? It is astonishing that even a woman like Wan Ruoqing cannot escape the allure of his talents. Li Yi sighed inwardly, his face betraying profound regret. To Zheng Zueimo and Wan Ruoqing, this was naturally a precursor to a refusal. Let be, Ruoqing, we shall depart. We need not seek this scoundrel. Zheng Zueimo glared fiercely at Li Yi, her brow furrowing as she no longer wished to endure his presence, grasping Wan Ruoqing's hand to leave. Wan Ruoqing's delicate countenance also reflected disappointment, though it came as no surprise. It was indeed somewhat excessive to make such a request of someone she had never met before. Just as they prepared to leave, the scholar's voice finally rang out. A gentleman should help others achieve their desires. Since tomorrow's poetry gathering holds extraordinary significance for you, Miss Ruoqing, how could I refuse? Zheng Zueimo turned to look at Li Yi, unable to reconcile the term gentleman with the scholar before her. After all, no gentleman would speak so crudely. Nevertheless, he had ultimately agreed. Yet, the memory of being outright rejected when he first asked for assistance, contrasted with how readily he agreed to Ruoqing's request, filled her heart with an inexplicable bitterness, and her gaze towards Li Yi turned resentful and accusatory. Thank you, kind sir. Upon hearing Li Yi's agreement, Wan Ruoqing's beautiful face lit up with joy. But wait, I have a condition, Li Yi interjected once more. What condition? Zheng Zueimo regarded him warily. Although she hailed from a brothel, she was a courtesan who sold her talents, not her body. If Li Yi were to propose an outrageous request, she would refuse even if he were to compose poetry. Li Yi disregarded the clearly self-important Zheng Zueimo and turned to Wan Ruoqing, inquiring, Miss Ruoqing, you seek merely to win today's contest to secure a place at the mid-autumn poetry gathering, correct? Wan Ruoqing nodded, albeit without grasping his intention. At that moment, Li Yi continued, I have heard that the Poetry Society winning today's contest will receive a reward of 100 taels of silver. I desire only this sum in return for my assistance. His proposition was mutually beneficial. Li Yi sought the silver, while the women of the Yuning Poetry Society desired the opportunity to participate in the mid-autumn poetry gathering. Wan Ruoqing, upon hearing this, appeared momentarily stunned. her expression reflecting a measure of astonishment. After a moment, she nodded in agreement. That is only fair. While 100 taels of silver was not an insignificant amount for them, their primary concern lay elsewhere. It was merely a byproduct of winning the contest. Should they lose, they would not even secure a chance to attend the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering, let alone the silver reward. This decision was within her purview to make without consulting the others. Miser, you're practically buried in money. Zhang Zhe silently cursed, her disdain for Li Yi becoming evident. As they proceeded, Wan Ruoqing walked beside Li Yi, engaged in conversation, while a little behind, Zhang Zhe frequently glared at him, her eyes sharp as daggers. If looks could kill, Li would have been thoroughly pierced. A maidservant trailed behind, glancing between Li Yi and the two ladies, her heart filled with trepidation. Above, several individuals peered down, and upon recognizing the scene, their expressions shifted to confusion. Who is that man accompanying Miss Wan and Miss Zue? He appears unfamiliar. Perhaps he is a friend of Miss Wan's. Given his recent association with the Yun Ing Poetry Society, is it him? How could Miss Wan associate with such a crude individual? Among them were those unfamiliar with Li Yi, who were astonished at how close Wan Ruoqing and Zheng seemed to be with a man they deemed unrefined. How could two such esteemed ladies be drawn to someone of such lowly stature? At that moment, several women from the Yun Ing Poetry Society gathered in a corner, their table littered with previously circulated verses. Though they harbored reluctance, they could not deny that in the realm of poetry, they were far outmatched by the men. Are we destined to be excluded from the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering? One woman lamented. A sigh of resignation passed among them, and they fell into silence. Just then, Wan Ruoqing and Li Yi approached them. I entrust everything to you. Kind sir, Wan Ruoqing said, bowing earnestly. Ruoqing, this is. Upon seeing the scholar again, the women's faces reflected curiosity. The elder among them stepped forward to inquire, just as Li Yi picked up a brush. Unbeknownst to Wan Ruoqing, Li Yi feared that his handwriting might be ridiculed, and thus he thought it prudent for him to pen the work representing the Yun Ing Poetry Society himself. Accepting the brush from Li Yi, she began to write, while the other ladies watched with puzzled expressions. Li Yi then spoke, a pot of wine among the flowers. I drink alone without a companion. Is that poetry? The ladies gasped, their eyes wide with astonishment, yet they still struggled to comprehend the situation. Could this fellow truly possess talent? Zhang Zhe regarded him with uncertainty, for she had merely speculated earlier. What if this scholar were merely an arrogant fool without genuine ability, rendering all his previous efforts futile? I raise my cup to invite the bright moon. With my shadow, we become three. At that moment, Li Yi recited the second line of his poem. Suddenly, the expressions of the several literate women grew solemn. Zheng was taken aback and turned her gaze to Li Yi, an incredulous thought blossoming within her mind. Could it be that he truly composed remarkable poetry? The moon does not understand drinking. My shadow merely follows me, temporarily accompanying the moon and shadow. One must seize joy while spring remains. Li Yi's voice continued, and beside him, Wan Ruoqing diligently inscribed the elegant characters on the paper. I sing as the moon lingers, I dance as my shadow scatters. When awake, we are intoxicated. When inebriated, we scatter apart. An eternal bond devoid of emotion. We meet again across the vast Milky Way. As Wan Ruoqing completed the final character, Li Yi declared, this poem is titled Drinking Alone Under the Moon. Zheng stood in stunned silence, observing how the gazes of those around her were transfixed by the verses on the paper, unable to look away. When she turned to regard the calm scholar once more, her expression began to shift in a manner she had never anticipated. After a considerable time, several women from the Yun Ing Poetry Society finally withdrew their gazes from the paper, exchanging glances that illuminated their faces with unspoken brilliance. Congratulations, Su Xiong. Your literary talent is truly admirable. With this poem, I am certain you will shine brightly at tomorrow's Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering. Allow me to extend my early congratulations. One of them exclaimed, Oh no, my esteemed friends, you flatter me, Su Wentian humbly replied. This poem has indeed astonished us all. When the time comes tomorrow, it may very well compete with the likes of Yang Yanzhou and Shun Zhao. A young scholar in a scholar's robe smiled as he spoke across the table. You overstate it, Su Xiong. I possess a modicum of self-awareness. The many talented individuals of Qing'an Prefecture, even those proficient in poetry, would hesitate to claim superiority over these two. Su Wentian shook his head in response. The young scholar chuckled and was about to speak when a paper raft approached from one side. His gaze inadvertently swept over it and became fixated. Su Xiong, Su Xiong. As time progressed, a little earlier in the evening, one could hear the words, "A pot of wine among the flowers. I drink alone without a companion. I raise my cup to invite the bright moon, and with my shadow, we become three. The moon does not understand drinking, and the shadow merely follows me. For a moment, let the moon accompany my shadow. One must enjoy life while spring lasts. Eternal companionship in a carefree wander. Let us meet far in the Milky Way." As Wan Ruo Qing elegantly inscribed this poem Yuxia du Joie onto rice paper, the expressions of the talented women of the Yunying Poetry Society shifted from confusion to astonishment. Once she finished writing, an elderly woman turned to her, mouth agape, incredulous. "How does this poem compare to that of Fong Wentian?" The other women had witnessed the transformation of expressions and were unable to contain their eagerness to ask. The elder's demeanor turned solemn, stating, "How can the light of a grain of rice contend with the brilliance of the full moon? What virtue or talent does Fong Wentian possess to be compared with this timeless masterpiece?" Zue Mo's cherry lips parted slightly as a flash of realization struck her mind. Has that impertinent fellow's poetic talent reached such heights? If this poem were to spread, I fear that the talented men of Jinghua, wherever they may be, would inevitably recite, "I raise my cup to invite the bright moon, and with my shadow, we become three with every sip." A young woman's beautiful eyes shimmered with a dreamy expression as she murmured. The reactions of the talented women did not surprise Li Yi. It is known that this Yuxia du Joie, even among the works of the immortal poet Li Bai, stands as a paragon of excellence. The lines, "I raise my cup to invite the bright moon, and with my shadow, we become three," have echoed through the ages. Who is Li Bai? He is a figure who stands atop the ancient literary world, and any poem he casts forth is enough to astound. Wan Ruo Qing's delicate face could hardly mask her excitement. Upon hearing a fragment of the poem, she speculated that this gentleman must possess some talent, yet she never fathomed that his abilities could soar to such realms. Setting aside her personal feelings, the quality of this poem is already sufficient to rival Qiao Xian. Of course, in her heart, she still favored Qiao Xian slightly more, not only due to her connection to that piece, but also because, in Jinghua, poetry has flourished for various reasons, with lyrics capturing more affection from the people. As for poetry, although it enjoyed great popularity in previous dynasties in the past century, Jinghua's literati have shown a stronger inclination towards composing lyrics. Hence, while Yuxia du Joie possesses a high caliber, its influence may not surpass that of Qiao Xian. However, comparing this poem with Fong Wentian's seems rather trivial. As the initial shock began to subside, all eyes turned to Li Yi. For them, through a single poem, one could discern the poet's character and even their thoughts while composing. The solitude of drinking alone under the moonlight, the transition from loneliness to companionship, and then back again. What a broad-minded spirit does this reveal. After inviting the moon and becoming three with one shadow, what desolation does it evoke? Li Yi's expression remained calm, yet the hearts of the talented women were a tempest of emotions. Under the scrutiny of so many gazes, Li Yi felt a twinge of unease. Clearing his throat, he noted the slight blush on several faces, realizing that it was rather inappropriate for women to stare at a man so intently. Not far from Li Yi, Zue Mo sat, uncertain whether to feel joy or resentment. The joy stemmed from the hope of winning the day's contest and participating in the mid-autumn poetry gathering, while the resentment arose from the heavens, bestowing such extraordinary talent upon that impertinent fellow. As for the young maid by Li Yi's side, though her mind was still somewhat muddled, her heart brimmed with happiness. It seems that my master's poetry has astonished these elder sisters. Last month, during the Qixi festival, her master had penned a lyric called Qiao Xian. At the previous Qixi poetry gathering, Fang Zhou had overshadowed Su Wentian, and had it not been for the unexpected emergence of Qiao Xian, the crown would have surely belonged to him. Yet today, at the mid-autumn poetry gathering, Su Wentian had eclipsed him, and if the Bailu Poetry Society did not have superior works, they would likely face defeat. This should not be surprising, as poetry has always been difficult to judge. Fang Zhou excels in qixi lyrics, and Su Wentian's moonlit verses are exceptionally crafted, making them perfectly suited for the mid-autumn poetry gathering. Thus, Fang Zhou's defeat is hardly unexpected. It is worth noting that the talented women of the Yunying Poetry Society should not be underestimated. One wonders if they have any noteworthy works to present tonight. Indeed, they do, as Wan Ruo Qing has a moonlit poem that surpasses Fang Zhou's in quality, though it still pales in comparison to Fang Wentian's. In a corner of the first floor, several talented men raise their cups in camaraderie, judging the standout works of the day's poetry gathering. Ultimately, it seems that the victors of the day belong to the Dongli Poetry Society, and with this poem, Su Wentian will surely not fade into obscurity at tomorrow's gathering, remarked a young man in a green robe, casually taking a paper raft from a passing servant to see if any other poetry society had new works. Yet, that is not entirely accurate, as many talented individuals will gather in Qing'an Prefecture tomorrow, ensuring that excellent works will abound. Whether Su Wentian can secure a place among them will depend on his fortune. As the men conversed, they failed to notice that one among them had been silent for an extended period, a look of shock gradually appearing on his face. I hope Su Wentian can achieve fame tomorrow. That way, we can boast a little and share in the glory, one scholar remarked, but before he could finish, a voice interrupted. Please wait. The young scholar's face still bore a look of astonishment as he slowly handed over the paper raft. Upon receiving it, the others leaned in to read, and after just a few breaths, their expressions shifted dramatically. Su Xiong? Su Xiong? Su Wentian called out repeatedly until he finally shook the young man's shoulder, pulling him back to reality. Su Xiong, what has happened to render you so absent-minded? He looked at Su Wentian with a puzzled expression. The young man's face reflected a complex array of emotions as he glanced at Su Wentian and then handed over the paper raft. Su Xiong, you should take a look. As Su Wentian accepted the raft, a sense of foreboding washed over him upon seeing the expression on the young man's face. Scanning the paper, he soon exhibited a flicker of surprise, which quickly morphed into a frown. Whose poem is this? He asked, turning to the young man named Su, his face devoid of any joy. The handwriting is delicate and lively, undoubtedly penned by one of the talented women of the Yunying Poetry Society. I fear this poem may have been composed by them, the Su young man pointed out, indicating the characters on the paper raft. He extended his hand and gently patted Su Wentian's shoulder, letting out a sigh as he spoke. Brother Su, your time is running short. Su Wentian understood the implication. If he could not produce poetry surpassing the quality of the current piece in a brief span, they would undoubtedly lose today's contest, consequently forfeiting their chance to participate in tomorrow's poetry gathering. Yet, the words of the young man with the surname Su ignited within him a desire to curse. What did it mean that his time was limited? Even if granted another day, a month, a year, or even a lifetime, he might still not be able to craft a poem of such caliber. If he possessed such talent, would the title of the foremost genius of Qing'an Prefecture not have fallen to him, instead of Yang Yinzhou or Shun Zhao? The line raise a cup to invite the bright moon, and together with my shadow, we become three loomed before Su Wentian like an insurmountable mountain, evoking a profound sense of helplessness with just a glance. Unattainable, impossible. Within the Yunying Poetry Society, no one could compose such a poem. Even that one Ruo Qing would be incapable. Su Wentian, with a grim expression, remarked, this poem hardly resembles the work of a woman, a jug of wine among the flowers. Drinking alone, without a companion, right there they lack fulfillment. Moreover, may we be forever unfeeling in our wandering, waiting for each other across the vastness of the Milky Way. How could a mere woman possess such ambition? Su Wentian, being exceptionally talented, had formed an idea after merely reading the poem a few times, and he suggested, let us descend and investigate. I refuse to believe that this poem originated from the Yunying Poetry Society. The young man, surnamed Su, had also intended to go downstairs and nodded in agreement, following Su Wentian towards the stairs. Meanwhile, the area below, where the Yunying Poetry Society was situated, had become exceedingly crowded. Shortly after the poem had circulated, people began arriving in succession, their expressions complex and tinged with admiration. It was disheartening for these men to find that so many talented individuals could not compare to a few women. Yet the poem was undeniably exquisite. At this moment, Su Wentian's name had long since been forgotten, his earlier fine, mid-autumn poem overshadowed by the rising acclaim for the young women. The talents of these maidens are so remarkable that we feel utterly humiliated. After today, the title of the foremost female talent in Qing'an Prefecture would likely belong to Wan Ruo Qing, not just the top female talent. If this poem were presented at tomorrow's poetry gathering, even Yang Yinzhou and Shun Zhao would have to concede defeat. We are fortunate today to witness such a timeless masterpiece. There is no greater regret. The praise heard by the women far surpassed the earlier show of admiration for Su Wentian, with some even comparing them to the top two talents of Qing'an Prefecture, arriving at the conclusion that they paled in comparison. All of this was due to the unparalleled excellence of Yu Xiaoduzhua. The talented women of the Yunying Poetry Society were surrounded by admirers, their charming faces alight with excitement. Wan Ruo Qing, too, found herself encircled, listening to their accolades, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she glanced at Li Yi, who smiled at her, causing her cheeks to flush even deeper. That poem had indeed been penned by her fiancé. A young maid pouted beside her, muttering quietly in frustration on behalf of her master. As Su Wentian and the young man, surnamed Su, descended and reached this spot, they found themselves blocked outside the throng, unable to squeeze in. "Excuse me, make way. Don't push, someone stepped on my foot. Which shameless rat dares to touch my backside?" After all, had it not been for the sudden emergence of a dark horse, it would have been Su Wentian laughing to the end today. The bittersweet taste of gain and loss must have been unpleasant for him, and everyone was eager to see his reaction, hoping for a speech on his lack of accolades. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Su Wentian approached the women of the Yunying Poetry Society, first bowing respectfully, and said, "This poem, Yu Xiaoduzhua, is truly a pinnacle of mid-autumn poetry. I am greatly impressed." At this juncture, he abruptly shifted his tone. "May I ask which talented lady of the Yunying Poetry Society composed this poem?" Among the women, the younger girl's face slightly changed, though she quickly regained her composure, a change that did not escape Su Wentian's notice. A subtle smile played on his lips, for it seemed there was indeed something amiss. "Could it be Wan Ruo Qing?" Su Wentian inquired, his expression a mix of amusement and curiosity. "No." Wan Ruo Qing shook her head. Even in her desire to win today's contest, she could not utter falsehoods. "Could be Zue Mo?" Su Wentian turned to Zue Mo for confirmation. "I lack such literary talent," Zue Mo responded, shaking her head. "No need to inquire further. This poem was composed by this gentleman." Before Su Wentian could finish, Wan Ruo Qing pointed at Li Yi standing beside her. Li Yi cast a helpless glance at Wan Ruo Qing, inwardly sighing at her honesty. When Su Wentian and the young man, surnamed Su, arrived, they were immediately met with a swarm of admirers, unable to penetrate the crowd. "Make way, let us through. Don't shove, who stepped on my foot? Which shameless scoundrel dares to touch my backside?" Indeed, had it not been for the unexpected emergence of a super dark horse, today would have belonged to Su Wentian. The bittersweet taste of gain and loss must have been unpleasant for him, and everyone was eager to witness his reaction, hoping for a speech regarding his absence of accolades. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Su Wentian approached the women of the Yunying Poetry Society, bowing respectfully before stating, "This poem, Yu Xiaoduzhua, is indeed a masterpiece of mid-autumn poetry, and I am in deep admiration." He then shifted the conversation, asking, "Might I inquire as to which talented lady from the Yunying Poetry Society authored this piece?" Among the women, the youngest girl's expression shifted slightly, though she quickly masked it, a detail that did not evade Su Wentian's keen observation. A smirk graced his lips, for it appeared there was indeed a hidden secret. "Is it Wan Ruo Qing?" Su Wentian queried with a knowing smile. "No," Wan Ruo Qing replied, shaking her head. Even in her desire to secure victory in today's contest, she could not utter falsehoods. "Could be Zue Mo?" Su Wentian turned to Zue Mo, seeking confirmation. "I lack such literary talent," Zue Mo stated, shaking her head. "There's no need to ask further. This poem was composed by this gentleman." Before Su Wentian could finish, Wan Ruo Qing pointed to Li Yi standing nearby. Li Yi cast a helpless glance at Wan Ruo Qing, inwardly lamenting her forthrightness. As Su Wentian and the young man, surnamed Su, descended and reached this spot, they found themselves blocked outside the throng, unable to squeeze in. "Make way, let us through. Don't shove, who stepped on my foot? Which shameless scoundrel dares to touch my backside?" Indeed, had it not been for the unexpected emergence of a super dark horse, today would have belonged to Su Wentian. The bittersweet taste of gain and loss must have been unpleasant for him, and everyone was eager to witness his reaction, hoping for a speech regarding his absence of accolades. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Su Wentian approached the women of the Yunying Poetry Society, bowing respectfully before stating, "This poem, Yuxia Duzhua, is indeed a masterpiece of mid-autumn poetry, and I am in deep admiration." He then shifted the conversation, asking, "Might I inquire as to which talented lady from the Yunying Poetry Society authored this piece?" Among the women, the youngest girl's expression shifted slightly, though she quickly masked it, a detail that did not evade Su Wentian's keen observation. A smirk graced his lips, for it appeared there was indeed a hidden secret. "Is it Wan Ruoqing?" Su Wentian queried with a knowing smile. "No," Wan Ruoqing replied, shaking her head. Even in her desire to secure victory in today's contest, she could not utter falsehoods. Could it be Zue Mo? Su Wentian turned to Zue Mo, seeking confirmation. "I lack such literary talent," Zue Mo stated, shaking her head. "There's no need to ask further. This poem was composed by this gentleman." Before Su Wentian could finish, Wan Ruoqing pointed to Li Yi standing nearby. Li Yi cast a helpless glance at Wan Ruoqing, inwardly lamenting her forthrightness. Merely due to the name of Yunying Shi and the fact that all its members are women, there arose a presumption that only females could join. However, the president of the society has publicly dispelled this notion, denying that membership is exclusive to women. What else could they say? It is no wonder that when the scholar entered, he appeared so familiar with Miss Wan and the women of Yunying Shi. It turns out he is also a member of their ranks. The revelation that Yunying Shi permits male members certainly clarifies our previous misunderstandings. Consequently, this poem can indeed represent Yunying Shi, and should they participate in tomorrow's mid-autumn poetry gathering, with him present, both Yang Yanzhou and Shun Zhao would surely be left regretting their defeat. The title of the foremost talent in Qinghai Prefecture may soon change hands. Yet, it is not entirely so. Despite the excellence of this poem, Shun Zhao's every composition is widely circulated in the pleasure quarters. In this respect, no matter how remarkable the poem may be, it cannot compare. Initially, the crowd perceived that remark from Zhao Yunru as a mere tactic. However, upon recalling how the scholar had rushed towards Yunying Shi and interacted intimately with them, it became apparent that they must have been acquainted prior, leaving no room for doubt. The two scholars who entered alongside Li Yi stood at the back of the crowd, gazing at him in astonishment, murmuring, "So that brother truly knows Miss Wan. He is indeed a member of Yunying Shi. How deeply you have concealed this from us." Su Wentian's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Zhao Yunru's single statement could nullify his strategy. That refined scoundrel is, after all, a member of Yunying Shi, which greatly exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede defeat. Tomorrow's mid-autumn poetry gathering would undoubtedly be his moment to shine and astonish all, and he would not permit anyone to disrupt it. Looking at Zhao Yunru, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Therefore, this poem cannot be counted, for today as competition is for mid-autumn lyrics, not poetry." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunru was momentarily taken aback, then, in mild anger, retorted, "What difference is there between poetry and lyrics? The mid-autumn gathering has always included both." Su Wentian replied coolly, "Yet, what we are competing in today is indeed mid-autumn lyrics. This is something Miss Zhao cannot deny, can she?" Zhao Yunru found herself momentarily speechless, unable to devise a rebuttal. When the rules were established, they had not considered this scenario, as talented poets are exceedingly rare. At poetry gatherings, lyrics often dominate, with poetry being mediocre at best. Thus, whether the competition is for mid-autumn poetry or lyrics, there is fundamentally no distinction, for it is certain that one particular piece will emerge victorious. She never anticipated that Su Wentian would seize upon this loophole. As such, this poem, capable of echoing through the ages, cannot be counted today. After Su Wentian spoke, the surrounding talents furrowed their brows. His narrow-mindedness was evident. Despite his slight talent, he would ultimately not amount to much. They had not previously realized he possessed such a character. If they had considered this point when establishing the rules, this situation would not have arisen. Although Su Wentian's actions were somewhat unscrupulous, he was, in this instance, standing on the side of reason. It is indeed a pity that if this exquisite piece were to overshadow the other talents at the mid-autumn gathering, we would have had the honor of association. Following this day, Su Wentian's reputation among the gathered talents would undoubtedly plummet. Yet at this moment, he was unconcerned should he gain fame at tomorrow's gathering. What he would acquire would far outweigh his losses. Thus, it appears that the title of champion today belongs solely to Brother Su. The Lu youth who had clashed with Li Yi earlier smiled, relishing the misfortune of Li Yi and the women of Yunying Shirshi. Zhao Yunru and the other ladies bore expressions of indignation, but found themselves at a loss for words. Zheng Zue, M.O., felt a surge of anxiety, grappling with the immense disappointment of a potential failure. Young master, this is all Ruoqing's fault for not informing you in advance, Wan Ruoqing said apologetically to Li Yi, her eyes reddening. Had she considered this earlier, the current predicament might have been avoided. Yunying Shirshi, what a pity. Yet, there's no need to be overly pessimistic. After today, simply based on this poem, the scholar will surely gain renown throughout Qing'an Prefecture, and Yunying Shirshi will become widely recognized. Although Su Wentian may have lost favor among the people, his victory is hollow. Yunying Shirshi, though defeated, retains its honor. The rules cannot be altered. While the gathered talents disapproved of Su Wentian's conduct, they could only lament for Yunying Shirshi. Setting aside this poem, Su Wentian's mid-autumn lyrics indeed overshadowed those of others significantly. Perhaps congratulations to Brother Su are in order. The Lu Yu smiled and cupped his hands towards Su Wentian. Brother Lu speaks too soon indeed. Su Wentian returned the gesture, feigning modesty. Observing their insincere exchange, Li Yi sighed softly. Young master. Wan Ruoqing looked up at him, her expression one of apology. About to speak when Li Yi waved his hand, looking at her somewhat reproachfully, and said, You should have mentioned you preferred lyrics over poetry. Chapter 76. A dual mastery of poetry and lyrics. Initially, Wan Ruoqing had mentioned her intention to compose a mid-autumn lyric herself, but the only lyric Li Yi could recite was Su Shi's Shui Diaogu Tu. However, Shui Diaogu Tu has stood as the pinnacle of mid-autumn lyrics for millennia. Once this lyric is revealed, all others pale in comparison, its caliber so formidable that he hesitated to present it in this modest competition. After all, to reveal such exceptional poetry and lose one piece for a mere 100 taels of silver is simply not worth the sacrifice. Upon entering, and after conversing with Wan Ruoqing, he learned that both poetry and lyrics were permissible, and he immediately thought of Li Bai's Xia Du Jua, which is among the few poems he can recite from memory without needing to consult a book. Another is the famous couplet, Raising my head to gaze at the bright moon, lowering my head to think of my hometown. Although Jing Yi Si consists of only 4 brief lines, it has become one of Li Bai's most influential works. Often the first verse memorized by children learning classical poetry. The light before my bed is like frost on the ground. Thus, this poem holds a position in Li Yi's heart that far exceeds that of Xia Du Jua, making him reluctant to present it. Yet, he never expected that this trivial poetry gathering would only allow for lyrics and not poetry. It would have been better to simply call it a lyric gathering, wasting everyone's sentiments. If only he had said so earlier. Wan Ruoqing looked up at him, a glimmer of hope rising in her heart. Young master, what do you mean? It seems I must trouble Miss Ruoqing to take up the pen once more. Li Yi smiled at her. At that moment, Wan Ruoqing finally comprehended the implication of his earlier words. He intends to compose another mid-autumn lyric on the spot. In gatherings themed around occasions like the Qixi Festival or Mid-Autumn Festival, the subject matter is exceedingly clear. Attendees often prepare well in advance, spending months refining their verses to achieve a breathtaking moment at the gathering. If they are required to compose lyrics on the spot, even the so-called top talent of Qing'an Prefecture would likely produce only mediocre works. After the rejection of Xia Du Jua, creating a lyric that surpasses Su Wentian's within a short time frame seems almost impossible, and they hold no hope for it. Miss Ruoqing, seeing her hesitation, Li Yi waved his hand before her eyes. Although she did not understand why he did not write himself this time, her curiosity was fleeting, and she promptly complied with his request. Her actions naturally piqued the curiosity of the crowd. What is Miss Wan doing? Is she about to compose another mid-autumn lyric? Even if she truly managed to compose a piece, it could never surpass Su Wentian. Many talented scholars sighed inwardly, harboring little faith in Wan Ruoqing. After all, even her meticulously prepared mid-autumn poem was overshadowed by Su Wentian. How could she possibly excel in an impromptu performance? Upon witnessing this, a mocking smile crept upon Su Wentian's face. If Wan Ruoqing had spent months in preparation, perhaps she could pose a slight threat. But to create verses on the spot would likely yield results inferior to the previous piece. The ladies from the Yunning Poetry Society seemed to share this sentiment. Zhao Yunru glanced at her, parted her lips, but ultimately let out a sigh. Only Zheng Zumo looked up at Li Yi, having witnessed the two phrases he exchanged with Wan Ruoqing. At that moment, Li Yi spoke in a calm tone, "Zhigu Tian." The expression on the faces of the scholars froze momentarily. "It is a poetic form," someone quickly interjected. Realization dawned upon the crowd. The author was indeed that young gentleman. However, this revelation diminished their confidence in the Yunning Poetry Society further. Although poetry and prose are often mentioned together, the distinctions in style and form are vast. To master either requires immense time and effort, let alone being proficient in both. Such a prodigy would undoubtedly be well known, and they could not possibly be unaware of him. The quality of Yuxia Duzhua had already reached a level that left them in awe. If an impromptu composition could surpass Su Wentian, it would not only be him feeling embarrassed in that venue. Su Wentian maintained his smile, filled with confidence. Not to mention that the person before him was merely an obscure scholar. Even the top talent from Qing'an Prefecture would not intimidate him. When the time came, the verses produced would likely be mediocre. He was eager to see how they would conclude. As Li Yi's voice resonated, the expressions of the ladies from the Yunning Poetry Society shifted to one of astonishment, their heads snapping up as glimmers of hope emerged in their eyes. Would this gentleman be capable of once again reversing the tide? Just as before, Zheng Zumo observed the serene demeanor of the scholar, and, for some reason, felt her heart settle at that moment. It was precisely then that Li Yi's voice rang out clearly for all to hear. The remnants of smoke are blown away by the night wind. A bright moon hangs above the curtain. As images of the night wind dispersing the thin mist and the bright moon illuminating the exterior of the curtain flooded their minds, their expressions became momentarily fixed. Though the road is long, the heart remains distant. Even when together in spirit, we are apart in body. Li Yi continued, as Wan Ruoqing skillfully transcribed the verses onto rice paper in her delicate, lively script. Emotions intertwine, thoughts abound, the azure clouds return, leaving no trace. It is said that in a previous life, love bound the mandarin ducks in two places. Upon completing Lu Yong's Nian Nu Jiao, Li took a sip of tea beside him, only to realize that the hall had fallen eerily silent. The maid blinked her large eyes, inching closer to Li Yi, her heart filled with trepidation. After a brief moment, sounds finally erupted in the hall. Su Wentian turned, his expression indescribable. He opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from speaking, pushing through the crowd and striding out without a word. As his figure vanished at the door, a wave of astonishment swept through the gathering. To narrate the pangs of separation and longing in a slow and melodic manner, though simple, was executed with exceptional finesse. While it may seem straightforward, it accentuated the ache of yearning. I had no idea that this gentleman was a master of both poetry and prose. I am truly impressed. In an instant, several individuals with complex expressions bowed to Li Yi, stating, Su Wentian knows he cannot compare to you and has chosen to leave. Today's contest belongs to the Yunning Poetry Society. Although the process was convoluted, victory was ultimately theirs. Joy illuminated the faces of all the women from the Yunning Poetry Society, who occasionally stole glances at Li Yi. The entire poem was imbued with sentiments of longing. This gentleman must indeed be pining for his beloved. Yet, one could only wonder which fortunate lady had captured his favor. At this moment, in the hearts of the talented women, this youthful poet, proficient in both poetry and prose, had eclipsed the likes of Yang Yanzhou and Shun Zhao, nearly rivaling Li Yi of K. Xiaoxian. Chapter 77. The ice of past grievances melts while Nian Nu Jiao may not be Lu Yong's magnum opus. His talent was not without merit. Even a casual recitation of his work would far exceed that of ordinary poets. As Su Wentian departed, the members of the Dongli Poetry Society left in a dispirited fashion, including some who were closely associated with him, all too ashamed to remain. After all, Su Wentian had been excessively boastful. The higher one climbs, the harder one falls. Not only had the Dongli Poetry Society lost its chance to participate in the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meeting, but Su Wentian himself would find it difficult to establish his standing among his peers in the future. Had it not been for this gentleman, we would have been the ones to leave, said Zhao Yunru, the president of the Yunning Poetry Society, as she approached with a tray covered in red cloth, slightly bowing. This 100 taels of silver is meant as a reward for today's champion. I implore you to accept it and not decline. Thank you, Miss Xiao. I shall not be polite, Li Yi replied with a smile, accepting the tray from her hands, his smile growing ever brighter. He truly had no reason to refuse. This 100 taels of silver was precisely the goal of his visit. Without the Yunning Poetry Society, he would have received no reward for even the finest verses he could offer. Likewise, without him, the Yunning Poetry Society would not have emerged victorious and secured their place at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meeting. Each party had gained what they sought, and there was no need for false modesty. Such poetry gatherings should be held more frequently. The ease of collecting money without the burden of carrying candied hawthorns through the streets was far superior to exhausting oneself. Of course, Li Yi only entertained these thoughts internally. Such fortuitous events could not be expected daily. It was wiser to pursue a more reliable path in industry. After all, a prosperous industry leads to a prosperous nation. 100 taels of silver weighed approximately 7 to 8 jin, not particularly burdensome for the young maid. Xiao Huan had long recognized her master's talent for earning money and was no longer surprised. She clutched the silver tightly to her chest, her face alight with joy. Besides the silver in her arms, she also firmly grasped 2 folded pieces of paper, inscribed with the poems composed by her master. The elder sister earlier mentioned that the words written by her master were filled with sentiments of longing. Could it be that he was yearning for the young lady? If the young lady were to learn of this, she would surely be overjoyed. The young lady would likely be astonished upon seeing her master's poetry. Xiao Huan mused to herself. At last, her time had not been wasted. Li Yi's mood lifted somewhat, and just as he prepared to leave with Xiao Huan, he noticed Zheng Zumo standing there. He paused momentarily, contemplating, and then made his way over to her. Zheng Zumo regarded him with a slight furrow of her brow, instinctively asking, "What do you want?" Li Yi inclined his head slightly and said, "Miss Zumo, regarding the matter from that day, I meant no offense. I mistakenly took you for a friend of mine. If I startled you, I would ask for your forgiveness." Earlier, due to his mood, Li Yi's demeanor towards Zheng Zumo had not been particularly cordial. However, the fault lay with him. In this era, holding a lady's hand was indeed a grave offense, and it was understandable should she scold him as a lecherous man. Of course, his words at this moment were not a plea for forgiveness, but merely the expression of sentiment. After all, they had once stood on the same front, fighting side by side. A mistake was a mistake. Even if they would never meet again, some words needed to be spoken, for thoughts eventually lead to understanding. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Zheng Zumo's expression momentarily froze in surprise. That he would apologize to her was something she had never anticipated. After the recent events, Zheng Zumo had come to understand that although this scholar was unreasonable, his talent was astonishingly profound, certainly surpassing that of the likes of Su and Tian, and perhaps even rivaling Yang Yanzhou and Shen Zhao. Such a gifted individual, typically proud and haughty, would actually bow his head and admit fault before a woman in public. However, having witnessed many situations, her astonishment quickly faded, and with a graceful inclination of her body, she replied to Li Yi, "Since you did not intend this, there is no need to mention it further." Unbeknownst to her, Li Yi had also realized that the incident was merely a misunderstanding, and what she sought was simply his attitude, expecting her to berate him as before. He was taken aback when she returned the gesture of courtesy, clearly indicating her intention to move past the matter. At that moment, Zhao Yunro approached with a smile, inquiring whether Li Yi would attend the upcoming Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering. In her eyes, given the talent he had displayed today, his participation would undoubtedly shine, potentially overshadowing Yang Yanzhou and Shen Zhao, and earning him the title of the foremost scholar of Qing and Fu. "To be candid, Miss Zhao, I find little interest in the poetry gathering," Li Yi replied with a smile, then gestured to the group, saying, "It is getting late. If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing his initial remark, the ladies of the Yunning Poetry Society were left in disbelief, as the event they dreamt of attending seemed trivial in his eyes. At this moment, Wan Ruoqing could not help but recall the image of him carelessly tossing aside Su Wen Tian's poem, and she felt a sense of relief. This gentleman acted differently from ordinary scholars. He appeared to possess a noble disposition, unconcerned with superficial fame. Furthermore, with his poetic talent, he need not compete with others for recognition. As she pondered this, she suddenly remembered something and, her expression shifting slightly, turned to find that the scholar and the young maid had vanished through the door. In her previous reverie about poetry, she had completely forgotten to inquire about his name. With a soft exclamation, she hurriedly chased after them. In the beginning, when Li Yi offered to carry her, the young maid persistently declined, gritting her teeth as she stumbled a few steps before nearly falling. Without hesitation, Li Yi lifted her onto his back. She struggled momentarily, but could not escape, ultimately resigning herself to adjusting her position comfortably against him. When Li Yi first arrived in this world, his physique was rather frail. But after 2 months of deliberate training and recent martial lessons from Lu Yi, his condition had visibly improved, now comparable to that of a normal person. Although the young maid's round face bore a hint of baby fat, she was petite and slender, so Li Yi did not find her weight burdensome. Along the way, he occasionally shared light-hearted jokes, eliciting peals of laughter from her, her body shaking with mirth as she occasionally interjected with her own comments. As time passed, Li Yi spoke less, listening instead to the young maid's endless chatter. Naturally, her stories were limited, mostly recounting childhood memories shared with Lu Yi. When alone with Li Yi, she spoke freely, occasionally revealing amusing anecdotes from their youth. For instance, there was the time when the second young lady, mischief incarnate, was reprimanded by their father for neglecting her training, and in frustration, she took a wooden sword to slash at the flowers in the courtyard, accidentally ruining their father's favorite bloom. Sitting on the ground, she wept uncontrollably, unable to be consoled by Xiao Huan, who eventually joined her in tears. Later, the eldest young lady confessed to their father that she was responsible for the flower's destruction and was punished by being confined to her room without food for a day. Xiao Huan and the second young lady secretly stashed half a steamed bun each and passed it through the window to her. As she recounted these tales, the young maid smiled, but her voice gradually softened until Li Yi felt her breathing steady against his back, signaling that she had fallen asleep. As they passed through the village on their way home, they encountered a woman of stout build. It was unclear whether Wu Shi was intentional or not, but as she brushed past Li Yi, her body suddenly angled toward him. Despite his enhanced physique, he was at a disadvantage in weight and stumbled slightly, barely regaining his balance, which startled the young maid awake. Wu Shi smirked, her face displaying a mischievous glee. The young maid murmured a few incoherent words, rubbing her sleepy eyes, causing the small bundle she carried on her arm to drop to the ground, spilling several pieces of silver. The scene felt eerily familiar. Wu Shi stared blankly at the silver on the ground, her previous amusement evaporating as a wave of impulse surged within her, wishing to seize the money and flee. Yet, she ultimately refrained from acting upon her thoughts before Li Yi could gather the coins. Even as Li Yi and Xiao Huan's figures disappeared from view, Wu Shi remained frozen in place, as if turned to stone. Awakening unusually early, Li Yi pushed the door open and stepped into the courtyard, stretching languidly. The weather had just begun to shift into autumn, with little chill in the air. The morning sunlight warmed his skin, offering a wonderfully pleasant sensation. The sky was a brilliant blue, with only wisps of clouds visible at the distant horizon. Although the air was fresh, Li Yi found himself nostalgically yearning for the thick haze of an ancient city in the northwest, a scent he feared he would never encounter again in this lifetime. The young maid emerged from the inner courtyard, rubbing her sleepy eyes, preparing to call for him to rise, as usual. Upon lifting her gaze, she paused in surprise before breaking into a smile. "Good morning, sir." Watching her, as she observed his leisurely and peculiar movements, which were neither martial forms nor exercises, she soon made her way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Li Yi continued his slow practice of Tai Chi, mentally organizing his thoughts. The issues with the shop could now be resolved. He could begin with a small batch of floral water to gauge the market's response. As for the factory, it was time to commence construction. He would leave these matters in the hands of Lao Fong and his team. He had no expertise in building, but insisted on choosing a location near a water source and discussing the layout with Lao Fong ahead of time. Other matters could afford to wait. The journey must be taken step by step. Fortunately, despite a somewhat winding path, progress continued to advance. However, there was one matter that left him with a sense of regret. He had anticipated that under the halo of the protagonist, mastering martial arts would come effortlessly, advancing rapidly until he became the unrivaled martial expert capable of vanquishing foes with a mere gesture, and thereby becoming the most formidable man in his family. That goal seemed to have been achieved, at least in theory. Yet, reality proved harsh. The dream of becoming a supreme expert was likely forever out of reach. Over the past few days, he had only been able to feign prowess. While he learned techniques quickly, they bore little lethality, and any sense of internal energy remained elusive. In Lu Ruyi's words, his aptitude was simply too mediocre. No matter how hard he tried, he would likely never achieve great success in martial arts. And becoming a second-rate master was already the pinnacle of his potential. The underlying implication of this statement is that, regardless of how diligently Li Yi practices martial arts throughout his life, he will never surpass her, and he should abandon any dreams of doing so. For Li Yi, martial arts are merely a childhood obsession. It does not matter if he fails to become a martial arts master. As long as he can achieve a modest level of skill, he would be quite content. Lu Ruyi and her companions began their martial training from a young age, enduring countless hardships to attain their current prowess, hardships that Li Yi may not be able to endure. Comparatively, engaging in Tai Chi is a far more relaxed endeavor that not only strengthens the body, but also cultivates the spirit. What is my husband doing? As the final movement of his Tai Chi form concluded, a melodious voice drifted from behind him. Li Yi turned to see a stunning woman in a plain-colored dress standing there, her skirt billowing in the morning breeze, with sunlight filtering through her hair, illuminating the autumn hues of the courtyard. Even though they see each other daily, Li Yi is still captivated by Lu Ruyi's beauty each time he lays eyes on her. Her exquisite features rival those of the finest actresses of later generations, and to extol her beauty with words would be no exaggeration. It is well known among the children of Lu Yi village, even those yet to reach maturity, that they aspire to marry a woman as beautiful as Sister Ruyi when they grow up, a testament to her allure. The genes of the Lu family are indeed remarkable, producing daughters more beautiful than the last. Although Li Yi has yet to meet Lu Ruyi and her sister's parents, his nominal in-laws, one can easily surmise that their appearances must be equally striking. Sometimes, Li Yi wonders if this is a divine gift to compensate for his unexpected journey into another world, pondering whether this enchanting woman before him is truly his wife. Though they have not yet consummated their marriage, they have nonetheless performed the rites of heaven and earth. And even if Li Yi still leads the life of a bachelor, in reality, he has long since transcended that status. Looking up at her, he smiled and said, "This is called Tai Chi. An old Taoist priest taught it to me when I was a child in the village. He claimed that practicing it could enhance one's health, cultivate the spirit, and potentially lead to a long life. Would you care to learn?" Lu Ruyi chuckled softly and replied, "My husband jests. While Taoism indeed excels in the art of nurturing life, few have lived to be 100 throughout history. In our village, reaching the age of 60 or 70 is already quite rare, and even among us practitioners of martial arts, living to that age is considered a blessing. How could we dare to aspire to a century of life?" Li Yi recognized the truth in Lu Ruyi's words. In this era, medical knowledge is woefully inadequate. A simple bout of diarrhea or fever can claim a life. The lack of hygiene awareness makes them more susceptible to illness, and impoverished families often cannot afford medical care. Surviving to one's 40s or 50s is already a remarkable achievement. It seems essential to instill some hygiene awareness in those unruly children. If anyone dares to relieve themselves indiscriminately in the village again, their tools of mischief will be confiscated. Lu Ruyi shook her head, dismissing Li Yi's remarks as mere banter, and changed the subject. "I have sewn a set of clothes for you over the past few days. Please try them on and see if they fit." Li Yi was momentarily taken aback, filled with astonishment. Lu Ruyi had made him clothes? Although their relationship had grown more harmonious in recent days, it had not yet reached this level of intimacy. When Lu Ruyi had taught him martial arts, she would watch from the sidelines, occasionally offering guidance. When Li Yi recounted tales from the legend of the Condor heroes to Lu Ruyi and Xiao Huan, she would listen quietly, occasionally sharing her thoughts after he finished, suggesting that inner strength is not as formidable as depicted in stories, which tend to exaggerate martial arts. Yet, it was evident that she enjoyed listening to the tales he shared. Li Yi often pondered which sister possessed greater martial prowess. Most likely Ruyi, but it was uncertain. If they were to spar, who would emerge victorious? This thought remained untested, but as the elder sister, Ruyi would likely hold an advantage. Curiously, despite being born of the same mother, the sisters exhibited starkly contrasting personalities. Lu Ruyi was often cold and aloof, as if warning others away with her glare. while Lu Rui, though possessing superior martial skills, embodied the demeanor of a refined lady, gentle, graceful, and poised, destined to be a virtuous wife and mother. Any man fortunate enough to marry her would undoubtedly inspire envy in others. Reflecting on this, Li found himself feeling somewhat envious of his own fortune. The garment was a pale blue outer robe. Though the fabric was ordinary, the stitching was meticulous, indicating that the seamstress had put great care into its creation. Having removed his outer clothing before practicing Tai Chi, he slipped it on, fastening the buttons, which fit him perfectly. With his scholarly appearance, and having maintained his physical training, he had shed his former frailty and now filled the garment well. The attire exuded a scholarly air while also hinting at a touch of masculinity. Were he to step outside in such a guise and recite the lines, "If love endures through the ages, does it matter if we meet at dawn or dusk?" he would surely incite the infatuation of many women. Perfectly fitting. "Thank you, my dear wife," Li expressed with a glimmer of unspoken gratitude in his eyes as he regarded her. He could sense that Lu Rui's feelings for him had evolved beyond mere utilitarian motives. In the brief span of 2 months, the Lu family's standing had risen dramatically, far beyond what it once was. Even old Fong and others could now hold their heads high and speak boldly in the presence of direct family members. "There is no need for such formality, my husband," Lu Rui smiled as she stepped closer to him, reaching out to fasten the top button of his robe. This was the first time Li had gazed at her from such proximity. Her breathtaking beauty had never appeared so vivid. As she secured the button and lifted her gaze, their eyes unexpectedly met, revealing reflections of themselves within each other's eyes. Lu Rui's expression momentarily faltered, and memories of Xiao Huan excitedly recounting Li Yi's poetry to her surged into her mind. Recalling the maid's words from the previous day, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she instinctively averted her gaze. "Young master, young lady, it's time to eat." The little maid emerged from the kitchen, her face suddenly clouded with confusion upon seeing the 2 figures in the courtyard. What were the young master and young lady doing? Why is the young lady's face so red? During his time in Lu Yi village, Li had been largely cut off from the outside world and was unaware of the happenings in Qing'an Prefecture. The day before the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering, following a small poetry event, 2 poems for the occasion spread like wildfire. One poem, remarkable in quality, quickly gained popularity in certain establishments, while another, titled "Drinking Alone Under the Moon," captivated many, with countless talented individuals reciting its lines and hailing it as the greatest mid-autumn poem in history. Of course, many talented women favored the poem Nian Nu Jiao, developing a sense of admiration for the anonymous poet. Unbeknownst to them, many eagerly anticipated the appearance of this nameless poet at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering, hoping he would compete with Yang Yanzhou and Shun Zhao for the title of the foremost poet. In the hearts of those who cherished his work, the poet's talent had already surpassed that of Yang and Shun. Upon learning of his connection to the Yunying Poetry Society, the threshold of the society was nearly trampled in a single day. Certainly, Li remained blissfully unaware as he prepared the sumptuous mid-autumn feast in the kitchen. A series of sneezes unexpectedly interrupted his thoughts, causing him to worry that perhaps he had caught a chill the previous night. Chapter 80, Mid-Autumn in the Village. In the courtyard, a fragrant altar was arranged, adorned with an array of fruits, pastries, mooncakes, and light dishes, alongside 3 cups of mild wine, as the family gathered to toast to the moon in a delightful display of camaraderie. Yet, any air of elegance would invariably be shattered by the likes of Lao Fong and his companions, turning even the most refined occasion like the Mid-Autumn Festival into a scene of utter vulgarity. Before the sky had darkened, a massive tent had already been erected in front of Lao Fong's home. Inside, a colossal pot bubbled away, emitting steam as Lao Fong stood at a nearby platform, vigorously wielding a large spatula to stir the contents. The pot was filled with freshly purchased half a pig and some ribs, the savory aroma wafting through the air, detectable from quite a distance. Initially, they had intended to buy a whole pig, but after considering the price, they collectively decided to settle for just half. A group of boisterous children lingered outside the tent, their eyes fixated on the large pot as they swallowed in anticipation. Within, several men gathered around a table laden with an array of freshly stir-fried dishes. They raised their bowls filled with murky liquor and downed them in one go, laughter resonating around them. "Lao Fong, keep an eye on the meat for the ladies at home and come join us for a drink," bellowed a robust man. glancing over at Lao Fong. A look of bewilderment crossed the man's face as he murmured to himself, "What's up with Lao Fong today? Normally, he drinks faster than anyone, yet today he hasn't touched a drop." A short distance away, Lao Fong wiped the sweat from his brow, resolutely deciding that he would not partake tonight. The last time he had drunk a bowl of liquor from his son-in-law, he had spent the entire day in a stupor, awakening with a splitting headache. The very thought sent a shiver down his spine. He, a man of robust stature, had no intention of revisiting that experience anytime soon. Although the children belonged to the Liu family, he clearly understood that the grievances among the adults had no bearing on them. Having received their share, the children hurried away without uttering a word of thanks, clutching their bowls filled with steaming broth, gasping as they reached for a tenderbone. They pulled off the meat with their grimy fingers, devouring it before crunching the bones. In these times, no family had it easy. Even the Liu family could not indulge in meat at will. Only families like Li Yi's and Lao Fong's enjoyed such comfortable lives in the village. Liu Yi Village, neither overly large nor small, had the scent of meat wafting through the air from the open tent, an enormous pot, nearly permeating the entire village. Some residents stood at their doorsteps, gazing enviously at the scene, their throats involuntarily moving as they inhaled the delicious aroma, many of whom belonged to the Liu family. Should we apologize to Ru, Yi, and the others? A middle-aged man hesitated, glancing at another man beside him as they observed the festive atmosphere. Apologize for what? The other man replied, taken aback. We may have been a bit too harsh on them before, the middle-aged man said, his expression complex. As uncles, I can't bring myself to lower my pride. You might, but I cannot, exclaimed the other man, his demeanor shifting immediately. What does pride matter? Look at the Fong family. They have meat and wine, living a life far better than ours. The envy was palpable on the middle-aged man's face as he continued. I've gathered information indirectly. Their candied hawthorn business brings in a steady income of a whole guan daily. That's quite a sum. If only we could sell candied hawthorns as well. They had never considered competing with Ru Yi and her sister. You know very well that the secret recipe for those candied hawthorns is in their hands, and in the capital, people solely recognize them for it. We simply cannot break in unless they agree. If Rui were to consent, then it could be done. I refuse to beg her. With that, the man turned away, leaving the middle-aged man standing there, sighing as he murmured, Indeed, I cannot lower my pride. Perhaps I should speak with my second uncle. Rui might listen to him. Where are you going? The middle-aged man casually inquired. Rui and her sister have struggled for years. They still have a few dozen eggs left at home. I shall take them some to help nourish them. The voice of the man faded into the night as he walked away, leaving the middle-aged man stunned, standing alone in the night breeze. In the small courtyard, Li Yi was explaining to Xiao Huan and the Liu sisters that there was no Chang'e osmanthus tree, or Wu Gang on the moon, and certainly no jade rabbit. The distance to the moon was staggering, measuring hundreds of thousands of miles. The moon itself did not emit light. What they perceived as moonlight was actually sunlight. The young maidservant never doubted Li Yi's words. Upon hearing that there were no deities on the moon, she appeared somewhat saddened. Liu Ru Yi had never believed in the moon's legends, deeming them childish fantasies. Yet she was skeptical about Li Yi's assertion that the moon did not shine and that they were witnessing sunlight, though not entirely dismissive of his claims. She found them hard to accept. Compared to that, the idea of two rocks of different sizes falling from the same height and landing simultaneously seemed even more absurd. If such phenomena could occur, what else was impossible? As for Liu Ru Yi, she listened attentively, harboring similar doubts, but refraining from voicing them, patiently awaiting Li Yi's explanation. Just as Li Yi was about to illustrate the principle of the moon reflecting sunlight, a knock echoed from outside the door. Previously, there had been deliveries of eggs and mooncakes. Now, what could it possibly be? Chapter 81. The Honest and Simple Lao San. Li Yi remembered a time when these villagers would scarcely acknowledge him. Yet now they came bearing gifts, their obsequiousness surprisingly comforting. As they arrived with offerings, Li Yi maintained a cordial demeanor, accepting whatever was presented, even as they hesitated to speak. He greeted Xiao Huan with a smile, signaling her to see them off. Li Yi was well aware of their ulterior motives. Observing the improving fortunes of Lao Fong and his kin, it was only natural for them to feel envy. However, without addressing the past grievances regarding the Liu sisters, there was little room for negotiation. His demeanor made it clear that merely offering a few eggs, mooncakes, or words of apology would not suffice to attain their desired benefits. They needed to demonstrate greater sincerity. For those Liu family members who had previously wronged the Liu sisters, there had never been a moment more laden with regret than now. What they had lost far outweighed what they had taken from the sisters. Imparting modern scientific knowledge to the people of this era was no simple task. Some concepts could be elucidated through straightforward experiments, while others, harder to validate, were met with skepticism. Master, if we live on a large sphere, won't those below fall off? Even the most trusting maidservant struggled to comprehend this notion. Realizing that the evening's educational session must come to an end, Li Yi concluded his explanations for the night. As the conversation progressed, it seemed to veer into the realms of universal gravitation and perhaps even the rotation and revolution of the Earth. However, Li Yi found himself unable to verify whether the planet beneath their feet was indeed called Dichio. This notion bore some resemblance to the later theory of parallel universes. Yet for him, it had become a matter of little consequence. After dinner, he strolled out of the courtyard and upon stepping outside, was met with an alluring aroma of meat lingering in the air. Lao Feng and his companions were rather ostentatious, making such a grand display without concern for attracting wolves from the back mountain. It was a full moon night, and the likelihood of such an event was considerable. He needed to remind Xiao Huan to secure the main gate carefully. Lost in thought, he was soon confronted by several robust figures approaching him. Cousin. Upon encountering Li Yi, Lao Feng expressed genuine surprise and immediately greeted him. Where are you headed? Li Yi inquired, puzzled. So late at night. Are you going to Fu City? His confusion deepened as he noticed the clandestine demeanor of Lao Feng and the others. Their smiles bore an unmistakable hint of lewdness. Could it be that you are off to visit a brothel? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Lao Feng, despite appearing straightforward, was preoccupied with thoughts of wealth and taking a concubine, embodying a rather repressed desire. What struck Li Yi as odd was that he seemed unbothered by his wife today. Lao Feng, looking earnest, asserted, Cousin, the Mid-Autumn Festival in Fu City is bustling with activity. We are merely going down the mountain to experience the festivities. Do not tarnish our reputation. Li Yi could hardly suppress a desire to chastise him. Despite his lack of education, Lao Feng insisted on speaking in a scholarly manner. Yet his words often conveyed the wrong implications, which was quite disconcerting. How do you know about Qiu and Yu Yuan? Lao Feng asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. Li Yi paused for a moment, then smiled, gazing skyward, and remarked, the moon tonight is splendid. It is so large and round. Lao Feng, after a brief moment of surprise, could only chuckle and agree. Indeed, the moon is exceptionally large and round tonight. Exchanging glances, Lao Feng and his companions shared a knowing smile that only men could comprehend. Truth be told, Li Yi felt a flicker of temptation at Lao Feng's words. In an era devoid of television or cinema, and even without mobile phones, entertainment options were scant, especially in the villages outside Fu City. After dark, one could only retire early, and Li Yi was deeply curious about the nightlife of city dwellers. Considering Lao Feng's earnest invitation, he reluctantly decided to accompany them for a stroll. However, venturing to Qiu and Yu Yuan seemed too hasty for a first-time experience. Moreover, he was somewhat acquainted with Zhengzhou Amo. Should he cross paths with her, it would lead to an awkward encounter. As for other brothels, they could be contemplated, provided he maintained his principles and immersed himself in the cultural richness of ancient times. Good evening, second miss. Lao Feng greeted Lu Rui with an exceedingly honest expression, though a barely perceptible smirk played at the corners of his mouth. Upon seeing his sister-in-law, Li Yi felt a rush of irritation. He had evidently fallen into Lao Feng's trap. It was likely that Lao Feng, harboring memories of previous altercations with his wife, had deliberately spoken to entice him. Chapter 82. A chance encounter with Li Xian. After experiencing the mid-autumn night in Qing and Fu City, Li Yi realized that Lao Feng was indeed correct. He had never considered that the nightlife of ancient people could be so vibrant. The streets of Qing and Fu City were as lively as those of the most bustling night markets of later generations. The entire street was illuminated, and the main thoroughfare, wide as it was teeming with people, making travel by cart nearly impossible. Crowds of pedestrians jostled against one another, and vendors carrying their wares called out incessantly. After walking a short distance, Li Yi noticed several sellers of sugar-coated hawthorn berries, their business thriving. If Lao Feng and his companions were to witness this, They would surely be heartbroken, for the profits of a single night could rival their earnings of the previous 10 days. Thinking of Lao Fong, Li Yi felt a wave of irritation wash over him. The adage that men become corrupted by wealth was timeless. With his pockets now lined, Lao Fong's demeanor had undergone a significant transformation. If it weren't for Lao Fong, Li Yi might have been enjoying a carefree evening, perhaps even considering a visit to a brothel to experience the splendor of ancient culture. Of course, that was merely hypothetical. The thought of bringing his sister-in-law to a brothel, while tantalizing, also raised concerns about whether Lu Rui's sword would end up in an inappropriate place. Lao Fong and his companions were astute. Upon entering the city, they quickly concocted an excuse to slip away, leaving Li Yi to deal with the ensuing complications. Although Li Yi initially intended to reject the idea, Lu Rui had been steadfastly following him since their arrival, showing no inclination to depart. Rui, how about I give you some silver, and you can explore on your own? The sensation of being surveilled was rather unpleasant, and Li Yi could no longer contain himself as he turned to Lu Rui and proposed a rather constructive suggestion. With such a formidable sister-in-law at his side, his desire to explore the cultural offerings of a brothel was swiftly extinguished. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, he found little to pique his interest, save for a street performer that momentarily caught his eye. Just as he was about to approach, he felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. Turning around, he was momentarily taken aback, his expression morphing into one of surprise. Li Xiong, is that really you? The young man across from him, handsome and youthful, appeared equally astonished, his tone imbued with a hint of delight. Ah, what a coincidence! Li Yi had not anticipated encountering the young prince of the Ning Wangfu here. He opened his mouth to speak, but remembered the prince's previous request not to call him that in public, and quickly amended his words. Is this young lady your wife? The young prince, Li Xian, glanced at Lu Rui, standing beside Li Yi, his eyes betraying a flicker of admiration as he inquired. No, you've misunderstood. This is my sister-in-law. Li Yi promptly clarified. Whoever were to marry Lu Rui would surely be courting disaster. He wasn't foolish enough to entertain such notions. Sister-in-law? Li Xian paused. Then a peculiar smile graced his features as he regarded Li Yi with an understanding look that only men would comprehend. He then patted Li Yi's shoulder, saying, Li Xiong, you possess great skill. I admire you. Li Yi stood there momentarily stunned, only to grasp Li Xian's insinuation upon a second glance. Was this fellow truly a young prince? Or was it merely a characteristic of ancient royalty to harbor such base thoughts? Lu Rui initially failed to comprehend Li Xian's words, but upon seeing his expression, she seemed to realize something. Her delicate face hardened, and her hand instinctively moved to the hilt of her sword, exuding a subtle aura of menace. Simultaneously, two young men dressed as attendants behind Li Xian changed their expressions drastically, stepping forward to shield him while reaching for their weapons. What are you doing? Li Xian inquired, puzzled by the sudden tension emanating from his companions. The atmosphere grew charged, as if a confrontation was imminent. Li Yi's heart raced. Why did the young prince choose to provoke someone like her? If he truly angered her, she could easily cleave him in two with a single stroke. And the lively night in Qing'anfu City would surely descend into chaos. From this moment forth, he could only flee with the two sisters and Xiao Huan, seeking a secluded place to hide for a lifetime. The thought of living together as three seemed rather blissful. However, if they escaped, Old Fong and everyone from Lu Yizhai would be unable to do the same. They might become scapegoats, for after all, murder is a grave crime, especially when it involves members of the imperial family. The consequences of this sword strike were too severe. Just before Lu Rui could unsheath her sword, Li Yi swiftly grasped her hand, urging her not to act rashly, reminding her that they were all on the same side. Lu Rui trembled, looking down at her hand held by Li Yi, her eyes emanating a dangerous glint once again. At that moment, Li Xian's gaze towards Li Yi was markedly different. Although they both bore the surname Li, this particular brother's actions were evidently more unconventional. He had brazenly touched his sister-in-law's hand in public and claimed there was no impropriety between them. Nevertheless, he soon cast this thought aside, pulling Li Yi's sleeve and exclaiming, "Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Come, I shall take you to a delightful place." Upon hearing Li Xian mention a delightful place, Li Yi immediately had an inkling, his expression turning serious as he replied earnestly, "Li brother, do you take me for someone of such lowly character as to venture into such a place of ill repute?" As he spoke, he discreetly cast a glance at Lu Rui, his righteous aura intensifying. Li brother has misunderstood. We are not going to Kunyu Yuan this time. You shall soon find out where we are headed. Li Xian clarified. Sighing inwardly, Li Yi felt the weight of two icy glares upon him, lamenting in his heart. Having been deceived twice already, he feared he could no longer evade the implications of Kunyu Yuan. Chapter 83. A scene at the poetry gathering. The bright lights illuminating the night reflected the vibrant splendor of the Mid-Autumn Festival in the city. Wherever one went, the atmosphere was alive with merriment and noise. In a certain bustling area of the city, within an expansive and opulent estate, the scene was no different. Scholars adorned in elegant robes with feather fans and silk sashes engaged in lively conversation, producing new verses as they exchanged poetic lines. After sending a few paper boats carrying their compositions, soon the garden would be graced by skilled singers who would melodiously render these verses for all to appraise. Conversely, on the other side, a gathering of ladies, all daughters of prominent families from the city, occasionally stole glances at the talented young men across from them, stifling giggles as they discreetly observed their favorite poets. When a paper boat bearing poetry floated by, they would huddle together, chattering excitedly about the verses. As young ladies of respectable families in the city, they were expected to possess some knowledge of poetry. At this moment, in a secluded corner of the garden, the atmosphere was somewhat desolate. A girl aged around 16 or 17 rested her chin on her hand, seated at a stone table within a pavilion. Gazing at the throngs of people passing by, her expression reflecting boredom. After a moment, she turned to the other girls in the pavilion and complained. This mid-autumn poetry gathering is rather dull, isn't it? Her companions exchanged glances, speechless. The event taking place in the garden was a poetry gathering, not a festive fair. Even if one were to randomly stop a passerby, they might be a well-known poet from Qing and Fu. People gathered here to hone their poetic skills and forge friendships through literature, not merely for amusement. It was said that those without sufficient renown were not even qualified to attend the gathering, and the invitation to their Yun-Ing Poetry Society had been acquired with great difficulty. Yun Rojie, did the talented poet you mentioned truly come tonight? The girl inquired. She was not a member of the Yun-Ing Poetry Society, but had gotten a spare invitation from Zhao Yunro, hoping to witness the excitement. However, the reality was somewhat different from her expectations. The poetry gathering was not as entertaining as she had imagined. Her thoughts lingered on a certain poet that her sisters had been raving about, and she looked to Zhao Yunro for answers. Zhao Yunro sighed and shook her head. They had never harbored high hopes of encountering the legendary Li Yi, author of Ke Qiao Xian, at such a prestigious gathering. Their participation was merely an opportunity to broaden their horizons. That gentleman from yesterday did not come after all, a young woman in the pavilion remarked. Putting aside the legendary poet, even the nameless poet who had helped them secure an invitation for today was nowhere to be seen. That gentleman must be genuinely indifferent to fame and fortune. He didn't even accept the invitation yesterday, seemingly uninterested in the gathering, Wan Ruo Qing added. She still felt a twinge of regret for not having inquired about the gentleman's name the previous day. Given his poetic talent, he surely was not an unknown figure in Qing and Fu. However, after ruling out all poets deserving of such talent, she still found no leads. Like Li Yi, the author of Ke Qiao Xian, he left behind only verses, his presence elusive, leaving countless poets to ponder. Had he attended, perhaps the gathering would not feel so tedious. At least nominally, he was still a member of the Yun-Ing Poetry Society. At this poetry gathering, the status of the Yun-Ing Poetry Society was rather awkward. Though they were known as talented women, they were still significantly overshadowed by the esteemed poets of higher social standing, unable to integrate into their circles. Even the governor of Qing would make a brief appearance at the poetry gathering, let alone the acknowledged top poets. In previous occasions, they had never had the opportunity to mingle with such illustrious figures. Even Wan Ruo Qing, the most renowned among them, had only garnered a reputation for her poetic prowess within a limited circle. Tonight's mid-autumn poetry gathering was evidently of a much higher caliber. Their seating arrangements placed them in a remote area, while the center of the garden, featuring elegant pavilions, was where the most illustrious poets congregated. Any remarkable works produced during the gathering would eventually be discussed there, evaluated by esteemed poets or revered scholars of high standing. The gathering, however, was not solely about reciting poetry. Singers and dancers could be seen throughout, their melodious voices and graceful movements captivating the audience, performing the new verses of the night. If a particularly exceptional piece were encountered, it would quickly be shared beyond the garden, reaching the brothels and inns throughout the city, where news of the new compositions would soon spread. Ordinary poets and literati, lacking the qualifications to enter the gathering, typically congregated in such establishments to savor the remarkable compositions from the event. Various poetry gatherings were commonplace in the city that night. Should a few stunning pieces emerge, they might ultimately be compared alongside those created by the poets in the garden. However, such outstanding works were rare and seldom encountered. The elegant ambience permeated the city, and at this moment, the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering had reached its midpoint. Qin Yang's performance was rather lackluster. While it adhered to the norms, it lacked any striking qualities. It was indeed surprising that Qin Xianggong's mid-autumn verse was quite commendable. Last year, he had secured a place among the top 10, but this year he might struggle. Chen Yuyi's verses were also quite good, presenting a novel concept that caught many by surprise. It could be considered a rare piece of art, given his previous standards. Producing poetry of such quality was indeed commendable. In the spacious pavilion of the central waterside, several esteemed poets were critiquing the evening's verses. They were the true luminaries of Qing and Fu, and while their insights did not hold absolute authority, they were still of considerable reference value. Beside them, a tall figure leaned against the railing by the water, a wine cup in hand. He gazed up at the bright moon in the sky, downing the contents of his cup in one gulp, murmuring to himself, "I raise my cup to invite the bright moon, and with my shadow, we become three." Yin Zhou Xiong, what is the matter with you today? Why do you remain silent? One of the poets inquired, casting a puzzled glance in his direction. The individual in question is widely acknowledged as the foremost talent of Qingyan, renowned for his poetic prowess, which few can rival. Today, aside from Shun Zhao, who might contest him for the title of poetic champion, he has no real competitors. Even Shun Zhao, despite his abilities, struggles to match Yang Yinzhou in the realm of mid-autumn poetry. Although he has yet to present his work, it seems he is already on the verge of securing the top position. However, it appears that his spirits are not particularly high at the moment, unbeknownst to the others. After witnessing the fervor surrounding the two poems circulating in the city yesterday, Yang Yinzhou's anticipation for today's poetry gathering has significantly diminished. As the widely acclaimed first talent of Qingyan Prefecture, he possesses immense confidence in his poetic abilities, yet this confidence has been shaken. The poem Yin Nu Jiao is commendable, but he believes he can craft even finer verses. In stark contrast, the poem Yu Xia Du Zhuang, which invites the moon to join in a threefold reflection, has genuinely astonished him. His own works are immensely popular in Qingyan, yet upon reading this particular poem, he felt as if he were perusing the masterpieces left behind by the greats, rendering any comparative thoughts futile. A similar sentiment had arisen a month prior. During the Qixi Poetry Gathering, upon hearing the poem Ke Qiao Xian, he had just penned the first line of his own creation, only to find himself unable to continue. With such brilliance before him, as the premier talent, Yang Yinzhou felt that if he could not surpass Ke Qiao Xian, it would be better not to compose at all. Shen Zhao, too, faced misfortune. Having received unanimous acclaim for his Qixi poem, the line "If love is to endure, what does it matter if it is day or night?" overshadowed his work, leaving it in the shadows, forgotten. In a fit of frustration, Shen Zhao tore apart his prized creation and publicly declared he would no longer write Qixi poems. Although Yang Yinzhou has never uttered such words, it is likely that any future attempts at Qixi poetry would be for his own amusement, never again to be subjected to public scrutiny. This sentiment may extend beyond the two of them. It seems that in the future literary world, Qixi poetry will become a taboo that many gifted poets will avoid. After that night, Yang Yinzhou wished to meet the poet behind Ke Qiao Xian, yet he has not had the chance, leaving him with a sense of regret. Subsequently, others have mentioned this poet in relation to him and Shen Zhao, hinting at the possibility of elevating this individual to the status of Qingyan's top talent. However, Yang Yinzhou remains indifferent, believing that a single poem cannot define a person's worth. Many mediocre poets occasionally produce remarkable works, and his recognition by so many reflects his own abilities. Nonetheless, he acknowledges that such a person is indeed worth befriending. Wang Xiong, also a distinguished talent of Qingyan Prefecture, received a courteous nod from Yang Yinzhou. After returning the gesture, Wang inquired with mild curiosity. I noticed you have been drinking alone for a while. Is there something on your mind? Yang Yinzhou smiled and replied, Thank you for your concern, but I assure you, there is nothing troubling me. Perhaps it is the numerous exquisite works presented tonight that have failed to catch my eye. Wang chuckled, teasing, indeed, as the foremost talent of Qingyan. Your discerning taste must find our humble offerings rather pedestrian. Yang Yinzhou recognized the jest and merely smiled in response. At that moment, Wang continued, You have heard the poems Yuexia du Zhuangyin Nu Jiao from yesterday, have you not? Yang Yinzhou nodded. Indeed, the entire Qingyan prefecture is abuzz with discussion about them. How could I possibly be unaware of such exceptional works? He had also heard of the Yun Ying Poetry Society for the first time, and he was intrigued by the hidden talents among the few women involved. I understand that those 2 poems were not penned by women, but since they are associated with the Yun Ying Poetry Society, shall we pay them a visit together? Yang Yinzhou agreed with a nod. As they exchanged laughter and conversation, they exited the pavilion and moved in a particular direction. Look, is that not young Master Yang approaching us? Ah, is he truly the first talent of Qingyan, Yang Yinzhou? He is coming this way. Is he here to visit us? Yang Yinzhou's name resonates powerfully throughout Qingyan, and being one of the most talked about figures of the evening, he inevitably draws the attention of all around him. Tonight, he has yet to share any of his poetry, but countless eyes are fixed upon him, particularly those of the ladies who admire his talent, their gazes sparkling with interest as they observe his every move, igniting quite a stir. In a corner, several women from the Yun Ying Poetry Society pass around the already circulated works of the evening, whispering amongst themselves, their faces betraying hints of envy. Wan Ruoqing, sitting nearby, is busy transcribing her favorite verses, while Zemo leans against her shoulder, her beautiful eyes gazing vacantly in a certain direction, appearing somewhat disheartened. She is not particularly invested in this poetry gathering. Her mind is occupied with the hope of encountering Li Yi, eager to inquire about the techniques behind his captivating painting. However, as time passes without a hint of his presence, she feels a tinge of regret, realizing that he may not come after all. A fleeting glance catches a glimpse of a graceful figure passing by, revealing a stunning profile that captivates Mo. Startled, she suddenly rises to her feet. What is it? Wan Ruoqing asks, taken aback by her sudden movement and looking at her with concern. It was her. I just saw her. Zheng Zui, Mo exclaims, her face alight with excitement as she scans the surroundings frantically, yet the image that has etched itself in her memory eludes her sight. Who did you see? Wan Ruoqing inquires, puzzled. The woman from a painting. I truly saw her. Zheng Zui, Mo insists, her voice tinged with urgency. What? You saw the woman from the painting? Where? Wan Ruoqing asks, momentarily stunned, then stands to look at her intently. Right over there. Zheng Mo points in a direction. She was just there moments ago, but now she's vanished in the blink of an eye. Could it be a mistake? Wan Ruoqing questions skeptically. I cannot be mistaken. Zheng Zui Mo asserts with conviction. For the past few days, I have been diligently copying that painting, and the beauty of that woman is forever etched in my mind. How could I possibly confuse her? Determined to find the woman, and consequently the artist, Li Yi, Zheng Zui Mo is about to set off when she notices several figures approaching from a distance. Meanwhile, in another part of the garden, may I ask for your esteemed surname? Fair maiden? Li Xian politely addresses the breathtaking woman before him with a smile. Lu Rui casts a cold glance at him, her tone icily delivering a single word, scram. In chapter 85, The Royal Scion, it seems that no one has been as utterly humiliated as he. After all, he is a minor prince, and to endure such blatant disrespect from a woman is intolerable. If it were anyone else, regardless of her gender, they would have likely retaliated with a slap, teaching her a lesson for daring to insult a member of the royal family. Certainly, if Li Xian had truly acted in such a manner, he would likely not be standing here unscathed, conversing with Li Yi. Meanwhile, Li Yi must also prepare for a hasty retreat with Xiao Huan and Lu Rui. The 2 men trailing behind Li Xian glared at Lu Rui with anger, but were restrained from making any rash movements. Although this woman appeared youthful, she exuded a considerable pressure that deterred them. Fortunately, her harsh words towards the young prince suggested she would not take any detrimental actions, easing their concerns somewhat. Subsequently, their gazes involuntarily fell upon the familiar young man across from them. Were it not for him, the princess might still be tormented by her affliction. a malady that even the imperial doctors found insurmountable, yet he had resolved it effortlessly. The prince was overjoyed in his heart, having dispatched people in search of this remarkable individual, likely to reward him handsomely. Considering this person's age was comparable to the young prince's, but possessed such extraordinary abilities, left them both astonished. Lu Rui's temperament was not easily encapsulated. She was a true heroine, ready to draw her sword at the slightest provocation, a fact that the young prince had yet to fully comprehend. How amusing it was that Li Xian referred to this as a place of entertainment. Li Yi offered an awkward smile, redirecting the conversation. He had only just realized that the place Li Xian mentioned was not a brothel, which left him with a tinge of disappointment. The atmosphere in the garden was indeed elegant, bustling with talented scholars, beautiful women, dancers, and singers, creating a lively scene. Although this young prince seemed unreliable, his temperament resonated well with Li Yi. Had he displayed any airs of superiority in front of Li Yi, the latter would have kept his distance. Despite being in ancient times, having lived for so long in the 21st century, Li Yi still felt a certain aversion to the rigid social hierarchies of the past. While he understood the importance of adapting to local customs, he did not wish to appear inferior among his peers, striving to avoid entanglements with these so-called dignitaries. A modest Lu Yizhai was more than sufficient for his endeavors. Li Xian patted his shoulder, saying, "You are unaware that this year's Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering is held right here in the Jinxiu Yuan. Any individual you point to is bound to be a renowned talent. The talented women of or those noble ladies who admire their literary prowess, are all present. Even several famed courtesans from the brothels have received invitations. If one could compose a remarkable verse, surpassing the first and second talents, perhaps they might even capture their attention and enjoy a dreamlike evening." Li Xuan animatali racunta, embodying the dignity of a young prince of the Ning Wang Fu, unaware that they were discussing poetry. Indeed, since Li Yi had traversed into this realm, he was most pleased with his appearance. He was undeniably handsome. Otherwise, Lu Rui would not have taken an immediate liking to him. While the young prince might be frivolous and disinterested in serious matters, his looks were undeniably striking. In contemporary times, he would belong to that category of men who could thrive solely on their appearance, without relying on talent or family influence. It is well known that lonely middle-aged wealthy women are particularly fond of such youthful, attractive men. With Lu Rui nowhere in sight, Li Xian led Li Yi through the garden, occasionally pointing out a woman and introducing her from a distance, stating she was a celebrated talent from Qing and Fu, or the head courtesan of a certain brothel, or the daughter of a prominent family. He seemed to know the details of every woman with even a modicum of beauty, which led Li Yi to ponder whether the young prince harbored some peculiar preference. After all, given his lineage, he could have any woman he desired. Why then did he choose to conceal his identity and masquerade as an ordinary person, spending his days in the Kunyu Yuan, listening to music? Perhaps his outlook was far beyond Li Yi's comprehension, merely a reflection of his lifestyle. A royal scion, yet hidden amidst the mundane, indulging in worldly pleasures, traversing the flower-laden paths without leaving a trace. Nevertheless, he hardly appeared to embody such enlightenment. The environment of Jinxiu Yuan was indeed superior to the outside, and while the talented women and noble daughters could be set aside, the performances of song and dance were quite enjoyable, and the food and drink were satisfactory. Earlier, Li Xian mentioned this was the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering. He wondered if it was the same event that Wan Ruo Qing and the others had spoken of yesterday. Thus far, he had yet to encounter them here. One could argue that the ancients were quite idle, hosting poetry gatherings daily without a hint of weariness. And it seemed they paid little attention to practical matters, indulging in the intangible, which was rather uninteresting. As the two made their way towards the lively central pavilion, in a secluded corner of the garden, Wan Ruo Qing and several women from the Yuning Poetry Society stood up, intending to search for the woman depicted in a painting, but they were halted by the appearance of several figures approaching from the front, blocking their path. "Are you the talented women of the Yuning Poetry Society?" The young man at the front greeted them with a bow and a smile. "We dare not claim such a title. Might I inquire if the gentleman is Zhao Yunru?" she asked, recognizing the seemingly familiar young man with a hint of confusion. The young man smiled, and as he spoke again, his voice carried over. "I am Shen Zhao," including Zhao Yunru. The women were momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 86. Bullying Shun Zhao was a name not unfamiliar to Zhao Yunru and the members of the Yuning Poetry Society. A celebrated talent from Qing and Fu, he had always been overshadowed by Yang Yinzhou, relegated to a perennial second place. Yet in the eyes of others, his talent remained unparalleled. The women gasped in delight. Though they were labeled as talented women, figures like Shun Zhao and Yang Yinzhou were still revered in their hearts, akin to those who admired the talents of the second tier. It is indeed Shen Gongzi. I recently read your poetry, and I am greatly impressed by your talent, Zhao Yunru remarked. Shun Zhao had composed a piece for the Mid-Autumn Festival, which Zhao Yunru and her companions had already perused. As the president of the Poetry Society, although she was surprised that Shun Zhao approached them, she maintained her decorum and smiled politely. You flatter me. I am unworthy of such praise, Shun Zhao replied, bowing slightly. He then looked at her and added, not to mention the PCUSIA Duju, even your society's recent work Nian Nu Jiao is far beyond my reach. Zhao Yunru was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a statement from Shun Zhao. Just then, Shun Zhao inquired, might I ask if the poet who wrote the lines Jiu Bei Yao Mingyu, DUI, in Chung Sanren is present here tonight? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunru realized that this was likely the purpose of Shun Zhao's visit and replied apologetically, to be frank, that gentleman is not here tonight. That is indeed a pity, Shun Zhao responded, his expression tinged with disappointment. Had those two splendid pieces been presented tonight, they would undoubtedly secure the top prize at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering. I beg to differ. The poem you have composed tonight is also a pinnacle of mid-autumn pieces, perhaps not inferior to theirs, another voice interjected. Indeed, Nian Nu Jiao is too sentimental. I believe it does not compare to Shun Gongzi's work. Yu Xia Du is wonderful. It is not a poetic composition, rendering a comparison unnecessary. As Shun Zhao approached, a multitude of admirers followed him, and the moment someone spoke up, it instantly garnered the approval of the crowd. Such praise delighted Shun Zhao, who, despite modestly declining a few compliments, could not hide the satisfaction evident on his face. In preparation for the poetry gathering today, he had composed a mid-autumn poem several months prior, refining it meticulously until just recently, when he felt immense satisfaction with its quality. He envisioned showcasing it at the gathering to overshadow Yang Yinzhou, thereby alleviating the long-held resentment he felt. However, despite his careful calculations, he did not anticipate the sudden emergence of a dark horse the day before the event, whose two mid-autumn poems rendered even him speechless. Shun Zhao, skilled in crafting lyrics, but less adept at poetry, found little appeal in the piece titled Yu Xia Du. Yet the quality of Nian Nu Jiao was on par with his own mid-autumn composition, if the two were compared at the same event. Even the self-assured Shun Zhao could not guarantee his victory. Fortunately, that poem had been revealed prior to the gathering, thus it could not be considered for tonight's evaluation. Otherwise, he might have been overshadowed before he even competed with Yang Yinzhou. Of course, this was not entirely a negative turn of events. At least in Shun Zhao's view, it was unlikely that the rival could produce poetry of such caliber in the near future. Yet, the rival's fame was already well known. If he could prevail over him tonight, it would significantly enhance his own reputation, and, subsequently, defeating Yang Yinzhou might lead to him being crowned the foremost talent of Qing Prefecture. His intention in seeking the Yuning Poetry Society was precisely this. However, he was taken aback to discover that the individual in question would not be attending the poetry gathering that night, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Zhao Yunru, overhearing the flattery exchanged among the attendees, found herself at a loss for words. It was customary for talented individuals to extol one another, yet despite Shun Zhao's prominence, she felt that the talent of the young gentleman from the previous day had already placed him on par with Shun Zhao and Yang Yinzhou. Though the gentleman was absent, the talents of Miss Wan from the Yuning Poetry Society were no less extraordinary, making even the men present feel somewhat inadequate. The question lingered, what masterpiece would Miss Wan present tonight? Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd, capturing their attention. Upon seeing the man approach, Zhao Yunru and several ladies from the Yuning Poetry Society exchanged concerned glances. Subintian, although they could not fathom his reasons for being present, it was evident that he harbored ill intentions. The attendees were somewhat familiar with the name Wan Ruoqing. After all, in the vast Qing'an prefecture, while many talented men existed, only a few notable women could claim recognition. Thus, the crowd naturally recognized her. This was Shun Zhao's first encounter with her name. As he was renowned for his talent, and had little interest in those of lesser fame. As a mere girl with modest skills, I am unworthy to present my humble work before such esteemed gentlemen. Wan Ruoqing spoke with a demeanor of utmost humility. Miss Wan, there is no need for such self-deprecation. The peace K. Xiao Xianyu presented previously is something we shall never attain, Su Wentian remarked with a smile, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Shun Zhao. Indeed, upon hearing the words K. Xiao Xian, Shun Zhao's expression darkened. However, wasn't he that peace attributed to a talented gentleman named Li Yi? What connection did it have to the woman standing before him? Did you compose K. Xiao Xian? Shun Zhao questioned her, his face a mix of astonishment and skepticism. Young Master Shun has misunderstood. K. Xiao Xian was indeed composed by the talented Li Yi. I merely happened to come across it, Wan Ruoqing clarified. The tale of the Qitian lantern is truly preposterous. We cannot accept it, Su Wentian interjected, shaking his head. Let's set that aside. You are known for your talent, and surely you can conjure a mid-autumn poem with ease. Your reluctance to share suggests a disdain for the talents present. Su Wentian had attended the Qixi poetry gathering and knew well that the piece was not composed by Wan Ruoqing. However, after the previous day's incident, his reputation lay in ruins, and he harbored deep resentment toward the Yunying Poetry Society. After much effort, he had secured his place at today's gathering. Not allowing them to humiliate themselves publicly would be a challenge he was unwilling to forego. After contemplating for a moment, Shun Zhao finally spoke. What this brother has said holds merit. The poetry gathering is indeed a platform for the exchange of literary prowess. If the lady continues to decline, it may be perceived as a slight against us. With Su Wentian's initial provocation, Shun Zhao's doubts about Wan Ruoqing's poetic talent were rekindled. Once she produced a piece, the truth would be revealed. Young Master Shin speaks wisely. Indeed, miss, there is no need to further refuse. We are eager to witness the poetic talent of the celebrated women of Qing'an Prefecture. The crowd, led by Shun Zhao, voiced their agreement. Zhao Yunru and the women of the Yunying Poetry Society felt their expressions darken. The exchange of poetic ideas should be voluntary. Never had they heard of compelling others to compose poetry, and Shun Zhao's actions felt like bullying. Wan Ruoqing's expression grew troubled. She could indeed craft a mid-autumn poem. However, in the face of such pressure, her performance would only be average, and Su Wentian would surely exploit that. She was unwilling to allow that to happen. Su Wentian observed the expressions of Wan Ruoqing and the women of the Yunying Poetry Society, a smirk of mockery creeping onto his lips. What did it matter if he looked down upon them? It was utterly shameless for so many men to bully a solitary woman. At that moment, a voice cut through the air with clarity, silencing the crowd. Anger flickered across the faces of several individuals as they turned to locate the source of the voice. Under the moonlight, a woman in white stood with her sword, gazing coldly at them. Chapter 87. If there's an issue, face me directly. Who are you? What did that previous statement mean? It is common to exchange poetry at such gatherings. How can you label it as shameless? Should the lady fail to provide an explanation today, I fear we shall not acquiesce. The talented young men turned their attention to the woman in white, outrage evident on their faces. For these proud individuals, reputation was paramount, and to be publicly denounced as shameless by a woman was intolerable. Had it not been for her stunning beauty, some might have felt pity for her. The situation would have escalated beyond mere questioning. Shun Zhao's expression darkened significantly. As the second most talented individual in Qing'an Prefecture, coercing a woman to compose poetry was indeed inappropriate. Yet, accustomed to being revered, he had little regard for the propriety of his actions. However, being confronted so directly was a clear affront to his dignity. Gazing at her with a frosty demeanor, Shun Zhao retorted, though today's mid-autumn gathering is grand, the city is filled with talented individuals, many of whom are unable to attend. The ladies of the Yunying Poetry Society, having received invitations, must indeed possess exceptional talents. If they cannot present a commendable piece, it would be rather unbecoming, would it not? Shamelessness is shamelessness, regardless of the reasoning you conjure to justify it. The woman maintained her icy expression, retorting without reservation. Your literary prowess may be questionable, yet your thick skin is evident. Subjecting a woman to such trials is unbecoming. If you are men, you should act like it. The foremost talent of Qing'an Prefecture found himself doubted by a woman regarding his literary abilities. Even Shun Zhao, with his well-honed composure, struggled to contain his rage. He barely managed to regain his calm. Her words left these esteemed young men speechless. To put a woman in such a predicament is indeed shameful. However, her audacious claim that Shun Zhao's literary talent is not particularly remarkable is something I doubt even Yang Yinzhou would dare to utter. It appears this lady is unaware that the esteemed figure before her is none other than Shun Zhao, the second most talented scholar of Qing Prefecture. The thoughts of the onlookers, akin to those of Qing and Zhengzi Amo, are unknown to her. The two women gazed at the strikingly beautiful figure before them, whose exquisite visage was identical to that depicted in the paintings. Forgive me, but I am unable to discern from which esteemed lineage this talented maiden hails, Shun Zhao remarked, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the woman, his face betraying evident anger. Since you look down upon me, it stands to reason that your talents must far surpass mine. Why not seize this opportunity at the poetry gathering to compare our works? If your verses exceed mine, I shall gladly concede. Otherwise, I request an explanation for today's events. Shun Zhao's words carried an unmistakable challenge. The implications of this challenge went beyond mere poetic sparring, as it was a common occurrence among scholars. When two talented individuals engaged in a literary duel, the loser must acknowledge their inferiority, a stigma that would haunt them for a lifetime. Naturally, Shun Zhao was confident he would not be the one to lose. After all, how could a mere woman in poetry possibly rival him? At that moment, Wanruo Qing hastily approached the woman in white, urging her. He is the second scholar of Qing Prefecture, with exceptional poetic talent. You must not accept his challenge. Lu Rui, however, had no intention of engaging in a poetic contest with this Shin fellow. She disregarded Shun Zhao and cast her gaze indifferently towards a figure at the back of the crowd. The onlookers, filled with curiosity, also turned their attention to that direction. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Li found it increasingly difficult to remain a passive observer, especially since his sister-in-law was on the verge of being bullied. With a sense of duty as a brother-in-law, he stepped forward. Ah, Miss Wanruo Qing, Miss Zue Mo, what a coincidence to meet you again. He greeted them with a smile as he emerged from the crowd. Young Master Li Xian followed closely behind Li Yi, his mind swirling with confusion. The last time they visited Chuanyu Courtyard, he was certain Li Yi had not yet met Zhengzi Amo. How had they become acquainted so quickly? Young Master. Upon seeing him, Wanruo Qing and Zhengzi Amo were taken aback, their expressions revealing surprise. Instantly, they seemed to share a thought. Exchanging glances before their eyes turned towards Lu Rui. Could it be? A thought that was difficult for them to believe surfaced in their minds. It is he, someone exclaimed from the crowd. He is the talented scholar who composed Yuesiadu Junyin Nu Jiao yesterday. At that moment, someone finally recognized Li Yi. As he stepped forward, Su Wentian's expression darkened, his mood shifting from surprise to brooding anger. This young man had rendered him a laughingstock in his previous circles, a source of deep-seated resentment. Is this the scholar who penned those two poems? From the rear of the crowd, Yang Yinzhou and the Wan family scholar both wore expressions of astonishment. Was the celebrated second scholar of Qing Prefecture merely someone who bullied women? Li Yi smirked at Shun Zhao, having previously heard whispers of his reputation as the second scholar. Yet, his true literary talent remained to be seen, and as for his character, the ladies of the Yuning Poetry Society regarded Li Yi with admiration, their eyes sparkling with newfound respect. At that moment, Li Yi's stature in their eyes soared, eclipsing his previous impression. However, the gazes of the other scholars in the room towards Li Yi began to shift. It was clear to everyone that this young scholar's intentions were unmistakable. He was standing up for the women, inviting any confrontation to be directed at him instead. Did he possess such audacity, knowing Shun Zhao's standing? Was he merely arrogant or emboldened by confidence? Most observers deemed him overly presumptuous. Had Yang Yinzhou made such a statement, it would have drawn less surprise. Yet, how could an obscure scholar dare to compare himself to the illustrious Shun Zhao? Only a select few, truly discerning individuals understood that someone capable of producing those two poems must possess remarkable talent, perhaps even enough to rival Shun Zhao. At that moment, Wanruo Qing and Zhengzi Mo were overwhelmed with indescribable emotions: shock, astonishment, joy, and a profound disbelief. If their suspicions were correct, then no matter how talented Shun Zhao might be, he would pale in comparison to this man. Chapter 6 Although the poetry gathering had assigned Wanruo Qing and the others to a rather secluded position, making it difficult for others to notice them. Ever since Shen Zhao had approached with his entourage, numerous eyes had turned towards them. When this unfamiliar scholar stood up to Shen Zhao, the murmurs began, and people from a distance started to realize that something significant was unfolding, drawing more spectators to the scene. For us, literary exchanges are a common occurrence. There is no distinction between talented men and women. I merely wish to witness this lady's talents. What could be unreasonable about that? With several onlookers gathered around, Shen Zhao's demeanor returned to one of cultured elegance as he countered. Composing poetry is a means for scholars to cultivate themselves and refine their emotions, not a tool for competition. Your insistence on challenging a woman is indeed the behavior of a petty person, unbecoming of a gentleman, Li Yi replied coolly. For scholars who pride themselves on being gentlemen, the phrase not befitting a gentleman was a grave insult. Regardless of Shen Zhao's reputation in Qing Prefecture, being called shameless and now likened to a rogue was a level of humiliation he had never before endured. The refined expression on Shen Zhao's face vanished, replaced by a stormy countenance. At that moment, those surrounding Li Yi began to regard him with different eyes. The philosophy that poetry serves to cultivate and refine rather than to compete, regardless of the quality of his own poetic talent, was a perspective that surpassed many self-proclaimed scholars. The culture of Jingguo, which valued literary achievements, had inevitably fostered a utilitarian mindset among scholars. Over time, the distinctions of first, second, and third scholars were often the product of such literary contests. For this scholar to express such sentiments indicated a disposition devoid of greed for fame, prompting even those familiar with Shen Zhao to view him in a new light. Wan Ruoqing's eyes sparkled with admiration. She had not misjudged him. This gentleman, while possessing remarkable talent, was indeed different from the majority of scholars, embodying a truly noble character. As for his peculiar aversion to wealth, it mattered little. After all, such quirks only served to distinguish him from others. My good fellow, with such a disposition, your poetic talent must be formidable. I, Shen Zhao, would like to experience it firsthand. Now that the tension had escalated, Shen Zhao no longer danced around the issue, his tone becoming increasingly confrontational. When scholars find themselves in conflict, their disputes do not resemble those of ordinary folk who resort to brawling. Instead, they engage in a battle of wits and words. The nature of right and wrong in such matters is inherently ambiguous. While Shen Zhao's insistence may have been somewhat unreasonable, such occurrences were not uncommon within the circles of talented individuals. As events have reached this juncture, the causes of right and wrong have become inconsequential. When two poems are presented, the distinction is stark. If one's talent pales in comparison, one must naturally concede. Of course, this is predicated on whether he is willing to accept Shen Zhao's challenge. In fact, Li Yi is also contemplating this dilemma. Shen Zhao, known as the second most talented scholar, must possess some degree of talent. If he fails to present a poem that can command respect, and if this fellow resorts to underhanded tactics, considering Li Yi's unfamiliarity with most people present, he would surely be at a disadvantage. Yet, he is reluctant to reveal his truly remarkable poems, as they are precious treasures. Li Yi is at a nascent stage in his career, desperately in need of silver. Such poems could fetch hundreds of taels. It would be imprudent to part with them so easily. At this moment, the young princely Xian tugged at Li Yi's sleeve and whispered, "You must not be deceived. Though this fellow's character is base, his talent is formidable." He evidently stood in solidarity with Li Yi, wishing to spare him from public humiliation at the hands of Shen Zhao. Li Yi had not fully considered the extent of Shen Zhao's talent. After all, could he rival the likes of Li Bai or Su Shi? If he were to be bested by such an unknown junior in poetry, he would have no face to show to the great figures after a century. No, he must safeguard his dignity and avoid incurring a loss. Li Yi resolved to inquire further. Wan Ruoqing exhibited a slight pause, looking at him with confusion. What if someone were to compose an exceptional poem? Would a reward of a few hundred taels be appropriate? Wan Ruoqing's expression turned to one of astonishment as she glanced up at him, confirming that Li Yi was not jesting. With a hint of a headache, she replied, "No." Though they had deliberately lowered their voices, the attention of the crowd was fixed on Li Yi, and many overheard their exchange. Realizing that this scholar was actually hesitating over such a matter, the onlookers exchanged glances, their minds racing like 1,000 galloping horses. If he were truly surpass Shun Zhao tonight, his fame would undoubtedly spread throughout Qing'an Prefecture. At that point, composing a poem would attract countless eager bidders, and he would not lack for a few hundred tales. Which of the top scholars has ever truly needed such trifles? However, Li Yi remained oblivious to the market dynamics of their circle and had not yet considered these possibilities. Did they expect him to produce fine verses without compensation? How naive! Just as he was about to refuse, Shun Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly pulled a jade pendant from his waist and coldly declared, "This jade pendant of mine is worth at least 300 taels. If you win, it shall be yours." Li Yi accepted the pendant from him, handling it for a moment. The texture felt satisfactory, yet he could not ascertain its exact worth. He passed it to Li Xian, asking, "What do you think? Is this worth 300 taels?" At this sight, Shun Zhao's lips twitched and his fists clenched, the image of the refined scholar dissipating. The crowd's expressions were complex, their perception of this scholar undergoing another transformation. How did the Yunying Poetry Society find such an unconventional talent? Wan Ruoqing rubbed her temples in resignation, while Zheng Zue Mo's face reflected astonishment. The women of the Yunying Poetry Society turned crimson under the gaze of the crowd. Yet, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Lu Rui's eyes. 300 taels sounded remarkably enticing. After Li Xian's appraisal, it was confirmed that Shun Zhao was not trying to deceive them with a counterfeit pendant, meaning this deal was indeed viable. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li finally nodded. Since this is a competition, it would be inappropriate to conduct it here. Let us proceed over there. Shun Zhao cast a cold glance at him and led the way toward the center pavilion, where the crowd was most concentrated. Su Wentian regarded Li Yi with a look of intense satisfaction, feeling exhilarated. How audacious to challenge Shun Zhao. Tonight would surely be the day he lost all face. Once Shun Zhao's entourage departed in grand fashion, the surrounding onlookers exchanged complex glances with Li Yi before hastily following suit. At that moment, Wan Ruoqing bit her lip, suddenly looking up at him and inquiring, "We parted hastily yesterday. May I ask your name, sir?" As soon as she finished speaking, Zheng Zue Mo also turned to Li Yi, her face alight with eager anticipation. Zhao Yunru glanced at Wan Ruoqing, feeling anxious. Their focus should be on how to confront Shun Zhao's provocation, not on inquiries like this. Li Yi smiled and replied, "There is no need for formality. You may simply call me by my name." The words Li Yi echoed in Wan Ruoqing's mind, though she had suspected it. Hearing it confirmed left her incredulous. Indeed, Zheng Zue Mo bit her lip tightly, her gaze towards him filled with complexity. All her prior doubts evaporated upon hearing him introduce himself as Li Yi. Chapter 89. Water Melodies Mo now understood that her earlier unease while he sang Qiao Qiao Xian stemmed from the fact that the lyrics were his own composition. He likely had not anticipated that the poem inscribed on the prayer lantern would be discovered by Wan Ruoqing and spread throughout Qing'an Prefecture. Yesterday, she had dismissed Su Wentian's poetry, yet he effortlessly produced two exceptionally high-caliber poems. Until now, no one had realized that such a talent resided in Qing'an Prefecture, leaving everyone in bewilderment. For he was indeed the author of If Love Were to Endure, Would It Matter If We Met Each Day? He was the esteemed Li Yi, the object of affection for Wan Ruoqing, Zheng Zue Mo, and countless women in Qing'an Prefecture. Li Yi, the same Li Yi who penned If Love Were to Endure, Would It Matter If We Met Each Day? Zhao Yunru and the women of the Yunying Poetry Society stood in stunned silence, murmuring in disbelief. He was the most enigmatic talent of Qing'an Prefecture, whose poem Qiao Qiao Xian had compelled Yang Yinzhou to concede defeat, prompting Shun Zhao to declare he would no longer write qixi verses. Women, including themselves, longed to meet Li Yi. Initially, Zhao Yunru and the others found it hard to believe, but recalling the two poems from yesterday erased any doubts. How could Qing'an Prefecture have given rise to two talents capable of rivaling Yang Yinzhou and Shun Zhao in such a short time? They were, in fact, the same individual. Young Prince Li Xian stood there, his expression one of bewilderment. Was this fellow quite famous in Qing'an Prefecture? Why had he never heard of him before? What are you all staring at? Li Yi queried, perplexed, before shaking his head and striding toward the center pavilion. Meanwhile, due to Shun Zhao's actions, the pavilion had attracted a throng of onlookers. Have you heard? Young Master Shun is to compete in poetry today. What? Young Master Shun is widely acknowledged as the second most talented scholar, Does he truly need to compete with anyone? Perhaps it is with Yang Yinzhou? To challenge young Master Shun is akin to courting disaster. Under Shun Zhao's deliberate machinations, this news rapidly spread throughout the picturesque garden, and the crowd began to converge towards that direction. As Wan Ruo Qing, Zheng Zuamo, and the women of the Union Poetry Society followed Li Yi, they too were taken aback by the commotion. However, recalling his poem Qiao Xian, which had made Shun Zhao hesitant to compose Qixi verses, their heart settled. Is that the gentleman challenging young Master Shun? He is quite handsome. This is a contest of literary skill, not a beauty contest. Yet, he truly is more handsome than young Master Shun. The ladies in attendance could not approach closely, observing from a distance as murmurs and whispers drifted through the air. Shuxi Zhongxin, within a spacious pavilion, Shun Zhao had already taken his position at a table adorned with ink, brushes, paper, and an inkstone. His expression was serene, revealing no emotion. At this moment, he was surrounded by numerous talented scholars. As the second most talented scholar of Qing'an Prefecture, Shun Zhao naturally attracted attention. The news of his upcoming poetic contest with another scholar the next day would surely become a topic of conversation among the literati over tea and meals. One individual gazed at Yang Yinzhou and inquired with curiosity, is it possible that someone would agree to compete with Shun Zhao in poetry? Does he not realize that in Qing'an Prefecture, Shun Zhao's poetic talent is second only to that of Brother Yinzhou? It is nearly a guaranteed loss. What is Brother Yinzhou's perspective on this? Yang Yinzhou shook his head slowly and replied, guaranteed loss? I would not be so certain. What do you mean? The questioner was taken aback, sensing an inkling of foreboding. It seemed that this night would witness a significant event. The surrounding crowd, already attentive to the dialogue between Yang Yinzhou and his interlocutor, leaned in closely to listen. Could it be that the individual in question was the same scholar who once raised a cup to invite the moon, creating a trio with a shadow? As Yang Yinzhou spoke, the crowd fell momentarily silent, only to erupt in a flurry of excitement moments later. Just then, Li Yi and his companions finally approached. As they reached a nearby table beside Shun Zhao, he turned to Li Yi and calmly stated, since it is a mid-autumn poetry gathering, let us each compose a poem on the theme of mid-autumn. The judgment of victory or defeat shall be left to the esteemed scholars present. Li naturally had no objections. After Shun Zhao finished speaking, he promptly took up his brush and began to write on the rice paper before him, his strokes fluid and vigorous, exuding an undeniable aura regardless of the content. A scholar drew near, peering over to catch a glimpse, his face betraying envy as he murmured, truly deserving of the title of second most talented scholar. This new poem for mid-autumn surpasses the one he presented earlier. After quietly reciting Shun Zhao's unfinished poem, the surrounding scholars were left in astonished admiration. Shun Zhao's expression remained unchanged, yet internally he felt a sense of satisfaction. This poem was originally prepared for his contest against Yang Yinzhou, a chance for him to redeem himself and claim the title of the most talented scholar of Qing'an Prefecture. Thus its quality was assuredly high. Having penned half of his poem, the scholar across from him had merely picked up his brush. When someone leaned in for a closer look, they discovered that his rice paper was entirely blank, devoid of any writing. Could it be that he, aware of his inferiority to Shun Zhao, had faltered at the critical moment? Unbeknownst to the crowd, Li Yi was grappling with a dilemma of his own. In his haste to pick up the brush, he had forgotten that his unique handwriting would not be appreciated by those present. If he were to write in such a setting, it might lead to embarrassment. After much contemplation, he steeled himself, dipped his brush in ink, and soon his familiar script appeared on the paper. As Wan Ruoqing and Zheng Zue watched closely, upon seeing that distinctive handwriting, they exchanged glances, their doubts dissipating entirely. This handwriting, identical to that of the original manuscript of Qiao Xian, could only belong to him, and no other scholar could produce such a style. Young Prince Li Xian looked down in puzzlement, his eyes widening as if witnessing something extraordinary. Once he finally set his brush down, curiosity got the better of a nearby observer, who leaned in for a closer look, only to be overwhelmed by disbelief at what lay before him. Looking up at Li Yi with uncertainty, he glanced back at the characters on the paper, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. Surely, such handwriting could only have been crafted by a child just beginning to learn. As whispers spread among the onlookers, several more gathered around. Wan Ruoqing, observing the changing expressions of the crowd, stepped forward hastily retrieving a blank sheet of paper from a nearby table to begin writing. Moments latte. Her gaze shifted towards Li Yi, and after discerning the phrases, she wrote once more on the paper. As she glanced at the completed lines, a complex emotion gradually surfaced on her fair visage. While Li Yi paused to check for any errors, a sheet filled with delicate characters was already in Wan Ruoqing's hand, ready to be presented. The surrounding scholars, having witnessed Li Yi's handwriting, began to question whether he had ever truly studied, chuckling as they accepted the paper and cast their eyes upon it. Shui Jiao Gu Tu, the first 4 characters immediately caught their attention. When will the bright moon appear? I raised my cup to ask the vast sky. One scholar quietly read aloud. Before long, the surrounding commotion gradually subsided. Chapter 90. A shock to the crowd. Shui Jiao Gu Tu. During this poetry gathering, it seemed no one would dare to compose a mid-autumn poem again. A look of bewilderment spread across the faces of the gathered scholars, their spirits shaken by the paper in hand. Not only would this gathering be memorable, but it seemed that composing mid-autumn poetry would become an arduous task from now on. Yang Yinzhou's eyes also reflected astonishment. Even though he was hailed as the most talented scholar of Qing'an Prefecture, he could never hope to produce poetry of such caliber. At this moment, all the scholars in the room fell silent, their earlier chatter replaced by an atmosphere of awe. Yang Yinzhou's gaze swept over the paper once more, and he finally noticed the name at the bottom, causing his heart to skip a beat as he exclaimed, Li Yi. What? The crowd around him trembled, their bodies instinctively leaning in to look, and the next moment, an even greater uproar ensued. He is Li Yi, the Li Yi of Keiqiao-Xian, the author of Yuexia Duzhua, as well? Upon seeing the signature on the poem, their astonishment surpassed even the poetry itself. Since the Qixi festival a month ago, there had been much speculation regarding the identity of the author of Keiqiao-Xian. Though everyone held differing theories, one thing was undeniable. This individual was extraordinarily gifted. Just one poem from the Qixi festival had elevated him to a status on par with Yang Yinzhou and Xin Zhao. Countless people, including Yang Yinzhou, had yearned to meet the talented scholar named Li Yi, yet none had succeeded. Nobody had anticipated his appearance in such a manner, effortlessly presenting a mid-autumn poem of unparalleled quality. Not only Xin Zhao, but the entirety of Jing Kingdom scholars would find it impossible to rival him. As this realization dawned on them, the crowd couldn't help but glance at the still eagerly writing Xin Zhao, whose expression was particularly remarkable. A month prior, due to Keiqiao-Xian, Xin Zhao had publicly torn apart his proud work in front of numerous scholars from Qing'an Prefecture, declaring he would no longer compose Qixi poetry. Today, it seemed he would struggle to create even mid-autumn poetry. If love is to last for eternity, does it matter whether it is day or night? I raise my cup to invite the bright moon, creating a trio with my shadow. May we all enjoy longevity, sharing this beauty even from 1,000 miles apart. Yang Yinzhou murmured these lines, a self-deprecating smile gracing his features as he said, Everyone claims I, Yang Yinzhou, am the most talented scholar of Qing'an Prefecture, undefeated in poetic contests. Today, I realize that there are always those who surpass us, and there are heavens beyond the heavens. From this day forth, please refrain from mentioning the title of the most talented scholar of Qing'an Prefecture. Brother Yinzhou, the surrounding scholars were at a loss for words, merely placing a comforting hand on his shoulder without further comment. The presence of Keiqiao-Xian, Yuexia Duzhua, and Shui Jiaogutu was indeed enough to intimidate many. If Yang Yinzhou continued to carry the title of the most talented scholar of Qing'an Prefecture, it would not be a compliment, but rather a profound irony. Casting a complex glance at the back of the scholar, he sighed inwardly. In the presence of Li Yi, how can there be a Yang Yinzhou, unable to resist? He turned his gaze towards Xin Zhao, who must have accumulated too much karma in his past life to have to compete against someone of this caliber. After today, it would be difficult for Xin Zhao to maintain his standing among the literati of Qing'an Prefecture. As the crowd heard these words, they lowered their heads to gaze at the script, and inexplicably, the seemingly childlike scrawl now appeared remarkably pleasing to the eye. Within the lines and verses, there seemed to be a certain rhythm, and upon reflection, the talented individual's earlier remarks indeed held some merit. Brother Wang speaks truly. Our eyes were indeed dull, nearly causing us to misjudge. They exclaimed, Indeed, how could a person with such talent be ignorant of calligraphy? Could it be that this unique style is the brother's original creation? Yang Yinzhou, standing to the side, listened to the discussions, and a hint of confusion crossed his face. Could it be that the other party's realm was simply too elevated, rendering his own understanding of the beauty of this script insufficient? Even Li Yi, upon hearing these remarks, felt a blush creeping to his cheeks. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he set down his brush and noticed Li Xian and Wan Ruo Qing Amo, among others standing behind him, their gazes laden with complexity. What is it? Is there ink on my face? Li Yi pondered aloud, momentarily puzzled. He rubbed his face absent-mindedly and glanced at his palm, finding no ink stains. No one nodded or spoke. Li Xian's gaze was piercing, as if he were seeing him for the first time. Initially, he had thought that the other was merely an adept painter, somewhat greedy, with poor drinking habits, and a character that aligned amusingly with his own. Moreover, since he had cured his mother's melancholic ailment, his fondness for Li Yi had grown, and he was keen to associate with him. Yet who could have anticipated that this scholar, who seemed to possess few remarkable attributes beyond his good looks, would exhibit such extraordinary talent? Compelling even the foremost talent of Qing'an Prefecture to yield, this fellow had concealed his brilliance better than he himself. The astonishment in Wan Ruo, Qing, Xingzamo, and the others' hearts was no less profound. Initially aware that the young gentleman who had composed Ke Chiao Xian was indeed Li Yi, they had yet to recover from their astonishment when another piece, Shui Jiao Gu Tu, emerged, captivating not only the talented figures present, but also themselves, particularly given that he was nominally a member of the Yunying Poetry Society. They all found themselves questioning whether they were lost in a dream. With a resounding clap, Shun Zhao cast his brush onto the table, the characters on the rice paper exuding vigor and strength. Even disregarding the content, it could surely be deemed a commendable work of calligraphy. After all, his reputation as the second talent was not merely the result of wind-blown whispers. Turning to glance, he found that the scholar across had seemingly completed his work, and with a smirk, he strode over. Due to the distance, Shan Zhao had not heard the discussions while he was engrossed in writing. Now, upon reaching Li Yi's table and casting his gaze downward, his expression faltered momentarily before bursting into laughter. Is this truly your composition, or merely the scribbles of a child? At this moment, Shun Zhao harbored no doubt regarding the outcome of the contest. However, as he laughed, his mirth gradually diminished. For now, he was the sole bearer of laughter in the room, while the surrounding talents regarded him with peculiar expressions. Shun Zhao's smile froze, and an ominous sensation suddenly enveloped him. Brother Shun. Just then, Su Wentian approached, somewhat disheveled, clutching a piece of paper with a complex expression, which he handed to Shun Zhao. At the other end of the Zhongxin Water Pavilion, countless women craned their necks in anticipation of a certain direction. In the pavilions where the contest was taking place, apart from a few talented women, it was predominantly men. Given their social standing, it was hardly appropriate for them to intrude. You all, who do you think will ultimately triumph in this contest? One beautiful woman inquired, resting her chin on her hand. Needless to say, it must be young Master Shun. I too believe it will be young Master Shun. Indeed, how could young Master Shun's prodigious talent be overshadowed by an unknown individual? The women voiced their unanimous sentiments. No one entertained the notion that this nameless scholar could surpass the second talent of Qing'an Prefecture. After all, Shun Zhao had long been renowned in the region, and in their hearts, his position was undoubtedly superior. Yet, the young gentleman was no mere nobody. One young girl interjected. By the way, we still do not know his name. Xiaoyan, do you know? The girl shook her head. I do not know his name, but I overheard them say as I passed by that this gentleman is the one who composed Yuesha Qingyan Niju yesterday. What? He is that talented individual. Among these women, many were evidently familiar with those two poems, and their astonishment led to hesitant remarks. If it is that talented individual, he may not necessarily lose. But why would young Master Shin compete against him in poetry? The girl who had spoken earlier glanced around, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I heard it was because young Master Shun had made things difficult for the talented women of the Yunying Poetry Society, and this gentleman, being one of them, could not overlook Shun Zhao's actions, which led to the events that transpired. How could that be? Young Master Shin cannot possibly be that sort of person. Previously, it had been said that Shun Zhao was arrogant and narrow-minded, and while she had thought it mere gossip, she now realized the truth. I suddenly do not wish for young Master Shun to win. Neither do I, as the girl's words received corroboration from several others in the know. The balance of opinion among the women began to shift. At that moment, a maid-dressed young girl hurriedly approached, clutching a piece of paper, and ran to one of the women, panting as she handed over the paper. "Is there news from over there?" The women gathered around, intrigued. "How is it? Who has emerged victorious?" "Moonlight, when will it be full?" I raise my cup to ask the blue sky. Unaware of the celestial palace above, "What year is this evening?" The woman cast her gaze upwards, softly reciting the lines, and a sudden brilliance ignited in her beautiful eyes. Several women leaned in closer, and moments later, their charming faces reflected the same radiance. Is this the work of that gentleman?" After a brief pause, the woman raised her head, gazing incredulously at the maid. "Miss, what is his name? What is his name?" The young lady, who appeared to be of noble descent, followed the maid's pointing direction, and in the next instant, her eyes widened, her lips parting in astonishment. Li, for the women of Qing'an Prefecture, the name Li was indeed not unfamiliar. Since the emergence of Keiqiao-hsien, countless lovesick maidens and lonely wives had recited the lines, "If the two hearts can endure through time, how could it matter if we meet at dawn or dusk?" While yearning for their absent beloveds in the depths of their solitude, even those maidens who had yet to wed would find themselves envisioning a certain scene. Perhaps in their dreams of spring nights, they would occasionally dream of the talented individual named Li. In this era, a man's talent was undeniably an irresistible allure for women, while looks ranked secondary. Of course, a scholar possessing both talent and beauty would undoubtedly attract countless admirers. But that Li of Keiqiao-hsien? Ah, that handsome gentleman is indeed Li. In an instant, countless women lifted their heads, gazing towards the central water pavilion, their eyes brimming with wonder. "May we endure long together, sharing the bright moon across 1,000 miles." As Shun Zhao read these lines, his voice trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He abruptly raised his head, looking at Li with a quavering voice. "You are indeed the author of Keiqiao-hsien. If this brother has finished writing, why not submit it for evaluation by the esteemed talents?" Li inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shun Zhao's complexion turned ashen. He possesses a keen self-awareness. When the other party resorted to such words, what further need was there for evaluation? It was merely a path to self-inflicted humiliation. "I have lost." With a pallid visage, Shun Zhao uttered this phrase through clenched teeth before turning to leave. "Stay a moment, my friend." Li called out urgently as he saw Shun Zhao attempting to depart. "What more do you desire?" A flicker of anger crossed Shun Zhao's face. He had already lost all dignity before others today. Was the other party still unwilling to relent? Li remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Shun Zhao's waist. At last, Shun Zhao recalled something, his expression darkening further. He yanked the jade pendant from his waist and tossed it aside. Li swiftly caught it. If it were to shatter, 300 taels of silver would be lost. As Shun Zhao reached his desk, he hesitated momentarily, seizing the poem he had just written and tearing it to shreds. The talented individuals present recognized the familiar scene and could not help but sigh. Had I known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? Holding the jade pendant, Li pondered how he would soon visit a pawnshop. With 300 taels of silver, he could rent a shop in a slightly more prosperous area of Qing'an Prefecture. Just then, a charming young lady entered from outside, approaching Li and gently inquiring, "May I ask, is this the esteemed Li?" Uncertain of her intentions, Li nodded in confusion. The young lady smiled and handed him a folded note, saying, "My young mistress wishes to invite you to our residence for a discussion tomorrow." This seemed to be the maid of Miss Chun, the daughter of the esteemed Chun family. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of the talented scholars turned to surprise and envy. "My young mistress greatly admires your talents and will host a banquet at Zue, Xianglu tomorrow. Might you be available?" That may belong to Miss Chun. And the lovely Lu Qiao, the top courtesan of Yichun Lu, had even attracted the attention of the daughters of Governor Dong. Behind Li, the young Prince Li Xian gazed at the scene with a dazed expression, his features reflecting a complex array of emotions. As a lady of a prominent family, she had been taught from a young age to conduct herself with grace and decorum. It was unimaginable for even the daughters of Governor Dong or the esteemed Chun family, much less courtesans of some renown in Qing'an Prefecture, to publicly extend such invitations to a stranger. Although these women had dispatched their maids, the presence of the maid represented their own intentions. Li Xian could not fathom why a mere poem could hold such allure for these women. even as a young prince, a member of the royal family. The women he encountered maintained the expected decorum and were unlikely to behave in such a manner. In this regard, his influence paled in comparison to the renowned scholars of Qing'an Prefecture, such as Yang Yanzhou and Xin Zhao. Yet, he had never heard of the daughters of Governor Dong inviting Yang Yanzhou before. Li Xian was certain that if Li Yi were to nod in agreement at this moment, numerous women would soon be willing to offer themselves for the night. Such occurrences had not been uncommon for the scholars of Qing'an Prefecture. After tonight, Li Yi's reputation would spread, and he would likely find that entering brothels would no longer require payment. It was well known that figures such as Lu Yong and Tang Bohu had enjoyed such privileges. To spend a night with the foremost scholar of Qing'an Prefecture would be an excellent opportunity for those courtesans to enhance their fame. If they could elicit a poem from him, filled with phrases like captivating beauty and unparalleled grace, it would serve as splendid promotion, significantly heightening their market appeal. Such a handsome and talented scholar would undoubtedly be the ideal suitor for those noble ladies and young misses. Imagining the scene of Li Yi surrounded by various women, Li Xian resolved to forge a friendship with him. As he observed the young ladies presenting handkerchiefs and invitations, Li Yi felt overwhelmed. Having lived 2 lives, he found himself ill-equipped to handle such a situation. Seeking help, he glanced at Lu Rui, only to find her staring intently at Zheng Zuimo, lost in thought. Just as Li Yi was about to be engulfed by the fervor of these young ladies, Lu Er, as if sensing his silent plea, turned her gaze towards him. Li Yi signaled to her, and Lu Rui gracefully approached. The young ladies felt as if they were being gently pushed aside by a soft force. And soon they witnessed the white-clad woman grasping the gentleman's shoulder. With a delicate leap, the two soared above the heads of the scholars, swiftly disappearing from view. This spectacle astonished all present, leading to a momentary silence before an uproar ensued. I must be mistaken. Did they just fly over my head? Is that not a celestial being? The gentleman had departed, leaving the ladies to ponder how they would explain this to their families. The individual's mastery of poetry was indeed formidable. After today, it seemed clear that the title of the foremost scholar of Qing'an Prefecture would soon change hands. Li Xian's eyes brimmed with envy. Had he possessed such abilities, the daughters of Governor Dong and Miss Chun, along with the proud courtesans, would surely hold him in high regard. His personal guards exchanged astonished glances, recognizing that this woman possessed exceptional martial skills. They had never encountered such a remarkable figure in the martial world until now. Wan Ruoqing and Zheng Zuimo wore expressions of profound astonishment. They had never expected the seemingly quiet woman beside them to be a formidable heroine. Zheng Zuimo turned to meet her gaze, taking a small step forward with a smile, saying, "If what Sister Ruoqing says is true." Wan Ruoqing did not respond, her eyes suddenly drawn to the table ahead. Observing this, Zheng Zuimo's expression shifted slightly, realizing that her secret had been discovered. She hastily took 3 steps forward, quickly securing the original manuscript of Shui Diao Gu Tu, cradling it tightly. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, and by the time Wan Ruoqing regained her composure, Zuimo had already rolled the parchment into a tube, standing before the table with a pair of innocent, wide eyes, smiling sweetly at her. At this moment, she had merely taken a single step. Zuimo, Wan Ruoqing's cherry lips parted slightly, her face a portrait of surprise as she stared at Zheng Zuimo, momentarily at a loss for words. Having secured her prize, Zheng Zuimo wore a clever smile, gazing at Wan Ruoqing and proclaiming, "Sister Ruoqing, you already possess Ke Qiao Xian. Why not let me keep Shui Jiao Ge Tu?" At that moment, the head courtesan of Kun Yu Yuan resembled a cunning little fox, her face alight with the triumph of a successful scheme. Not far away, Yang Yanzhou paused, a wry smile crossing his face as he realized he had been outmaneuvered. Meanwhile, outside the garden, Li Yi leaned against a large tree, closing his eyes as the dizziness in his mind began to subside. Having never experienced such a roller coaster sensation in his past life, he had now encountered it twice since arriving in this world. He felt an overwhelming curiosity about why, as a woman, Lu Rui consistently deviated from the norm, favoring the adventurous act of soaring along the walls. After a prolonged interval, once the palpitation in his heart had completely subsided, He turned his gaze towards the enchanting woman at his side, his eyes imbued with profound melancholy as he spoke. "Lu Rui, your actions may lead to the loss of a talented scholar such as myself. If you cannot endure even this minor turbulence, then despite a lifetime of martial training, you shall never rise above mediocrity. The swordswoman, leaning casually against a nearby book, cast him a sidelong glance and spoke with a calm demeanor. As she spoke, one delicate jade hand retreated into her sleeve, concealing a paper slip that Li Yi remained oblivious to. Chapter 93. The First Scholar of Jinghua. Today, the city of Qingyan was evidently a sleepless metropolis. Whether in taverns, brothels, or other shops, most establishments operated through the night. For the profits of this solitary evening equaled those of several days. Locations like taverns saw half a day's earnings rivaling that of the previous 10 days. Only steadfast individuals like Old Fong would choose to take a holiday during peak business hours, likely regretting his decision as he observed the bustling trade of other vendors. After leaving the poetry gathering, Li Yi reflected and felt a twinge of regret. Was it too hasty to present a verse as renowned as Shui Jiaogutu? Although he had acquired a jade pendant, its value could only fetch around 300 taels of silver, leading him to conclude that he had ultimately incurred a loss. Even a casual piece from selected poems of the Song dynasty might have sufficed to impress Xin Zhao. He recognized that his impulsiveness had led him astray. However, it was too late for regrets. Resolving to set aside his thoughts, he chose a reputable pawnshop and entered. Half an hour later, Li Yi and Lu Rui emerged from the pawnshop. The unscrupulous owner claimed that the jade pendant was worth at least 300 taels, yet offered a mere 150, slashing more than half its value. After negotiating for a quarter of an hour, Li Yi managed to raise the offer to 200 taels, but the owner remained obstinate. Just as Lu Rui's delicate brows furrowed and her hand brushed the hilt of her sword, Li Yi sensed impending trouble and swiftly invoked Shun Zhao's name. Otherwise, the pawnshop owner would soon find himself in dire straits. It must be said, Shun Zhao's reputation was indeed formidable. Since it was the jade pendant of the second scholar of Qingyan, the price naturally increased. After confirming this, the pawnshop manager finally raised the offer to 300 taels. As they departed, the manager eagerly slipped an additional 10 taels into Li Yi's hand, expressing fervent enthusiasm for future business, should Li Yi procure Yang Yinzhou's pendant. Offering to pay double the price and indicating that further negotiations were possible if Li Yi was dissatisfied. Li Yi could surmise the pawnshop owner's intentions. A scholar of such renown in Qingyan would undoubtedly attract numerous admirers, including wealthy young ladies with ample silver. Purchasing for 300 taels and reselling to them would likely yield considerable profit. This realization prompted Li Yi to muse on the advantages of being a scholar in this world. Perhaps one day, when he attained fame, selling signed portraits or worn socks would also bring him a modest fortune. Yet, upon envisioning the throngs of eager women, he quickly dismissed the thought. With 300 taels in banknotes tucked away, he strolled through the lively marketplace alongside Lu Rui, blissfully unaware that the entire Jingxuan had erupted in a fervor due to his verse Shui Jiaogutu. A group of elderly scholars, their hair white as snow, gathered around a table, their eyes fixated on the Xian paper before them. As men of letters, they found the scrawl utterly disgraceful. One elder, infuriated, exclaimed in indignation, causing the surrounding scholars to exchange glances, too intimidated to voice a word. Though his temper was fierce, the esteemed figure's status commanded respect, even from the governor, who had once studied under him and now addressed him with deference. After venting his frustration, the elder's gaze returned to the paper, and this time, the dullness of his eyes sparkled with brilliance. After a lengthy pause, he sighed deeply. What a splendid poem! Humans experience joy and sorrow, just as the moon waxes and wanes. May we all enjoy longevity and share the beauty of the moon, penned to such perfection. I doubt there exists another in the entire Jinghua. From this day forth, any scholar in Jinghua who drinks under the moonlight will surely recall the lines. Raise a cup to invite the bright moon, and together we become three, in the verses of Keiqiao Xian and Shui Jiaogutu. The elder mused that should Li Yi compose another Yuan poem, future poetry gatherings may very well become unnecessary. Judging solely by his poetic prowess, few would contest his title as the foremost scholar of Jinghua. The elder nodded in agreement, but soon raised his brow, chastising. Has this young man never considered practicing his calligraphy? The surrounding scholars stood respectfully, taken aback by the elder S and the esteemed figure's commendations of Li Yi, realizing the significance of such praise. Historically, the title of first scholar was not easily bestowed, and never had anyone received such accolades from them. The Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering was of great interest to the literati of Qing'an, and news would swiftly circulate. Before long, a piece of paper floated out of the Jingxin like snowflakes, disseminated by eager hands, including the elder S evaluations of the verses and the praises of Li Yi as the first scholar of Jinghua, quickly spreading throughout the city. In a remarkably brief period, the melody of Shui Jiaogutu began to echo through the brothels and taverns, recounting the tale of Li Yi's dramatic entrance at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering, where he boldly accepted a literary challenge from Shun Zhao, dazzling the audience with Shui Jiaogutu, causing Shun Zhao to tear his verses twice. The scholars, upon hearing this narrative, felt as though they were present, their hearts ignited with fervor, lamenting their absence, while countless young women, upon hearing their maids recount the news, sparkled with excitement in their eyes. Meanwhile, oblivious to the commotion, Li Yi continued to wander the streets. However, unlike before, he now carried a heavier burden in his pack. Pouches, fragrant sachets, bracelets, hairpins, and rouge. After Lu Rui gifted him a handmade garment, he felt compelled to reciprocate, and with his purse now fuller, he would not skimp in this regard. Yet, he knew that if he bought for Lu Rui, he must also procure a gift for Xiao Huan. Otherwise, though the maid might not voice her disappointment, her heart would surely feel it. He could not neglect Lu Erji without facing dire consequences. Though this may seem insincere, he could always gift Lu Rui something special in the future. As he stepped into a jewelry shop once more, Lu Rui smiled subtly, preparing to follow him inside when her steps faltered and her gaze fell upon two scholars passing by. Keiqiao Xian, Shui Diaogutu, the first scholar of Jinghua. Li. From their conversation, Lu Rui gleaned this information, her elegant brows knitting together in confusion and astonishment as she gazed at the figure haggling with the shopkeeper. Chapter 94. Sisterly night talked the splendor of Qing'an City would continue throughout the night. Yet for Li Yi, who had witnessed more vibrant scenes, the novelty soon faded, and he lost interest in further exploration. Lying on the bed, he pondered various matters. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the sales of Rui Lu would commence. Before that, he needed to rent a shop, and it was high time to address the issues concerning the factory. He felt utterly exhausted these days, and once these tasks were behind him, he intended to take a well-deserved rest. After contemplating for a moment, his eyelids grew heavy. Meanwhile, in the inner courtyard, just a wall away, Li Erwai and her sister were engaged in their usual whispers. Li Erwai's face bore an expression of astonishment. "Is your husband truly that formidable?" Li Erwai remarked with keen interest about the time at J Nexi Yuan when Ly recited poetry, recalling the expressions on the faces of the young scholars from Q Ingin Prefecture, stealing occasional glances towards the window. Outside, a young maid cautiously pressed against the corner of the window. Her usual double bun had been replaced with a new hairstyle adorned with a hairpin gifted by her master. She strained to listen to the soft murmurs within, her beautiful large eyes sparkling with excitement, and her cheeks flushed, exuding a delightful charm. "Your master has composed poetry again. Is the foremost scholar not superior to all literati?" She mused, before rising quietly to leave as the voices within gradually faded. After a night of turmoil, she awoke late the next morning. At the academy, whenever he was absent, Li Xiu would take on the role of class leader, managing the unruly children with ease. Ly thought to himself that he could afford to be a bit lazy today. The provincial library was already quite expansive, housing numerous martial arts books. However, should he encounter Li Erwai, a future champion of the world, it would be a mere matter of her swordplay. After all, no matter how formidable those individuals may be, they could not soar through the skies. Within the library, one could indeed find various traditional Chinese martial arts texts such as T.I.J. Chuan, X. Ingi Chuan, Bigu Zia Ching, and T.N.G.B. Iko N. But the materials available were merely superficial techniques, hardly touching upon their true essence. Practicing for leisure was one thing, but aspiring to become a martial arts master based solely on these texts was pure folly. Naturally, in a modern library, it was impossible to find legendary manuals such as GYNZH New Jersey Ying, GNGL Ing SHBZH Ing, or Liam ISH and JIN. Rather than relying on these unattainable works, it would be more prudent to diligently practice the foundational martial arts book that Li R.Y. had given him. Although he had yet to master the so-called true chi she mentioned after training for this duration, Ly believed that he could easily handle 3 frail scholars like SH and ZHO. In a slightly distant corner, Li R.Y. stood at the archway connecting the 2 courtyards, observing Ly as he performed peculiar movements, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of intrigue. In the initial days, when Ly explained that this was a form of martial art called TIJ, Li R.Y. had dismissed it lightly. Martial arts, after all, emphasize speed over slowness and strength over weakness, akin to the strange tales he recounted about peculiar martial techniques. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable. Only speed remains invincible. Upon hearing this, Li R.Y. had been profoundly moved. This succinct encapsulation struck a chord, as the myriad schools of martial arts today, though varied in their approaches, could not escape those few words. However, such a profound statement, emerging from the lips of a mere scholar, would surely leave masters and experts abashed. In the days that followed, when Li R.Y. took the time to reflect on his storytelling, she found herself gaining insights, experiencing minor advancements in her martial path, though she had yet to break through the barriers to reach the realm of masters. The slight progress she achieved at her current level was indeed commendable. Thus, when Ly spoke of TIJ's principles of the weak overcoming the strong, of the slow defeating the fast, and of softness conquering hardness, Li R.Y. merely smiled, finding it hard to believe such marvelous techniques could exist. Nonetheless, having observed these movements frequently, she began to pay attention. The actions he performed were fluid and coherent, not haphazard at all. Unable to resist, she attempted to mimic one of his forms, and for a fleeting moment, something flashed through her mind, only to vanish when she tried to reflect on it. As Ly completed a rotation, he noticed Li R.Y. executing a graceful stance, exuding elegance. Taken aback, he asked, "My dear, do you wish to learn TIJ? I can teach you." Li R.Y. chuckled, replying, "There's no need for you to concern yourself with me, my husband. Idle as I am, it is not difficult at all." Ly waved his hand dismissively. During his training, he had often been summoned by Li R.Y.'s sister. So now that the roles were reversed, he could not let this opportunity slip away. "Then I shall trouble you, my husband." Li R.Y. smiled softly, her curiosity piqued by the principles of utilizing strength against strength. Moments later, their exchanges in the small courtyard began to flourish. "This move is not quite right. TIJ embodies circular movements. Dear, try to feel it." "I understand. For this move, your hand needs to be a little higher?" "Yes, just like that." Before long, Ly steered the conversation elsewhere. "My dear, your martial skills are remarkable. Have you heard of the Guinding DF? What is the Guinding DF? It is a secret technique by which a martial arts master transfers their entire life's energy to another person, instantly bestowing them with supreme prowess." "My husband is jesting. Energy cannot be passed around like goods. Perhaps you read about it in some fantastical novel?" "Oh, there's no such method." Ly's voice carried a hint of disappointment, for another hope of becoming a martial arts expert had slipped away. Chapter 95. The arrival of uncles. Ly could hardly find words to describe the speed at which Li R.Y. was learning TIJ. He had an extraordinary advantage, mastering it in a mere short time. But Li R.Y., after just 2 demonstrations and a few corrections, was able to execute nearly flawless TIJ movements. Although there were minor imperfections, her beauty, stature, and solid martial foundation rendered her movements far more pleasing than Ly's. Standing nearby, Ly found himself marveling at how different these actions appeared when performed by a woman. The practicality of the technique aside, they were undeniably a sight to behold. Shortly thereafter, a knock at the door interrupted his enjoyment. Ly approached and opened it to find 2 middle-aged men standing outside, their faces adorned with smiles. It seemed they were uncles of Li R.Y. and her sister, belonging to the direct lineage of the Li family. Since settling here, the Li clan had produced numerous generations, resulting in many uncles and aunts for the 2 sisters. The old Li family was renowned for their ability to produce sons. It was said that Li R.Y.'s grandfather had 5 brothers, each branching out to have numerous sons, forming the uncles and aunts of the sisters. Only the direct line had passed down solely through Li R.Y.'s father, leaving only 2 daughters in the next generation. "4th uncle, 7th uncle, is there something you need?" Come in, they said, sensing that Ly and Ly did not seem eager to invite them inside. After a moment, Ly, observing the two, inquired again. These uncles and aunts often had little to do with the sisters, and their unexpected visit the day prior had already surprised her immensely. Upon their return today, it seemed evident that something significant was afoot. A look of hesitation crossed the faces of the two men, quickly replaced by a glimmer of resolve as they retrieved a few yellow documents from their pockets and placed them upon the table before them. Fourth uncle, what does this mean? Lu Rui inquired, glancing at the items on the table before turning to him, her beautiful eyes now reflecting a hint of confusion. When their father was alive, the clan was united, but following his untimely demise, those uncles and relatives clamored to divide the family, seizing nearly everything that rightfully belonged to the two sisters, who were still quite young at the time. They showed no regard for familial bonds. Why the sudden change of heart now? The middle-aged man with a slight beard on the left spoke up. Rui, regarding past matters, we were in the wrong. These land deeds should have rightfully belonged to you and Rui when we divided the family. Please accept them. Fourth uncle, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. Lu Rui thought it absurd to believe that they had suddenly developed a conscience and intended to return what they had taken. Their current actions surely concealed a more profound scheme. After a moment's hesitation, the middle-aged man continued, since you've put it this way, I shall speak frankly. As you know, these past 2 years have been difficult. Our household has faced considerable hardship. If this continues, we may soon struggle to put food on the table. The candied hawthorn that your husband sells does remarkably well. Could we possibly? His meaning was already clear. Although the candied hawthorn business thrived, it was solely the Lu family's brand that garnered recognition. Other vendors suffered poor sales, even if they obtained the secret recipe without the Lu family's endorsement. Their profits would be minimal. If they could secure permission to sell under the Lu name, the land would seem insignificant by comparison. The land in the village was hardly fertile. In good years, it barely sufficed for sustenance, and in dire years like the last, it yielded nothing at all. Had they known that Rui would eventually marry someone like her husband, the division of the family would never have transpired, and they would have been eager to curry favor with the sisters long ago. The candied hawthorn business was solely his endeavor, and Lu Rui had never interfered. Thus, she would not make decisions on his behalf. Li Yi had already discerned the intentions of Lu Rui's uncles last night. The Lu candied hawthorn held a status in Qing'an Prefecture akin to that of the renowned Beijing candied hawthorn in later times, a reputable brand with assured quality. Their interest lay solely in this prestigious name. Turning to the two men, he smiled. So, fourth uncle and seventh uncle, I presume? Both men understood that the success of their endeavors hinged on this scholar before them, and they hurriedly responded with an even more amiable demeanor. Li fin contemplation. His expression thoughtful as he said, allowing you to sell candied hawthorn under the Lu name is not out of the question. However what? The two men inquired eagerly. However, it must be done as a franchise, Li Yi stated. What is a franchise? They exchanged bewildered glances, looking at Li Yi with confusion. Even Lu Rui's beautiful eyes displayed a flicker of perplexity, clearly unfamiliar with the term. The concept of a franchise is simple. We can permit you to sell candied hawthorn under the Lu name, but we shall take 50% of the daily profits. Li Yi elucidated. The Lu candied hawthorn brand is not something that can be used lightly. Expecting them to pay a hefty franchise fee would be unrealistic, and explaining modern franchise concepts would be futile. Thus, a straightforward approach was necessary. 50%, they exclaimed in unison, the figure overwhelming for them to bear. To part with half of their hard-earned profits was unacceptable. Cousin, 50% seems rather excessive, fourth uncle remarked with difficulty, gazing at Li Yi. Li Yi made it, indicating that there was no room for negotiation. After years of taking advantage of my wife and sister-in-law, it was time to collect some interest. We shall need to consider this, he said, patiently watching them as they stepped toward the door. Moments later, they re-entered. Rui, cousin, without your consent, even 50% would be unattainable. If 50% is what it must be, then I agree, fourth uncle declared, 1 foot already crossing the threshold, when suddenly, the familiar voice of old Seven echoed behind him. Bang! Fourth uncle stumbled over the threshold, propelled forward and landing heavily, stirring up dust. Fourth master, why such a grand gesture? Old Fong stood nearby, astonished at the scene unfolding before him. The tumble had seemingly enlightened fourth uncle. He rose, dusting himself off, and readily acquiesced. having made up his mind to accept the 50% franchise fee. Of course, how he secretly cursed Old Seven for being a treacherous ally was of no concern to Li Yi. The candied hawthorn business was neither too large nor too small. But Old Fong and his associates had more pressing matters to attend to and could not afford to be consumed by this venture. The demand for Lu candied hawthorn in Qing'an Prefecture had yet to reach saturation, and substantial profits remained to be captured. Naturally, Li Yi would not relinquish this portion of profit to the Lu direct line without compensation. They could involve themselves, but not without extracting a few layers of skin from them first, as a means of repaying their years of favor towards the Lu sisters. Cousin, do you truly intend to let them engage in the candied hawthorn business? Old Fong, having entered, asked Li Yi with a puzzled expression. To him, this was the only profitable venture at present, and he was reluctant to allow the direct line to benefit without contributing. He had witnessed firsthand how they treated the two young ladies over the years. Not even 1% of the profits would he willingly share. Think long-term. Consider it as them earning money for us, Li Yi replied, attempting to enlighten Old Fong, who was often fixated on immediate concerns. Although Old Fong's mind was not the quickest, his intelligence was still within a reasonable range. After Li Yi's explanation, he began to grasp the notion. Allowing them to use the Lu candied hawthorn name for a 50% profit seemed less of a loss upon further reflection. With this thought, Old Fong's face broke into his signature goofy grin. Observing this, Li Yi recalled the previous evening's incident with Old Fong and resisted the urge to smack him. Instead, smiling and saying, "Stop grinning like a fool. Come in, I have something to discuss with you." For reasons unknown, Old Fong felt a shiver of foreboding at Li Yi's smile, sensing an ominous premonition. Li Yi had entrusted him with the task of establishing the workshop, to be completed within 5 days, with no reward for success, but a deduction from his candied hawthorn profits for failure. Old Fong suspected this was Li Yi's method of retaliation for the previous night's mishap. Initially reluctant to take on this troublesome task, I contemplated that if I did not allow my son-in-law to vent his frustrations, he would likely suffer restless nights, ultimately facing the consequences. Thus, I resolved to accept this burden with resolute determination. Had I known that retribution would arrive so swiftly, I would have acted differently last night. Yang Xiaojun, what brings you here? Lao Fong strode forward, his expression turning icy as he coldly queried the man before him. Upon hearing the voice behind him, the man turned to see Lao Fong, a flicker of shame crossing his visage. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to speak, albeit with great difficulty. I came to borrow some grain. My family hasn't eaten for 2 days. I can endure hunger myself. But the children. Lao Fong's expression darkened, his eyes reflecting an anger that could no longer be suppressed. In the days when Ru Yi's father was still alive, this man had been one of us, a close companion since childhood. However, after the old clan leader's departure, only Lao Fong and a select few remained, while the man chose to align himself with the direct lineage. Since then, Lao Fong had severed all ties with him. Even when encountering him within the village, Lao Fong would merely pass by coldly, a betrayal from a once dear brother leaving a lasting scar in his heart. I wronged the two young ladies back then. I owe you both an apology. You may strike me if you wish, but I implore you to lend me some grain. Otherwise, the children will starve. The man's shame deepened. As a robust individual, it was beneath his dignity to seek help from Lao Fong. Yet the plight of his hungry children compelled him to do so. Lao Fong's demeanor remained frosty. Even understanding that the man's departure had been born of desperation to support his family, a thorn of resentment lodged in Lao Fong's heart, rendering forgiveness unattainable. He would rather face starvation alone than beg for aid, a testament to his pride. After a few steps, an angry voice erupted behind them. Yang Xiaojun, you scoundrel. Stand still. Turning around, a massive fist struck him squarely in the face, accompanied by Lao Fong's furious shout. You bastard. I've longed to hit you. The two exchanged blows, with the man at a physical disadvantage. After being knocked down several times, he lay there gasping, unwilling to rise again. It has been over a decade since I last had the pleasure of thrashing you. Lao Fong wiped the sweat from his brow, despite his bruised face, a sense of relief washing over him. Indeed, it has been quite some time. The man gazed skyward, nostalgia flickering across his features. Lao Fong's momentary reminiscence dissipated as he kicked the man, coldly instructing him to follow. Moments later, Lao Fong handed the man a large sack of fine rice. Grumbling, "This grain is a gift for my nephew. It has nothing to do with you, Yang Xiaojun." "Lao Fong, this sack must weigh at least a dozen jin." The man's expression softened, but before he could respond, Lao Fong waved his hand to silence him. "In the coming days, my son-in-law will be constructing a workshop. If you find yourself with time on your hands, come lend a hand. I'll pay you 10 won a day, and you'll eat your fill. Do not claim that I am treating you unfairly." Lao Fong punched the man on the chest, adding, "And those rascals who wish to join, bring them along too." "My lord, everyone is gathered." Li was inside planning how to build the flower dew workshop when Lao Fong burst in, raising his voice. "So soon?" Li lifted his head, startled at Lao Fong's battered appearance, and could not help but inquire, "Did you truly visit a brothel last night? And has your wife discovered it today?" Regarding whether Lao Fong had indeed frequented a brothel, Li held no doubts. It was not due to faith in his character, but rather a matter of financial reality. Although the candied hawthorn business brought in daily earnings, Lao Fong's current savings were insufficient for such indulgences. Such establishments are frequented by the affluent, and with his wife controlling the finances, he was fortunate to receive even a few when his pocket money. In such a place, he could scarcely afford even the most modest of companions. Nonetheless, despite Lao Fong's disheveled appearance, he seemed in good spirits, prompting Li to refrain from further questioning. After all, if this was a matter of marital intimacy, it would be inappropriate for an outsider to pry. The construction of the workshop was left to Lao Fong and his capable crew. Each man was a versatile craftsman, skilled in farming, masonry, and combat. Aside from a few preliminary instructions, Li felt no need to concern himself further. After thorough consideration, Li and Lao Fong had narrowed down the workshop's location. For reasons of safety and confidentiality, it was clear that the workshop could not be built within the village. The distillation process inherently involved open flames, and with alcohol being highly flammable, any mishap could spell disaster for the village. Moreover, confidentiality played a significant role. The production of Lu and alcohol distillation lacked considerable technical difficulty, yet if confidentiality were compromised and others learned the trade, it would jeopardize their ability to profit from these endeavors. Taking into account factors such as transportation and water supply, they ultimately selected a site outside the village, near a stream at the foot of the mountain. The stream, small and historically free from flooding, was easily accessible and safe. After handing the meticulously drawn plans to Lao Fong, Li instructed him to oversee the project, freeing him from further burdens. As an engineer, albeit not specialized in civil or architectural fields, Li found drafting to be a simple task. The workshop's blueprints, inspired by modern factories, were tailored to meet practical needs, with only minor adjustments made for specificity. A few pages of diagrams, featuring both flat and three-dimensional views, clearly conveyed the structure of the workshop. Lao Fong and his crew merely needed to follow the designs. However, before commencing construction, they needed to rent a shop in the city. Initially, they intended to lease a modest space, but having won 300 taels from Shun Zhao the previous day, their plans had to be adjusted. With 300 taels, they could secure a better location in a bustling area. They had hoped to descend the mountain today to rent a shop, undertake minimal renovations, and prepare some Lu for trial sales. Once the workshop was completed, they could begin mass production. Yet, changes often come more swiftly than anticipated. The candied hawthorn business had garnered much attention within the village. Previously, the Lu family had hesitated to approach, knowing the resistance they would face from Lao Fong and his allies. However, the success of Lao Si and Lao Qi had opened their eyes wide. With merely 2 land contracts, they could leverage the Lu family name to sell candied hawthorns. Although the 50% franchise fee was painful to contemplate, securing the candied hawthorn business would vastly improve their circumstances, even if half the profits were surrendered. This calculation was undeniably advantageous. Land was the foundation of their livelihood. Under normal circumstances, they would not readily relinquish it. However, the yield from the land could vary greatly. In favorable years, families could eat well, yet in poor harvests, they would be forced to tighten their belts. Upon observing the circumstances of Fong Laosan and his associates, one cannot help but ponder how, after merely a short period spent alongside Ru Yi's husband, they now enjoy a life of relative comfort. How could those directly related to the matter find peace in their hearts? Consequently, in recent days, The threshold of Li Yi's residence has been nearly worn down by the incessant visits of these individuals. They have acquired the desired information regarding land deeds and franchise fees from Lao Si and Lao Chi. These visitors have been surprisingly forthcoming, placing land deeds upon the table without hesitation. And even before Li Yi could mention the franchise fees, they voluntarily agreed to a 50-50 arrangement, ensuring mutual benefit. Throughout the entire process, these uncles and aunts have displayed remarkable humility, their faces adorned with benevolent smiles, for no one wishes to oppose wealth. Their future well-being hinges entirely upon Li Yi's will. Li Yi's actions have not been questioned by Lu Ru Yi, who silently accepted the land deeds entrusted to her. In contrast, Xiao Huan has been radiating joy these past few days, having endured bullying for so long. Now, witnessing the once arrogant individuals approaching her husband with sheepish smiles fills her heart with delight. Possessing land deeds means one remains the rightful owner of the land, impervious to theft. The underlying reason for involving the Lu family's direct lineage in the candied hawthorn business is simple. While Lao Fong and his group enjoy the bounty, some share the broth should be reserved for others. However, this potential issue was swiftly quelled by Li Yi before it could even surface. Of course, this resolution only addressed the concerns of the Lu family, for the village is still predominantly inhabited by former bandits like Lao Fong, who endure far greater hardships. Nevertheless, for these individuals, the mere ability to feed their family suffices as the greatest satisfaction, a modest expectation that even without Li Yi's intervention, Lao Fong and his companions would naturally seek to assist. Chapter 98. Leasing a shop. Excuse me. Could you direct me to the nearest dental office? On the bustling streets of Qing'an Prefecture, a handsome scholar halted a passerby, performing a courteous bow before smilingly inquiring, "Is it located within the marketplace?" The scholar further probed. "Not all. The marketplace is crowded. You might find someone there who knows where the dental office is," the man replied with a smile, turning away with an air of indifference. As he watched the man's retreating figure, Li Yi could not help but smile, his heart racing like a stampede of horses. Yet, he realized that purchasing a carriage would be of little use, as some mountain roads were treacherous and impassable. It was no wonder that prior to his arrival, Lu Yizhai was steeped in poverty, unable to comprehend the necessity of repairing roads as a precursor to wealth. Clinging to a few acres of barren land, they had lived in isolation for decades. It was indeed remarkable that they had managed to prosper at all. After quenching his thirst with a cup of tea, Li Yi casually inquired with the tea stall owner about the dental office's location, only to discover that the owner was quite knowledgeable and eagerly provided directions. In this era, a dental office functioned similarly to contemporary platforms like 58 Tongsheng, encompassing services such as renting houses and purchasing servants. Within the dental office, one need not fear encountering unscrupulous agents, as all practitioners were officially registered and licensed by the government. Any misconduct would inevitably lead to legal repercussions. Following the tea stall owner's guidance, Li Yi quickly located the dental office. As he stepped through the entrance, several individuals converged upon him. "Sir, are you looking to rent a house or purchase a servant?" "Sir, I grew up in this prefecture and am well acquainted with the area. Whatever your needs, I assure you will be satisfied." The dental office staff greeted him with fervent enthusiasm, reminiscent of the experience he had when Li Xian took him to a brothel. Their eagerness was understandable, as success in this profession depended entirely on performance. Clients seeking consultations were required to pay a fee, with the staff earning their wages through commissions derived from these interactions. The more clients they attracted, the greater their earnings. Li Yi selected a particularly astute-looking attendant, causing disappointment to flicker across the faces of the others, who could only retreat in resignation. "Sir, please let me know what you require, and I will ensure your satisfaction," the attendant said, rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile. "I need to rent a shop within the city, of moderate size, preferably in a bustling area." "What are the rental prices here?" Li Yi stated directly, avoiding any superfluous conversation. The price he received was not significantly different from his expectations. However, 300 taels of silver was no trifling sum. After securing the shop, he would undoubtedly need to invest in renovations, which could cost an additional several dozen taels. Consequently, he would be left with insufficient funds to procure the necessary materials for producing Rui Lu. 300 taels seems a bit steep, Li Yi remarked with a smile, producing a piece of broken silver and placing it before the attendant. The silver piece weighed at least 1 tael. The attendant's eyes brightened at the sight. and he discreetly swept the silver away with his sleeve, his smile growing even more radiant. This exemplifies the timeless adage that money can facilitate nearly any endeavor. Most matters in the world can be resolved with sufficient funds. If not, it simply indicates that the offered sum was inadequate. Just one tael of silver transformed the attendant's demeanor, prompting him to promptly escort Li Yi to view the shop. The shop's location was excellent. Situated on the main street of Qing'an Prefecture, bustling with foot traffic. The shop measured approximately 30 feet in length and 20 feet in width, providing ample space. More importantly, it included a small courtyard at the back with 2 rooms. According to the attendant, the previous owners had expanded their business significantly and relocated to the capital, leaving the shop vacant. Given its prime location within the bustling area, it would be wasteful for it to remain unoccupied, so they entrusted the dental office with its sublease. As the previous tenants had departed hastily, the rental price was considerably reduced, and the courtyard and rooms were included at no extra charge. Having viewed the shop and its accompanying facilities, Li Yi began to feel a sense of unease. Renting such a place for less than 300 taels felt almost too good to be true. With a hint of skepticism, he turned to the dental office attendant and asked, "Please be honest with me. Is there something amiss with this shop? Has there been a murder or ghostly occurrences?" The attendant, taken aback, quickly composed himself and replied with a wry smile, "Sir, you do me an injustice. I assure you, every word I have spoken is the truth, with no concealment. If you do not believe me, feel free to inquire elsewhere." The attendant felt a pang of bitterness at that moment. 1 tael of silver was roughly equivalent to his monthly salary. Were it not for the generous nature of this gentleman, he would never have divulged such valuable information so readily. Never mind, Li Yi waved his hand dismissively. If there were truly issues, the dental office would not take on such a hot potato. Moreover, one must conduct oneself with integrity and refrain from unnecessary suspicion. At that moment, a stout man emerged from the neighboring cloth shop. Recognizing him, Li Yi hurried over. "May I ask your esteemed surname? Are you the proprietor of this cloth shop?" The stout man nodded, regarding Li Yi with curiosity. "My surname is Su. What can I do for you?" "Mr. Su, having been here for some time, have you ever heard rumors of haunting in the neighboring shop?" The dental office attendant, just exiting the shop, stumbled at the question, nearly losing his balance. Observing the plump man's ashen visage, drenched in cold sweat and clearly timid, Li Yi's heart began to formulate a conclusion. This establishment had surely never been haunted. Otherwise, the rotund individual would have vacated long ago. With that understanding, he resolved to seize the opportunity presented. The prospect of renting such a shop, along with a quaint villa within the first ring of Qing'an Fu, for a mere 250 taels of silver, was extraordinarily advantageous. He promptly signed a contract with the agent for a 1-year lease and, with a flourish, produced 3 banknotes of 100 taels each. The attendant's face transformed with unrestrained joy, swiftly casting aside any prior discontent. The commission alone would suffice for several months' wages. However, the insistence on paying 250 taels and 1 coin left the attendant perplexed for some time. Perhaps it was merely the eccentricity of this affluent gentleman, which ultimately bore little significance to him. Upon the exchange of funds and receipt of the contract, adorned with the official red seal, Li Yi surveyed the shop with satisfaction, knowing that for the next year, the rights of usage belonged to him. This marked a small yet significant step in his grand scheme to amass wealth. A definitive transition from Liujiazhai to the bustling city. "Brother, is it true that this shop is haunted?" the pale-faced proprietor of the adjacent fabric store inquired, leaning against the doorframe. "It is but a jest. Master Su need not take it to heart," Li Yi replied with a warm smile, turning to enter the shop. The plump proprietor exhaled a long breath, his body sliding down from the entrance, collapsing to the ground as he gazed up at Li Yi with an expression of profound resentment. The process of securing the shop unfolded far more smoothly than Li Yi had anticipated, and he found himself quite content with the establishment. Yet, although the lease was secured, immediate utilization was not feasible. Meticulous renovations were still required. As for the specifics of the renovation, Li Yi had yet to determine, especially since Old Fong and his crew were currently occupied with constructing a workshop and would need to complete their tasks before attending to this venture. Li Yi also noted that next door was a brothel, akin to a modern theater. In an era devoid of mobile phones, televisions, movies, and the internet, The leisure activities of scholars often involved visiting such establishments to compose poetry and indulge in artistic pursuits. In moments of ennui, he could easily find solace there with a cup of tea and some light melodies to pass the time, which seemed a pleasant diversion. However, at present, he found himself devoid of such leisurely inclinations. Lou, brother, isn't that the person we saw exiting the brothel on the day Lee passed by? A young man with the surname Lou pointed at the figure of a young scholar, who, upon glancing back, appeared momentarily startled before promptly directing his companion's attention. Indeed, that is the one who insulted Fong, Wen Tian, and disrespected you, another companion exclaimed, following Lu's gaze. It is he. The Lu youth observed the approaching scholar with a darkening expression. During the poetry gathering, he had taken a liking to the scholar's maid, but she had rebuffed his advances. Dismissing him entirely, despite his vengeful nature, he had refrained from acting out in front of the multitude present. Rumor had it that the scholar had crafted verses so remarkable that even Shun Zhao had acknowledged them. And whispers suggested he was on the verge of surpassing Yang Yanzhou as Qing and Fu's foremost talent. With a grudge against him, the Lu youth felt a surge of displeasure. Although he had previously conducted inquiries into the scholar, they yielded no fruitful results, leading him to speculate that the young man possessed no significant connections. However, he had nearly forgotten about the incident until fate brought them together once more that day. Let's follow him, the Lu youth commanded coldly, hastening his pursuit. This opportunity was rare. Should the scholar escape, it might be a long time before they crossed paths again. Although the safest course would be to gather reinforcements. Time was of the essence, and with 3 against 1, they felt emboldened. The two companions exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a flicker of hesitation. Yet they ultimately decided to follow. Meanwhile, as Li strolled through the bustling streets, a slight furrow formed on his brow, and he instinctively slowed his pace. Unbeknownst to him, the trio halted abruptly, feigning interest in their surroundings. A ruffian accompanied by 2 scholars, their tracking skills were woefully inadequate, and Li, having been trained by 2 formidable heroines, quickly sensed the presence of pursuers behind him. Upon glancing back, he noticed their exaggerated performances stood out in the crowd. A smile crept upon his lips as he quickened his pace, striding forward. The 3, realizing this, hurried to catch up. This time, he deliberately avoided crowded areas, navigating several turns until he found himself in a secluded alleyway. The Lu youth felt a surge of delight. He had been concerned about where to strike, but the scholar had unwittingly led them to an ideal location. He exchanged knowing glances with his companions, who nodded in agreement, and they abruptly lunged forward, blocking Li's path. What do you want? The scholar's voice trembled with alarm, prompting a smirk of satisfaction from the Lu youth as he replied. What are you hesitating for? Attack. In broad daylight. In the open, you dare to assault someone? The scholar's voice quivered further. The Lu youth stepped forward, coldly gazing at Li and taunting, what's wrong with hitting you? Is anyone watching? Upon hearing this, the trio noted the scholar's expression falter momentarily before a smile emerged on his face. In the secluded alley, with the sun shining brightly overhead, the 3 encircling him bore dark expressions and wobbled unsteadily, clearly the remnants of indulgence in wine and vice. With the advantage of time, place, and circumstance, along with his heritage from 2 extraordinary heroines, Li felt confident that he could handle these 3 insignificant adversaries. If he could not, he would have no face left to continue learning martial arts from them, let alone dream of becoming a skilled fighter. The thought of Lu Rui finding out would surely be a source of ridicule. Seeing the smile on the scholar's face, the Lu youth felt insulted and charged forward. Of course, he was merely speaking casually about impending doom. If a life were lost, even his father, the county magistrate of Anxi, would not shield him from the consequences. His fellow scholars, witnessing his aggression, hesitated briefly before they too rushed forward. Although scholars were generally not adept in combat, they knew that if the county magistrate's son was attacking, they could not afford to remain passive. As the 3 approached aggressively, Li felt no fear. Rather, a thrill coursed through him. Though he was aware of his recent improvements in skill, he had never truly engaged in a fight. Sparring with Lu Rui would be folly, and he did not trust Old Fong's unpredictable methods. Finally, he had the chance to apply his abilities in practice. He sidestepped the Lu youth's punch, pivoting to deliver a blow to his back. The impact resonated loudly, and the fight began. Though he lacked the ability to kick someone far away like Lao Fong and his companions, he managed to disrupt the opponent's balance, causing them to tumble to the ground. At that moment, the two scholars rushed over. Moments later, trembling with fear, the three battered individuals, including the young man with the surname Liu, looked at the approaching scholar with trepidation, their voices quivering as they spoke. Li rubbed his slightly sore fist. The force exerted is reciprocal, and unlike Liu Rui, he did not possess any protective energy. After striking those three, his fist ached slightly as well. Nevertheless, despite the discomfort, witnessing the expressions of the three adversaries filled him with an overwhelming sense of pride. It is no wonder they label scholars as frail. If the combat prowess of all scholars were as feeble as theirs, he could single-handedly take on a multitude. The only trouble lay in the fact that the leader among them appeared to be the son of a county magistrate. Beating him could lead to complications, especially since Li was likely to reside in the city for an extended period. Harboring enmity with such individuals was hardly a wise course of action. However, since the enmity had already been established, there was no point in regretting it now. If worse came to worst, he could seek out Li Xian, perhaps charm a few young ladies with poetry to persuade him to assist in resolving the matter. Given Li Xian's character, he would likely acquiesce without hesitation. Are you done? Just as Li was contemplating this, a soft voice drifted from behind him, crystal clear and melodious. Turning around, he saw a woman leaning against the wall at the alley's entrance, dressed in the attire of a constable, regarding him with a teasing gaze. However, upon realizing that she was alone and a woman at that, his heart finally settled. Are you done? Li nodded, eyeing an opportunity to make his escape. Captain Li, hurry and apprehend him. How dare he strike me? He is doomed. The appearance of the woman instantly wiped the fear from Liu's face as he pointed at her. At that moment, his gaze towards Li turned menacing once more. Once they reached the county office, it would be his territory. Although his father had explicitly forbidden him from using his status as the magistrate's son to bully others, who among the constables would dare to disregard his face. Once inside the county office, with a mere word, he could have Li severely punished. What? Liu was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the implication. Are you going to arrest us too? Why not apprehend him for brawling in public? He stared blankly as she emotionlessly uttered those words, his face shifting to one of indignation. How could they be the ones brawling? Clearly, they were the victims. Could she not see that they were the ones being beaten? Was there no law? Of course, even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare voice that thought. For although this woman was merely the captain of the constables, who among them did not tread carefully around her, from the very first day she arrived at the county office, his father had warned him repeatedly that while he could provoke anyone, this particular lady was off limits. Had it been any other constable, he would have hurled insults at them by now, but at this moment, he could only stifle his grievances. As he glanced casually, he noticed that the scholar who had just struck them was nearing the alley's exit. His expression immediately changed, and he pointed, exclaiming, "He is trying to escape." After taking a long detour, when Li stepped back onto the main street, he could not help but reflect on the diligence of the local constables. They always arrived promptly whenever trouble arose. If only the efficiency of those in the future could match even half of theirs, society would be so much more harmonious and stable. Thankfully, the constable who had just appeared was a woman. Otherwise, he might not have escaped today. Why isn't she staying at home to embroider? What business does she have being a constable? Will she even be able to marry later? Li had no time to ponder whether the female constable would find a suitable match. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice rang out behind him, causing his expression to stiffen. Without hesitation, he took off running. In an instant, a graceful figure descended from above, landing effortlessly in his path. As Li stared at the woman, who was now regarding him with a mischievous expression, his face fell with dread. It was over. He had not anticipated that this female constable was a formidable opponent. Chapter 101. A Transaction? As Li walked once more along the broad main street of Qing'anfu, his mood had completely transformed. His conclusion, drawn from his time in this world, was clear. Women here were not to be trifled with. A chance encounter with any woman on the street could reveal a hidden martial artist with terrifying skills. When the woman had descended from above and blocked his path, Li realized he would not be able to escape today. He regretted not bringing Lao Fong along as support. Had he done so, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Fortunately, he was not alone. The county office was hardly a pleasant place, particularly for those apprehended for fighting. Thankfully, This female constable did not grant even the magistrate's son any privileges, proving herself to be fair and impartial. Fighting could range from serious to trivial. At most, it would result in a fine. However, if the magistrate chose to make an example of him due to his son's involvement, things could become complicated. In such a case, he would likely have to invoke the name of the Prince of Ning to stabilize the situation. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Li Xian had pounded his chest and declared that in this city, if any issues arose, Li Yi should seek him out. At the time, Li Yi had dismissed it, but now he realized that the young prince had indeed spoken with uncanny foresight. The female constable trailed behind the group, her keen gaze sweeping over Li Yi. She occasionally exhibited a flicker of surprise. This scholar appeared feeble, yet his earlier display of skill suggested a foundation in martial arts, rare among scholars. Of course, her intrigue did not stem solely from his martial abilities. Although it was uncommon for scholars to practice martial arts, it was not entirely extraordinary. What truly piqued her interest was the peculiar style of his technique, which she had never encountered before. Due to her background, she could not claim to have witnessed every martial art, but her experience was considerable. She could identify various styles, even if she could not name them. Yet, the techniques employed by this scholar were distinctly odd, diverging significantly from the martial arts she knew, yet clearly not a haphazard display of violence, igniting her curiosity. Had Li Yi known that the female constable intended to apprehend him merely out of curiosity regarding his martial arts, he would not have resorted to using Tai Chi to toy with those three individuals. The Tai Chi moves he had learned were simplified, perhaps beneficial for health, but certainly not sufficient to elevate him to mastery. Just a few days prior, he practiced Tai Chi in the morning with a sense of playfulness. However, since teaching the forms to Lu Rui, she had begun to adapt and enhance the movements, providing him with a version that possessed a degree of offensive capability. Tai Chi, which emphasizes overcoming strength with softness, requires less physical force, making it well-suited for Li Yi's current state. He had diligently practiced the modified techniques. "Hey, Mingzhu, where are you going?" As the female constable pondered the unusual techniques employed by the scholar, a voice suddenly called out from behind her. A young, handsome gentleman approached, wearing a smile as he inquired. After a prolonged silence, she noticed that he was not clinging to her as he had in the past, which left her puzzled. When she looked up, she found that the young man was staring intently ahead, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he hurried towards the scholar. "What are you doing here? How could they possibly know each other?" Upon witnessing this scene, a hint of perplexity emerged on the lady's delicate visage. At that moment, Li Yi had never felt that the countenance of the young prince Li Xian appeared so endearing. "Do you know her?" he inquired, gesturing towards the female constable, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he looked at Li Xian. "Indeed," Li Xian responded, a trace of confusion crossing his face as he asked, "When did you become acquainted with my cousin?" "Cousin?" At last, Li Yi felt a sense of relief. They were all part of the old Li family, and the distance between them had diminished significantly. However, being Li Xian's cousin also implied a royal connection, which raised the question of how someone from the royal family could serve as a constable. The female constable initially furrowed her brow, but after a moment, her expression softened with surprise as she glanced at Li Yi. Could it be that the ailment of her aunt had been cured by the person before her? As these thoughts brewed in her mind, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd ahead. "That silver belongs to me." "Nonsense, it clearly belongs to me." The muffled voices of two individuals arguing drifted over. Someone in the crowd quickly shouted, "There's an official constable over there. Let the constable adjudicate." "Yes, let the constable adjudicate." Upon spotting someone clad in the attire of a constable, the crowd erupted in an uproar and surged towards this direction. A few men who had been trailing behind Li Xian exchanged glances and promptly approached him, dispersing around him while remaining vigilant to any shifts in their surroundings. "Constable, you must uphold justice for us," a man in coarse clothing implored as he grasped the arm of a scholarly gentleman and approached the lady constable. "What transpired?" the female constable asked, her brow furrowed. "Sir, I was eating noodles at that stall and accidentally dropped my silver on the ground, which this man picked up. Upon discovering it, I asked him to return it, yet he insists that the silver is rightfully his." The man's face was etched with urgency as he continued, "My elderly mother is gravely ill, and this is the money meant for her medicine. It is crucial." "Utter nonsense." The scholarly gentleman shot a glance at the man and retorted, "That silver is clearly mine. You scoundrel, Do not think you can extort me. Following their exchange, the surrounding crowd began to murmur, with some siding with the man and others with the scholar. Listening to the cacophony of voices, the lady constable rubbed her forehead. Feeling a headache coming on, it was difficult to discern the truth of the matter. It would have been simpler for her to apprehend a thief than to adjudicate this case, which was beyond her expertise. "Miss, how about we strike a deal?" A weak voice emerged from beside her at that moment. Chapter 102. The truth is singular. A deal? Li Mingzhu turned her head and regarded the scholar with a flicker of surprise in her eyes, responding coolly, "What sort of deal?" "I will resolve this case for you, and you will let me go. We shall consider it settled," Li Yi stated. Li Xian tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Do you truly know who the silver belongs to?" He was well aware of his cousin's character. If Li Yi remained silent, and it turned out he had been deceived, the matter would not resolve easily. Li Yi offered him a reassuring glance, prompting Li Xian to refrain from further inquiries. Although he too was uncertain about how to determine the rightful owner of the silver, since meeting Li Yi, he had witnessed nothing but unexpected outcomes from his actions. And he found himself anticipating what method Li Yi might employ this time. "What is your plan?" A look of genuine interest appeared on Li Mingzhu's face. Typically, the county office would handle such indistinct disputes without much fuss. Just a few lashes, and the guilty would confess. There was no need for such complications. She was curious to see what method the scholar would propose. "It's quite simple. Since it is unclear who the silver belongs to, why not split it evenly? Everyone will be satisfied." Li Yi pulled out 2 pieces of broken silver, each weighing approximately half a tael, snatched the silver from the scholar's hand, and distributed the fragments into the hands of both the man and the scholar. Observing this scene, young Prince Li Xian couldn't help but smirk. This approach was indeed straightforward yet rather crude. However, would it pass muster with his cousin? Sure enough, when he turned to steal a glance, he noticed that the expression on her face had darkened. The 3 Liu family youths, who had initially been standing idly by to watch the spectacle, nearly burst into laughter upon witnessing this. If every matter could be resolved in such a manner, what need would there be for the county magistrate? Wasn't this sheer folly? What kind of resolution is this? The scholar exclaimed in disbelief. This scholar is simply stirring the pot. There is no way to adjudicate a case in this fashion. As the onlookers began to voice their dissent, the atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous, with everyone chiming in. "Constable, this simply cannot be. If the silver is halved, I cannot buy my mother's medicine." The man cried out, his face immediately reflecting despair as he looked at Li Mingzhu. "What this gentleman says is reasonable. A scholar should possess a magnanimous heart. I shall not hold this scoundrel's actions against you. What harm is there in splitting the silver?" The scholar, upon hearing this, displayed a glimmer of delight and quickly proclaimed, "Is this your proposed solution?" Li Mingzhu turned to Li Yi, her gaze shimmering with a hint of danger. "Certainly not." Li Yi chuckled softly, regarding her with a calm demeanor as he stated, "The truth is singular." Suddenly, he pivoted, pointing an accusatory finger at the scholar while declaring loudly, "The liar is none other than him." The abrupt shift in dynamics left the crowd momentarily stunned. Before the scholar could process the situation, Li Yi had already reclaimed the pieces of silver from his hand and stuffed both them and the earlier ingot into the man's embrace. "Be more cautious next time. Take these 2 pieces of silver as well, and hurry off to buy medicine for your mother." Though not typically generous, Li Yi, realizing that if the man had not lost his silver, he might have found himself dragged to the county office by the female constable, decided to show a rare act of kindness. The crowd was rife with confusion. What is happening? Why has he so adamantly declared that the liar is him? They pondered in disbelief, their gazes fixated on Li Yi, awaiting his explanation. A hint of intrigue and understanding flickered across Li Mingzhu's lovely face as she too turned to him. "You speak nonsense. What grounds do you have to assert that I am lying?" Panic momentarily crossed the scholar's features, but it was soon replaced by indignation as he glared at Li Yi, as if he were indeed wronged. Since the silver rightfully belonged to the man, he was certainly unwilling to share it without cause. A smile graced Li Yi's face as he gestured towards the scholar, stating he, however, is all too eager to agree to half the silver precisely because it does not belong to him. Upon hearing his explanation, Li Xian's expression shifted to one of realization. Casting an astonished glance at Li Yi, such a clever method of resolution. How had he conceived it? Meanwhile, the enchanting Li Mingzhu, standing beside him, regarded Li Yi with newfound intrigue. As Li Yi articulated his reasoning, The crowd fell into a brief silence before erupting into a chorus of astonishment. This gentleman speaks wisely. How astute! They marveled, realizing that they had almost been deceived by the scholar, nearly wronging the man. In an instant, their gazes toward Li Yi transformed, imbued with respect and admiration, while disdain washed over their faces as they turned to the scholar. What a disgrace to the scholarly community! How could a learned man engage in such despicable acts? To deceive someone of their mother's life-saving money. Has humanity been lost? Arrest him to face justice. At that moment, panic finally gripped the scholar's countenance. As he looked towards Li Yi, his heart seethed with indignation. It was all a trap. The opponent had laid a snare from the outset, waiting for him to fall into it. However, at this moment, he could not, of course, admit it. With a look of deep grievance, he exclaimed loudly, "This is merely your conjecture. I never imagined that my moment of kindness would be exploited by a petty individual. I refuse to accept this. I shall go to the county office and demand to see the magistrate." Refuse to accept? Li narrowed his eyes, asking, "Do you truly refuse to accept?" "I refuse." The scholar raised his head to gaze at him, a glimmer of resentment flashing in his eyes. Smack! Li Yi struck him on the head. "Do you accept or not? What is wrong with hitting you?" Li Yi frowned and struck again. "Do you accept or not?" "I refuse." "Do you accept or not?" "Oh, even if you beat me to death, I still refuse." As Li Yi continued to strike the scholar's head, the onlookers stood frozen in shock. Young Master Li Xian twitched his lips, while the three young men with the surname Lu appeared to recall some unpleasant memory, their faces turning grim. Conversely, the female constable crossed her arms and watched the scene with keen interest, showing no inclination to intervene. "Do you accept or not?" After an unknown number of slaps, and feeling his hand grow somewhat numb, the scholar finally could not endure any longer. "Stop hitting me." So. This silver was picked up by me." At that moment, the scholar felt as though his entire head had swollen. Dizzy and teary-eyed, he confessed, "I lost all my money at the gambling house this morning. When I passed by that man, I saw the silver fall from his embrace, and thus I was tempted. Please, do not hit me anymore. Look, he has confessed."